Chapter 1 Are you pregnant? Due to persistent nausea and discomfort over the past few days, Hwayuchin surreptitious live visit to hospital. Fielderly doctor, peering through his ready glasses eighth examination report, took a considerable amount of me before finally setting the document down. He lowered his spectacles and scrutinized Hwayuchin with his murkies. After a moment, he spoke, your test results appear to be normal. However, there is a possibility you might want to consider. Hwayuchin replied bluntly, what is it? Morning sickness. What nonsense, Hwayuchin started with mean disbelief, morning sickness? The old doctor nodded, yes. In an instant, Hwayuchin's composure shattered, and he raised his voice, do you even know how to practice medicine? The doctor hastily responded, Yashurio, I am a qualified physician. You may doubt me character, beauty you cannot question my professional integrity. Hwayuchin slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming I am a man, where will they carry a pregnancy, in me bladder? The old doctor paused for a moment, taken aback. Your test results are entirely normal. While I am a doctor, there are times when the cause remains elusive, and in must resort on conventional wisdom. Hwayuchin furrowed his brow, regarding him with skepticism. Arius Riasly suggesting I consult some old wivel? Unconventional wisdom? Me, a grown man diagnosed with morning sickness, how I'll believe such a thing? The doctor cleared his throat and tentatively suggested, perhaps you should inquire what Harry our wife is pregnant. Hwayuchin retorted, what wife, where would I find on, is the Civil Affairs Bureau handing them out? Has not yet the report from Thidable, grumbling under his breath, what a ridiculous hospital, ish'll have it shut down. The doctor, attempting to salvage his dwindling professional dignity, called after him, or you might want to kekafio your girlfriend is expecting. Without turning back, Hwayuchin scoffed. Headed wish talk no, but how could that be possible, they hadn't have been together. Was it possible for a tadpole still to function like a propeller? Could one become pregnant from a distance? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Hwayuchin suddenly halted. A woman? Damn. Has suddenly recalled that no long ago he had indeed slept with a woman. That dead woman from Ling family Jing's cousin, could it be such a coincidence, damn it, one man dith happened? It couldn't be sublib thought fortunate she was just a knave girl. How called have a sound lucky? Hwayuchin's expression grew serious. As a distinguished Dayun master of Twa family, could he truly be facing an early marriage? No, absolutely not. He'd yelled a number and said, find me the contact information for Hot President Yan Ruate Theo named Ling Miao. Understood, young master. Hwayuchin hung up the phone. If the incompetent doctor was indeed right about the morning sickness, what would become of his reputation as the master of Twa family in the capital? The thought filled him with frustration. Damn it, he should never have gotten involved with that dead woman. If he'd gotten involved, he wouldn't have gone to the old to confront her. If he'd confronted her, he wouldn't have encountered her in such a dead state. And if he hadn't encountered her, there wouldn't have been any of those intimate moments between him. With a skull in his face, Hwayuchin appeared the Durand got into the car. Barely 2 seconds after Getajan has scrambled back out, doubling of Renago reheaved. Damn. His wavy of nausea was so intensive that tears nearly sprang to his eyes. After what felt like he internetio fold in jitback, he looked back at Thecker, growing increasingly irritated, the more he looked, the angrier he became. Damn it, what tapisav junk fiscarus, suck a terribly odor. He couldn't believe had spent a month's worth of fallowancy in it. With Aslam, he shut the Durand kickaditherd. What a damn Ned nuisance. After taking a breath of fresh air, he finally felt somewhat revived. Moments later, his phone rang. He answered what's the status, didufin the contact information. Yes, I'm sending it to you. Hwayuchin replied curtly, hurry up by the way, come pick me up at the hospital. The voice in Theotherand responded, young master, didn't he outraver? Mentioning this made him even angrier, damn it, this junk car isn't fit for a Nyonto drive. Enough with the chatter, just come again, make sure it's a descent car. Understood. Not surprisingly, he's a young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Calling Ganate figure a cara junk car. What kind of hickle must the drive to come up for it to be considered a good car? Ding, a message arrived on Hwayuchin's phone. It was a phone number. Hella taught call la fandiala dike directly. After just a frings, a call femala voice gamathro, hello, what's these? Hwayuchin chuckled, Karatogus? Ling Mia paused for 12 seconds before replying, sorry, I don't enjoy playing such trivial games. Hwayuchin stated bluntly, I am the only autoac advantage of. Now tell me, how do I think I am? Ling Maya moved the phony away, rubbing her career. Before she could respond, Hwayuchin pressed, did I take the pill afterward? Ling Maya replied, wish only tell you? Hwayuchin gritted his teeth and said, I'm not joking with you, yes, or no? Ling Maya responded, it's been so long, wigarid televiaco thoroloni and no disturboni another. Have you lost the ornament, why only arthuriocaling? Hwayuchin did not the death of truth from her, saying directly, do you know where I am right now? Ling Maya replied nonchalantly, I don't carry worry where it wouldn't matter even if I worry in Themurg. His expression darkened instantly. Damn it, these women was definitely his nemesis, seeming Lidstein to bring him trouble. Ling Miao, listen carefully, I'm currently in the hospital. Before he cold finish Ling Maya mocked, oh, are you really on your way to Themerk? Huayachenko this Jawan closed his eyes. He managed to squeeze out a few words, shut your mouth. He insisted a heydate viel soft blood day, and the diagnosis is morning sickness. Ling Maya burst into laughter, what nonsense, morning sickness? Ha ha ha. Huayashin leaned against the shand, waiting for these insufferable women to finish laughing. Ling Mios near lion tears from laughing, Imian Huashao. Yuriman and Dor diagnosed with morning sickness? And do you actually believe it? Huayachin stood with Ishan Sun Hiships, struggling to contain his desirito lashauther. Ling Maya scoffed, Did go to a mental hospital? Did find a patient to treat you? With those symptoms, you might as well join Himasa fellow patient, ha ha morning sickness. Yuri a grown man, pregnant, where will you carry it, in your bladder? Ling Mia laughed until her stomach hurt. Huayukin's face darkened. Ling Miao, do you want to die or what? Ling Maya replied, quit barking at my Vahadarabias vaccine, do you think I'm afraid of fire? Huayukin said, stop wasting minimi with this nonsense. Did thou take up a afterward, Ario you really pregnant? Ling Maya sober Japan said you, what gives you the confidence that is enough? Chapter 2 What, that the med woman call them a dog? Il tell you they san random on the street is better than you're just mediocre. What does mediocre even mean, is he trying to provoke him? Huayachin weighs immediate lion infuriated, what did he say, repeat that, you bastard. But Fecal was merciless like it off. Huayachin glared at this phone fury. Did she just say he was mediocre? What'll said did she say? Rabies vaccine? Damn it, the treacherous woman insulted him? In an instant Huayukin erupted, shouting, Ling Miao, you better not fall in tummy hands. If I don't kill ya, you'll spell my name backward. Yu Chenhua, a steady Molevoisi unexpected like hammer from behind him, inquiring tentatively. Ha, Huayukin turned around. Ayao? He was momentarily taken aback. Chen Yuhua, what hell? Zhou Jinya smirked, slowly smiling, didn't you just say it, Yu Chenhua? Huayachin instantly understood, his expression darkening. Hekik Zhou Jinya in annoyance, shut up. After saying that, Hesh Havadishan Sinto his paquet san strode toward the car parked be roadside. Zhou Jinya followed bed behind, asking, what hairy out owing hair? Huayachin apeen the Duran casual replied, prenatal checkup. Zhou Jinya frown slightly hisi to have heard for its prenatal checkup. Died Hamishir? Before he could get into the car, Huayukin tumbled out again, bending over and dretching. It was the kind of nausea thought wouldn't stop. Tomic matters worse, Heffel tacid reflux, but nothing come up. Zhou Jinya stood frozen, watching him in the state. Confirming what he had just feared, he tentatively asked, you are really pregnant? Huayachin had no need to argue with him about that, and he needed to suppress his discomfort first. Zhou Jinya went to the car and fetched a dabatili of water for him. Are you alright? Huayuchin waved him off. He stood with the Shansun Hiships, taking a while to recover. Frowning, he looked at Zhou Jinya. Oscar, what kind of young Korea driving, are you going bankrupt? Zhou Jinya alternate to look at this daily commuter vehicle, expressing his dismay, you call this junk, I bought it for over 4 million I pre-order edithal fair in advance. Huayukin took a deep breath, just take the hour 4 million and go. Zhou Jinya asked, what about you? Huayukin replied, I'm waiting for my family driver topic mop. Head, you must have been scammed. Zhou Jinya smirked, well, it'll be in me waiting. Huayachin waved him away dismissively, hurry up. Zhou Jinya agatinto his Garan drove off, glancing back at him before leaving. What's wrong with you? As soon as Zhou Jinya left, the driver arrived. Huayachin approached the familiar vehicle, after enduring twabat soft nausea he hesitated before he opening the door this time. It showed Bofino. He decisively opened the door. Not good. Thun settling with Muff Nazar returned. He quickly shut the door again. The driver looked puzzled at this young master, what's going in? Why is getting in? The driver is getting confusion, young master Orentio Jetting the car? Huayachin was on the verge of madness was the third Carol Reedy. Damn it, how long is this going to last? Damn. Young master? Huayachin, filled with irritation, shouted, are you trying to summon my soul, you bastard? The driver immediately fell silent. Huayachin glanced at Athibas Ecclescent the sidewalk, his eyes widening in astonishment. What hell, no that's a Luxura vehicle. Apanora might view without a blind spot from re-angle. Huayachin approached the driver's Zidiandi and kept the driver out. Pointing at the bicycle, he commanded, go, get me off those. Ha, Fedra replied, incredulous. Huayachin kicked at him, urging, hurry up, I want to go home. The driver blinked in disbelief at the bicycle. Oh. Then, young master, just weigh the referment. Before long, Apanora Mike Luxury vehicle appeared before him. The young master of the Wafa millionth the capital, Huayachin, drove home in his extravagant car. Everything about the luxury vehicle was splendid. Except for anything. The fuel consumption weighs a staggering 4,000 calories per 100 kilometers. Abbott excessive on the caloric front. Upon returning home, Hanada said that the so-called junk car had parked at the hospital had long since returned home. Seeing Git made a Wayuchin fi lutter lit disheartened and hekaketed again. PCO funk. With that, he turned and strode into the manor. Ashi enter Redful. Huay staken aback to see his grandfather and third sister sitting sullenly, theffermerly in Nganakane. His heart raced. His third sister, just Wayersha Sr., fixed her unblinking gaze upon him. Huayuchin feared nothing in the world except for his military grandfather. Although Grandpa Wa showed signs suffraging, he still retained a narrow authority from Mistas and Thermi. Just sitting there, the atmosphere around him felt oppressive. His cold, cloudy eyes, though dimmed, still radiate das solemnity thotmedite impossible to meet this gaze, let alone actudifline. Despite Huayuchin's attempts to behave himself lately. Hestum read nervously, Grandpa. His third sister, Huayuchin, interjected, can't he speak properly? Huayuchin cleared his throat, Grandpa were plead coldly, he heard from Io Yurskin's sister thought you've been skipping work again? What, is the company your famoliststubelgarden, where you can come and go please? No, Grandpa, Huayuchin stammered, I've been feeling unwell. The old man scoffed at feeling unwell? You said they excuse to skip when I were chilled and now you're and jida skip work, ario you treeing to film? You're just like your father, truly a kikin hosmerjid from Theponics nest each generation worse than the last. Huayuchin Zayadin resignation, Irelium unwell. The old man smirked, then enlighten me what exactly is both you? Huayuchin poured out the troubles. I flawful. In nausea and want of imite can't keep food down. I can't drive and I can't stand the sight. Every day in just hain gingin with oranges and hawthorns. Grandpa Walatude a cold laugh, what's this, are you telling Methatagronman is pregnant? Although Huayuchin was reluctant to admit it. Ittertain felt not different from what a woman experiences during pregnancy. He hesitated to meet this grandfather's gaze, well, he went to the hospital for a checkup today. The doctor did say it was morning sickness. Grandpa Waslam met his cane down, exclaiming absurd. Both Huayuchin and Huayuchin jumped in surprise. Huayuchin fell silent, not daring to speak. The old man looked at his inadequate grandson with disappointment. Sighing, you think you should have your mind checked rather than your body. You're experience in morning sickness, tell me where you carrying it? Huayuchin remained silent, staring at his grandfather. Hudi Ignasidia, waste a tapashin from the psychiatric ward? Huayuchin mumbled, it was tatretar dharma doctor of yours. Who? Huayuchin raised his voice, it was Yorkamrate, the doctor. Grandpa paused, momentarily taken aback. You mean you got an appointment with Grandpachin specialist? Huayuchin nodded, confirming that was indeed that quack. For the first time, Grandpa Wei questioned his life choices, casting a glance at his grandson. Chapter 3, could it be that he truly guessed correctly? A sense of unease gnawed at her. Perhaps she should inquire directly. This fellow, he wouldn't jest about such matters. The old man, with a dismissive tilt of his chin, signaled for him to leave. Huayuchin hastily ascended the stairs, as if a torrent of ferocity were at his heels. Once he reached his room, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Before long, his phone rang. He glanced at the contact name, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lulu. A soft and soothing voice, reminiscent of a gentle breeze, flowed through the receiver. Ah, you, how have you been lately? Huayuchin collapsed onto the sofa, running a hand through his hair. Quite well. When will you return? Perhaps not for another 2 or 3 months. My schedule is packed with business engagements and several advertising shoots. Huayuchin's expression dimmed slightly, the brightness in his eyes fading away. He became somewhat solemn, muttering, you don't have to exhaust yourself, I can ensure your peace for a lifetime. The woman on the other end chuckled knowingly, I understand your intentions. Although the Tsin family has fallen from grace, I still remain the eldest daughter of the Tsin family. My inherent dignity compels me to hold my head high and forge my own path. I do not wish to be a woman who depends on a man for her life. You will respect my decision, won't you? Huayuchin lowered his gaze, falling into a contemplative silence for a moment before replying in a subdued tone, very well. I shall wait for you, thank you, I am truly grateful for your support. Huayuchin smiled helplessly, as long as you are well, that is enough for me. The Tsin, Hua, Zhou, and Ling families have long been intertwined. Tsin Lu is a refined lady, her demeanor calm and elegant, as gentle as the serene moonlight. She stands in stark contrast to Ling Miao, a woman of decisive action and unwavering competence. Unfortunately, the Tsin family has since diminished, the main line lacking heirs, overshadowed by its branches. It has long since transformed, no longer the illustrious Tsin family of yore. Thus, Tsin Lu now finds herself alone, having fallen from grace in the blink of an eye. No longer the proud eldest daughter of the Tsin family, Huayuchin cannot bear to witness the once pure moon, now tainted and trampled upon. Hence, he has vowed to protect Tsin Lu. As for the Ling family, that woman who insulted him is merely a minor member of the Ling clan, one of the least significant. The internal dynamics of the Ling family are complex. Currently in power is the eldest son of the main branch, Ling Jing, while Ling Miao is the eldest daughter of the second branch, with a younger brother, Ling Zhua, who is still underage. Tragically, Ling Miao's mother passed away early, succumbing to amniotic fluid embolism during the birth of her brother. Less than a year later, her father remarried, bringing home a woman with a daughter barely a year younger than Ling Miao. Unverified rumors suggest that this daughter is, in fact, a legitimate illegitimate child. They have long since maneuvered their way into acceptance. Subsequently, another son was born into the family. Thus, Ling Miao not only has a younger brother but also siblings from her stepmother. With a late mother and a father beguiled by a stepmother's charms, Ling Miao now bears the weight of responsibility, lacking a solid foundation, striving to create a better future for her brother. One evening, Ling Miao left the office, dressed in a tailored black suit paired with 8-centimeter heels. She exuded an air of sophistication. Her long hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, cascading down in a straight line. Dangling from her right ear were extravagant diamond tassel earrings. A beauty with striking features, she required little makeup. Her red lips completed the look, embodying the essence of professionalism. Though her stature was modest, her upright posture suggested an indomitable spirit. She possessed a commanding presence, resembling a formidable business mogul. Clutching her bag, she made her way to the parking lot and unlocked her car. It was only during the drive home that she could shed the fatigue of the day, her sharp edges softening slightly. The phone rang, and she pressed the button for her Bluetooth. Xiao Wu, what is it? A gentle male voice emanated from the other end. Sister Miao, have you finished work? I prepared some dishes today. Come over for a drink. Ling Miao pinched the bridge of her nose. No, I haven't been feeling well these past few days. Xiao Wu inquired with concern. What's wrong, Sister Miao? Where do you feel unwell? I can take you to the hospital right now. Ling Miao chuckled softly. No need, I might just be tired from lack of sleep. Xiao Wu sighed in relief. With me around, you needn't worry too much. Your health is paramount. Ling Miao replied with a smile. You worry too much, I'm not that fragile. Our man is still at home. I'll head back now, see you tomorrow. Alright, if you feel unwell, let me know immediately, okay? Sure. Xiao Wu, whose full name is Yu Shang, was born to the family's housekeeper before her mother passed away. Growing up alongside Ling Miao, he has remained a steadfast companion, his demeanor polite and sincere. He is the only true friend Ling Miao has had over the years, providing her with emotional support when she feels overwhelmed. During her moments of impatience, his calming words can easily soothe her. Over the years, he has been an invaluable asset to her in the company. Upon returning home, Ling Miao was greeted with, Auntie, you're finally back from work. She affectionately ruffled the hair of the little girl. Why aren't you asleep yet? Luo Xiaoman took the bag from her hand and placed it by the entrance. Uncle Zhuo is coming home late tonight from tutoring. Since you were both away, I waited for you to return. Luo Xiaoman is a young relative from Ling Miao's maternal side, attending a nearby university and staying with them. Go to bed. You have school tomorrow. Luo Xiaoman suggested. Auntie, why don't you take a bath? I've already prepared the water and added some calming essential oils. All right. Watching as Man returned to her room, Ling Miao made her way to the bathroom. The bathtub was filled to the brim, bubbles spilling over the edge, and the air was infused with the scent of rose essential oil. Ling Miao gazed at the scene, her heart brimming with warmth. Although she busies herself with work during the day, and at times feels weary without support, returning home to obedient younger relatives alleviates her fatigue. Despite their youth, she is determined to provide them with a safe haven, allowing them to grow up in peace. After her bath, the door swung open, and Ling Jue entered with his schoolwork, calling out, Sister. Ling Miao, drying her hair, asked, Why are you home so late today? Ling Jue changed his shoes. There is an Olympiad math competition coming up, so I stayed to discuss with the teacher. Her younger brother, though serious and taciturn, is an exemplary student, consistently ranking first in his grade. For this, Ling Miao feels immense pride. The hardships she endures are well worth it. After a night's rest, she awoke feeling increasingly fatigued, devoid of energy. What could be the cause of this malaise? Could it be that the predictions made by that flamboyant fellow were accurate? When exactly did her period arrive last month? She flipped through the calendar, suddenly sitting upright, her brows knitted together as she gathered her hair. It has been delayed by over 10 days? Chapter 4. Your damn mouth is truly fortunate. Her heart was momentarily thrown into disarray, only to be cast aside as she covered her cheeks with her hands. Taking a deep breath, she realized that amidst the busyness of her new project, she had lost track of time and had inexplicably let several days slip by. Perhaps she should take a look. On her way to work, she glanced at the pharmacy by the roadside and decided to make a quick detour. She purchased a few items, tossed them onto the passenger seat, and continued her drive to the office. Upon returning to the company, she scrutinized the object in her possession. How to use it? She had never encountered such a thing before. After perusing the instruction manual, clarity dawned upon her. 2 lines indicated pregnancy, while 1 line signified the absence of it. She mentally prepared herself, awaiting the outcome of the test. Her heart raced with anticipation, yet, as she gazed at the result, confusion washed over her. Why was 1 line deep red while the other was faint? It did not match the illustration. What did a faint red signify? A defective product. She pulled out her phone and conducted a quick search on Baidu. In an instant, her pupils widened in shock. Early pregnancy. Pregnant? What was happening? Was it truly the case that gaudy, orange-hued crow had indeed been correct? Anger surged within her, prompting her to dial his number. A muddled voice answered. Who is it? As if disturbed from a deep slumber, Ling Miao, hands on her hips, retorted furiously. I am your elder. Hua Yuqing's eyes flew open in surprise. Ling Miao, before he could react, she bellowed. Are you so brazenly foolish that you deserve a slap? Your mouth has been blessed. Why don't you go to a temple and become a deity of childbirth? The god of wealth's temple doesn't honor you. The entire world is suffering a great loss because of your existence. Quickly go become a monk, ascend to the heavens while you still can. Go deliver children to the barren. Or perhaps grant yourself some common sense. Her barrage of insults left Hua Yuqing momentarily speechless. This obstinate woman had unleashed a torrent of vitriol, and none of it was pleasant. He ran his fingers through his hair, frowning. What nonsensical drivel are you babbling about so early in the morning? If you're unwell, seek a doctor. I am not a veterinarian, so what purpose does your ranting serve? Ling Miao shot back, who knows which grave exploded to release you into the world? It's cold outside, you should know to cover yourself with more earth instead of foolishly bouncing around. Why hasn't a bolt of lightning struck you dead? Hua Yuqing darkened his expression. Can you not speak coherently? If not, go sit with the dogs. Ling Miao scoffed. I would rather not share a table with you, you're a nuisance. Who in the capital doesn't know you've been shamelessly courting that Sin family girl for over a decade? When it comes to being a lapdog, you are the veteran. Hua Yuqing's anger flared. Ling Miao, do you really think I wouldn't dare strike a woman? Ling Miao replied defiantly, I'm not easily intimidated. Come at me if you dare. Such a gallant figure as myself, and yet you, a mere peacock emerged from a phoenix nest, think you can ruffle my feathers. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Throughout her life, she had never feared anyone. Tossing her phone aside, she sought to calm her rising fury. The desire to eliminate her intensified within Hua Yuqing. How could this insignificant, overlooked woman be so audacious? If he didn't temper her arrogance, she might truly believe him to be a pleasure-seeking wastrel. Sleep was now an unattainable luxury. With a face full of resentment, Hua Yuqing rose from his bed. At the office, he stormed into his workspace and shouted, Bring me the recent projects of Yan Rue. This young master, the sole heir of the Hua family, was akin to a living tyrant. Everyone treaded carefully around him. The assistant, eager to placate him, responded, Yes, right away. One could only wonder how Yan Rue had managed to offend the young master. It seemed someone was destined to suffer the consequences. A few days later, taking advantage of a rare day off, Ling Miao visited the hospital. She had not confided in anyone about her pregnancy nor mentioned the fleeting encounter with the young master of the Hua family that night. However, she bore no grudge against anyone but herself for having let her guard down and fallen into a trap. After over 20 years of innocence, her purity had been taken from her. That night had nearly tortured her to the brink of death. That despicable man had accepted her without reservation. Who could fathom what madness possessed him, refusing to push her away and allowing the situation to spiral out of control? Clutching the examination report tightly, she sat alone in the hospital corridor. The words written on it had been read and reread countless times, to the point where she could recite them verbatim. Yet, she remained unable to regain her composure. She was acutely aware of the heavy burden she now carried, an additional weight that threatened to crush her during these tumultuous years. She gathered her hair, resting her forehead against her palm, maintaining this posture for what felt like an eternity. Her bitter smile was hauntingly tragic. Her left hand gripped the report tightly, so forcefully that her knuckles turned white, the paper trembling in her grasp. Ling Miao, a person of worth, had never wronged anyone. Why did all these unfortunate circumstances seem to seek her out? Did the heavens feel the need to torment her alone? The hospital was bustling with people, yet none paused to acknowledge her presence. She trudged through the throngs, her steps weary and lifeless, as if she were a mere specter drifting toward the exit. As she made her way through the first floor of the hospital, a male voice called out to her. Sister Miao Miao? Ling Miao lifted her gaze at the sound, forcing a faint smile. The newcomer was Zhou Fai, whose features bore a resemblance to Zhou Jinyao, yet lacked his brother's aloof demeanor, exuding a carefree and unrestrained charm. If Zhou Jinyao was the unsmiling paragon of excellence, then Zhou Fai was the approachable, affable younger brother, effortlessly drawing the attention of women. Unlike the other members of his family, Ling Miao had never been particularly fond of them, as they shared a close relationship with her elder brother, Ling Jing, a figure of strict authority. The generational gap was palpable, and she preferred to maintain her distance from them. However, Zhou Fai was different. His family had some historical ties to hers. Zhou Fai approached her, examining her expression. Sister, what brings you to the hospital today? Are you unwell? Ling Miao discreetly tucked the report away. Just a minor ailment, nothing to worry about. Zhou Fai noticed her somewhat listless demeanor. She usually radiated confidence and brilliance, making her hard to look at. What could possibly be troubling her today? He reached out to support her. Sister, you don't seem quite right. Let me accompany you to rest for a while. Ling Miao subtly withdrew her hand, offering a friendly smile, devoid of the sharpness she had displayed with Hua Yuqing. I'm fine. You go about your business, I'm heading home. Zhou Fai, unconvinced, insisted, I'll take you home. Seeing his determination, she relented. Along the way, she leaned on her arm, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Her delicate fingers were slender and tender, akin to green onions. Chapter 5. Such a fiery temper, who would be lucky enough to marry her? Adorning her wrist was an exquisite watch, its tiny diamonds sparkling brilliantly, much like her demeanor. Zhou Fai was driving, occasionally stealing glances at her by his side. Ling Jia's elder sister was the most resilient woman he had ever encountered in his life, a trait she had possessed since childhood. Upon their first meeting, she had presented herself much as she did now, sparing with her words, yet, in his eyes, she resembled a crimson rose blooming in the dark of night, so breathtaking that one would be compelled to pause and admire her beauty. However, as one drew closer, her silence transformed into an array of thorns, deterring any reckless approach. It was often said that Ling Miao was the most inconspicuous member of the Ling family. Yet, Zhou Fai believed them to be blind. Miao Jia was undoubtedly the most radiant among them, far surpassing the downtrodden heiress of the Tsin family who paraded down runways, leaving her far behind in terms of allure. Even his own pompous elder brother had seemingly lost his discernment. Upon arriving downstairs, Ling Miao exited the car and uttered a simple, thank you. Zhou Fai chuckled, sister, won't you invite me up for a visit? There was nothing amiss in extending the invitation, so she merely nodded, raising her chin, all right, come on up. With that, she stepped inside first, prompting Zhou Fai to follow with a surge of delight. Once in the elevator, his gaze frequently drifted toward Ling Miao, torn between the urge to look and the reluctance to stare too intently. Upon reaching her home, Ling Miao pressed her fingerprint against the scanner, and with a soft beep, the door swung open. No sooner had it opened than Luo Xiaoman, her niece, dashed out with a clatter, exclaiming, Auntie, you're back. Spotting the man beside her aunt, she inquired, Uncle Zhou is here too? Ah man, how have you been during this time? Zhou Fai asked. Quite well, she replied. As Luo Xiaoman's ancestors hailed from the capital, her interactions with them felt warm and familiar. However, due to her aunt, she had never quite gotten along with the young master of the Hua family, preferring instead the company of Zhou's two uncles, Uncle Yao and Little Uncle Yi. Ling Miao entered the house and set her bag down, asking, Ah man, what do you want to eat tonight? Anything is fine, came the reply. She had been preparing for her level 4 exam and had to focus on her studies during the day. Zhou Fai often dropped by for meals, making him feel quite at home in her presence. Rolling up his sleeves, he offered, Sister, let me help you. Ling Miao gently pushed him away, No, you'll just be a hindrance. Zhou Fai laughed, Not at all, I'll wash the vegetables for you. Ling Miao wrinkled her nose in disdain, Forget it. With no tasks for him at hand, Zhou Fai wandered over to a man, asking, Are you going back home for the summer vacation? If not, you could come play at the Zhou house. Grandpa Zhou hasn't seen you in ages and misses you. Ling Miao interjected, No, she has to catch up on her studies. Zhou Fai reassured, It's fine, I can take her there later. Ling Miao queried, Well, let us see if she wants to go. Luo Xiaoman bit her pen cap, Is Uncle Zhou at home, referring to Zhou Jinyao. Zhou Fai replied, He is at the company during the day but will return in the evening. Luo Xiaoman glanced at her aunt in the kitchen. Her aunt appeared lonely, and she hesitated to leave her side, wishing to accompany her instead. I'll think about it. Eventually, Zhou Fai lingered for dinner before taking his leave. In the stillness of the night, Ling Miao placed a hand on her abdomen, contemplating the tiny life within her, a mere 2 months along, causing her thoughts to spiral. To keep it or to let it go, the decision rested solely with her. If she chose to keep it, for someone like her, lacking a support system, the weight of responsibility was already overwhelming. Becoming a single mother would undoubtedly push her to the brink, an unwise choice indeed. Conversely, if she chose to let it go, the doctor's words echoed in her mind. It was imperative to act swiftly. As time passed, the tiny limbs would take shape. It would be detrimental, a grave sin. After all, a life entering this world is meant to thrive, not to meet an untimely end. In that moment, Ling Miao was engulfed in despair. The following morning, as she made her way to the office, her phone rang. President Ling, it's bad news, the new product launch in Luo City has collapsed. Ling Miao's brow furrowed immediately. What happened? Haven't the agents received their notifications? Recently, a large shopping mall in Luo City was acquired overnight. Not only the stores under the agents, but even our direct stores have been shut down. Ling Miao's expression darkened. Such a thing had never occurred before. Who on earth would be foolish enough to invest in such a money-draining venture, a reckless heir? Who is behind this? We don't know. Ling Miao pinched the bridge of her nose, accelerating towards the company. Clad in sharp high heels, she made her way to the executive office, cursing her misfortune. It seemed she had fallen prey to bad luck lately, perhaps due to neglecting to consult the almanac before stepping out. Just as she was dealing with this crisis, another issue arose from the International Trade Department. President Ling, the ships at the port were detained just after loading the cargo. Ling Miao, already brimming with frustration, found herself facing yet another setback. Why? What paperwork is lacking? They say it's a routine inspection. The voice lowered slightly, adding, Internal news suggests that a smuggler from the Golden Triangle is exploiting the export loophole. Seems they have taken advantage of this opportunity. Ling Miao cursed her ill fate. A single day's delay meant a day's worth of losses. The rising costs were outrageous. Damn it, the day passed without a single piece of good news. At this rate, her hard-earned company would face bankruptcy in the blink of an eye. Days passed in a similar vein. By the end of the week, the company's total assets had nearly evaporated into a 10-digit loss. Ling Miao was utterly overwhelmed when suddenly, a name popped into her mind, Hua Yuchen. With that thought, she immediately dialed his number. Moments later, he answered, What can I do for you? Ling Miao gritted her teeth, Stop playing games with me, did you orchestrate this? Hua Yuchen chuckled, Ling Miao, what are you talking about? Ling Miao confronted him directly, Hua Yuchen, you can feign ignorance, but you'd better not let me find out it's you. If you think you can subdue me with your lofty demeanor and underhanded tactics, I, Ling Miao, would rather become a lost dog than let you stand over me in this lifetime. Before Hua Yuchen could utter a word, Ling Miao hung up the phone. On the other end, Hua Yuchen stared at his phone screen, a wave of irritation washing over him. Such a fiery woman, who would dare to marry her would surely be doomed to misfortune. Damn it, Chapter 6. Recently, I have found myself devoid of interest in women. But not long after Ling Miao hung up the phone, Xiao Wu arrived with a gentle and harmonious demeanor. He exuded a sense of cleanliness and reassurance. Ling Miao repressed her earlier irritability, saying, You're here. Xiao Wu handed her the documents without uttering a word. In a soft voice, he stated, The pass is secured, we can proceed. Ling Miao accepted the paperwork, furrowing her brows as she perused its contents. Gradually, a flicker of joy illuminated her features. You truly are my savior. Xiao Wu shook his head. Rest assured about the cargo in the hold, I will find a way to recover the funds. Ling Miao set down the materials and spoke solemnly, recovering even a fraction of the losses is better than nothing. At the very least, the livelihoods of these workers will be safeguarded. Ling Miao sighed in reluctant resignation, like a blooming rose reluctantly retracting some of its sharp thorns, dimming in splendor. Sister Miao, fret not. If the sky were to fall, I shall bear it with you. They have devoted themselves to us for so long, I must provide an explanation to each and every one of them. Xiao Wu's tone remained as refined as ever, instilling a sense of calm assurance. Ling Miao smiled faintly, her eyes glistening with warmth. Good, she regarded him with gratitude. How fortunate I am to have you, Xiao Wu gently replied, no need for thanks among family. It was Sister Miao who, since childhood, had never looked down upon his humble origins and treated him exceptionally well. He had long vowed that as long as Sister Miao needed him, he would go to the ends of the earth without hesitation. A few days later, Ling Miao received a phone call. A male voice came through, meow meow. Upon hearing that voice, Ling Miao felt neither aversion nor particular fondness. In a tepid tone, she inquired, Elder brother, what do you need from me? In the headquarters of the Ling Corporation, I have heard that your company has been experiencing some turbulence. The speaker, clad in a tailored black suit, bore a solemn expression, his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He appeared slender and not particularly old, yet his every gesture exuded an air of affluence. This man was the authority of the Ling family. Ling Miao's esteemed elder cousin. Ling Miao casually replied, it's nothing significant. Ling Jing furrowed his brow slightly, his tone frosty. How much longer do you intend to act recklessly on your own? Ling Miao retorted, I am not acting recklessly. To Ling Jing, her every word sounded akin to a child's petulance. He replied coolly, I have already addressed Elan, she is young and a bit headstrong. However, it is merely some playful banter among family sisters. How could it warrant establishing an independent enterprise with Zhui Er for so many years? Outsiders might mistakenly believe that the Ling family is intolerant. His tone was leisurely, smooth, yet carried a hint of indifference, imbued with an innate authority. Ling Miao scoffed lightly, I appreciate your goodwill, elder brother. I am but a small figure with little influence, surrounded by many sisters, and my temper is quite fiery. I do not wish to disrupt the harmony. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. Though I may not reside at home, I still bear the Ling surname. I comprehend the essence of familial ties. Ling Jing's expression remained neutral, his demeanor akin to pristine frost, cold and luminous. After a brief silence, he stated, do come back in a few days. Alan's birthday is approaching, and the family has prepared a banquet. Having family absent would be rather unbecoming. Ling Miao responded with a non-committal, I'll see, if I have time, I will return. After several days of relentless busyness, Ling Miao finished work, took a bath, and lay down on her bed. She raised her hand to caress her abdomen. A small life resided there, and the thought of it brought her a headache. As a young woman, she had indulged for a night and found herself pregnant by a man. That man, no less, was that troublesome peacock. Damn it, she couldn't fathom how that wasteful creature had such robust reproductive capabilities. One encounter was all it took. Far away, Hua Yuchen had only just managed to suppress the urge to vomit when he was unexpectedly struck by a sneeze. He muttered, which dog is cursing at me? During this time, he had discovered a troubling issue, whether due to morning sickness or some other reason. He found himself devoid of interest in women. Of course, it was not that he had suddenly developed an interest in men. It seemed he was experiencing some hormonal imbalance, akin to a state of sexual frigidity. Even the mere act of watching films failed to ignite any desire within him. Even the morning ceremonial raising of the flag left much to be desired. For a man to encounter such issues was quite alarming. The next day, he scheduled an appointment with a specialist. Hua Yuchen could say that in the span of just 1 month, his visits to the hospital nearly equaled all the times he had gone in his lifetime. This time, he returned to that dreadful hospital, the very place that had diagnosed him with morning sickness. Upon seeing him, the old doctor lowered his glasses and scrutinized him. Hua Yuchen felt somewhat uneasy and averted his gaze. The old doctor chuckled. Oh, back again to seek my guidance, are we? Hua Yuchen forced a laugh and cleared his throat. Grandpa Chen, my grandfather claims you are a reincarnation of Hua Tua, a master of miraculous cures. It was my ignorance before, I hope you are not upset. The old doctor smiled. You, young man, are rather flexible in your approach. Now, tell me, what brings you here today? Just a reminder, I do not conduct pregnancy checkups here. Hua Yuchen scratched his nose, chuckling. What are you saying? I'm a grown man. Why would I need a pregnancy checkup? Then what is it you wish to discuss? Hua Yuchen hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, it's about that. The old doctor furrowed his brow. That what? Closing his eyes and biting his teeth, Hua Yuchen decided to be forthright. A man ought to discuss matters related to men. What else could it be? The old doctor leaned back, glancing at a certain area of his anatomy. It appears to be developing well. Now, tell me, what seems to be the problem? Hua Yuchen looked at him in exasperation, thinking that if he was going to be so direct, he might as well be open about it. I feel I have recently lost interest in women. The old doctor raised an eyebrow. Oh? Lost interest in women? Have you begun to favor men? Hua Yuchen frowned in displeasure. How could this old man be so open-minded at his age? I have no interest in men either. The old doctor inquired, is the morning sickness still persisting? If it weren't for the old man being a comrade of his grandfather, Hua Yuchen would have surely wanted to punch him. He responded curtly with an affirmative grunt. The old man then remarked, you may leave, there is no need for further consultation. Hua Yuchen was taken aback. What did that mean? Was there no cure? He was still young, in his 20s, and full of vigor. How could he be so easily dismissed? Please, don't. Hua Yuchen felt on the verge of tears, yet, unwilling to give up, he added, Grandpa Chen, I believe I am not yet at such a dire state. There must be a way to salvage this. Chapter 7. He and that woman simply do not match, the old doctor inquired. Have you experienced this condition before? Hua Yuchen pondered for a moment, the last time he was with that wretched woman. Initially, he had no interest in her, however, she was relentless, persistently clinging to him, kissing and touching him indiscriminately, which eventually ignited his own desires, yet, he could hardly believe that this insatiable woman was still a novice in such matters. In an instant, he regained his senses and refused to continue. Who would have thought that she was so ravenous, like a wolf or a tiger? Upon seeing a man, she simply would not let go, compelling him to spend the night with her. Reflecting on that experience, it must be said, it was indeed quite exhilarating. Once he had tasted it, he found himself unable to stop. He could hardly count how many more times he had been swept away by madness thereafter. After some contemplation, Hua Yuchen remarked, it wasn't he like this before. The old doctor responded nonchalantly, I can see that. Hua Yuchen replied, puzzled, what do you mean you can see that? The old doctor nodded towards the door, indicating him to take a look for himself. For following his gaze, Hua Yuchen lowered his eyes, only to erupt with irritation. What the hell? The old doctor chuckled, where's the ailment? You seem perfectly fine, full of vigor. I could even stand before an old man. Hua Yuchen gaped in disbelief. Goodness, after a few days of feeling unwell, and now he was fine? Wait, what was the last thing the old man just said? After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze, looking at the doctor with a mixed expression. A shiver ran down his spine. Damn it, can't you keep your mouth shut for a moment? Yet, what Hua Yuchen found even more unexpected was that after spending a night with Ling Miao, his body had such a significant reaction to her. What was going on? Hua Xiaocheng, you better recognize this clearly. I am your master, not that ferocious tigress, that wicked woman. Truly, she is a piece of work, the old doctor interjected. If you're not ill, you may leave. There are others waiting for their consultation. Don't waste my time idly. Hua Yuchen snapped back to reality, saying, no, really, I've been feeling quite weak lately. The old doctor waved his hand dismissively. Pregnancy symptoms can be quite tormenting. When will it end? Once the nausea subsides, you'll be your usual self again. Now go on. He began to usher him out. No illness to treat, simply idleness. Hua Yuchen murmured skeptically, is that so? Could it truly be that he would naturally recover once the nausea passed? Half convinced, he made his way outside. After a moment, he suddenly realized, frustrated, he turned back, cursing, I'm a man. What kind of pregnancy symptoms are these? Have you lost your mind? What a ridiculous hospital. Hua Yuchen stormed out without a backward glance. He shouldn't have come to this wretched place or consulted this quack of a doctor. Damn it, he and that woman simply did not match. Fuming, he exited the hospital and drove home in his luxurious car, which boasted a panoramic view from every angle. Later that evening, upon returning home, he was intercepted by his sister, Hua Yuchen. She lounged in her car, casually leaning against the seatback. Where have you been gallivanting, returning so late? Hua Yuchen lowered his foot from the accelerator, not bothering to lift his head as he replied, at the hospital. Hua Yuchen regarded her brother, bemused by his nonsensical remarks, yet, it was evident that he had visibly lost weight during this period. With his tall stature, any weight loss only made him appear even taller. Why did it take so long to return from the hospital? Hua Yuchen glanced back at her, noticing her flashy red convertible. He scoffed lightly, you're in your four-wheeled chariot, so of course, you can afford to speak without feeling the strain. Hua Yuchen could no longer contain her laughter. Are you truly feeling that miserable? Did you really vomit that much? Hua Yuchen turned and walked inside. You'd know if you experienced it. Hey, Hua Yuchen called after him, grandfather wants you to come to the old residence for dinner. Hua Yuchen halted, turning back. Is today a special occasion? What are you saying? Just because it's not a special day doesn't mean you can't go back. If grandfather hears you, you'll be in for a scolding. Hua Yuchen turned back toward his luxury car. Seeing this, Hua Yuchen asked, what are you doing? Get in the car. Hua Yuchen shook his head, to spare you from washing it. Will you vomit in a convertible too? After a few moments of contemplation, Hua Yuchen slowly replied, I could give it a try after all. The car wash is on you. Hua Yuchen sighed. Alright, get in. Once inside, the roar of the sports car's engine filled the air. Hua Yuchen's face turned pale instantly. Damn it, third sister, slow down. Hua Yuchen retorted impatiently. Oh come on, I know what I'm doing. And another thing, don't call me third, mind your manners, or I'll tell grandfather. At this point, Hua Yuchen paid no mind to her words, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. After a while, Hua Yuchen sensed an unusual stillness beside her. Turning her head, she was taken aback. Her brother's lips had turned white. Hua Yuchen felt her heart race, nearly panicking. This was their family as sole heir. If something were to happen to him, it would spell disaster for the entire family. Hua Yuchen quickly pulled over, her face filled with alarm as she stared at him, trembling. What's wrong? Don't scare your sister. Hua Yuchen gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I won't die. Let us go. Hua Yuchen was on the verge of tears. I'm scared. What's wrong with you? Shouldn't we take you to the military hospital for a checkup tonight? Hua Yuchen shook his head. Just drive slowly. I'm fine. What should have been a 30-minute journey turned into over an hour. By the time they arrived home, night had fallen. Hua Yuchen's complexion had improved significantly. Old Master Hua observed the late arrival of the two and frowned. Why are you two back so late? Are you off gallivanting again? Before Hua Yuchen could respond, Hua Yuchen interjected, Grandfather, Yu is genuinely not feeling well. Recalling her brother's pale lips from earlier, Hua Yuchen was still shaken. Grandfather, let us take Yu for a checkup tonight. Seeing his granddaughter's concern, Old Master Hua pondered the situation. He spoke solemnly, let us eat dinner first, everyone is waiting for you. During dinner, the old man surprisingly refrained from scolding him, occasionally glancing at his grandson with a scrutinizing gaze. Hua Yucheng dared not eat anything, terrified that the nausea would overwhelm him, leading to uncontrollable vomiting. He ate very cautiously, noticing his awkward demeanor. Old Master Hua's temper flared. He puffed out his cheeks in irritation. What's the matter? Are you searching for bugs in your food? Hua Yucheng shot a glance at his grandfather, feeling utterly exasperated. He randomly shoved a bite into his mouth, uncertain of what it was. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged within him, and he began to gag uncontrollably. The entire family froze in an instant. The atmosphere grew tense. Little master. Chapter 8, marry her, marry that mad woman. Grabbing tissues and water, everything descended into chaos. What should have been a delightful dinner turned into a frantic scene. Even the elderly flower patriarch was taken aback, finally convinced that his grandson was indeed unwell. Hua Yucheng was also enduring a living nightmare. Damn it, is pregnancy truly this arduous for women? A moment's carelessness led to such violent retching. The child had yet to be born, and already the mother seemed on the brink of death. It was utterly unbearable. The elderly patriarch made a phone call, summoning a military helicopter to the old residence and arranging for a full medical team of doctors and nurses to be on standby. Before long, the roar of rotors filled the air above the estate. Hua Yucheng was swiftly transported to the hospital, accompanied by the patriarch and his third sister. The couple from the flower family had long since traveled abroad for a romantic getaway. Upon arriving at the hospital, Hua Yucheng lay on the bed, surrounded by specialists who meticulously examined the scans, one by one. Hua Yucheng supported the elderly patriarch, her heart racing with anxiety. The expressions of the specialists were grave, deep in thought, shaking their heads in confusion. It seemed they were confronted with an insurmountable mystery, an ailment so rare it warranted the name Hua Yucheng. As the specialists remained silent, Hua Yucheng's heart began to race. Doctor, what is wrong with my brother? What illness does he have? The specialists were momentarily at a loss. After careful consideration, one finally spoke. No need to rush, please wait a moment. With their expressions composed, they left the room one by one, as if orchestrating a grand plan, confident in their control over the situation. Yet, once outside, their demeanors shifted drastically. They huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. Despite normal test results, the cause of the affliction remained elusive. However, the presence of the old military commander, who had mobilized a military helicopter and the entire hospital specialists, suggested that something serious must be amiss. They couldn't possibly claim there was no illness. Perhaps it was indeed some rare disease. They had to escalate the matter. Before long, the physician in that decrepit hospital received a phone call. Old professor, we need urgent assistance. Blood tests, CT scans, X-rays, all completed, yet we cannot determine the cause of illness. The seasoned doctor inquired, what were the symptoms upon admission? Severe vomiting for over a month, lack of appetite, poor digestion, accompanied by diminished libido. Upon hearing this, the old doctor couldn't help but smirk. Nothing serious at all. It's just morning sickness. The specialists were taken aback, bewildered. Morning sickness? Indeed, the doctor affirmed, he's the grandson of the old military commander, a male, how could it be morning sickness? The old doctor chuckled nonchalantly, I've seen this condition at least 3 times before. There's nothing wrong, just send him home. What? The specialists, who had initially approached the case with the utmost seriousness, exchanged incredulous glances. Then, how should we write the medical advice? The old doctor replied, eat more sour foods, and it will pass. Once the call ended, no one dared to handle the situation in such a manner. After all, it was the grandson of the old military commander. Ultimately, a game of rock paper scissors determined who would go. One unfortunate soul went to the hospital room. Hua Yucheng could no longer remain seated. Doctor, what exactly is wrong with my brother? The doctor adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly, the young master has no illness. Hua Yucheng was taken aback. Then why is he vomiting daily, unable to eat, and has lost so much weight? He was not like this before. The doctor, feeling somewhat uneasy, cleared his throat and forced himself to state, in this case, it can be considered morning sickness. What? Both Hua Yucheng and the elderly patriarch widened their eyes in disbelief. Hua Yucheng could hardly fathom that he was being diagnosed with such absurdity once again. Indeed, this so-called authoritative hospital was no different from that quack doctor. The old patriarch furrowed his brow, realizing that what old Chen had said was indeed true. Anger surged within Hua Yucheng. What connection do you have with that quack? The doctor, puzzled, asked, Quack, who are you referring to? The elderly patriarch admonished, do not speak nonsense. Hua Yucheng retorted, that Chen from the capital. The doctor finally understood, you mean Professor Chen? He is our mentor. Hua Yucheng was left utterly dumbfounded, realizing that all these practitioners were merely disciples of that charlatan. Damn it, corruption runs rampant everywhere. Hua Yucheng, infuriated, rose to leave the bed. Grandfather, I'm done here. I want to go home. The elderly patriarch scolded, nonsense. Hua Yucheng hurriedly put on his shoes, it's all the same nonsense, I've been running around for nothing. You stand right there, you little wretch, clarify who you have wronged. Hua Yucheng, already irritable, responded sharply. What do you mean I have wronged someone? I am the one who has been thoroughly wronged. After a wild night, he had the misfortune of dealing with a mother tiger. Just days later, he began to vomit uncontrollably. That wretched woman cursed him. Thus began a standoff between the grandfather and grandson. The doctors hurriedly exited, closing the hospital room door behind them. Fearing repercussions, Hua Yucheng found herself caught in the middle, unable to side with either party. The hospital room erupted into chaos. The elderly patriarch demanded that Hua Yuqing take responsibility, urging him to seek out the young woman and promptly propose marriage, ensuring that the family would not be branded as irresponsible. They could not abandon a woman carrying their bloodline. Hua Yuqing adamantly refused. Marry her, that mad woman, that mother tiger. If I marry her, I'd only be inviting trouble upon myself. If I must marry, it should be someone like Lulu. The elderly patriarch was infuriated. You sleep with one woman while your mind is on another. He kicked out in frustration. You think of marrying that Sin family girl, the one who prances around in lingerie on foreign runways? She is unworthy of entering the flower family. The thought of others discovering this would be utterly laughable. In the end, Hua Yuqing was confined. The elderly patriarch ordered his trusted aide to investigate the identity of the young woman involved. Their little wretch had made a mistake, and they were not yet ready to pass away. Days passed, and soon it was time for the Ling family's banquet, an event for Ling Jing's sister, Ling Lan. Ling Miao was initially reluctant to attend. Despite Ling Lan's arrogance, her elder brother was a man of integrity. Now the head of the Ling family, she could not disregard his face, so after work, she made a rare trip home, coinciding with Ling Zhu's school dismissal, joined by Luo Xiaoman as they headed to the venue. By the time they arrived, most of the guests had already gathered. Ling Miao found a secluded corner to take her seat. Chapter 9. You have been quite unfortunate lately, Uncle Zhou. Luo Xiaoman's voice rang out unexpectedly. Ling Miao looked up and, indeed, it was Zhou Jinyao, accompanied by Zhou Fai. Ling Miao seldom engaged in conversation with Zhou Jinyao. His unsmiling demeanor mirrored that of her elder brother. She cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. However, Zhou Fai, brimming with enthusiasm, waved at her and approached. He affectionately called out, "Sister." Only then did Ling Miao manage a smile. In the distance, Zhou Jinyao stood tall in a well-tailored suit, exuding an air of cold elegance. He silently beckoned Luo Xiaoman with a subtle gesture of his finger. "Auntie, Uncle Zhou has summoned me." "Go ahead," Luo Xiaoman replied, sprinting towards the man. Zhou Fai observed the girl's impulsive nature and chuckled. "Aman, what about me?" Luo Xiaoman turned back, beaming, and greeted, "Good evening, uncle." With that, she whirled around and dashed off. Zhou Fai smirked, raising his glass, truly biased. Ling Miao took a sip of her juice and remarked, "What can I say, Uncle Zhou treats her well. The thoughts of a young girl are exceedingly simple. She favors those who are kind to her," Zhou Fai said suddenly, glancing at her with an unabashed grin. "And what about sister?" Ling Miao was taken aback by his abrupt inquiry regarding herself. "What?" Zhou Fai repeated, "What if I treat sister well? Will sister like me?" His gaze was earnest and unwavering, a sincere intensity that momentarily left Ling Miao in a daze. After a brief pause, she lowered her eyes and smiled. Stop joking." Zhou Fai replied, "I am not joking, sister. I genuinely like you, you should be able to see that." Ling Miao clinked her glass against his. "Alright, I am 3 years older than you, I have no interest in those younger than me." "What's wrong with being 3 years older?" Zhou Fai, with a roguish smile playing on his handsome face, leaned in closer. "Sister, do not be deceived by my youth. I am a grown man." His intentions could not have been clearer. He admired her, yearning to be her man, to possess her completely. Ling Miao shook her head. "I'm afraid I cannot reciprocate your feelings." Zhou Fai's thoughts were always unreserved, direct, and forthright. He took her rejection in stride, knowing that his sister had never shown affection for any man over the years. He was unperturbed by her refusal, for time was on his side. Luo Xiaoman reached Zhou Jinyao's side, her petite frame barely reaching his chest. In a cool, measured tone, she asked, "Are you settling in well at Auntie's house?" "Yes, in a few days, summer vacation begins. Mother asked if I would return to Nanchang." Zhou Jinyao led her towards the food area. "If you wish to go back, then go, if not, stay with the Zhou family." Once seated, he offered her a small cake. Luo Xiaoman accepted the cake, looking somewhat troubled. "Uncle Zhou, Actually, I do not want to return to Nanchang." Zhou Jinyao replied, "Then do not return." Luo Xiaoman's spirit seemed low. Sensing her distress, Zhou Jinyao inquired, "What are you thinking about?" With a sigh, she replied, "Auntie has been very busy and tired lately. I don't know what's going on." However, from her conversation with Uncle Wu, it seems the company has encountered difficulties, suffering significant losses that have left Auntie overwhelmed. Zhou Jinyao paused, reflecting on Ling Miao's journey from the Ling family to establishing herself independently. Over the years, she had managed to carve out a name for herself, refusing any assistance from a Jing. How could it be that trouble had suddenly arisen? "Uncle Zhou," Luo Xiaoman looked up at him with bright, doe-like eyes. "I don't want anything to happen to Auntie." Zhou Jinyao gazed into her sparkling eyes and replied softly, "Alright, if she has any needs, I will assist her." In an instant, Luo Xiaoman enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Uncle Zhou, you are so kind." Zhou Jinyao replied in a low tone, "Sit tight." Ling Miao had cared for her for so long. He would certainly lend her a helping hand whenever she asked. "Ah Yao," a male voice called out. Zhou Jinyao stood, "A Jing, long time no see." He then turned to Luo Xiaoman, saying, "If you feel hungry, eat something here. If you want to head back later, come find me or Auntie." "Okay." The two men walked away side by side. Before long, Hua Yuqing arrived. After several days of confinement, he finally had a chance to breathe at this banquet. Previously, he would have scoffed at attending due to the monotony. Upon spotting the Hua family's young master, both men paused. Zhou Jinyao approached first, asking, "What brings you here?" Hua Yucheng leaned casually against the sofa, nonchalantly sipping fruit wine. Dodging calamity, he replied. Zhou Jinyao chuckled, you seem to have been rather unfortunate lately. Last time I saw you at the hospital entrance, how is your health now? Ling Jing, who had not heard the details, inquired. What happened? Hua Yucheng sighed heavily, recalling the unpleasant events that had transpired. Let us not even mention it. It's vexing. Ling Jing raised an eyebrow, glancing behind him, and asked, has San Er not come? He referred to Hua Yucheng. No, Hua Yucheng replied, I have no idea where she has gone off to with her girlfriends. Her own brother has been grounded, and she can still gallivant off on vacation. Truly something else. Grounded? Ling Jing queried, you? Zhou Jinyao understood now why he hadn't seen Hua Yucheng around lately. What did you do to provoke your father? Hua Yucheng cast a resentful glance at Ling Jing, as if to say that this matter had everything to do with him. Ling Jing met his gaze and asked, what are you looking at me for, is this my fault? Hua Yucheng snorted dismissively, indeed, just then, a cheerful female voice rang out. Brother you. Upon hearing this voice, Hua Yucheng's skin crawled, and he shoved his glass into Zhou Jinyao's hand before bolting away without a backward glance. The star of the evening had arrived, the little princess of the Ling family, Ling Lan, made her grand entrance. Chapter 10 Ling Miao, are you really pregnant? Dressed in a flowing white gauze dress, her dark hair softly curled and cascading behind her, she resembled a spoiled, playful princess. Upon catching sight of the figure that had long since departed, she furrowed her brows and murmured, why did he leave? Ling Jing gazed at his oblivious younger sister, shaking his head in resignation. Brother, does Yu Gij not like me? Why does he run away the moment I arrive? Ling Jing remained silent, inwardly thinking, was it not obvious? Noticing her brother's lack of response, she turned to Zhou Jinyao, Yao Gij, what do you say? Zhou Jinyao averted his gaze, taking a pretentious sip of his drink. Ling Lan stamped her foot, Yao Gij. Zhou Jinyao raised his glass in acknowledgement, wishing my little sister a happy birthday. My little man is still over there, I must go to her. With that, he walked toward the little girl who was foraging for food. Ling Lan pouted, brother. The focus shifted back to her. Ling Jing remarked, honestly, you are more likable when you remain silent. What do you mean? Ling Lan inquired, are you saying I'm just a mouthy nuisance? She was not foolish. Ling Jing curled his lips, I never said that. Luo Xiaoman, munching on her food, inadvertently glanced at her returning uncle. Curiously, she remarked, aren't you going back yet? Zhou Jinyao replied, no rush, take your time eating. Oh, Hua Yucheng had intended to head to the garden. Yet, he unexpectedly spotted that wretched woman in a secluded corner. He thought he must be mistaken. Hadn't she left the Ling family? Why was she back today? Hua Yucheng squinted for clarity, and indeed it was her. Beside her stood Ayao's younger brother, the two of them whispering intimately. That wretched woman even wore a smile that seemed to capture the warmth of spring. Ling Miao, I've finally found you. Hua Yucheng strode over and seized her. Ling Miao was taken aback, startled by the sudden grip. Upon facing that nonchalant expression, she was momentarily taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Fuyan's displeasure was evident. Hua Yucheng, what do you think you're doing? Hua Yucheng replied, I have some private matters to discuss with her. I'll take her with me for a moment. Zhou Fuyan blocked his path, stating, I cannot allow you to take her. I'm telling you, Hua Yucheng was about to erupt. Ling Miao interjected, Aye, it's fine. Don't worry. Hua Yucheng shot her an annoyed glance. Sister. He shot another glare, feeling the closeness of that term, sister, it felt rather intimate. Hua Yucheng was losing patience, dragging her toward a deserted rooftop garden surrounded by flowers and trees. The open terrace offered a splendid view of the bustling street below. Let us talk here, Ling Miao initiated. Hua Yucheng released her and got straight to the point. Ling Miao, are you really pregnant? Two separate sources had claimed she was experiencing morning sickness, leading him to doubt his own understanding. Ling Miao paused slightly, contemplating what he had discovered. Noticing her silence, Hua Yucheng grasped her shoulders, raising his voice, speak. Ling Miao quickly regained her composure, replying coolly, so you intend to pry into this endlessly? Hua Yucheng, losing interest in banter, declared plainly, Ling Miao, listen carefully. That night was a mistake. You coerced me. Ling Miao lifted her gaze to meet his, I coerced you? That thing was on you. If you didn't respond, how could I coerce you? Hua Yucheng retorted, I am a normal man. Ha! Ling Miao scoffed, don't absolve yourself of all responsibility. You claim I coerced you. What about the second time, the third, the many times afterward? I was so exhausted I fell asleep. Was I still coercing you? Hua Yucheng was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had no ground to stand on. Ling Miao disdainfully remarked, as if I would ever be enamored with you. Hua Yucheng, now infuriated, shot back, you don't find me appealing? Ling Miao, there are plenty of women who adore me. Do I need you? And who do you fancy, Yao's brother? That little boy who calls you sister every day. Is that your type? Ling Miao raised an eyebrow in provocation, what business is it of yours? Hua Yucheng tightened his grip on her arm, staring intently, listen well. I have no interest in who you like. However, if you truly are pregnant, Ling Miao, I implore you to be realistic. I have no interest in you, nor do I desire a child at this moment. You'd best refrain from any schemes of running away with a child. Don't blame me for being heartless, this matter is not my fault. I refuse to sleep with a woman only to pay for it for the rest of my life. I trust you don't want that either. His words were laden with seriousness. Ling Miao found it hard to believe such rationality could emerge from a man of his ilk. The logical analysis rendered her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, a bitter smile crept onto her lips. Hua Yuqing was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected smile. His previously tense expression softened slightly. What are you smiling about? Ling Miao's eyes, filled with disdain beneath her thick brows, glinted with animosity. Hua Yuqing. He felt a pang in his chest. She rarely addressed him so directly. She declared fiercely, there is no one in this world I despise more than you. Hua Yuqing's brows furrowed. Ling Miao. Ling Miao continued, the greatest regret of my life is having consumed the drink that night and encountering you. Otherwise, I would never have cast a glance in your direction, let alone sleep with you. Rest assured, I, Ling Miao, am neither the type to cry and seek your responsibility. It was merely a night of intimacy. That was you then, and next time it will be someone else. The mention of someone else irked Hua Yuqing inexplicably. Whom she chose to sleep with was her affair, why should he be bothered? Hua Yuqing gritted his teeth, you certainly have a broad-minded perspective. I underestimated you. Ling Miao replied with a smile, what else would you expect? I've lived this way. Taken by a man I do not love. Without a father or mother, my home feels like a shell. Struggling on my own with 2 young ones for years, it has become a so-called family. But soon, even this FAAD will collapse. I, Ling Miao, have invested 6 years of effort, and it is about to come to a dismal end. Hua Yuqing's gaze flickered, an unnameable discomfort spreading in his chest. Perhaps it was her lack of emotion that rendered her a lifeless shell, stirring a twinge of guilt within him. Despite the torment she inflicted upon him during this period, Ling Miao asserted, but I cannot falter. I still have my own sky to uphold. You tell me, if I were not a bit magnanimous, would I simply succumb to despair? Chapter 11, what marriage shall I enter into, and with whom? Hua Yuqing remained silent. Ling Miao remarked, so, you can rest assured and continue to revel in your carefree days, playing the role of the young master. When I encounter someone who can bring me a smile and provide me with a fleeting sense of reliance, she chuckled self-deprecatingly, then I shall marry. To experience a life where someone shields me, where my sustenance is assured, and I need not toil daily for a living. At that time, it will matter not who you, young master Hua, are with, or what you do. It will hold no significance for me. Our absurd night together will simply be a closed chapter. Upon our next encounter, you will not know me, nor will I know you. Her words were resolute. It seemed that not only did he not harbor fondness for her, but she also detested herself in equal measure. Hua Yuqing had not anticipated that this evening's encounter would leave him vanquished. It appeared that this woman was indeed his nemesis, destined to thwart him. Ling Miao turned to leave, but Hua Yuqing seized her wrist. She glanced back at him, questioning, what is it? Hua Yuqing replied, I'm merely saying if you truly find yourself in need of a hospital visit for a procedure, then give me a call. I will accompany you. After all, I am the child's father. Ling Miao withdrew her wrist, responding curtly, fine. Before she could finish her words, a voice suddenly pierced the darkness. Brother Yu. Both individuals froze in place. Ling Lan? I clearly saw her arrive, but now she seems to have vanished. How peculiar. Hua Yuqing swiftly covered Ling Miao's mouth and nose, retreating behind a large tree. Fearing she might misconstrue his actions, he whispered, hush, don't make a sound. Let her pass. Ling Miao, not wishing for her presence to be discovered, opted to remain silent. Brother Yu? The voice drew nearer. Ling Miao's heart raced. She found herself enveloped in Hua Yuqing's embrace, compelled to lean against him. Strangely, his heartbeat echoed her own rapid pulse. She suddenly became aware of how close they were. Desiring to distance herself, she was taken aback when Hua Yuqing tightened his grip, causing her to tumble back into his arms. He seemed to have lost considerable weight recently. His embrace, no longer as powerful as that night, now felt constrictive, rendering her unable to escape. As Hua Yuqing listened to the approaching footsteps, he was suddenly enveloped by a familiar fragrance, one that had lingered around him all night during their previous encounter. He cast a glance at her and was taken aback by the intimacy of their position. He froze momentarily. That fragrance seemed to possess an intoxicating allure. He, perhaps, was no longer afflicted. Joy surged within him. His body was unscathed, yet, this elation was swiftly doused by a splash of cold reality. This woman was Ling Miao, the formidable tigress. Ling Miao sensed his breath had grown heavy, warm against her ear. Annoyed, she struggled and murmured, what are you doing? Ling Lan had not yet departed. Hua Yuqing gritted his teeth, be quiet. Thus commenced their covert struggle. Unable to endure any longer, Hua Yuqing held her firmly in his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together. She found her face half covered, with only her eyes visible, gazing incredulously at him. Hua Yuqing, aware of the awkwardness, cleared his throat and awkwardly stated, it's your restlessness that has caused this. You cannot blame me. His words were unapologetic, delivered with a sense of righteousness. Ling Miao scoffed, utterly disgusted. Little did they know, their clandestine rendezvous had been captured by one of old Master Hua's hidden guards. As Ling Miao noticed Ling Lan's silhouette fading into the distance, she forcefully pushed Hua Yuqing away. Caught off guard, he stumbled back easily. Ling Miao straightened to retire, her tone devoid of warmth as she disdainfully remarked, repulsive. Hua Yuqing raised an eyebrow, ready to retaliate. Who do you find repulsive? You. Hua Yuqing was rendered speechless by her retort. Ling Miao turned on her heel and departed, leaving Hua Yuchen in a state of bewilderment for some time. Ultimately, he spat out in disgust, "Could you not exhibit some ambition? That is a tigress, capable of breaking someone's ribs." He had witnessed her petite frame effortlessly executing a shoulder throw on a man towering at 6 feet tall, resulting in a broken rib and 3 lost teeth. He could not fathom how a woman who appeared so fragile could possess such strength. This evening's exchange had extinguished any flicker of hope within Ling Miao. She raised her hand to her abdomen, offering a bitter smile. "Baby, your father is a scoundrel, devoid of a heart. In your next life, remember to choose a good man at the very least, not someone like your father." After much contemplation, Ling Miao resolved firmly this child had come at an inopportune time. It was best to schedule a procedure. Meanwhile, at the Hua residence, an urgent informant rushed in. Master, we have a discovery." The elder inquired. "What is it? Have you located them?" The informant presented a photograph, depicting 2 figures tightly embraced beneath a tree. The image was dim, yet the elder could discern the individuals involved. This was the young lady from the Ling family. The elder was instantly elated. This girl was commendable, unpretentious, upright, and ambitious. Few men could match her caliber. Even his own grandson had elevated his standards. Yu had finally opened his eyes. Yet, how could the girl from the Ling family possibly be interested in him? TSK, such discerning taste. Upon realizing that the prospective bride was from the Ling family, old Master Hua promptly rose to make preparations for a visit. When Hua Yuchen learned from a servant that a wedding was being arranged for him, he was utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? I am to marry? Whom am I to wed? To his dismay, the news of his impending marriage was delivered by a servant, and he, the principal party, was completely unaware. Of course, it is Miss Ling. Hua Yuchen erupted in fury, bellowing, "Marry her? Are you jesting?" It was the elder's directive. He said he must take responsibility. Upon hearing that it was his grandfather's decree, Hua Yuchen spun around, determined to confront the old man meddling in his affairs. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, he roared, "Grandfather, when did you develop a penchant for matchmaking?" Chapter 12. Are you really pregnant? The old master was meticulously examining the birth charts of both parties. Upon hearing Hua Yucheng's voice, he lifted his gaze. "You have arrived just in time." "What do you mean by just in time?" Hua Yucheng interjected. "Are you arranging a match for me without any reason? When did I ever say I wanted to get married? I am still so young, I have no desire to marry early." The old master furrowed his brow. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your intended is from the Ling family, isn't she? You have not pleased me in any matter, but I am genuinely satisfied with your choice of the Ling girl as your bride." Hua Yucheng was taken aback. "Who told you that Ling Miao is my wife? We are like opposing forces, our birth charts are incompatible. Marry her? Have I lost my mind?" The old master held up the birth charts. "Who said you two are incompatible? Look here, both your elements complement each other, and your auspicious elements are harmonious. It is the most perfect match. Why did I not compare the Ling girl's birth chart sooner?" Hua Yucheng gazed at the charts, fury rising within him. "Grandfather, I do not wish to marry. I do not like Ling Miao." The old master glared, his voice sharp. "What is wrong with the Ling girl? She comes from such a background and is quite self-reliant. She is infinitely superior to you, who can barely stand on your own. Are you still not satisfied? The Ling girl is not even disdainful of you." Hua Yucheng retorted, "Your opinion of her does not concern me in the slightest. I simply do not like her. You cannot force me. If you want to marry, do it yourself." "I will not." "Rascal!" The old master pointed at him, exasperated. "Look at yourself. Spending your days without purpose, you need a wife like the Ling girl to keep you in line." Hua Yucheng stood his ground. "I will not marry, I will not marry, I will not." The old master slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "You have tarnished her reputation and refused to marry her. My Hua family will not have an irresponsible scoundrel like you." "I am irresponsible?" Hua Yucheng retorted in frustration. "Ling Miao is quite proud. She never even considered me responsible. We do not care about ourselves. Why are you meddling?" The old master fumed. "Is it not because you cannot provide her with a sense of security? Grandfather, things are not as you perceive. We are sworn enemies, with no chance of being together. If you force us together, it will result in chaos." The old master was also breathing heavily in anger. "And everyone knows Ling Miao's nature. She is arrogant and tempestuous, a veritable tigress. If you insist on my marrying her, grandfather, you are risking the Hua family's lineage." "Who said that?" the old master retorted. "The Hua family's lineage is now within my granddaughter-in-law's womb. You little rascal, committing wrongs without taking responsibility. I could just as easily put an end to you, this scoundrel who abandons his responsibilities." Hua Yucheng pulled out his phone, saying, "Fine, you do not believe me, do you? I will call her now, and you can hear how arrogant she sounds." He unlocked his phone, ready to dial. Just then, the call from that very number came through. Hua Yucheng answered, his voice laced with anger. "I happen to have something to discuss with you." Hua Yucheng, Ling Miao spoke, her tone low and heavy, as if burdened by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and disappointment. Her voice was so somber that it tugged at one's heartstrings. The old master, upon hearing her tone, realized it was not arrogance but rather the sound of a heartbroken girl, igniting a fire of anger within him. Hua Yuqing, listening to her despondent voice, was momentarily stunned, forgetting what he intended to say. Could you come to the hospital? She said calmly. The hospital? Hua Yuqing frowned. What do you want me to do there? Ling Miao replied, what else could it be? I am pregnant, and you insisted I terminate the pregnancy. Come over, I am about to enter the operating room. This thunderbolt left Hua Yuqing frozen in shock. The old master could no longer contain himself and kicked out in fury, shouting, Hua Yuqing! You little scoundrel, are you even a man? He searched for his cane, furious that this scoundrel would ask her to terminate the pregnancy. I will make sure to end you, this prodigal. Hua Yuqing felt as if he might forget how to breathe, caught in a daze. Ling Miao, hearing the angry shouts from the other end, was also taken aback. Grandfather, the old master, unable to find his cane, angrily grabbed Hua Yuqing by the ear. Go to the hospital. If you let my granddaughter-in-law enter the operating room today, I will surely kill you. Hua Yuqing's heart raced, realizing that Ling Miao was indeed pregnant. She was at the hospital, preparing to terminate the pregnancy. Hua Yuqing immediately sprinted outside, with the old master hot on his heels. He could not care less about feeling nauseous and pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding towards the hospital. In a mere 30 minutes, he had the time it took to reach. He jumped out of the car and dashed into the hospital. He finally came to a halt upon spotting Ling Miao, sitting alone in the corridor. He stared at her intently. Ling Miao, noticing the disheveled Hua Yuqing rushing towards her, calmly stood up with a look of utter disbelief. Hua Yuqing approached her step by step, each movement laden with incredulity. When he finally stood before her, Ling Miao slowly spoke, let us go. After the anesthesia, I will need you to stay and take care of me for a while. I do not want others to know. Hua Yuqing took a moment to ask, you are really pregnant? His gaze fixated on her abdomen. Ling Miao affirmed, do not waste time, let us go sign the papers. The old master then appeared, Ling girl. Ling Miao turned to him, Grandfather Hua? She brushed past Hua Yuqing to support the old master, asking, Grandfather, what brings you here? Ling girl, I am sorry for what you have endured. Upon saying this, he angrily pointed at Hua Yuqing, I know this troublemaker is solely responsible for this. Ling girl, rest assured, Grandfather will seek justice for you. He reassured her, if he dares to deny this child, I will personally deal with him. Hua Yuqing, overwhelmed, had yet to fully comprehend the whirlwind of information. In this brief moment, his mind was in a state of shock. Ling Miao lowered her gaze, stating, Grandfather, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on him, I share some of the responsibility. The company is currently in jeopardy. This child has come at an inopportune time. Zhuge still needs me, and I lack the energy to be a single mother. A loveless family and indifferent parents would be unfair to the child. His life should not be like this. Though Ling Miao felt reluctance, as a mother, it is fundamental to be responsible for her child. Knowing it would torment the child for life, she could not selfishly insist on keeping the baby. The old master said, Dear child, Grandfather understands your pain. Trust Grandfather, I will not let you become a single mother. Ling girl, to speak frankly, I know being with you is a burden to you. But since the child has come into this world, it is fate. As long as you keep this child, you will be our Hua family's young mistress. If Yu dares to mistreat you, I will not let him off easily. At this moment, Hua Yuqing finally managed to voice his thoughts, Grandfather. Chapter 13. This granddaughter-in-law, he must secure her. Old Master Hua thundered, Silence, I will deal with you later. This granddaughter-in-law, he must secure her. After missing out on Ling girl, how could that little wretch find such a good wife again? He harbored thoughts of marrying into the Tsin family. Such notions were utterly preposterous. Ling Miao lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Old Master Hua noticed her hesitation. Surely, she too was reluctant to part with this child. It must be that this wretched boy had said something to her. With this thought, Old Master Hua cast him a fierce glare. Hua Yuqing, too, was not in the mood to engage with his grandfather. His complicated gaze lingered on the silent Ling Miao. Good child, why not return home with your grandfather? Ling Miao still did not respond. Old Master Hua kicked his grandson. Why are you standing there in a daze? Help your wife to the carriage. Hua Yuqing opened his mouth as if to speak but ultimately said nothing. His heart was in turmoil. With a heavy sigh, he assisted Ling Miao as they made their way outside. Ling Miao cast a glance at the pale, bony hand reaching for her, subtly withdrawing her own. Hua Yuqing sensed her resistance, observed her expression, and retracted his hand. The child had not been lost. Together, they returned to the old residence. On the table lay the recently matched birth dates. Old Master Hua commanded. The young lady was startled. Go prepare some nourishing soup. Yes, sir, the household servant promptly replied, already aware of who the young lady was. Upon hearing his grandfather's address, Hua Yuqing furrowed his brows in displeasure. Ling Miao awkwardly interjected, No need, Grandfather Hua. I must return home later, 2 younger ones are waiting for me. Observing his grandson still standing idly, Old Master Hua scolded, Why are you not helping your wife to sit down? She is carrying your child. Hua Yuqing was vexed to the extreme, his mood dark and brooding. He glanced at Ling Miao, noting her loneliness and discomfort. Ultimately, he helped her to sit on the pearwood bench. Old Master Hua shot him a disapproving look, showing no signs of understanding such a grandson, yet he had chosen Ling girl as his wife. Truly, their ancestors must be watching over them. Old Master Hua settled down, asking, Child, how have you been feeling lately? Are you unwell? Ling Miao replied, I'm fine, not too uncomfortable. Hua Yuqing scoffed softly. It was not she who bore the burden of their circumstances. He had been feeling inexplicably nauseous, and to his dismay, that Quack had indeed diagnosed him correctly. It was morning sickness. It seemed that during that initial phase, Ling Miao must have conceived. Old Master Hua inquired, "You mentioned your company, has it encountered any challenges? Do tell me, I shall assist you." Mentioning this matter made Hua Yuqing uneasy, his gaze drifting away. Ling Miao was reluctant to discuss such matters in front of others. She was not one to seek help through pity. "It's nothing, I can manage on my own." Hua Yuqing cast a glance at her. How stubborn she was. Old Master Hua remarked, "Family doesn't speak in halves, Ling girl. Feel free to share with me. We are aware of the struggles you faced these years establishing a company and supporting your brother's education. You are strong-willed and dislike accepting help. I understand. However, the circumstances have changed. You have a brother and a child on the way, and it's natural to feel overwhelmed. From now on, I shall be your support. I will help you with your company's affairs. What do you say?" Ling Miao declined, saying, "There is really no need, grandfather, I appreciate your kindness. A business that does not weather storms can never mature. No one sails smoothly through life. I must learn to endure and grow." Old Master Hua genuinely admired Ling Miao. This girl was destined for greatness, he said with satisfaction. "Ling girl, I can see that. If you find yourself at a loss, it must be that you are truly facing a difficult situation. Growth cannot be rushed. First, we must overcome the current challenges." Ling Miao paused for a moment. Old Master Hua was indeed correct. However, one must not receive rewards without merit, nor accept favors without obligation. How could she broach the subject? Noticing her silence, Old Master Hua asked, "Ling girl, do you have someone you hold dear?" Ling Miao was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. "Since you do not, it would be wise to consider your own needs. The Ling family cannot protect you, so you have come to me, and I shall be your support. As the daughter-in-law of the Hua family, with that status, no one would dare to impose upon you. You may pursue whatever you wish." Ling Miao looked up at the earnest expression of Old Master Hua. She understood that the Hua family would indeed provide her with formidable backing, yet, she would have to barter her marriage in exchange. She glanced at Hua Yuqing beside her. He remained silent, his usual frivolity replaced by a somber demeanor. She found herself unable to fathom the thoughts of this second-generation heir. Old Master Hua had just inquired if she had someone dear to her, which was merely a roundabout way of saying one must first consider oneself. Love is merely a seasoning in life. A woman's sense of security lies within her own grasp, not dependent on a man. Should she give birth to this child and become the young mistress of the Hua family, her status would be self-evident. If anything were to happen to Hua Yuqing, she would still have her grandfather and the Hua family as her support. Ling Miao, the facts lay before you, awaiting your decision. To accept, or to decline. Hua Yuqing spoke in a low voice. "Grandfather, have you considered my wishes? This is a matter of my life, you cannot impose your thoughts upon me." Old Master Hua snorted. "Hua Yuqing, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. Let me make it clear, as long as I am around, this will not happen. Here is such a fine wife, carrying your child, and you still wish to find fault? Ling girl hasn't turned her back on you. You should be counting your blessings. Grandfather." Hua Yuqing was utterly exasperated. Old Master Hua commanded, "Be silent." Ling Miao spoke softly. "Grandfather, my mind is in disarray, please allow me to think it over." "It's all right, child," the old man replied gently, "you need not feel pressured. Though your grandfather from the Ling family is no longer with us, his descendants are also my grandchildren. If you come to a decision, I shall visit the Ling family to propose. With proper ceremonies and gifts, you shall not be wronged." The two young people fell silent, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Later that evening, Ling Miao departed, escorted home by Hua Yuqing. Though reluctant, he felt compelled by the pressure from his grandfather, and his own conscience weighed heavily upon him. After all, this woman was carrying his child. He could not bring himself to gamble against a vulnerable woman who was pregnant. Chapter 14. He did not wish to marry. He sent her back, lingering until her figure disappeared from sight before he departed from that place. All the while, he suppressed the urge to vomit that had been gnawing at him. Though it was still distressing, it was not nearly as intense as it had been in recent days. On the journey home, his mind wandered through various thoughts, contemplating children, reflecting on Ling Miao, and pondering how their relationship might ultimately unfold. Would they truly marry? He had never envisaged that the notion of a shotgun wedding would somehow become his reality. The child, what would his offspring be like, a boy or a girl? Would they possess Ling Miao's fiery spirit, or would they be more akin to himself? Upon further reflection, he surmised they would likely resemble Ling Miao. He was acutely aware of the kind of person he was. Ling Miao, though undeniably spirited and fierce, exhibited a decisive nature, much like his grandfather had remarked. Even men were rarely her equal. In this regard, Hua Yuqing felt a sense of inadequacy. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he suddenly regained his composure. What was he thinking so far ahead for? To even consider children was utterly nonsensical. A wave of nausea washed over him, accompanied by the urge to retch. With no other option, he hastily pulled over and began to gag by the roadside. Only he could drive himself to such a state of disgust. Damn it, tears of discomfort streamed down his face. When would this torment end? Damn. After Ling Miao returned, she too had contemplated grandfather Hua's advice. To her, the Hua family represented a ladder to the pinnacle of her career. Marriage, regardless of the partner, was still marriage. A union devoid of romantic affection was merely a transaction for benefits. She had to secure her position. In Ling Miao's world, after years of navigating the business landscape, she understood that profit outweighed emotion. She was not a naive girl dreaming of love. She had her own mission and tasks, as well as ambitions and aspirations akin to those of men. Undoubtedly, the Hua family was the optimal choice. Marrying Hua Yuchen, if he could learn to settle down and fulfill the role of a competent husband, she could regard him as a partner. Should he remain obstinate in the future, they could maintain a respectful distance, each remaining uninvolved in the other's affairs. Yet, Hua Yuchen, judging by his demeanor today, he would likely resist fiercely for the sake of that radiant figure in the Tsin family. What did it matter, after all? The one who loved and lost was not her. Grandfather Hua's words lingered in Ling Miao's mind, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, Hua Yuchen had returned to his residence. This house had always been a solitary sanctuary for him. The household staff attended to their respective duties, engrossed in their own tasks. Hua Yuchen ascended the stairs with a serious expression. He retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet, uncorked it, and made his way to the terrace. Gazing at the shimmering pool, he swirled the wine in his glass, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he tilted his head back and took a swig. Throughout his life, he had always been carefree and unrestrained. This unforeseen situation caught him off guard for the first time. Ironically, this instance bore a heavy price, one that would require him to atone for with the latter half of his life. Undeniably, when he first heard his grandfather insist he marry and take responsibility, the first person who came to mind was Lulu. He did not wish to marry, at least, not at this moment. Yet, that woman was now carrying his child. He was indeed a scoundrel, but how could he compel her to undergo a procedure to terminate the pregnancy? At the very least, he was still a man. As he ruminated further, his agitation deepened. He downed 2 more glasses and pulled out his phone, staring at the string of numbers. His reddened eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth. Subsequently, he dialed the number. There was a long pause on the other end, but no one answered. He yearned to utter those words he had repeated countless times, wishing to make one final declaration tonight. It was as if he were compelled by an obsession in his mind, persistently dialing the number over and over again. Yet, the call remained unanswered. The flames of intoxication within Hua Yuchen were gradually extinguished by the cold, mechanical voice on the line. His once resolute shoulders sagged further into despair. A bottle of wine lay empty. The alcohol dulled his senses, and that resolute phone call ended in vain. He collapsed onto the lounge chair on the terrace, his hand losing its grip on the phone, which fell to the ground. He remained oblivious to the passage of time as he drifted into a stupor. No one dared to rouse him, and when he finally awoke, he had no idea how long had passed. Rubbing his temples, he found the aftermath of a hangover to be quite unpleasant. He vaguely recalled his thoughts before becoming inebriated. Thus, he lowered his hand, sat up, and searched for his phone, only to discover it had fallen to the ground at some point, the screen broken and unresponsive. He could hardly articulate his frustration. Removing the SIM card, he discarded the phone and left the terrace. Just then, the owner of that phone number, in the midst of changing her appearance in the backstage dressing room, dialed his number again. Several attempts resulted in the same message. Out of service. Tsin Lu was perplexed. Where had you gone, after so many calls last night? Just as she was about to dial again, a voice from outside urged her, Lulu. Yeah. She promptly set her phone down and headed outside. The day after Ling Miao returned, she found herself ensnared by company matters. The various events that had unfolded recently had triggered a significant chain reaction. Investors were hastily selling their shares, and the stock market was in tumult. This company was one she had labored tirelessly to establish alongside Xiao Wu. She vividly recalled the year they went public, celebrating with tears of joy and drunken revelry. It was not solely her effort. It represented Xiao Wu's entire life savings, and now, the rapid evaporation of stock prices and market value weighed heavily on her heart. After enduring several sleepless nights, her eyes were bloodshot. Who had she offended? That evening, Xiao Wu invited her over for dinner. Ling Miao left the company and drove to Xiao Wu's residence. Although he was now a vice president, he still lived modestly in a simple apartment. Ling Miao had often teased him about his frugality. Despite his wealth having multiplied, he would merely laugh, saying that since he was single, it mattered little where he resided. He would consider upgrading his living situation once he got married. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile crept across Ling Miao's lips. Beneath the dim streetlights, the flickering illumination danced across her windshield, casting light upon her face. At that moment, the vibrant and powerful woman found herself confronted by the harsh realities of life. Upon arriving at the apartment, Xiao Wu opened the door, still exuding an air of elegance and calm. He smiled slightly and said, "You've arrived, come in." Ling Miao forced a smile, clutching her bag as she stepped inside. Chapter 15 is our family celebrating a joyous occasion. On the table, dishes of Ling Miao's favorite foods were already laid out, accompanied by neatly sliced fruits. Xiao Wu went to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Busy with his tasks, he remarked, "All the dishes today were purchased at the market early this morning. I noticed that the cauliflower looks freshly picked, so I bought some for you to try," he added. Hearing this, Ling Miao slowly smiled. Only Xiao Wu remembered her peculiarities, what she enjoyed and what she detested. She relished Hunan cuisine but loathed the spices within. She adored fruits yet despised the mess they left on her hands, often opting to forego them entirely. Even when brought home, they would swiftly spoil and be discarded. There were countless such quirks. Xiao Wu once commented that this was not a quirk but rather the result of profound laziness. Yet, despite his words, every time he called her for a meal, everything was always impeccably prepared, allowing her to simply arrive with an appetite. Ling Miao gradually seated herself, and Xiao Wu inquired, "Would you like some wine?" She shook her head. His Hunan dishes remained as vibrant and aromatic as ever, even though he was not particularly fond of spicy food. However, Ling Miao delighted in it. Noticing she wasn't drinking, Xiao Wu prepared some orange juice for her. Seeing his persistent efforts since her arrival, she said, "You needn't fuss, come and eat with me." Xiao Wu smiled, "It's nothing, if you're hungry, go ahead and eat, I'll be done shortly." During dinner, Xiao Wu asked, "Are Juier and Aman still attending supplementary classes today? Why didn't you bring them along?" Ling Miao replied, "Well, Aman has gone to stay at her Uncle Zhou's." The Zhou family? Yes, Zhou Jinyao took her over. Tonight, Ling Miao was lost in thought, somewhat distracted. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Wu's eyes. Just with that glance, he understood her unspoken worries. He offered a comforting smile and gently said, "Focus on your meal, why burden yourself with so many thoughts?" Ling Miao ultimately could not restrain herself. Xiao Wu ahum. I'm sorry, what is there to apologize for? We are family. Regarding the company, don't fret, things will naturally resolve themselves. After all, I am still a man. If it truly comes to the worst, caring for you in Joy Air would be no issue. Just allow yourself to relax. As he spoke, he served her some dishes. Look at how much weight you've lost recently. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps I should take you to see a doctor tomorrow. Ling Miao shook her head. She was well aware of her own health but was not yet ready to share it with anyone. She quietly observed him, noticing the weariness in his eyes that he tried to conceal. He, too, was burdened with fatigue, yet he never voiced it in front of her. Without any support behind him, Xiao Wu was just as unanchored as she was, unlike those born into affluent families or the likes of Hua Yuchen, the second-generation heir. The road to recovery after a downfall could stretch out for a long time. Ling Miao felt a pang of sympathy. If the company truly collapses, Xiao Wu, what will you do? Xiao Wu chuckled. If I can start over once, I can do so again. It merely requires a few more years of effort. Ling Miao lowered her gaze, falling silent. Sister Miao, please don't be like this. Don't shoulder everything alone, your heart is too heavy. It will only wear you down. You still have me, I will always stand by your side and never leave. Ling Miao took a deep breath and slowly said, actually, I came today to tell you that I'm getting married. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. Married? To whom? To Hua Yuchen. The infamous young master of the Hua family. Xiao Wu immediately grew anxious. Sister Miao, how can you marry him? Everyone knows what kind of person he is. Are you marrying him because of the company issues? Sister Miao, is a mere company worth sacrificing your entire life as a gamble? Ling Miao replied calmly, though Hua Yuchen may seem reckless, his family elders are respectable individuals. Grandpa Hua has watched me grow up. Rest assured, I will be well cared for. That still doesn't suffice. Xiao Wu insisted, there is no bond between you and Hua Yuchen, you are merely strangers. What will you rely on as you marry him? Ling Miao understood it was time to speak the truth. I am pregnant, she said softly. Xiao Wu stood there, bewildered. When had she started dating someone? He had heard nothing of it. The father of the child is Hua Yuchen. This revelation finally escaped her lips. Xiao Wu was the first to know. Soon, every member of the Ling family would find out, including Zhui Er and Xiaoman. Xiao Wu found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. Sister Miao was getting married. It was a thought he had never entertained before, but now, the reality was laid bare before him. Would he still have a family thereafter? In the end, Ling Miao uttered, we will still be family. Even if I marry, you will always be Xiao Wu, and we will continue to fight alongside each other. Xiao Wu managed a faint smile, tinged with solitude and desolation. Ling Yatu agreed. Old Master Hua, undoubtedly overjoyed, summoned everyone home that very night. Hua Yuchen, his third sister Hua Yuqing, his second sister Hua Yuxian, and even his already married eldest sister Hua Yuzhu returned, along with their parents who had been traveling abroad. The first thing he said was, Yunzhou, Ayin, tomorrow you will accompany me to the Ling family. As the parents of the four Hua siblings, they were taken aback. Hua Yunzhou, an affable middle-aged man, asked, Dad, what is the purpose of going to the Ling family? The old master replied, to propose. Everyone was stunned, except for Hua Yuchen, whose expression was inscrutable. Propose? Their mother, Fan Yin, who had borne 4 children and still looked remarkably youthful, inquired, whom are we proposing to? Are we celebrating a joyous occasion in our family? She glanced at her third daughter. Third child? When did you and Jing start? As a mother, how could she not be aware of her daughter's little secrets with Ling Jing? Over the years, her daughter had always been carefree, yet she became shy and hesitant in Jing's presence. Ling Jing was a serious and aloof person, rarely engaging with others, yet he showed patience towards the third child. Hua Yuqing's ears flushed red as she playfully protested, Mom, it's not me. Not you? Fan Yin turned to her husband, then who could it be? Old Master Hua interjected, it's a you. The couple was taken aback. A you? They simultaneously looked at their youngest son, who was notoriously carefree and indulgent. They could hardly believe that their youngest son was contemplating marriage. At this moment, whether he could marry or not seemed inconsequential. What kind of girl would dare to seek out their unreliable youngest son? Chapter 16. Accompanying the mother of my child to the prenatal checkup, eldest sister Hua Yuxian, true to her name, exuded an air of tranquility. In a soft voice, she inquired, Ayu, who is it? Is it that Lin Lan from the Ling family? Lin Lan was the younger sister of Ling Jing. Old Master Hua interjected, no, not her. Could it be Ling Qing? Ling Qing, the daughter from the second branch of the Ling family, was brought in by the stepmother of Ling Miao, and was suspected to be a child born out of wedlock. No one would have thought of Ling Miao, for this young lady had long distanced herself from the Ling family and their elite circle. All that was known about her was her prideful nature. She was a mature and capable individual, thus, it was hard to fathom that their unambitious second-generation scion would have any involvement with a woman like Ling Miao. Old Master Hua candidly declared, this time, Ayu has opened his eyes and gotten along well with that girl Ling Miao. What, Ling Miao? The crowd was left in shock. Hua Yuqing, extremely reluctant, covered his face and took a deep breath. Hua Yuqing stepped forward, excitedly patting her younger brother on the shoulder. You've done well, little brother. How did Ling Miao end up with such an unfortunate fate? Hua Yuqing shot her an annoyed glance. Eldest sister Hua Yuxian chimed in teasingly. You, when did your taste become so refined? You've finally outgrown your infatuation with delicate flowers. I still believe that a spirited woman like Ling Miao is more suited for our family, don't you think, Grandpa? The old man appeared to be uncharacteristically pleased. It truly was a pity for the girl, Ling Hua Yuqing lamented. Am I really so unworthy in your eyes, being your own brother? Eldest sister Hua Yuzhu spoke in a serious tone. Grandpa, a woman like Miao Miao shouldn't have someone like Ayu as her beloved. How did she decide to be with Ayu? Old Master Hua pointed at Hua Yuqing, his brow furrowing in anger. Isn't it because of this scourge? His frustration only escalated as he scolded his son, Hua Yunxiao. Look at you, always shirking responsibility. You're utterly negligent in raising your children. This scourge has gotten her pregnant, and instead of taking responsibility, you're encouraging her to terminate it. Where is your sense of duty? Pregnant? The Hua family erupted in chaos once more. Ayu as a child. Ling Miao is carrying Ayu as child. When did this happen? Ayu, is this true? Hua Yuqing, feeling overwhelmed, covered his ears. The incessant chatter about other people's gossip was more exhilarating to them than anything else. His private affairs were laid bare before them. Damn, with 3 women in the house, no, add in 1 mother, it felt as if the roof might collapse. He could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if another woman joined the fray. Just thinking about it made him feel suffocated. He wanted nothing more than to escape. Covering his ears, he fled the scene. The moment he got into the car, he exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, he found himself at a loss about where to go. After some contemplation, he decided to seek out Ling Miao and inquire why she had agreed to this, why she had consented to marriage. Was she seeking revenge, intending to bind him to her side as well? He dialed her number. It connected shortly thereafter. Hua Yuqing spoke first. Where are you? Ling Miao replied, the hospital. Upon hearing the word hospital, Hua Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. What on earth was she planning? He quickly asked. What are you doing at the hospital? Ling Miao coolly responded. What else would I be doing? Of course, I'm here for a checkup. Hearing her mention a checkup, Hua Yuqing felt a sense of relief wash over him, yet, he soon realized why the mention of the hospital had disturbed him so, his brows knitted together in concern. He shouldn't be feeling this way. After a brief silence filled with complicated emotions, he asked, which hospital? I'll come over now, Ling Miao questioned. Why are you coming? Hua Yuqing pinched the bridge of his nose. After all, I am the father of the child. If you go alone, anyone who doesn't know might think the child's father is a scoundrel. Ling Miao scoffed, her tone implying that he indeed was a scoundrel. Send me your location. Oh, before long, Hua Yuqing received a message. He started his vehicle and headed towards the hospital. Along the way, old Master Hua called him. Hua Yuqing answered. On the other end, he heard the old man's irritable voice. Speak of your business. Where have you run off to? Everyone is here, and you, the person involved, have vanished. What kind of behavior is that? Hurry back. The entire Hua family had gathered around old Master Hua, eager to hear what this second-generation scion had to say. Hua Yuqing furrowed his brows and rubbed his ears, casually responding, I'm accompanying the mother of my child to a prenatal checkup. The moment those words left his mouth, the people surrounding the old man were left in stunned silence, their mouths forming an I-shape, eyes wide with disbelief. You was really going to become a father? Old Master Hua was equally taken aback. Ling Miao, Hua Yuqing, seemingly indifferent, replied, Is there anyone else? Just managing with this one was already exhausting. Old Master Hua's expression brightened. Good, hurry along now, and don't come back. And remember to bring Ling Miao back for dinner tonight since the whole family is gathered. Hua Yuqing casually acknowledged and ended the call. Upon arriving at the hospital, he spotted a solitary figure in the corridor, reminiscent of their last visit regarding her surgery. However, this time, the atmosphere felt markedly different. It seemed both of them had found a newfound calm, silently agreeing not to revisit the topic. Have you registered? He asked. Ling Miao replied, Yes, I'm almost there. Hua Yuqing scrutinized her for a moment, choosing not to speak further. He noticed the items she held in her bag, wordlessly taking them from her and holding them. Recently, Ling Miao had appeared somewhat lethargic, lacking energy and prone to excessive sleep. Her fatigue was visibly apparent, her countenance drawn. One stood while the other sat. Hua Yuqing, standing, gazed at her for a few seconds before inwardly cursing. What did I owe you in my past life? After a moment of silent reflection, he sat beside her, gently pulling her closer to lean against him. However, Ling Miao seemed to react with sudden alarm, immediately distancing herself and warily asking, What are you doing? Her demeanor, her gaze, her movements, her tone infuriated Hua Yuqing. Did he resemble a feral beast? He retorted. I was just being kind, allowing you to lean on me. Why are you so agitated? Do I have thorns? Ling Miao paused for a couple of seconds before sitting upright, replying coolly, No need. Hua Yuqing had long grown weary of her stubbornness. With a dismissive scoff, he shifted his gaze away. Before long, the notification chime sounded. Ling Miao stood, and Hua Yuqing followed suit. The doctor glanced at them and said, The husband can wait outside, you don't need to come in. That single word, husband, caused both of them to freeze simultaneously. They exchanged an awkward glance before instinctively looking away. Hua Yuqing, almost as if in escape, exited the consultation room to wait for her outside. Not long after, Ling Miao emerged. Let us go, we need to head to the 3rd floor for the examination. Hua Yuqing followed closely behind her. Chapter 17. He is truly going to be a father. Today, this woman rarely donned casual attire, abandoning her usual formal wear. The stiletto heels that adorned her feet were replaced with comfortable sneakers. In such a guise, she appeared to possess a petite and charming demeanor, as if she had retracted her usual sharp barbs, no longer exuding an air of intimidation. The hospital was bustling with people, and Hua Yuqing grasped her wrist, saying, Slow down. Ling Miao gazed at the large hand that ensnared her, its pale skin and distinct joints making her wrist feel fragile, as if it might snap under his grasp. This sensation of being at a disadvantage was unsettling to her. She furrowed her brow slightly, disliking the feeling of vulnerability it evoked. Raising her head, she glanced at the man beside her. Clad in heels most of the time, she had thought he was no different, yet today, he seemed to tower over her, requiring her to tilt her head at a considerable angle to see him clearly. It was only then that she recognized the disparity between them. How was it possible that she could only reach his chest? It was as if this man had grown a span in height overnight. Hua Yuchen cast a sidelong glance at her. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Watch where you're going. Ling Miao diverted her gaze. His exterior was merely a facade, the essence remained unchanged. However, the pressure on her wrist was becoming uncomfortable. She struggled slightly. Hua Yuchen, exasperated, retorted, Are you done? Can't you just behave yourself for once? You're hurting me, she replied instinctively. Hua Yuchen loosened his grip. Ling Miao rubbed her wrist, which had indeed turned red. Hua Yuchen mused silently on how such tender skin could turn bruised with just a touch. How had she managed to break a man's rib and knock out 3 teeth? He couldn't fathom how she had honed such strength. Did she endure daily bruises and contusions? It could only be said that this woman was truly tough on herself. As the elevator doors opened. As Ling Miao stepped out, she unexpectedly collided with a man in a hurry. Hua Yuchen's pupils constricted, and he quickly pulled her into his embrace, exclaiming angrily, Watch where you're going. Ling Miao, caught off guard, found her vision obscured. The man repeatedly apologized, I'm so sorry, my wife is in labor, and I'm in a rush. Hua Yuchen, displeased, shot back, Do you not see all these pregnant women around? Ling Miao tugged at him, urging, Let us go. The man apologized once more, I truly apologize. With a disdainful glare, Hua Yuchen guided Ling Miao out of the elevator. Once the doors closed, he finally released her and looked at her, Are you okay? Is everything alright? Ling Miao shook her head, I'm fine. Hua Yuchen couldn't comprehend how this woman, who was usually so sharp-tongued and assertive, had suddenly become so fragile during her pregnancy. Could she truly be just a paper tiger, imposing on the outside but weak within? He frowned slightly but still took hold of her hand. Ling Miao resisted his grasp. Hua Yuchen tightened his hold, leaving her no option for refusal. Do you think I want to hold your hand? He grumbled irritably, What a dreadful hospital. I'll have someone push this place down another day. Ling Miao shot him an exasperated glance that he assumed that men were not allowed in the examination rooms, so he stopped at the door, only to hear the doctor say, Dads can come in to see as well. Hua Yuchen paused for a moment and then followed her inside. When Ling Miao's clothing was lifted, he instinctively averted his gaze. Soon, a minuscule image appeared on the monitor. Hua Yuchen was bewildered by what he was seeing. The doctor was busy adjusting settings, moving things around, and typing away. The black and white images, occasionally tinged with color, were incomprehensible to him. It resembled a human form, yet he found himself questioning his own perception. Before long, a sound resonated, a rhythmic thumping, akin to a heartbeat. Both Hua Yuchen and Ling Miao were entranced. Whose heartbeat was that? Was it the baby S or Ling Miao's? Only then did Hua Yuchen glance at Ling Miao. The device was positioned on her lower abdomen, where her heart could not possibly reside. So, it must be the baby S. While Hua Yuchen was still pondering, Ling Miao inquired, Doctor, is that the child's heartbeat? The doctor, seemingly unfazed, replied casually, Yes. Little did he know that his words unleashed a tidal wave of emotions within the hearts of these first-time parents. The sound of the heartbeat was surprisingly robust and vigorous. Hua Yuchen was rendered speechless. That was his child's heartbeat. In that moment, he finally acknowledged the existence of the life growing within Ling Miao. It was tangible. He had been wandering through life in a daze, as if in a dream, until today, when the sound of the little one's heartbeat jolted him into clarity. He was going to be a father. Meanwhile, Ling Miao realized just how resilient this tiny life was. Tears of emotion threatened to spill as she reflected on how close this child had come to being extinguished. This child was fighting so hard to enter this world. How could she ever have considered terminating the pregnancy? The heartbeat soon faded, and the examination room fell silent, yet the hearts of the two individuals could no longer find tranquility. The doctor packed away his instruments and said, All right, go help your wife. Hua Yuchen accepted the designation of your wife without dispute and walked over to assist her in standing. Before long, the results emerged. Take this to the doctor. Ling Miao accepted the results, murmuring a soft, thank you. They exited the room. After showing the results to the doctor, they were reassured that everything was normal and given the schedule for the next prenatal checkup. The day's examination was thus concluded. Hua Yuchen declared, I refuse to come here again. Ling Miao asked, Where will we go then? He replied, To a private hospital. Ling Miao firmly declined, I want to go. Why not? She responded, I don't trust it. Hua Yuchen retorted, What is there to worry about? It's run by a doctor friend of mine. I even invested a bit. The equipment and team are top-notch. After all, the baby in your belly is also my flesh and blood. I wouldn't put you at risk. Ling Miao then asked, Then why didn't you go last time? Hua Yuchen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If he were to undergo examination and show symptoms akin to a woman's pregnancy, wouldn't he be the subject of ridicule? He would never allow that to happen. Yet, the crowd at the hospital today was overwhelming. This time was manageable, but what if, in the future, she were larger with a pronounced belly? What if she were to bump into something? Back in the car, Ling Miao sat in the passenger seat, intently examining the results, which featured images. Hua Yuchen, having abandoned the act of fastening his seatbelt, leaned closer to join her in studying the data, speculating on which part of the baby it might represent. Chapter 18 Proposing to you tomorrow. Hua Yuchen pointed to the image adorned in hues of red and blue, inquiring, What is this? Why is it still in color? Ling Miao, equally perplexed, replied, "Why don't you look it up?" "Oh." Hua Yuchen took out his phone and conducted a search. Ling Miao caught a glimpse and asked, "Did you get a new phone?" Hua Yuchen, engrossed in his search, merely responded with a distracted Moments later, he found the information, vascular reflux signal. Both of them were momentarily stunned. Was life truly this miraculous? This tiny being, roughly the size of a fingernail, possessed an entire set of organs and was functioning in an orderly manner. When their eyes met, they both recognized the incredulity reflected in each other's gaze. They continued to search for the meanings of the next indicators, with Hua Yuchen diligently clarifying all the professional jargon. In that moment, two individuals, who typically found it difficult to communicate, were inexplicably bonded by the child within Ling Miao. They became surprisingly cooperative. After whispering to each other for quite some time, these two amateurs thoroughly analyzed the examination report. As they concluded, they simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes locking in a moment where the surrounding air seemed to halt. Seconds later, they hastily averted their gazes. In moments of discomfort, they often appeared excessively busy. Hua Yuchen resumed fastening his seatbelt and shifted gears to start the car, while Ling Miao neatly tucked away the report and fastened her own seatbelt. Despite Hua Yuchen's overwhelming nausea, which rendered his complexion somewhat pallid, he suppressed it resolutely. "Come have dinner at my place. Grandpa insisted I bring you back for a visit," Ling Miao stated. "No need," Hua Yuchen declined. "Grandpa's orders, and I dare not disobey. My parents have returned to the country and will be proposing to your family tomorrow." Ling Miao raised an eyebrow. "So soon?" Hua Yuchen shrugged. "Who knows?" Ling Miao glanced at Hua Yuchen beside her, pondering that he might be forced into this situation. After all, binding a man's heart with a child was the most contemptible of methods. Furthermore, he had someone he cared for, yet now found himself compromising for the sake of their child. Seeing him in this light, Ling Miao inexplicably felt a sense of taking advantage of his predicament, compelling him against his will. After a brief moment, she declared, "Rest assured, I, Ling Miao, am not an irresponsible person. Since I intend to marry you, I will commit wholeheartedly to being a dutiful daughter-in-law of the Hua family. I am also not unreasonable. Should you have other desires in the future, feel free to express them directly. There is no need for quarrels or disputes. I will understand. After all, with a child involved, let's at least avoid creating a scene in front of them." Her meaning was unmistakable, requiring no explicit clarification. Both understood its implications. Hua Yuchen had someone he cared for, a fact well known to the public, and Ling Miao was not above reproach either. This marriage was indeed motivated by her own selfish interests. In the face of her company's crisis, she chose to marry Hua Yuchen to navigate through the current difficulties, an act that could be deemed ignoble. Ling Miao felt a pang of guilt. She had morally coerced this man. Thus, she did not blame Hua Yuchen for having someone else in his heart. She had extended an olive branch, indicating that if their union proved to be a mistake, she would not hesitate to withdraw. Hua Yuchen remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, while Ling Miao found herself less resistant towards him. Since a decision had been made, there was no need to maintain a facade. They ought to treat each other equally. Yet, Ling Miao noticed that his expression seemed rather grim. She inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hua Yuchen's lips were tightly sealed, his cool demeanor exuding an air of aloofness as he stared unwaveringly ahead. This was the first time Ling Miao truly observed his face. Unlike her elder brother, Ling Jing, who bore an air of haughty exclusivity, Hua Yuchen appeared more approachable, as if he could easily engage in casual banter with any woman. Yet, there was an underlying indifference, reminiscent of a heartless playboy. The youthful exuberance on his face seemed to defy the passage of time, as though it would remain perpetually youthful, leaving no mark of age. Previously, she had regarded him as a carefree, hedonistic young master, but upon closer inspection, she found a surprising seriousness in his silence, a subtle authority emanating from him. Hua Yuchen was aware that the woman was observing him. However, he could not utter a word, fearing that the nausea would breach his defenses at any moment. Noticing his frosty demeanor, Ling Miao decided to remain silent as well. Unnecessary chatter could be irksome. Upon arriving at the Hua family's ancestral home, Hua Yuchen emerged from the car, finally feeling alive again, greedily inhaling the fresh air to quell his nausea. Before he could utter a word, he noticed the woman striding indifferently towards the courtyard, disregarding her surroundings. Hua Yuchen observed her sudden coldness and resoluteness, perplexed by her abrupt change in demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been engaging him in conversation. Now, she seemed like a completely different person. Indeed, women could change their minds faster than one could turn a page. Hua Yuchen was too indifferent to inquire further, and they proceeded, one leading and the other following. The entire Hua family had long been awaiting their arrival, eager to catch a glimpse of the future daughter-in-law. Upon seeing them, they immediately approached with smiles. "Miao Miao." Ling Miao looked up, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people and their enthusiastic reception. "Wait, why are there so many women in Hua Yuchen's family?" Each one beamed at her, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. She stared in horror at the scene, swallowing hard, wishing she could disappear into the ground. At that moment, Hua Yuchen, having caught up, observed his family's eager gazes, as if they wished to devour Ling Miao, and his expression darkened. Noticing Ling Miao's discomfort, he stepped protectively in front of her, shielding her from their scrutinizing stares. "What are you all looking at?" he grumbled. Hua Yuchen exclaimed excitedly, "Step aside, we're here to see our future sister-in-law, not you." Ling Miao managed a wry smile, awkwardly chuckling. Hua Yuchen frowned. "She's not even your sister-in-law yet, what's all the fuss about?" Hua Yuchen pouted, "Oh, come on, we know she will be no need to be so stingy." Their mother, Fanning, swiftly pulled her obstructive son aside, warmly linking arms with Ling Miao as she smiled. "Miao Miao, how are you feeling? Are you hungry?" We've prepared dinner at home. Ling Miao, overwhelmed by their warmth, found herself at a loss for words, nearly responding with a series of agreeable phrases. I'm fine, everything is good, I can manage. As the group ushered Ling Miao into the house, Hua Yuchen was left standing alone in the yard. The evening breeze swept past, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Chapter 19. My wife is hungry. He cast a fleeting glance at the group of women, then stepped into the house. Hua Yuchen's sisters were excessively enthusiastic, to the point that Ling Miao felt a sudden onset of social anxiety for the first time from the moment she entered. The incessant chattering in her ears showed no sign of abating. In such an environment, would Hua Yuchen come to despise women? Would he find them bothersome? He rubbed his ears in exasperation, as if the very roof might be lifted off. Reaching his limit, he bellowed, "Can you all please quiet down?" Instantly, silence enveloped the room, with several pairs of eyes fixated on him. Hua Yuchen, with irritation, remarked, "It's deafening." The sudden stillness was as if it had genuinely subdued the gathering. Yet, less than 3 seconds later, all gazes averted, resuming their own conversations and laughter, inquiring after each other's well-being. It seemed that the brief silence had merely served as a pause to observe how Hua Yuchen was losing his composure. Hua Yuchen could hardly endure it any longer. Even his own mother had joined the fray. He glanced at his father, who was leisurely sitting aside, sipping tea, as if he had long since grown accustomed to the chaos, and even managed a comforting smile at Hua Yuchen, as if to say, "We are men. We must accommodate the women at home, bear with it a bit more." Even his grandfather watched the scene with a smile, showing no inclination to intervene. Ling Miao found herself ensnared in a throng of women, juggling the attention of several overly enthusiastic sisters and her future mother-in-law, while occasionally glancing towards Hua Yuchen, as if in this setting, he was the only familiar face she could seek for help. Fortunately, Hua Yuchen discerned the plea in her eyes. He made his way through the crowd of women, pulling Ling Miao up, and declared, "My wife is hungry, enough chatter." Upon hearing of her hunger, they hastily began serving dishes. At last, her ears could enjoy a moment of respite. However, during dinner, the sisters and future mother-in-law took turns feeding her, and Ling Miao's bowl quickly became a mountain of food. Just as she finished a bit, it was refilled again. She felt like crying out of sheer frustration. Beneath the table, her hand tugged at Hua Yuchen once more. The complications of morning sickness had left her with a diminished appetite, and she had hardly touched her chopsticks. Noticing her distress, he leaned in and asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Miao whispered back, "Your sisters are too enthusiastic. I can't finish this. Can you please ask them not to refill my bowl? I'm so stuffed." Upon hearing this, Hua Yuchen glanced at her bowl, fell silent for 2 seconds, and then wordlessly took it for himself. Ling Miao was taken aback by his action. What was he doing? He proceeded to devour the leftovers she could not manage. Without a care for anyone around, she tugged at him again, whispering, "I've already eaten this." Hua Yuchen retorted casually, "If it were toxic, I would have been poisoned long ago." Ling Miao managed a slight smile. Well, that was a valid point. However, this young man certainly had a direct way of speaking. As a result, Hua Yuchen polished off all her uneaten dinner. Miraculously, he noticed that his urge to vomit was not as overwhelming that night. After dinner, the old man invited her to spend the night at the family estate, but Ling Miao promptly declined. Just getting through dinner had been overwhelming enough. The whole affair had truly startled her. She excused herself by saying her younger brother was returning home that night and she needed to go back. After bidding farewell, Hua Yuchen escorted her home. This day marked the most harmonious moment in their relationship thus far. Although Ling Miao was a career-oriented woman, deep down, she yearned for a harmonious family life. A flicker of faint hope resided within her, wishing that Hua Yuchen would gradually transform into a family-oriented man. After witnessing his entire family today, it would be disingenuous to say she felt no envy. Such a lively family, filled with laughter, was something she had never experienced. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was relatively quiet, with little conversation. However, upon reaching Ling Miao's residence, Hua Yuchen finally spoke up. "Tomorrow, I will go to your house to propose." Ling Miao simply responded with an Hua Yuchen continued, "Is there anything I should be warned about in advance? For instance, regarding your family members?" Ling Miao replied, "No need, you already know my family's situation, there is nothing to discuss." After a brief silence, Hua Yuchen inquired, "What about your parents?" Before he could finish, Ling Miao interjected, "My mother passed away long ago." "That woman is not my mother." Hua Yuchen looked at her. In the dimly lit car, her profile bore a touch of coldness and stubbornness, making it a topic best left untouched. Ling Miao stated bluntly, "There's nothing to discuss tomorrow, it's merely a formality. Whether I marry or to whom, it holds no significance for them. Going is just to acknowledge that I still bear the surname Ling." With a scoff, she added, "If it weren't for Ling Zhua, I wouldn't even care about the Ling surname." Seeing her demeanor, Hua Yuchen found no further words to offer. Upon reaching the garage, Ling Miao grabbed her bag and said, "Tomorrow I will bring the household registration, and then find a time to collect the marriage certificate. As for the wedding, it's up to you. Whether we hold one or not, it's all the same to me." Hua Yuchen raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman truly acted without any hesitation. Lost in thought, Ling Miao opened the door and exited the car. Hua Yuchen cautioned, "Watch your step." Ling Miao merely responded with an and walked towards the entrance. The moment the elevator door was about to close, a hand reached in to stop it. Ling Miao stared at him in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Hua Yuchen nonchalantly stepped into the elevator and asked, "Which floor?" 23, pressing the button, he gazed at the flickering floor numbers and remarked, "I've already taken you down. A few more moments won't make a difference. This way, you 1T have to report me to Grandpa." Ling Miao widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Report you, I would never stoop to such a disgraceful act." Hua Yucheng remained silent. With a chime, the elevator door slid open, and Ling Miao stepped out, followed closely by Hua Yucheng. Before they could look around, a male voice rang out. "Sister, why have you returned so late?" Both individuals turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Zhou Fai, Hua Yucheng frowned at the sight of him. "Ah Yi?" Ling Miao inquired, puzzled. "What brings you here?" Zhou Fai approached her with a smile, saying, "It's been quite a while since I last visited. I thought I would come and see you." Hua Yucheng, standing nearby, let out a cold snort but refrained from speaking. Zhou Fai cast a glance in his direction, acknowledging him as a friend of his brother, yet his impression of him was rather lukewarm. However, the attitude he displayed toward Sister Miao was enough to leave him feeling less than favorable. With a tone that lacked warmth, he asked, "What brings you here as well?" Hua Yucheng, hands tucked into his pockets, smirked with a carefree demeanor as he looked at Zhou Fai. "I came because I wanted to. But what about you, lingering so late outside the door of a single woman? Is this how Yao taught you?" Chapter 20 Ling Miao is now my wife. Hearing him mention his brother's name, there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Zhou Fai gritted his teeth and said, "How my brother taught me is none of your concern. Young Master Hua, you are not welcome here, so please leave." "My wife doesn't welcome me? What nonsense is this?" Hua Yucheng chuckled, "Ah Yi, you ought to be more discerning." Zhou Fai's brows furrowed instantly. He cast a bewildered gaze at Ling Miao, filled with confusion, shock, and a hint of inquiry. Reluctantly, he remarked, "Wife, young Master Hua, it seems your wife has been abroad for quite some time." Ling Miao's fingers, which hung by her side, stiffened slightly. A flicker of coldness passed through Hua Yucheng's mischievous eyes, and he clenched his jaw tightly. After 2 seconds, he resumed his usual roguish grin. He then draped his arm over Ling Miao's shoulder, saying, "Did you see that? Ling Miao is now my wife." Zhou Fai stared at the hand resting on Ling Miao's shoulder, his breath hitching, his eyes filled with disbelief as he scrutinized her expression. Yet, her indifference seemed to confirm the reality. If it were any other man daring to touch her so, he would have been thrown over the shoulder long ago. Yet, sister did not take action. Zhou Fai's heart sank, plummeting to the depths. He smiled, though it was more akin to a grimace. "Sister, are you rejecting me because of him? You prefer men like Hua Yucheng?" Hua Yucheng rolled his eyes in impatience. "What do you mean by men like me? I, Hua Yucheng, am a well-known dashing gentleman, and countless women would gladly flock to me. Am I not worthy of a woman like Ling Miao?" Ling Miao understood Ah Ye's feelings, and she did not wish to hurt him. "Ah Yi, we are not suited for each other. You are too young. A romance is no longer appropriate for someone of my age." "Sister." Zhou Fai's expression was pained. "I can give you what he can. Why won't you even consider me?" Hua Yucheng interjected impatiently, "You might want to consider the next lifetime. You probably won't have this opportunity in this one. Leave quickly, do not disturb my wife and child's rest." "Hua Yucheng." Ling Miao raised her voice in displeasure, "Shut your mouth." Zhou Fai's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Ling Miao's abdomen. His throat constricted, making it difficult to speak. "Sister, you." Hua Yucheng, taken aback by Ling Miao's fierce defense of another man, felt a surge of anger. "Ling Miao, get your facts straight." Ling Miao clenched her fists and glared at him. She then turned to Zhou Fai and said, "I'm sorry, Ah Yi, please leave for now. I will explain everything to you later, alright?" Zhou Fai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, fixated on her abdomen. Ling Miao continued in a gentle tone, "Be good, I'll clarify things in a few days. You should head back now, it's getting late." Zhou Fai seemed to regain a semblance of composure, casting a cold glance at Hua Yucheng before striding towards the exit. As soon as he left, Ling Miao opened the door and forcefully pulled him back in, exclaiming, "Hua Yucheng, even though I am to marry you, I still have my friends in my circle. You have no right to overstep." Hua Yucheng was immediately angered. "What do you mean I have no right to overstep?" "Ling Miao, understand your position. The man you are with now is me. The child in your belly is also mine. Which man would tolerate another man coveting his wife? I know full well that brat has feelings for you. Why on earth would I treat him kindly? I'm not some turtle." Ling Miao's anger flared as well. "And what about you? Who is the one in your heart? Everyone in the capital knows." Hua Yucheng was momentarily stunned. Her succinct words left him momentarily speechless. Ling Miao's fiery gaze bore into him. They stood in a standoff for a while, and gradually, Hua Yucheng's confidence began to wane. His eyes flickered away, avoiding her gaze. His silence and evasion made Ling Miao realize a certain truth. The hope that he might return to the family and change his mind seemed rather unrealistic. With his disposition, when that woman returned, could he really refrain from seeking her out? Ling Miao suddenly let out a self-deprecating snort. Hua Yucheng, sensing the mockery in her tone, retorted grumpily, "What are you laughing at?" Ling Miao smiled and suggested, "Hua Yucheng, why don't we sign a contract?" Hua Yucheng inquired, "What contract? Are you planning to marry for a few years and then divorce?" Ling Miao raised an eyebrow slightly. "How did you know?" "Ha, how would I not know?" Hua Yucheng mocked, "You're just looking for a safety net, afraid of encountering someone better in the future, aren't you?" Ling Miao remained silent, staring at him. Hua Yucheng asked, "How many years do you want to sign for? Speak up." Ling Miao suddenly felt disillusioned. Perhaps all men were of the same ilk. If a man is after money, then one must secure their own interests. With a libertine like Hua Yuchen, she would manage her finances tightly, ensuring her children would inherit everything. If she couldn't be a man's little woman, then being a wealthy lady would suffice. At least her descendants could live comfortably. She raised her cold eyes and sneered. What, you can't wait for me to sign, can you? And then when your beloved returns, you can freely pursue her, right? Hua Yuchen did not respond immediately but slowly smiled. You truly are unreasonable. It's you who spoke those words, yet you act as if I am the villain here. Ling Miao clenched her fists, her joints cracking ominously. Hua Yuchen, listen well, Ling Miao scoffed, as long as I wish, no one can shake my position as the young mistress of the Hua family. Whoever you want to bring back, if you expect me to give way, you better hope I agree and am happy about it. If I don't nod my head and step aside, she can forget about seeing the light of day for the rest of her life. Hua Yuchen gazed at the fierce expression of this woman who hadn't even yet entered his household, already displaying such arrogance. What would happen in the future? He gritted his teeth. Viper, you're just relying on my grandfather's affection for you, aren't you? Fine, I can play this game with you. We shall see. With that, he turned and strode away. Ling Miao watched his frustrated retreat, saying leisurely, take care, I want to see you off. Hua Yuchen entered the elevator with an expression of exasperation. I really don't understand how my grandfather's eyes could be so blind. Must he insist on making me marry the fiercest tigress in the capital? Damn it, is there no hope for the days ahead? What a wretched fate. Chapter 21. Aesthetic appeal. After coming to terms with her thoughts, Ling Miao felt a sudden clarity in her heart. What did it matter how others perceived her, as long as she found joy in her own life? That was all that truly mattered. To hell with love, only wealth could provide a woman with genuine security. A husband was merely an external accessory. That evening, Ling Jing's call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Ling Miao already knew what he was going to inquire about. As soon as she answered, a cool, composed male voice emerged. Miao Miao, when did you and you start seeing each other? Ling Miao sighed softly. Not long ago. Ling Jing responded. I've never heard you mention you. His tone grew more serious. Miao Miao, tell me the truth, is this about the company's affairs? Ling Miao replied candidly, absolutely not. How is that possible? Don't be headstrong, if it's about your company, just tell me and I will handle it. But you absolutely cannot marry a you. You don't have any feelings for him. I don't want you to casually ruin your life like this. Ling Miao chuckled lightly. How can you be so sure I don't like him? Ling Jing said, the type you like could never be someone like him. Miao Miao, you cannot deceive me. Ling Miao asserted, I like him. Who says I don't? Ling Jing frowned momentarily. You have never been this irrational. Ling Miao insisted, I just want to marry him. How is that irrational? Are you not aware of who a U.S. beloved is? What benefit do you derive from marrying him? I don't care who he loves, Ling Miao retorted, I like him, and that's all that matters. Miao Miao, she continued, I truly like him. I've liked him for many years, devotedly, to the point of wanting to have his children. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Ling Jing's expression grew grave as he became increasingly skeptical. Miao Miao had always been a sensible person. She wouldn't act so childishly. Could it be she really did have feelings for him? Matters of the heart are indeed difficult to articulate. How could you possibly like a you? Ling Miao laughed lightly. For his looks and physique, what else could there be? Ling Jing was momentarily taken aback, admonishing her, appearance is merely superficial. A you has a notorious reputation, Miao Miao. When did you become so shallow? Ling Miao shrugged nonchalantly. Sometimes I can be quite superficial. I don't care what he was like in the past, that face suits my tastes. The things I like, I intend to enjoy alone. If he dares to stray, I'll break his legs. Ling Jing could hardly fathom how Miao Miao could utter such words. You need to think this through, his heart is not with you. If you stubbornly pursue this marriage, have you considered an escape route? An escape route? Ling Miao found it amusing. I've long since blocked off my own escape. What other route could there be? What do you mean? What else could it mean? Obviously, I'm pregnant with his child. Ling Jing was momentarily stunned. A child? What else? Ling Miao, how could you be so foolish? Ling Miao replied, I don't find it foolish at all, rather, I believe I am on the right path. It was absurd. At her age, she should not be chasing after romantic entanglements. Love does not provide for a household, but reality teaches her the hard lessons of life. When faced with a choice, she would undoubtedly choose the latter. Thus, Hua Yuchen was the optimal choice, wealthy and absent from home. What could be better? After hanging up, Ling Jing called Hua Yuchen. Where are you? Hua Yuchen glanced at the caller ID, out drinking. What's up? Drinking? Ling Jing replied with displeasure. You're about to get married, yet you leave your wife and child at home to drink alone? Hua Yuchen frowned. What's your rush? You're nonsense. Though Ling Miao was not his biological sister, she was still his cousin, sharing the same surname. As the elder brother, he had to support her, even if the man in question was his own brother. The moment he heard Ling Miao mention her pregnancy, he felt the urge to throw a few punches if Hua Yuchen were within reach. Irritated, Hua Yuchen remarked, Am I committing a crime by drinking in my own home? Ling Jing paused for a moment. Taken aback, Hua Yuchen continued, Recently, a supplier's son from my company, he is willing to splurge to gift me a Huayra just to get in touch with the third child. He scoffed, I'm still contemplating whether to accept. Ling Jing lightly tapped his chin. How much dust has accumulated in Hua de Gongzi's garage? It's just a sports car. Is it really that significant? Hua Yuqin shrugged. If it's free, why not take it? Competing with him, while wanting to be his brother-in-law, let us see how his little brother feels about that. Ling Jing remained silent for a moment before uttering, fine, you're quite something. Unfortunately, he could not see Hua Yuqian's victorious expression, rolling his eyes like a true bully. However, I must point out, Miao Miao has never had a boyfriend. Although I don't know when she started liking you, she has expressed her feelings. As her older brother, I cannot stand by and watch her be mistreated. Before Ling Jing could finish, Hua Yuqian was utterly taken aback. What? He thought he had misheard. Ling Miao liked him? What on earth? Ling Jing stated, I never imagined that the person Miao Miao liked would be you. This is the first time she has admitted to liking someone. She has liked you for a long time. Hua Yuqian's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Ling Miao liked him, and had liked him for a long time. What was happening? Wait, Jing, are you drunk or am I? What does Ling Miao even like about me? This was utterly preposterous. Ling Jing recalled Miao Miao's comments about his face and physique, but such superficial reasoning. In that moment, he hesitated. So he rephrased, she has never shown interest in any man. No one has ever caught her eye. But you are the only one who can get close to her. I know Miao Miao well. If she didn't genuinely like you, she wouldn't have said anything. Hua Yuqian looked as if he had seen a ghost. Ling Miao truly had feelings for him, and he was the only one in her sights. Hua Yuqian touched his face, believing it to be among the most handsome in the capital. He then felt his abs. Could it be that she was indeed tempted after their encounter that night? With that thought, Hua Yuqian couldn't help but smirk. Ling Miao, your resolve is not as strong as you thought. Who would have guessed that it would be his looks that conquered her first? Ha, that stubborn woman, pretending to be aloof as if she held herself above him. In reality, she had long since harbored feelings for him, ravenous like a wolf. You? Noticing the prolonged silence from the other end, Ling Jing called out to him. Chapter 22. If you are not embarrassed, I don't mind. Little did he know, over there, Hua Yuqian had already taken flight with his thoughts in secret delight. Upon hearing his name called, Hua Yuqian snapped back to reality. What? Ling Jing, still unrelenting, pointedly remarked, so you have some awareness regarding the affair between you and Sin Lu, right? That name acted as a switch, controlling Hua Yuqian's thoughts, instantly fixing him in that moment. Even until the call ended, Hua Yuqian remained lost in thought. Lu. The mere thought of that woman far away dimmed the light in his eyes. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Two women's images clashed in his mind, creating a tempest of confusion. How could he possibly know that Ling Miao had harbored a secret affection for him for so long? Yet, his heart was entirely with Lulu. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently hurt a woman who loved him deeply. When Ling Miao discovered that her heart belonged to another, did she not suffer immeasurably? Hua Yuqian raked his fingers through his hair, cursing, damn it, this face is such a nuisance, hell, inviting so many romantic entanglements, it's infuriating. He retrieved his phone, glancing at the foreign call and her unchanged social media status. She must be quite busy during this period. How long has it been since she last returned? Hua Yuqian stared blankly at his phone until the screen dimmed, revealing the face that had captivated Ling Miao. After a moment of contemplation, he tossed aside his phone and picked up a drink, downing it in one go. He had no idea what time he had passed out last night. In the morning, the vast bed was a chaotic mess. The man, clad in a bathrobe, lay asleep, the collar already gaping open. It revealed his fair, alluring collarbone and defined abdominal muscles exposed to the air. His relaxed brows lacked the sharpness of the day, extending slightly, exuding an indescribable softness. Gone was the carefree nonchalance of daylight. His tranquil visage was indeed a feast for the eyes. Yet, before long, this serene sleeping face was disturbed, brow furrowing in annoyance. He impatiently pulled the covers over his head. Young master, the master has arrived and requests you to wake up promptly. Hua Yuqian feigned ignorance. Young master, it's time to get up. So annoying, the incessant calling. Young master, the master has said if you do not rise, he will come up personally. Hua Yuqian abruptly threw off the covers, exasperatedly staring at the ceiling. Young master, he bellowed, I heard you. Oh, all right. Hua Yuqian reluctantly got up, begrudgingly changing his clothes. After finally preparing himself, he made his way downstairs at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing him in such disarray, looking as if he had been drained of vitality by a ghost, the old man's anger flared up. He pointed at him in exasperation. Look at yourself, just look. If you were in the military, you would surely be made to cry like a baby. Hua Yuqian, uninterested in the same old tirade, remained indifferent, hands in pockets. Let us go. The old man frowned. What are you wearing? Hua Yuqian regarded his attire, a white t-shirt, a dark green shirt, and black casual pants. He self-assertively replied, Isn't this quite good, youthful, sunny, and stylish? Youthful, the old man huffed and glared. How much younger do you wish to appear? Why not just wear a pair of open-crotch pants? Would that suffice? Hua Yuqian shrugged indifferently. If you don't mind the embarrassment, I certainly don't. Brat! The old man retorted angrily. You plan to wear these street market rags to your father-in-law's house today? Hua Yuqian widened his eyes in disbelief. You dare to call this street market rags? The total cost of my outfit could buy a house, you know. The old man snorted coldly. Earning your money is truly easy, a few scraps of cloth and you have a house. Hua Yuqian found it exhausting to converse with him and chose to remain silent. Go, change into formal attire. Hua Yuqian frowned. I don't like wearing formal clothes, there is no room for negotiation. Exasperated, Hua Yuqian replied, Grandfather, I feel like my soul is trapped in formal wear. The tie chokes me. Even if you were to be strangled, you must wear it. Oh, truly. Hua Yuqian turned and trudged upstairs in annoyance. The old man scrutinized his hair, wondering what sort of style it was. He resembled one of those flamboyant actors on television, far from the image of a man, and fixed that hair with some gel. If a single strand falls out, I'll shave it all off. Hua Yuchen quickened his pace, uninterested in the old man's incessant nagging. When he descended again, he wore a meticulously tailored black suit. It fit him perfectly, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his tall, straight legs almost defying nature. On his feet were polished handcrafted leather shoes. His hair was impeccably styled, neatly swept back, revealing his fair, handsome face in its entirety. The contrast with his earlier casual appearance was striking, exuding an air of nobility, yet, even in this refined guise, his reluctant expression still bore a hint of mischief. The old man was somewhat satisfied at last. With hands in pockets, Hua Yuchen adopted a nonchalant stance, as if merely fulfilling a task. Is this acceptable now? Though he had transformed, he still maintained that disheveled demeanor, prompting the old man to storm off in frustration, muttering, "A rotten tree cannot be carved." Hua Yuchen watched the old man's retreating figure with a lazy gaze, scoffing lightly before following. Accompanying him were Hua Yunzhou and Fan Yin, astonished by her son's transformation into an adult figure capable of standing tall, exclaimed, "Oh my fourth son has grown up." She smiled as she admired her towering son, needing to tilt her head at quite an angle to meet his gaze. Hua Yunzhou also looked at his son, who was half a head taller than him, wondering when he had grown so large. He smiled with satisfaction. "Good lad, it must be thanks to your grandfather." Hua Yuchen, not uttering a word, climbed into the car, stating, "I'm going to pick up Ling Miao." With that, he started the vehicle and headed towards Ling Miao's residence. Upon arrival, he confidently ascended to the 23rd floor and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door swung open. At first, Ling Miao did not recognize the man standing before her, unsure which Grand CEO had come to her home, but upon lifting her gaze, she was taken aback. "This face is Hua Yuchen." Hua Yuchen regarded her coolly. "What? Can't recognize me after just one night apart?" "Indeed." She blinked in disbelief, sizing him up and down. "This person, has he transformed?" He seemed so uncharacteristically formal. Standing before her, he towered, making the surrounding atmosphere feel stifling, like a wall blocking all light, filling her entire field of vision. Hua Yuchen observed her staring at him, lost in thought. He couldn't help but recall what Jing had said last night. This silly woman, truly, has fallen into infatuation once again. Chapter 23. Is Ling Miao getting married? He had never noticed it before. It turns out she had been so captivated by her own beauty that it had led her to this state. He raised his hand, fingers hovering over her head, urging her to turn back and enter the house. He pushed her inside, saying, "You're drooling. Hurry up and tidy yourself, Grandpa and the others are waiting." Ling Miao brushed aside his hand, retorting, "Who is drooling? Stop being so self-absorbed." Yes, you're not, Hua Yuchen replied, uninterested in arguing with a woman. Ling Miao found it strange how this peacock of a man had suddenly become so composed today. After changing into a different outfit and simplifying her makeup, she stepped out. On the way, Hua Yuchen drove while Ling Miao sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought as she gazed outside. However, the expression on her face was far from pleasant. Since she had ventured out with Joyer to establish her independence, it had been ages since she last crossed the threshold. The thought of facing those people again today genuinely dampened her spirits. Hua Yuchen occasionally glanced over at her, noticing her unhappy demeanor, and asked, "What's the matter?" Ling Miao remained silent. Since she chose not to speak, he too refrained from pressing further. Upon arriving at the familiar villa, Ling Miao lifted her gaze and suddenly felt averse to going inside. Hua Yuchen, on the other hand, appeared quite at ease, as if he were impervious to any pressure regardless of the setting. Ling Miao stepped inside, with Hua Yuchen walking alongside her. Before they even reached the hall, they encountered Ling Qing, who had just descended the stairs. She stared at Ling Miao for a moment, taken aback. "Why are you back?" Ling Miao cast her a fleeting glance, choosing to ignore her. Hua Yuchen merely shot her a glance before following Ling Miao inside. In the hall, the elder Mr. Ling and the others had already arrived for a while. Ling Shangsong was inviting them to enjoy tea, and Ling Miao's stepmother, Su Wangqiu, was also present. She wore a warm smile, appearing polite, yet Ling Miao felt an intense revulsion at the hypocrisy of it. All of the people engaged in conversation seemed to have noticed their arrival. Mr. Ling, with a gentle smile, called out, "Miao Miao, come here." Ling Miao clenched her teeth in frustration and walked over. Upon seeing her father, she still greeted him with a simple, "Dad." Ling Shangsong, seemingly mild-mannered, did not exhibit much anger. However, the bond between father and daughter seemed to have been frayed by neglect and indifference. Appearing manageable yet devoid of warmth, Ling Miao didn't even spare a glance for the woman, treating her as if she were air. Su Wangqiu's expression soured immediately, and she discreetly pinched her husband, who remained silent. Unfortunately, with guests present, she could only swallow her indignation. Hua Yuchen's gaze flickered between Ling Miao and the others, and he called out, "Uncle, Aunt." The couple from the Ling family smiled in response, inviting him to sit. Ling Qing soon approached, sitting beside her mother, eyeing Ling Miao with suspicion. She had not returned home for such a long time, and today she brought someone from the Hua family. What was her intention? It wasn't until she discerned the purpose of the Hua family's visit that she realized they were here to propose marriage. Ling Miao was getting married. Ling Qing's gaze scrutinized Ling Miao intently. When had she become entangled with the young master of the Hua family? Wasn't he perpetually aloof and disdainful of others? Yet, it made sense, everyone knew the Hua family's heir, and Ling Miao was treated like a precious gem. If she could secure him, her future would indeed be worry-free. With this thought, she couldn't help but curl her lips into a mocking smile. It's nothing special, I thought she was genuinely reserved. Just as her smile began to form, Ling Miao shot her a glance as sharp as a blade. The intensity of her gaze startled Ling Qing, sending a chill down her spine. Hua Yuchen seemed to sense Ling Miao's discomfort and followed her line of sight, observing the lingering mockery on the woman's face and the palpable fear upon being caught off guard by Ling Miao. He couldn't help but chuckle. This Ling Miao was truly a fierce tigress. With just a glance, she instilled fear in others. A smirk graced his lips as he leisurely sipped his tea. The elder Mr. Ling, rarely seen without his stern demeanor at home, now chuckled amiably. Since the two children have found affection for each other, let us refer to each other as in-laws from now on. As an elder, Mr. Ling's words prompted only polite smiles from the Ling couple. Su Wenqiu regarded Ling Miao with a neutral expression, stating, "Our eldest daughter has endured hardships for over 20 years. Now that she has grown up, she hardly ever comes home, and when her father suffers even a mild ailment, she doesn't bother to check in. Now she returns only to stab her father's heart. Truly, it seems a daughter can't be kept at home." Ling Miao chose to ignore her, though her eyes glinted with coldness. The elder Mr. Ling chuckled, "Ling girl is a strong-willed child. It's only natural for young people to focus on their careers, sometimes neglecting home. As long as the children are well, we older folks should be more understanding." Su Wenqiu smiled, "What you say is true, elder. Pursuing a career is commendable. Not to mention filial piety, she doesn't even bother to visit her father during holidays. One might think that I, as her stepmother, am unyielding, which is truly disheartening." Ling Miao shot her a cold look, her tone devoid of warmth as she declared, "I have a mother." Look. Su Wenqiu seized upon her words, relentless. "This is the good girl I raised all by myself. They say it's difficult for stepmothers, but when children grow up, they only have eyes for their biological mothers." Just as Ling Miao was about to respond, Fan Yin interjected, "Dear in-laws, please don't be upset." Her tone was polite, and with a knowing smile, she continued, "Ling girl reminiscing about her birth mother is only natural. There is no such thing as a difficult stepmother. Human hearts are tender, and a child without a mother is inherently unfortunate. No one can replace a biological mother. What we can do is care for them more. Sometimes, a little kindness in hard times is far more comforting than mere indulgence." After speaking, Fan Yin's gaze softened as she looked at Ling Miao, her voice gentle. "In truth, children who have suffered are often the purest at heart, most aware of gratitude. If you treat them well, they will return the favor manifold." Ling Miao met Fan Yin's gaze, and for reasons unknown, she suddenly felt the essence of maternal protectiveness. Su Wenqiu, fully aware of the implications behind her words, masked her resentment with a smile. "I do not expect her to appreciate my kindness. After all, I am merely a stepmother, and I know my place. I pity her father, whose health is failing. After raising a daughter for over 20 years, to have neither a person nor money, at least her father is her biological father, not a stepfather." Hua Yuchen cast a cold glance at the woman across from him. To him, her words echoed with one resounding theme. Money. Chapter 24. This fellow has finally learned to care for his wife. What's the matter? Is it that the Ling family has only Ling Miao as a labor force? All of them are able-bodied, yet they are solely relying on Ling Miao for financial support. He could not bear to watch any longer and said leisurely, "Ah Jing has mentioned it to me. The Ling Corporation has already expanded internationally and has stabilized. I imagine the profits from the Ling Corporation are quite considerable. Surely it is better than Ling Miao struggling alone while also taking care of Lingjua." Ling Miao turned her head to look at the man beside her. She was genuinely surprised that he would speak up for her. Hua Yuchen met Ling Miao's gaze. She felt as if he was showing off. Was that merely her illusion? Su Wenxiu, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Ling Zhua is one of us from the Ling family. No matter how strict I may be, I would not deny a child the opportunity to study. I do not know if that girl harbors any thoughts about me as a stepmother, insisting on taking Ling Zhua away. Where does that leave my dignity as a stepmother?" Ling Miao's tone was notably stiff. "Ling Zhua is my biological brother. Of course, he must stay with me." "Look at how clearly you divide things," Su Wenxiu replied. "He is your brother by blood, but he is also Hao Er's brother. Are you not sowing discord between them?" Ling Miao responded, "I have not obstructed their interactions. Ling Zhua has his studies. Who doesn't know that the youngest master of the Ling family is a notorious troublemaker?" Upon hearing her words, Su Wenxiu let out a cold snort. She complained to Ling Xiangsong, "It's my fault for being unworthy, for not bearing a good son." Ling Xiangsong, rarely speaking up, said, "What's the point of bringing this up?" Ling Qing looked at Ling Miao across from her, her tone laden with meaning. "Sister, I've heard that your company is currently in dire straits. How is it? Can you still carry on? If not, just come back?" The tone of concern was minimal, while the mockery was rampant. Ling Miao forced a smile. "You need not worry, I have my own strategies to cope." Hua Yuchen's eyes flickered as he slowly turned to Ling Miao. Ling Qing laughed. "I've heard the hole is quite deep. After all your hard work over the years, I suppose it won't be enough to fill it? The evaporated value could conservatively buy several islands." Ling Miao's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Ling Qing. Hua Yuchen's brow furrowed tightly. He merely intended to teach her a small lesson. He had never imagined it would come at such a steep cost. How could it come to this? Ling Xiangsong's brow furrowed in an instant. "What's going on?" "Dad, you might not know yet," Ling Qing said. "I suspect sister has offended someone and has fallen into a trap. If you ask me, sister, you should temper your temper. We are all merchants. In business, humility is essential. Being too straightforward may lead to making too many enemies, resulting in others plotting against you." Hua Yuchen pursed his lips. "It's just money, just a project. He could easily earn it back. It's not a big deal." "Wife, do not fear," he comforted. "I won't let anything happen to you. Ling Miao naturally did not heed his words. In her eyes, Hua Yuchen was merely a frivolous playboy who knew nothing of business matters. The old man felt a sense of relief upon hearing the young man's words. This fellow actually knows to care for his wife. Quite commendable. He decided to let this young man personally assist with Ling Miao's company affairs. It would be a good opportunity for them to deepen their bond. Oh, I've heard that young Master Hua is quite the carefree person, Ling Qing remarked with a smile. Sister, you've always been so deliberate in your actions. What made you fall for young Master Hua? Ling Miao sneered. What, does liking someone require justification? Hua Yuchen silently regarded her. She truly did have feelings for him. Ling Miao stated, I simply like him. At the very least, my man is one of the most handsome in the capital. Is it not sufficient reason to choose a better gene for my offspring? Fan Yin, upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, suppressed a smile while scrutinizing her son's face. Quite impressive, at least he has secured a wife based on his looks. Old Master Hua also gazed at his little rascal, musing. Ling Miao's words held some truth. In the entire capital, there truly was no young man as handsome as Yu. Finally, he found some semblance of approval. Hua Yuchen slightly tilted his chin. This woman was indeed coveting his looks. He had actually won a woman over with his appearance. Ling Qing chuckled. Sister, marrying is a gamble. It is crucial to choose someone who loves you. With this statement, who could miss the insinuation? It implied that Hua Yuchen's heart was not truly with her. Even the old man, whose expression had just softened, instantly darkened again as he looked at the young rascal. Su Wenxiu, however, secretly scoffed. Does she think being a wealthy family's young mistress is easy? She is stubbornly trying to squeeze herself in. She can't wait to see the drama unfold. She was eager to see how this girl would cry and regret in the future. Hua Yuchen's expression was not any better. His mischievous eyes now shadowed with a sinister glare. The atmosphere chilled considerably. The usually carefree young man suddenly turned serious, exuding a pressure that could instill fear in the heart of anyone. Ling Qing did not anticipate Hua Yuchen's swift change in demeanor. It seemed she had touched a nerve after all. This man held a significant status. Ling Qing felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. The old man internally snorted, observing this ungrateful grandson. Must he make his affection for that woman so public, drawing everyone's attention? He could not bear to relinquish Ling Miao, his granddaughter-in-law, without a fight. It was still up to him to take charge. In-laws, rest assured, once Ling Miao enters our Hua family, she will be our young mistress. I can assure you, Ling Miao will not be bullied, not even by Yu. If Yu dares to mistreat her, you need not lift a finger. I will personally seek justice for Ling Miao. Hua Yuchen tugged at the corner of his mouth. Bully her? Not only does this woman have a sharp tongue, but when it comes to fighting, few men could withstand her. He was still contemplating how to live a good life after marrying this tigress. The old man continued, as for the betrothal gifts and dowries, those are easily discussed. In-laws, just give your nod, and I will have someone personally deliver them to your residence tomorrow. Rest assured, our Hua family will not fall short in marrying a young mistress. You may raise any requests you have. Su Wenxiu's heart began to stir as she glanced at Ling Xiangson. Ling Xiangson smiled. Matters of children are their own fates. As parents, we naturally respect her wishes. If she agrees, we have no objections. Su Wenxiu looked at him incredulously. This rascal, usually so taciturn, how could he suddenly be so articulate? Respect her wishes. If she wishes to ascend to heaven, would you let her? She discreetly pinched him hard. Chapter 25. Oh my dear wife, let us visit our wedding home. She cast a resentful glance at him, as if to say, how generous of you. After raising a daughter for over 20 years, can one truly just send her off without expecting anything in return? Hasn't the money spent on her and that Lingzhu been substantial? Ling Xiangson chose to remain silent. Su Wenxiu was nearly apoplectic. It was the old gentleman who finally spoke up. That simply won't do. There are certain expectations that must be met. Our Hua family has but one cherished offspring. It's only fitting that we celebrate this occasion with grandeur and ceremony. Su Wenxiu immediately brightened. The old gentleman is indeed a man of understanding, as it should be. After all, our Ling family's daughter did not grow up without due consideration. A girl must have some security when she marries. Ling Miao had no desire to linger further and interjected, Father, where is my household registration? Just as Ling Xiangson was about to respond, Su Wenxiu swiftly pulled him back. She suggested, I believe it would be best to hold the wedding first and then register the marriage. The implication was clear, there was no commitment, wishing instead to gain without giving anything in return. The old gentleman handed over a set of documents he had prepared in advance. This is a token of our Hua family's sincerity. Su Wenxiu took it, and both of them were taken aback by the contents, their eyes gleaming with greed. Ling Miao could hardly be bothered to give them a glance. Hua Yuchen observed with a cold gaze. He truly could not fathom how such a family could produce a woman as upright as Ling Miao. Truly, a phoenix had emerged from a chicken coop. Even Ling Cheng, upon witnessing this, could not help but acknowledge the Hua family's wealth, as they presented a generous 9-figure betrothal gift. TSK. She turned her gaze towards Ling Miao. How could such a wooden woman be the chosen bride for the young master of the Hua family? Wasn't he enamored with someone named Sun Lu? Having gained the upper hand, Su Wenxiu naturally insisted that Ling Xiangson transfer the household registration to Ling Miao. Whether she married or registered, it was entirely up to her. Hua Yuchen looked at the household registration in Ling Miao's hands and smiled. Does my esteemed father-in-law prefer that Ling Miao and I register our marriage first, or hold the wedding? Su Wenxiu replied with a smile, I fear we may not have enough time to prepare for the wedding. Let us register first and plan the wedding at our leisure. Hua Yuchen's smile was laced with mockery, both playful and earnest as he remarked, "Ling madam, I am inquiring of my esteemed father-in-law. Since my mother-in-law has long since passed, it is only right that I consult with my father-in-law." Upon hearing this, Su Wenxiu's face flushed with embarrassment. Even the old gentleman remained silent. He had never held much regard for this stepmother from the Ling family. She could not hold a candle to the late Ling madam's character. Fan Yin, hearing her son defend his wife against such indignities, quietly applauded him in her heart. They took advantage of Miao's lack of a biological mother, and this stepmother dared to assume the role of an elder. It was a great courtesy to address her as Ling madam, given her position as a mistress. Su Wenxiu, witnessing the silent specter, could hardly contain her anger and had to suppress it forcefully. Ling Xiangsong stated, "You young couple may decide for yourselves." With this pronouncement, the matter was effectively settled. After exchanging pleasantries, the Hua elder and his party took their leave. Ling Miao intended to follow suit, but Ling Qing called out to her. "Hey, after so long away from home, you return only to discuss marriage? What? When did you become involved with the young master of the Hua family?" Ling Miao shot her a cold glance. "What do you wish to say?" Ling Qing crossed her arms and scrutinized her. It seems the elder sister looks down upon the Ling family's tree, aiming to climb to a higher branch. "Sister, do not blame me for not warning you. Being a young mistress of a wealthy family is not as easy as it seems. The heart of the young master of Hua is not truly with you. If you marry him, do not come crying back." Hua Yuchen, with hands in his pockets, observed the scene with a cold smirk. Ling Qing, taken by surprise, swallowed hard. When had he arrived here, Hua Yuchen stepped forward, pulling Ling Miao into his embrace. He regarded Ling Qing with amusement. "What of it if she becomes my woman? I am wealthy and handsome, there are many who would seek my favor. Rest assured, marrying Ling Miao will be far better than life in the Ling family. You need not concern yourself." He held Ling Miao close, his smile charming. "Come, my dear wife, let us go inspect our wedding home." With that, he wrapped his arm around her and departed, casting a parting remark. "What a thing, daring to mock my wife." Ling Qing remained rooted in place, staring at their retreating figures, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, fists clenched tightly. Once outside the Ling residence, Ling Miao maintained a slight distance from him. "All right, the show is over." Hua Yuchen furrowed his brow, observing the space she kept between them. A performance? Did she believe he had merely been acting? A true man would never stand idly by while his woman was humiliated by others. Ultimately, he had defended her, and Ling Miao felt a flicker of gratitude in her heart. "Thank you for what you did back there." Hua Yuchen shoved his hands into his pockets. "No need for thanks. Despite my reckless nature, I would never abandon you." Ling Miao cast a sidelong glance at him. He had returned to his usual languid demeanor, carefree at all times, yet, in this moment, Ling Miao found him less detestable than before. "You mentioned going to see the wedding house?" Ling Miao inquired. Hua Yuchen nodded. "Since we are to marry, a wedding home is essential." He opened the car door. "Get in." Upon arriving at the splendid Niu Bay, Hua Yuchen parked the car and unfastened his seatbelt. He added a reminder, "Watch your step." Ling Miao gazed at the expansive flat-floor apartment complex before her. Each floor boasted a particularly large terrace, resembling an aerial garden, full of artistic flair. The prices in this district were outrageously high, even for the capital. Hua Yuchen observed Ling Miao, who stood still. "What are you doing? Do you want me to carry you inside?" Ling Miao snapped back to reality, pulling her thoughts together to follow his stride. "When did you purchase this property?" Hua Yuchen replied, "I didn't buy it. My sister insisted on gifting it to me. I have always lived near the old residence, and the developer here is my brother-in-law, so my sister just slipped a unit to me." Her brother-in-law? There was only one elder sister from the Hua family who had married. It must be the eldest daughter's husband. Ling Miao smiled. "You are quite fortunate." Her tone was playful, yet there was a hint of genuine envy. Hua Yuchen did not feel particularly fortunate. He too harbored unfulfilled regrets. "What is so fortunate about it?" he muttered gloomily. "Isn't it?" Ling Miao questioned, looking at him. Having such a sister and three more, born with a silver spoon in one's mouth, is a fortune that many would envy. Hua Yuchen took a deep breath, unwilling to delve further into the topic. As they reached the entrance of the new home, Hua Yuchen pressed his fingerprint, then glanced at Ling Miao. "Why are you looking at me?" Without uttering a word, he took her hand and recorded her fingerprint alongside his. Chapter 26. Do you still want to live apart? Ling Miao gazed at his profile, and for a fleeting moment, a blush crept to her ears. After recording her fingerprint, Hua Yuchen released her hand, saying, "All right. Come in." Upon entering, they found themselves in an entrance hall far larger than her current residence. At first glance, the decor exuded an imposing aura. At the end of the hall stood a display cabinet showcasing exquisite antique white porcelain, serving both decorative and privacy functions. The overall layout was one of tranquility on the left and activity on the right. The expansive lounge on the right offered a breathtaking view of the sea, an awe-inspiring sight. On the opposite side of the lounge extended a terrace adorned with lush plants and vibrant flowers, resembling a private garden. From the terrace, one could overlook the entire coastal park. The distant coconut grove swayed in the breeze, bringing with it the scent of the sea mingled with the fragrance of fresh grass, creating a refreshing ambience. "What do you think? Do you like it here? If you don't, I can take you to another villa." The marital home was, after all, meant for the woman. He could live anywhere. What mattered was her happiness. Ling Miao was quite taken with the scenery here, especially since it was not far from her workplace. After work, she could stroll along the seaside promenade, feeling the sea breeze that washed away the fatigue of the day, quite delightful. Noticing her silence, Hua Yuqing settled on the sofa, patiently waiting for her to finish her observations. The terrace was expansive, seamlessly connected to the master bedroom. This master bedroom was more than twice the size of her current one. Opening the floor-to-ceiling doors of the master bedroom revealed a shimmering azure swimming pool, glistening under the light. Adjacent to the master bedroom were 2 additional rooms, one of which was a media room, while the other stood empty, a potential nursery for the future. Ling Miao glanced at the vacant room, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. A baby. In a short while, her child would be born. The father was Hua Yuqing. What kind of father would he be, this young master? Surely, he would bear some responsibility and cherish the baby. She and Hua Yuqing were to be married soon, to become husband and wife. It felt like a dream, yet it was an undeniable reality. Ling Miao's state of mind seemed to shift, influenced by the man with whom she would soon share her life. Turning around, she was unexpectedly enveloped in a warm embrace. Ouch! Ling Miao clutched her forehead. Hua Yuqing, quick to react, steadied her. What was that? Not watching where you're going, what if you fall? Rubbing her forehead, Ling Miao retorted, are you blaming me? Who told you to walk so silently? Hua Yuqing looked at her, a hint of exasperation softening his tone. Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Yes. Honestly, he moved like a ghost, as if he wished to startle her to death. Hua Yuqing took her hand. Let me see. Her fair forehead was slightly flushed, whether from the bump or from her earlier embarrassment was unclear. The look in her eyes held a touch of melancholy. Coupled with the softness that replaced her usual sharpness, she appeared almost adorably petulant to Hua Yuqing. He chuckled, you're such a fool. Ling Miao pushed him away. You're crazy. Despite her small stature, her temper was fiercer than anyone else's. Hua Yuqing laughed as he followed her. Are you hungry? Let me take you out to eat. Not hungry. Hua Yuqing insisted. I went to your house to propose this morning and brought you here to see the house. Half the day has passed, and if you're not hungry, my child surely is. Without allowing her to refuse, he took her bag and said, come on, let's eat. The restaurant was filled with nourishing dishes that Hua Yuqing had ordered. After all, the woman carrying his child needed to be treated with care. Ling Miao surveyed the surroundings and asked, do you often eat here? Hua Yuqing replied, not always, my grandfather insists I eat at the old residence when I return. Don't you cook for yourself? Ling Miao inquired. Are you kidding? Hua Yuqing scoffed, I've never set foot in a kitchen since I was born. If he were to cook, he might end up burning the entire house down. Ling Miao thought about it and realized that with someone like him, a rich heir, it was unlikely he would ever lift a finger. You must have servants at your place too, right? Ling Miao said, why eat out every day? This young master Hua was indeed extravagant, dining in such upscale establishments merely for a meal. Quite the spendthrift, Hua Yuqing replied succinctly, it's not good. Ling Miao raised an eyebrow at him. How picky could he be? He couldn't even distinguish grains and yet criticized others' cooking. Living with him would undoubtedly be a challenge. Soon, the meal was served. Hua Yuqing pushed a nourishing soup toward her. Eat more, your body is not just your own anymore. Ling Miao looked at the spread before her and remarked, you've ordered so much. Am I supposed to finish it all? Eat as much as you can. Ling Miao smirked, knowing she would eventually have to temper this young master's disposition. Hua Yuqing leisurely sipped his wine, watching her eat. The household registration book has arrived. When shall we go get the marriage certificate? Ling Miao replied nonchalantly, let's say Friday. Hua Yuqing choked on his drink, coughing a few times. Ling Miao looked at him, what's with the reaction? Hua Yuqing waved his hand, nothing. After regaining his composure, he asked, this Friday? So soon, are you sure? Ling Miao shrugged, we're going to get married eventually, it doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. She needed to obtain the certificate quickly to resolve matters at work. Once those were settled, she could finally relax and prepare for childbirth. Hua Yuqing drank his wine, deep in thought. Ling Miao teased, what's wrong, are you having second thoughts? Hua Yuqing shot her a glance, what are you thinking? If it's Friday, then it's Friday. Pack your things tomorrow. I'll have someone help you move to Niue Bay. Ling Miao was taken aback, moving? Hua Yuqing set down his wineglass, we're getting married, but if we don't live together, do you really want to live apart? Ling Miao's mind conjured the term cohabitation. At her age, she had never lived with any man. For some reason, her cheeks flushed slightly. She was about to cohabit with this man, but under the same roof, perhaps even sharing a bed. Hua Yuqing casually remarked, getting married and then living apart? I don't want to end up in the army at my grandfather's whim. Ling Miao's expression darkened enough that remark should have ended there. Did he think she was eager for this? Ling Miao buried herself in her meal. Hua Yuqing remained oblivious to her change in demeanor. If you don't want to bring your old furniture, it would be a waste of effort to move it. I'll have someone send you all new things. Just move in. Chapter 27 You must adapt in advance. Ling Miao firmly rejected, no need. Who can match you, young Master Hua, in extravagance? Naturally, you wouldn't want my old furniture. You don't need me to provide new items. I can have someone move my things. Hua Yuqing observed her expression, noting she seemed both angry and not angry at all, but then he thought, if he was offering to buy her new things, any woman should be pleased, right? Hua Yuqing chuckled, then do as you wish, if you can't bear to part with them, bring them along. Ling Miao shot him a disdainful glance. Hua Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her reaction. She was the one who would be moving, yet now that he had agreed, she looked at him disdainfully. What was she trying to convey? Hua Yuqing found it difficult to decipher her thoughts, causing him much frustration. By the way, Ling Miao said, I have a younger brother. You know that, right? Hua Yuqing nodded. I know. He excels in his studies and will soon be going abroad for further education. I can't abandon him, he's my only family. She believed it was best for both of them to discuss such matters openly. She didn't want to hide anything from him, lest it sow seeds of resentment in the future. Hua Yuqing replied, Don't worry, he's my little brother-in-law. Once he is abroad, I'll have someone look after him and provide him with the best resources. Ling Miao was momentarily stunned. That's not. I'm not telling you this so you can help Ling Zhua. I simply want you to know that he is my only sibling and has always been my companion. He is my sole family. Therefore, until he starts his own family, I must fulfill my responsibilities as an elder sister. Hua Yuqing retorted, even if he starts his own family, does that mean he is no longer your brother? You can do whatever you want. You don't have to be so cautious in explaining. Once we're married, he will not only be your brother but also my little brother-in-law. When he establishes his own family, I, as the brother-in-law, will have to present a grand gift. Ling Miao gazed at him, a hint of gratitude shimmering in her eyes, her lips curling into a faint smile. This young master, while sometimes rather absurd, turned out to be quite sensible, but that was to be expected. With a grandfather like Hua, the teachings imparted to the younger generation would undoubtedly be grounded in virtue. Ling Miao smiled softly, her hand resting on her abdomen. Baby, that your father should make a good dad, right? In a marriage, both parties must adapt over time. Regardless of whom one marries, it is still a union. Since their fate had already been sealed, they should take their time to adjust and find harmony. She believed that one day, it would all be alright. Life stretched ahead, long and winding, perhaps the ending wouldn't be so bad. Out in the evening, Hua Yuqing escorted Ling Miao back to her current residence, recalling the last time he came, Yao's younger brother had been waiting for her at the door. Although there was currently no romantic relationship between him and Ling Miao, she was undeniably his fiancée. It made him uneasy. Even though Ling Miao's heart belonged solely to him, he couldn't shake the fear that Yao's younger brother might cling to her. As her husband, he needed to be vigilant. Ling Miao. Ling Miao pressed her fingerprint to unlock the door. Hua Yuqing said, from now on, keep your distance from that Zhou family kid. Ling Miao shot him a glance. What are you talking about? Hua Yuqing frowned. Just listen to me. Don't you realize that kid has ulterior motives toward you? You're about to become my wife, yet you're still entangled with those people. Where does that leave your husband? Ling Miao opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of water. I have no feelings for him, the age difference is clear. You're overthinking it. If there were anything, would it even come to you? As she twisted the cap off, Hua Yuqing snatched it away. Ling Miao watched as he resealed the bottle. Drinking something so cold, are you trying to freeze him out? The him he referred to was their unborn child. Ling Miao instinctively looked down at her abdomen. Oh right, she had almost forgotten. Asa mother, she needed to be more mindful. Hua Yuqing poured her a glass of room-temperature water. That kid looks at you with bad intentions, just avoid being alone with him. Ling Miao shrugged off his concern, you're being unnecessarily talkative. Talkative? Hua Yuqing wrapped his arms around her waist possessively, remember who your man is. Ling Miao's hand trembled, spilling water all over her chest. The fabric clung to her skin, revealing her bra straps. She shook her shirt. What are you doing? Hua Yuqing's gaze fell on her soaked area, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you so nervous? He had seen it, but that night her memory was hazy. Although they had shared intimate moments, she couldn't maintain such an unflinching composure. Ling Miao pushed him away and set down her cup. Are all men this shameless? Watching her flustered state, Hua Yuqing found her visible unease amusing. He teased, Ling Miao, tomorrow night we'll be sharing a room. With how shy you are, you might not even dare to enter. Although Ling Miao did have that thought, she knew she would eventually persuade herself to accept it when the time came. Right now, it felt too sudden. She wasn't quite mentally prepared. Hua Yuqing pulled her closer, burying his face in her neck. Ling Miao felt goosebumps rise all over her body. His deep voice chuckled, my dear wife, you need to adapt in advance. He could distinctly feel her trembling in his embrace. The once fierce woman was evidently afraid of his closeness. Hua Yuqing seemed to have found a way to tame her. Unexpectedly. Ling Miao gritted her teeth. Hua Yuqing, let go of me. How brazen of him, just a few days in, and he was already so forward. Hua Yuqing refused to relent. He enjoyed watching her tremble, knowing she felt powerless against him. He grasped her chin, compelling her to look up at him, his playful nature taking precedence. If he kissed her, would she tremble even more? Ling Miao, what are you afraid of? He whispered teasingly in her ear. Ling Miao swallowed hard. Who was afraid of you? Hua Yuqing, let go of me. Looking at her trembling lashes, he recalled how she had quivered that night. His gaze darkened slightly. I am your man, there's no need to be afraid. He swallowed hard, leaning in closer. Ling Miao tightly shut her eyes. Suddenly, her lips felt soft against his, the familiar scent of masculinity enveloping her once more. Hua Yuqing was taken aback by his own boldness. In that moment, he realized that as her man, kissing his own woman was hardly a crime. The soft sensation was irresistible, drawing him deeper into her territory. Chapter 28. Are you trying to murder your husband? A slippery warmth enveloped her, causing Ling Miao to open her eyes wide, her heart racing. Instinctively, she grasped the hand of the man before her. The sudden pain made Hua Yuchen frown and hiss in surprise. In the next moment, he was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw. Ah, Hua Yuchen clutched his shoulder, curling up. Damn. Ling Miao, are you trying to murder your husband? It was only then that Ling Miao realized the gravity of her actions. She stood frozen, gazing at the man curled up on the floor, then at her own hand. Guilt surged within her, and her expression turned anxious. Are you all right? Hua Yuchen could hardly believe that a mere kiss had led to such a startling turn of events. A tigress truly is a tigress, vixen. If you want my life, just say so. Every part of him ached. Raised in luxury, he had never encountered anyone who dared to lay a hand on him. He had merely let his guard down for a moment, only to suffer her wrath. Damn, Ling Miao helped him to his feet. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Hua Yuchen stood up irritably, rubbing his arm, devoid of any mood. You did it on purpose. A mere kiss and you react so violently. Sharing a bed with you, I would surely be mistaken for a wild man in the dead of night. Ling Miao couldn't help but laugh through her tears. I'm trying to get used to it, alright? If I wait for you to get used to it, I don't know how many more hits I will endure. Hua Yuchen felt as though he had seen a ghost. His grandfather had forced him to marry such a woman. A kiss was not even granted, and yet she had thrown him down. No tigress was as fierce as she. How was he to live his life from now on? Why were other women so gentle and considerate, while the one by his side was a tigress? He thought perhaps he should renounce the world and become a monk. If he were to share a bed with her, would he not end up hospitalized with fractures? As Hua Yuchen limped toward the door, clutching his shoulder, Ling Miao followed suit. She was at a loss, unsure whether to approach him or maintain distance. Are you alright? Hua Yuchen snapped back. What do you think? Then, how about you stay here tonight? There's a guest room. If you're in pain, I can help you with some medicinal alcohol. As he opened the door, he dared not linger. You can keep it for yourself. At that moment, Ling Zhuo appeared at the entrance, ready to step inside. He raised his gaze to the two of them, one clutching an injury, the other with a face full of guilt. Without warning, he remarked, Sister, did you hit your brother-in-law? Once the words left his mouth, Hua Yuchen lamented, Your sister is a tigress. He patted Ling Zhuo's shoulder. After all these years, how did you manage? Next time, brother-in-law might ask you for some tips. Ling Miao felt even more apologetic. I didn't mean to. Who told you to? She instinctively wanted to say, who told you to kiss me? But upon reflection, such actions were commonplace between couples. It was her own overreaction that was to blame. With this thought, her guilt only deepened. As Hua Yuchen walked away, he grumbled, what kind of upbringing leads to such strength? It hurts like hell. Ling Miao watched his retreating figure, his grumblings echoing in her ears. In a moment of frustration, she felt utterly embarrassed. Not only when she could no longer see Hua Yuchen's silhouette did she finally enter the house. Ling Zhuo had already returned to his room with a book in hand. The more Ling Miao thought about it, the more guilt consumed her. She couldn't help but wonder if he was truly hurt. She would have to restrain herself next time. Violence would only harm their relationship. Ling Miao returned to her room, still in a daze. He had been raised with such delicacy, surely he had never been treated so roughly. He must have bruises all over his body. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair. If he truly was injured, the weight of her guilt would be unbearable. She couldn't possibly say that she had struck him merely for a kiss. Oh dear, I must be losing my mind. Hua Yuchen returned home, took a shower, and wrapped a towel around his bare shoulders. He glanced at the mirror and saw a bruise forming on his shoulder. He touched it and winced in pain. Damn, that was quite a hit. What kind of woman is this? Hua Yuchen grumbled, I wonder what kind of rotten eyesight my grandfather has. To pair me with such a shrew. I knew there would come a day like this. Sure enough, even before the wedding, she has laid hands on me. How am I supposed to live like this in the future? The more he thought about it, the more disheartened he became, feeling utterly helpless. He made his way downstairs, seeking some medicine to soothe his wounds. As he was about to return to his room, the butler, noticing his injuries, hurriedly inquired, Young master, what happened to you? Hua Yuchen replied irritably, Get me some medicine to apply. Ah, yes. The butler rummaged through the medicine cabinet and brought back a bottle of medicinal alcohol. Sitting on the sofa, Hua Yuchen's finely sculpted features tightened with discomfort. As the butler applied the medicine, he earnestly advised, Young master, you are on the verge of starting a family. You can no longer act as you did in the past, causing trouble every day. If the master finds out, he will surely be displeased. The butler assumed the young master had been out causing mischief again. Hua Yuchen frowned and winced, Could you be a little gentler? My apologies, my apologies. Hua Yuchen recalled the woman who had thrown him over her shoulder. Where had she found such strength? Just thinking about it annoyed him. Who the hell told you I was out causing trouble? The butler, puzzled, replied, I didn't. Then how did you get all these injuries? Isn't it because of that? Hua Yuchen almost blurted it out but caught himself. If he admitted Ling Miao had hit him, what would that do for his pride? If he revealed it, he would earn a reputation for being a coward before even tying the knot. Ultimately, he decided against it. As a man, he shouldn't stoop to quarreling with a woman. As the butler gently rubbed the bruise on his shoulder, he added, In a couple of days, the young mistress will be entering the household. Young master, you must learn to temper your temperament. Women are generally gentle. A wife is meant to be cherished. As men, we must show some leniency. Gentle? Hua Yuchen felt as if he had encountered a ghost. He had to be lenient. She had tossed a man who stood nearly 6 feet tall and weighed over 70 kilograms with ease. Gentle, was he to abandon all hope of survival? If she was gentle, then half the men in the world were weaklings to in this world. Every woman was gentle, except for her. Hua Yuchen snatched the medicinal alcohol from the butler's hands, disdainfully sizing him up. Have you lost your mind? With that, he turned and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. The butler stood in shock. Could it be that the young mistress had done this? Surely not. The following morning, Ling Miao pondered throughout the night and ultimately decided to send him a message. Are you all right? Hua Yuchen was awakened by the notification sound and glanced at his phone. It was already 9 o'clock. He made a call, pinching the bridge of his nose. How are the preparations coming along? Everything is ready, young master. Hua Yuchen hung up the phone. It was time to go pick up Ling Miao. Chapter 29. Does she still wish to hold financial authority? He roused from his reverie, rising to dress in his usual casual attire. Subsequently, he took the car keys and stepped outside. Just as he emerged, the butler called out from behind, Young master, are you leaving without breakfast? Hua Yuchen donned his sunglasses, not bothering to look back. I'm going to pick up Ling Miao. We will dine out. The butler observed his retreating figure and murmured, the young master seems quite proactive regarding the young mistress. He chuckled softly, that's good, their marital affection spares the master much worry. Upon arriving at her building, he replied to her message, come down. Her response was prompt, you've arrived so quickly? Yes, don't worry about your things, someone will bring them over shortly. Come down, I'll take you for breakfast. Hua Yuchen exited the vehicle, leaning against it while lighting a cigarette, gazing at the wedding ring design on his phone. He typed a few words in reply, this one, expedite IT. IT should be ready within 2 months. You're up quite early. A woman's voice came from behind. Without needing to turn around, he recognized her, putting away his phone and extinguishing the cigarette. He opened the car door for her. Does it still hurt? Ling Miao inquired, feeling guilty for her actions the previous night. Why are you so concerned? Consider your own actions before you strike next time. Hua Yuchen fastened her seatbelt. Dante, you realize you are carrying 2 lives now, yet you remain so reckless. Though his tone was somewhat harsh, there was an underlying concern in his words, which made Ling Miao feel even more embarrassed. She found herself less resistant to his proximity as she looked at the man before her. Hua Yuchen circled around the front of the car and got in. Ling Miao turned to him, I will be more careful from now on. Hua Yuchen started the vehicle without responding. It was for the best, otherwise, his life would certainly become quite miserable. After breakfast, Ling Miao's belongings were also transferred to the new residence. Upon returning after a night's absence, the place had transformed significantly from the day before. The newly added items lent a semblance of home to the space. Hua Yuchen's swift actions surprised Ling Miao. Despite his usual nonchalance, he exhibited impressive execution. Young master, Madame's belongings have been arranged. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, the servant reported. Hua Yuchen nodded in acknowledgement. Once the staff departed, only the 2 of them remained in the vast house. Take a look and see if anything is lacking. I can call someone to bring it over. There is no need for anything else, she replied. The houseplants were neatly arranged, and her belongings were in their rightful places. The study was fully equipped, and the walk-in closet was brimming with items he had acquired for himself, yet it was filled almost entirely with her things. Ling Miao felt at a loss for words. It was excessive. Who lives like this? She had clearly stated that she did not require such extravagance. Come here and rest for a moment. Hua Yuchen gestured from the sofa. Don't stand for so long. Ling Miao snapped back to reality and walked toward the living room. The sun was splendid today, and the flowers on the terrace bloomed vibrantly. Hua Yuchen rose and shortly returned with a fruit platter, placing it on the coffee table. I've done some research. You need to eat more fruit. If you desire something in the future, just let me know, and I will arrange for it to be delivered. Ling Miao gazed at the neatly cut fruit, appreciating his effort despite his usual detachment from domestic chores. She smiled at him. Thank you. Hua Yuchen stiffened slightly. There is no need for thanks. In his subconscious, they had already established this kind of relationship, and the word thank you felt out of place to him. Just as Ling Miao took a bite of mango, her phone rang. She retrieved her phone and answered. What is it, Ms. Ling? The agents from the Qiandong region have arrived. Vice President Yu is currently overseeing the pork trade project. It seems you need to come to the company. Xiao Wu had been busy with exports recently, and Ling Miao stood up. I understand. Seeing her eat only a couple of bites before rushing off, Hua Yuchen asked, where are you going? I have something to attend to. Was this his first experience serving someone, only for her to refuse food? Ling Miao entered her room, shedding her casual wear for professional attire. She applied a touch of makeup to enhance her complexion, tying her long hair into a high ponytail. The transformation made her appear strikingly fierce once more. As Hua Yuchen observed her emerge looking like her former self, he frowned slightly. Are you heading to the company? Couldn't she consider her circumstances? She was carrying his child yet remained so busy. Ling Miao responded affirmatively, gathering her phone and handbag. The agents who accompanied me last time suffered significant losses. They have all come to the company now. I need to return to the office and reassure them. They all have families to support. The losses are substantial, and if I do not address it, their morale will surely plummet. Dissension among the ranks could be fatal for a company. Hua Yuchen, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, it's just money. Name an amount, and I'll transfer it to your account. Ling Miao stared at him incredulously. Have you lost your mind? That's over 10 billion. How much can you cover? Hua Yuchen shrugged nonchalantly. I can always sell a couple of cars. No, Ling Miao was too exasperated to explain to this spoiled heir. If you keep spending recklessly, I'll ensure that every penny you have is accounted for. With an unreliable father for her child, she had to save diligently. Hua Yuchen stood, stunned, at her implication. Did she not only have a tempestuous temper but also wish to seize control over the finances? Was she determined to make his life unbearable? Holding the fruit platter, he contemplatively nibbled on the fruit. Although Yan Rui's losses were directly linked to him, who could have foreseen that Ling Miao would become the mother of his child? In hindsight, he seemed to have shot himself in the foot. If she refused his financial assistance, he could simply find her some projects to recoup her losses, sparing that fierce woman from overexerting herself while pregnant. With this thought in mind, Hua Yuchen set down the fruit platter and took the car keys before stepping out. At the Bianan Flower Club, an exclusive members-only establishment, Hua Yuchen held a black card membership. We haven't seen you out socializing lately, remarked several attendees, all prominent young men from well-to-do families. Hua Yuchen surveyed the billiard table, skillfully bending over to focus intently on the white ball. I heard you're getting married. With a swift stroke, the ball sank into the pocket, to which Hua Yuchen simply replied. Remember Zhou Jinyao was also present, casually sipping his drink. Qinzhou jestingly draped an arm around him. I would have thought you'd be the last among us to marry. What a surprise. Chapter 30. Who the hell are you calling a tigress? Zhou Jinyao subtly curled the corners of his lips. Come on, share with your brothers, Qinzhou said, his curiosity piqued. What led you to make the decision to marry so young? This isn't like you at all. Is it possible that the old man is pressuring you into marriage? Given the temper of General Hua, it was more than likely. Hua Yuchen leaned forward, striking the ball. I'm going to be a father. The moment those words escaped his lips, the few men drinking around him choked on their drinks. What did you just say? You're going to be a father? Are you serious? Your woman isn't abroad, is she? When did you go overseas? Zhou Jinyao shot a glance at Hua Yuchen. Since Sun Lu had yet to return, he had given up on that front. If that were the case, his action shouldn't count as a betrayal of a friend's wife, right? Hua Yuchen appeared somewhat distracted, clearly losing focus when troubled. He straightened up, gripping his cue, and studied the game. Hey, has your old man agreed to your relationship with Sun Lu? Hua Yuchen took a sip of his drink. It's not her. Qinzhou raised an eyebrow, and the others were taken aback. They all knew Hua Yu had liked over the years. Not Sun Lu, then who else could it possibly be? Hua Yuchen swallowed hard, muttering two words, Ling Miao, oh my. The men collectively inhaled sharply. This was a rather troublesome character to deal with. Qinzhou draped an arm around his shoulder, patting his chest. From this day forth, I shall regard you with newfound respect. You are truly a man among men. Ling Miao, that woman, is known throughout the capital. She is a force to be reckoned with. What were you thinking, pursuing her? Are you tired of living comfortably in your later years? Hua Yuchen pushed him away with irritation. Cut it out with the sarcasm. He set down his cue and sank into the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Qinzhou eagerly followed him, plopping down beside him. So, when did you start seeing Ling Miao? You've been keeping this under wraps quite well. Mentioning this subject irked Hua Yuchen. Isn't it because of your last scheme, that ridiculous idea about making deer blood wine? Qinzhou looked astonished. Was it really that day? Hua Yuchen poured himself a drink. That damned scheme of yours nearly ruined me. Qinzhou scratched his nose, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. How was I to know? No wonder you vanished for a whole night. Turns out, you were busy with that. Hua Yuchen shot him a cold glance as he took a sip of his drink. Qinzhou nudged his shoulder, smirking. Come on, tell me, how was it? Did it work well? Is it true what the wine seller claimed, about 7 times in one night? Caught off guard, Hua Yuchen spat out his drink, coughing violently and shaking off the droplets that splattered on his clothes. Are you out of your mind? If you want to know, go try it yourself. Zhou Jinyao adjusted his glasses, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Couldn't possibly be ineffective if it worked in just one night. Unfazed, Qinzhou pressed on, that was a genuine product I went through great lengths to procure overseas. If it doesn't work, I'll have to confront him. Hua Yuchen shot him a frosty look. That wine wasn't just for me. Didn't you all feel the heat after drinking? Qinzhou pondered for a moment. It was manageable, I suppose. He recalled the incident, his irritation resurfacing. Damn it, that night the old man suddenly summoned me home. I had no time to find a girl. I was bleeding from the nose the next day. Hua Yuchen smirked, realizing that it was only he who had fallen victim to that debacle. Qinzhou, belatedly amused, chuckled. Seems it really did work. Do you want to take a couple more shots? Someone called from the pool table. Hua Yuchen flicked the ash off his cigarette. No need, you all carry on. But on a different note, you may end up being quite the henpecked husband. Qinzhou regarded him with sympathy. Does this mean we can no longer gather with you? Zhou Jinyao found himself thinking that Ling Miao wasn't as unreasonable as they painted her to be. Hua Yuchen retorted, I'm merely getting married, it's not like I'm entering a monastery. But your tigress won't let you off the hook so easily, will she? Hua Yuchen's expression turned frosty. Who the hell are you calling a tigress? No matter her shortcomings, she was still the mother of his child. He could say she was acceptable, but others could not. Qinzhou quickly backpedaled, your celestial beauty, is that better? Zhou Jinyao chuckled softly. Zhou, Yu is now a family man. If you're discussing his wife in front of him, if Yu doesn't take action, his wife will surely do so. Qinzhou grimaced. Who would dare provoke Ling Miao? He had no desire to incite such a tigress. Hey, cousin, Qinzhou remarked, do you and Ling Miao share some ancestral ties? Qinzhou's mother was from the Zhou family, so he was indeed a legitimate cousin. Zhou Jinyao nodded. But that connection has been diluted over 5 generations. Now that it's summer vacation, has a man returned home? Not yet. Zhou Jinniao set down his glass. I've brought her over from Ling Miao. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuchen remarked, then a man might as well stay at your place. Ling Miao is pregnant now, and my brother-in-law is still in the country. She has been quite busy with work and can't manage the 2 children. Zhou Jinniao replied. I've heard about Ling Miao's situation. She has taken care of a man for so long. I intend to lend her a hand. Hua Yuchen immediately frowned. What do you mean by helping, that as my wife? Zhou Jinniao raised an eyebrow. How do you intend to help? How long has it been since you returned to the company? He was clearly not cut out for inheriting the family business. I'm simply not interested in business, Hua Yuchen replied nonchalantly. Her company is currently preparing to expand into a multinational enterprise. They are likely facing issues with logistics and warehousing. The warehouse is manageable, but we need to sort things out at the port. Zhou Jinniao continued, isn't your family responsible for that sector? Qin Zhou suddenly recalled, you should have mentioned this sooner. I can easily inform the company tomorrow. Then we can have the business department send the project details to Yan Ruwei for signatures. Hua Yuchen chuckled lightly and poured a drink for Qin Zhou. Looks like you still have some use when it counts. Hey, don't flatter yourself. Whenever your old man grounds you, hasn't it always been me who came to your aid? Hua Yuchen clinked his glass with his. Just remember to send someone to Yan Ruwei about this matter. Don't forget. You can rely on me to get things done, Qin Zhou assured him. After finishing his drink, Hua Yuchen glanced at his watch rising. He announced, alright, you all enjoy yourselves, I need to go pick up Ling Miao from work. Chapter 31. My culinary skills are mediocre, you mustn't complain, are you leaving in such haste? Yes, she is pregnant now, and requires constant attention. Hua Yuchen picked up his belongings and patted his shoulder, you two continue to enjoy yourselves. Alright then, after Hua Yuchen departed, Qin Zhou muttered unexpectedly, could it be that he ventured out today solely for his wife's sake? Before long, Zhou Jinniao's phone rang. Aman, what's the matter? Uncle Zhou, have you returned home? It's raining outside, and I just finished my class, but I can't find a taxi. Zhou Jinniao immediately stood up, it's raining, I'll come over right away. Hey, cousin, why are you leaving too? Without turning back, Zhou Jinniao replied, Aman has finished her class. I am going to pick her up. One by one, everyone seemed so busy. Hua Yuchen arrived at the entrance of the Yan Ruwei group. He stepped out of the car, holding an umbrella, and walked inside. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, Ling Miao emerged from it. The moment their eyes met, Ling Miao was taken aback. What brings you here? Hua Yuchen wrapped his arm around her shoulder, to pick you up after work. You don't need to pick me up. I can go back myself. Your condition is different now. Once outside the company, Hua Yuchen held her even closer, his tall figure shielded her, the umbrella tilting toward her side, the broad shoulders were darkened by the rain. The summer rain fell furiously, as if the heavens themselves were pouring down. After getting into the car, he pulled out a few tissues to wipe away the droplets on himself. He didn't forget to ask the woman beside him, how are you wet? Ling Miao shook her head, no. Why did the driver come today? She caught a whiff of alcohol on him, did you go out drinking? Hua Yuchen casually replied, just a few friends, we gathered for a bit. Then he glanced at her and added, no women. Ling Miao was momentarily stunned. Was this his way of indirectly explaining himself? The company wasn't far from home. With the torrential rain, there were hardly any cars on the road. They arrived in 10 minutes. The car stopped in the garage, and without the need for an umbrella, Hua Yuchen took her hand and they entered the elevator together. Have you had dinner? Ling Miao shook her head, no time. I'll just grab a bite later. Hua Yuchen frowned at her words, you should have told me, I would have brought you something. It's fine, I'm not very hungry. Hua Yuchen's expression darkened as he took out his phone, I'll have someone bring you something to eat. It's so late, and it's pouring outside. There's no need to trouble anyone. It's not anything urgent. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Hua Yuchen held her hand as they exited. What is troublesome about it? Your well-being and the child's is the most important matter. Ling Miao smiled, it's alright. I don't like takeout, I'll cook something myself. Upon returning home, Ling Miao changed into her loungewear and asked, have you eaten dinner? No. Hua Yuchen removed his wet clothes, I'm going to take a shower. Call me if you need anything. With that, he headed to the bathroom. A couple of seconds later, he opened the door again, admonishing, take care of yourself. Go wash up. Ling Miao entered the kitchen, pondering how this young master had become so chatty. She opened the fridge and examined the ingredients. She grabbed 2 greens and 2 eggs. At this hour, she was too lazy to cook a proper meal. Some noodles would suffice. After boiling water, she thought about him not having eaten as well. Perhaps she should prepare a portion for him too. Before long, 2 bowls of light yet aromatic noodles were set on the dining table. When Hua Yuchen emerged from the bathroom in his pajamas, drying his hair, he caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. Finished washing up? Come eat, you're late coming back today, so just make do. Ling Miao set the chopsticks. This young master was notoriously picky. Hua Yuchen pulled out a chair and sat down. Ling Miao took her seat across from him. After a couple of seconds of looking at her, the soft overhead light illuminated her face. She appeared quite gentle, exuding an air of warmth and wisdom, reminiscent of a devoted wife. The term fierce tiger seemed utterly unfitting. With her light makeup removed, her fair and innocent face was revealed. It must be said that she looked quite lovely even without makeup. Why had he never noticed this before? What are you staring at? How could you begrudge me this meal? Even if you don't want to eat, you must. Ling Miao felt it necessary to clarify, especially since they would be living together from now on. I assume you can't cook, so I will handle the meals at home. You only have the right to eat. No critiques allowed. My culinary skills are mediocre. I can't claim they are particularly delicious. Aman and Ling Zhu don't mind, so you mustn't complain either. If you find it tasty, eat more. If not, eat less. But if you dare to turn your nose up and refuse to eat, then you'll have to cook for yourself. Even before they began, rules were being established. He hadn't uttered a single word, yet she had said so much. I haven't complained, nor have I said it's not tasty. How could I dare to turn my nose up at you? Just thinking about how she might report him to his grandfather made her shudder. Best not to say anything. I'll cook, you'll wash the dishes, teamwork. Hua Yuqing agreed without a moment's hesitation, no problem. Ling Miao paused with her chopsticks and looked up at him. Was he really this easy to talk to? He didn't seem the type to help around the house. Hua Yuqing chuckled. Although he didn't step into the kitchen, he at least knew about one thing, dishwashers. For such trivial matters, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. After tasting the noodles she prepared, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. What's wrong? Ling Miao assumed he was about to say something. If it's not good, just keep quiet. Hua Yuqing chewed a few times. It wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was quite tasty. What appeared to be an ordinary bowl of home-cooked noodles today had a distinctly different flavor. After Ling Miao finished her noodles, she set down her chopsticks. It's your turn. I am going to take a bath. With that, she got up and headed to the bathroom. Hua Yuqing continued to enjoy his noodles, even sipping the broth. Afterward, he stood up, took the 2 bowls to the kitchen, placed them in the dishwasher, and pressed the start button. Done. When he came out, Ling Miao was still in the bathroom. He knocked on the door. Don't soak too long, you might feel dizzy. I know. Hua Yuqing went to prepare some fruit for her and placed it on the coffee table. Meanwhile, Ling Miao hesitated in the bathroom for a while. While washing her intimate garments, she spotted his discarded ones. She pondered whether she should wash them too. After all, they had reached this level of intimacy. Washing them was only natural. After all, once a woman marries, her identity changes. The term wife carries unique obligations and responsibilities. However, this was her first encounter with such male items. It felt electrifying, and her face flushed crimson. After considering that they would be sharing the same bed tonight, why be shy? Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. It was just washing a piece of clothing, merely 2 pieces of fabric. Why overthink it? Hua Yuqing sat on the sofa with a notebook, waiting for what felt like an eternity until she finally emerged slowly. Her face was flushed. Chapter 32. He is her man, not her lover. He abruptly rose, setting his notebook aside, and approached her. Gently, he placed his hand upon her forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Your face is so warm. Did you catch a cold from being out in the rain tonight? Oh no, how could this woman be so fragile, catching a cold from just a little rain? Hua Yuqing took out his phone, but Ling Miao stopped him, saying, I'm fine. Still insisting you're fine, I'll have someone bring over some medicine. Ling Miao dared not speak the truth. I truly am fine. It was just that the water temperature was a bit too hot. Only then did Hua Yuqing regard her with suspicion. Is that so? Ling Miao nodded. He wrapped his arms around her and led her to the sofa, saying, why would you turn the water temperature up so high if you're alright? You hardly ate any of the fruit at lunch. You should make up for it now. Ling Miao tugged at the corners of her mouth. But I had dinner. Hua Yuqing casually remarked, it's just a bit of fruit, consider it a beauty treatment. To encourage her to eat more, he pondered how to coax her. Since he had resolved to be a father, he needed to care for both her and the child more attentively. Seeing his rare kindness, Ling Miao leaned against the sofa, munching while glancing at her phone. Hua Yuqing was absorbed in something on his computer. She stole a glance and saw the screen filled with English text from a program that resembled something a hacker might use. She averted her gaze and continued scrolling through her phone. After a while, Hua Yuqing turned his head to glance at her, asking, would you like some water? Ling Miao shook her head. You carry on. Don't mind me. Hua Yuqing did not press further. Ling Miao found her thoughts wandering. If they were to enter the bedroom together later, the sight of them staring at each other with wide eyes would surely be awkward. Perhaps it would be better if she went to bed first. Maybe after a few days of cohabitation, they would become more accustomed to each other. Ling Miao rose from the sofa, declaring, I'm going to sleep. She walked toward the bedroom, which was quite spacious but dimly lit. The ceiling, adorned with a starry design, twinkled with countless stars, vast and boundless. Once the lights were turned on, the room was bathed in cool tones of black, white, and gray, giving her the impression of a serene yet stark environment. She pulled back the covers and climbed into bed, opposite a large screen. Not feeling particularly tired, she decided to cast the latest drama she had been watching onto the screen. Propping a pillow behind her lower back, she turned off the lights and reclined, watching the show. The room was illuminated solely by the flickering light from the screen. She wondered what he was busy with. He had yet to return to the room after quite some time. Ling Miao felt herself growing drowsy. When Hua Yuqing finally set aside his computer and entered the room, the screen was still playing. Still awake? The figure on the bed ignored him. As he approached, he realized she had tilted her head and fallen asleep. She could indeed sleep in such a position. She must not fear waking up with a stiff neck. Hua Yuchen gently removed the pillow from her lower back and shifted her waist down slightly to ensure she was comfortable. Perhaps his movement stirred her, for she sleepily murmured, "Did you finish your work?" Hua Yuchen tucked the covers around her, replying softly, His voice in the stillness of the night was deep and melodious, prompting Ling Miao to turn and continue her slumber. He sat up, turned off the television, and then climbed into bed from the other side. Having slept alone for so many years, the sudden presence of a woman beside him felt somewhat unfamiliar. He turned to glance at her. In the darkness, he could only discern her silhouette. She lay still, likely deep in sleep. Hua Yuchen closed his eyes, suddenly recalling the image of her frowning and softly whimpering from that night. She had cried out in pain. He opened his eyes wide, his chest rising and falling rapidly. How could such a memory resurface after all this time? Was it because she was sleeping next to him? Hua Yuchen swallowed hard, feeling warmth spread through him, reminiscent of that night when he had consumed dear blood wine. He had thought himself devoid of desire, beyond salvation, but this was no mere lack of desire. It was a vivid surge of longing. He decided to rise and remove his shirt. Had it not been for the presence of someone beside him today, he would have had no qualms about wearing his usual sleep attire. Hua Yuchen forced himself to calm down. Fortunately, he managed to settle a bit in the middle of the night. He hazily felt a warm, soft body beside him. Instinctively, he pulled her into his embrace. Ling Miao, in her dreams, found herself in a haven of comfort, snuggling closer, relishing the warmth of this sanctuary. On the spacious bed, where they had initially slept apart, they gradually shifted to embrace each other. Hua Yuchen enjoyed a restful slumber, his large hand resting on her soft waist. He felt something was amiss, and as he shifted upward, he finally found satisfaction. It was in a man's nature to possess an instinct for tracking and locating. Outside, the night gradually gave way to dawn, the darkness replaced by light. The room brightened slightly through the gaps in the curtains, casting its glow over the two of them on the bed. Ling Miao awoke from her dreams, her eyes falling upon the man's bare chest. It was identical to that morning. A shocking revelation. Startled, she instinctively recoiled from his embrace. Hua Yuchen, suddenly awakened, met her gaze, both of them momentarily frozen. "Where is your hand?" he asked, glancing down before quickly retreating. Yet, upon reflection, he thought it was not a big deal. It's not as if we haven't touched before. Why the surprise? Ling Miao adjusted her clothing, while Hua Yuchen propped himself up, observing her instinctive movements. I mean, we've already shared a bed. Is there really a need for this formality? Ling Miao ignored him. Although they had a child together, it had only happened once. She was certainly not as accepting as he was. Having embraced already, why the need for modesty? Are we not to continue our lives together? This was just the beginning, yet she was already so apprehensive. He was her man, not merely her lover. Ling Miao met his gaze. "Why are you holding me?" And he was still wearing nothing. "You were the one who crawled into my arms." How was I to know we would end up in this position while sleeping? Ling Miao's attention was suddenly drawn to the bruise on his shoulder. His fair skin was marred by a patch of purple and blue, strikingly alarming at first glance. She slowly raised her hand. Hua Yuchen watched her movement. "What are you doing, planning to pull me back?" In the next moment, her hand touched his shoulder. "Does it hurt?" She looked at him with an expression of concern. "How did you get such a large bruise?" "Why didn't you tell me yesterday? I could have helped you with some medicine." Hua Yuchen dismissed her concern. "What is there to discuss? I treated it once when I got home that night." He rose from the bed, turning his back to her as he retrieved the sleepwear he had discarded the night before. Ling Miao observed his back. His broad shoulders and narrow waist formed an impressive silhouette she had not noticed during the day, but without his clothing, he was quite striking. Hua Yuchen lazily fastened a couple of buttons, exuding a casual, somewhat roguish charm. "Are you going to the office today?" He turned to look at her, only to find her gaze fixed on him, unwavering. Chapter 33. A thin skin. He suddenly recalled a remark made by Jing. Ling Miao had secretly harbored feelings for him. At this moment, it indeed appeared so, to the extent that it almost left him salivating. An impulse to tease her surged within Hua Yuchen. Leaning down, he propped himself on the bed and pressed a kiss against her. Ling Miao froze entirely, dazedly raising her hand to touch her lips. Hua Yuchen chuckled. "Ling Miao, I didn't realize you were such a lovesick fool." "Not at all. When had she ever acted lovesick?" Hua Yuchen pinched her cheek, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Little Lord knows that my face is one of the most distinguished in the entire capital. You needn't gaze at it so intently. Since you like it so much, why not be a bit more proactive tonight?" "No need to be so coy and shy." Ling Miao shot him a look of exasperation. The second-generation heir was surprisingly self-absorbed. Feeling quite good about himself, she abruptly shoved him away, glaring at him. "You're insane." Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt off the bed. To Hua Yuchen's eyes, her hurried departure could be summarized in 4 words: fleeing in disgrace. Who would have thought? Hua Yuchen mused to himself, teasingly. This surname Ling S. Ferocious Tigress is merely a paper tiger, all show with no substance, fierce in demeanor, but with a rather thin skin. TSK it seems I have discovered the perfect way to handle you. Hua Yuchen strolled towards the washroom, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing Ling Miao with a bemused expression. Ling Miao halted her face washing, turning her head to squint at him. "What do you want?" "Have you ever had a boyfriend before who bored?" Ling Miao resumed washing her face. "Otherwise, how could you have such thin skin?" Ling Miao retorted. "Well, it's certainly not as thick as yours." "Narcissist." Hua Yuchen laughed. "When did you start liking me?" Ling Miao paused her movements, perplexed by his question. When had she ever liked him? Oh, she recalled mentioning it that day at the Ling residence. Ling Miao rinsed off the foam, grabbed a towel, and dried her face, smiling as she approached him. "When did I say I liked you?" Guess with that, she pushed past him and stepped outside. Hua Yuchen followed closely behind. Could it be after our first night together? Did he win her over with his prowess? Ling Miao scoffed, heading towards the dressing room. Not likely. Could it have been even earlier? Could it be when I frequently visited the Ling family to see a Jing? Ling Miao retrieved an outfit from the wardrobe, sneering, yet still ignored him. It wouldn't be that you liked me back in university, would it? Ling Miao glanced back at the man who was delightfully lost in his musings. Laughing lightly, she quipped, you can believe whatever you wished. Is that truly the case? Hua Yuchen couldn't quite fathom it. No way, Ling Miao, are you serious? She had never realized that Hua Yuchen could be so chatty. Wherever she went, he followed, chattering incessantly. Ling Miao clutched her clothes, studying him for a few seconds. Are you going to step outside? If you don't, I'll just change right here. Change what? Change my clothes. Hua Yuchen's gaze gradually lowered, taking in her lack of undergarments. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he rubbed his nose. Though, I wouldn't mind, but perhaps you should consider the surroundings. We do have a bed at home. Ling Miao's ears flushed crimson. What are you thinking? I need to change. Hua Yuchen's grin remained, and he cleared his throat. Well then, go ahead and change. What is there to be shy about? It's not like I haven't seen anything before. Ling Miao dropped her hands. Are you leaving or not? Why are you just standing there while I change? I'm here to chat with you, Hua Yuchen replied, his expression unflinching. He nonchalantly settled onto the sofa in the changing room. Ling Miao conceded defeat. Goodness, what do you expect me to chat about while I'm changing? Just change. That is all. Hua Yuchen was utterly unfazed. When he stayed in hotels with his buddies, they were completely unreserved. Those burly men had even paraded around in front of him. She was, after all, his wife. What was there to be shy about? Noticing her forlorn gaze directed at him, unmoving, Hua Yuchen sighed, closing his eyes. Alright, I want tea. Look, is that satisfactory? Ling Miao truly felt he was an enormous light bulb. Hua Yuchen remarked, no wonder back in university, you often gravitated towards our department. Ling Miao shot him a disdainful glance as she headed towards the partition with her clothes. Hua Yuchen remained seated, eyes closed, muttering to himself. And yet we were at odds, our relationship stagnating to the point of no contact for years. Every encounter resulted in a brawl. Could it be that you were merely trying to attract my attention? You should have said you liked me earlier. Perhaps I would have taken a second look at you. You're not unattractive. Perhaps I might have actually taken a liking to you. After such a long discourse, he realized it had grown suspiciously quiet beside him. Hey, I'm talking to you. At least respond. Silence reigned. Ling Miao. Hua Yuchen turned his head, calling out, Ling Miao, no response. Should I open my eyes now? Still silent, Hua Yuchen slowly opened his eyes, only to find he was alone. Hua Yuchen sprang to his feet, raising his voice, Ling Miao. He swung open the changing room door, only to find no one outside, and walked back in it. Just then, Ling Miao emerged from the partition. Furrowing his brow, Hua Yuchen remarked, I've been talking to you for ages, and you just up and left. Ling Miao pushed past him, oblivious. You were the one who wanted to talk. Hua Yuchen followed closely behind. Do you know what is most important between a husband and wife? What is it? Ling Miao poured herself a glass of water in the living room. It is communication, Hua Yuchen declared. He skillfully handed Ling Miao the supplements prescribed by the hospital. Seems you've done quite a bit of research on married life. Ling Miao laughed as she opened the packaging, pouring its contents into her glass and stirring. My dad always said that. Oh, that makes sense. Ling Miao tilted her head back and drank the mixture. Hua Yuchen leaned against the table, watching her. Do you know what is least important? Ling Miao set down her glass. What is it? Privacy. We can be candid with each other. Why are you being so shy? Blushing at a kiss, feeling shy at a glance. If you carry on like this, how will we manage our married life in the future? Ling Miao unexpectedly choked. Was that also something your dad said? Not this one. Why are you so worked up? Hua Yuchen frowned, gently patting her back. This is a perfectly normal matter. Which man doesn't have his thoughts? Don't regard me as a paragon of virtue. After gathering herself, Ling Miao inquired, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Of course I must. Didn't you lay down those rules for me last night? Eat your cooking without complaining, and then wash the dishes after finishing. So, in the spirit of reciprocity, I've agreed to all your terms, and I have just this one request. This, he thought, was the essence of negotiation. Ling Miao tugged at the corners of her mouth. Some of his twisted logic was surprisingly reasonable. She found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Chapter 34. You are my wife, so you must call me husband. Ling Miao's expression was somewhat troubled. It's not that I don't agree to you, I've never cohabited with anyone before. You need to prepare me mentally. What kind of mental preparation do you need? Just close your eyes and don't look, and that's the end of it. Besides, you have to exert yourself. Ling Miao's face instantly flushed. How could he speak so directly, and remain so composed? She looked at him, her thoughts tangled. In the days spent together, she had come to realize that he was not only a wealthy heir but also exceedingly narcissistic and quite chatty, with an audaciously thick skin. He could utter such risque remarks without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Was this the nature of men? She had never perceived him this way before. Hua Yuchen leaned in slightly, scrutinizing her face. You're blushing? Ling Miao felt a bit awkward and shyly pushed him away. No. Returning to her room, she sat before the vanity to apply some makeup. Who would have thought that the clingy nuisance would follow her in? You are blushing. Ling Miao was applying her eyebrows. I said no. Then why is your face so red? It's hot. Hua Yuchen glanced at the room temperature. The air conditioning is on. What is hot about it? Ah, you're so annoying. Ling Miao set down her eyebrow pencil, casting a resentful glance at him. Could you please be quiet? You're making it hard for me to concentrate. Hua Yuchen retorted, who told you not to agree to me yet? Alright, I agree, Ling Miao replied dismissively. Just stop bothering me, okay? Hua Yuchen chuckled, you said it. From now on, don't just throw me over your shoulder at the slightest provocation. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of ropes for 10 years, thus, he needed to set some ground rules to remind her. Otherwise, his future days would be quite miserable. Ling Miao continued with her makeup, and Hua Yuchen ceased to pester her. He casually selected an outfit and unfastened his night robe. When Ling Miao finished applying her lipstick and turned around, she gasped, You, Hua Yuchen, bare-chested, glanced at her before nonchalantly putting on his clothes. Why are you so surprised? We just saw each other this morning. Ling Miao facepalmed. What kind of man had she gotten herself into? In the next moment, Hua Yuchen brazenly slipped off his sleep pants, leaving only a pair of floral boxers. The curves were all too evident. Ling Miao quickly covered her face. Did he have no shame? As Hua Yuchen adjusted his clothes, he frowned and clicked his tongue. Is my physique really that poor? At least you look slim in clothes, and have some muscle without them, she countered. Showing you for free, and you still complain. She didn't say it was bad, nor did she express disdain, but she simply didn't want to see. It was far too stimulating first thing in the morning. Alright, open your eyes, I'll cover up once I'm dressed. Ling Miao slowly lowered her hands. Once clothed, he transformed back into that imperious wealthy air. His fashion sense was youthful and age-defying, complemented by his handsome face. If they were to step outside, one might even believe they were in a romantic relationship with a significant age gap. Truly, he was like a peacock, displaying his beauty to the world. As Ling Miao stepped out of the room, she glanced him up and down, offering her critique. I wonder who you show off for every day. Hua Yuchen burst into laughter unexpectedly. Hey, Ling Miao. Wouldn't it be a bit more respectable if you showed off with me by your side? That woman. How dare she say he was showing off? Wasn't it his face that had enchanted her? Ling Miao went to the kitchen and prepared a simple breakfast. Although she used to get by with just an iced Americano in the mornings, she couldn't be so careless now that she was carrying a little one. She set the breakfast table. Hua Yuchen, come out for breakfast. I need to go to the office. Hua Yuchen emerged from his room, his previously tousled hair now styled and half-tied. Truly, he was a peacock. I can take you out to eat. Why bother cooking yourself? I told you just last night that I'll be the one cooking. You're only allowed to eat and not say anything unnecessary. Ling Miao sat down, sipping her milk. Hua Yuchen chose to remain silent, sitting across from her to eat breakfast. Ling Miao, why do you still call me by my full name? Isn't it customary for couples to use terms of endearment? Yet here she was, using his full name. Don't you call me by my full name too? Ling Miao shot back. Hua Yuchen paused. Your name only has 2 characters. Ling Miao chuckled. You should be grateful I didn't call you Hua Peacock. Hua Yuchen frowned. That was in the past. Now that you're my wife, you must call me husband. Ling Miao stated plainly, I can't bring myself to say it. Hua Yuchen pondered for a moment. If one day Ling Miao were to sweetly call him husband, it would indeed feel quite strange. He shuddered at the thought. Never mind, he couldn't bring himself to call her wife either. Better not to force each other. Ling Miao wiped her mouth and stood up. Take your time eating. I am heading to the office. Hua Yuchen quickly shoved the last piece of toast into his mouth. I'll drive you. No need, I can go by myself. Hua Yuchen took the car keys. No way. I am driving you. Ling Miao relented and let him accompany her. Upon arriving at the office, Hua Yuchen asked, Are you coming home for lunch? Ling Miao shook her head. No. Then I'll bring you lunch. Don't bother. What's the hassle? I need to go back to the old house for something at noon anyway. I'll grab lunch and bring some for you. Fine, that works. I'm leaving now. Be careful on your way back. Ling Miao waved goodbye and walked into the office. Hua Yuchen watched her until she disappeared from view before turning to leave. As he stepped outside, he encountered a man approaching. Hua Yuchen recognized him as Deputy General Manager Yan Ru's associate, whom Ling Miao affectionately referred to as Xiao Wu. They seemed to be quite close. Hua Yuchen paused, and Xiao Wu glanced at him. Young Master Hua, what a rare sight. Hua Yuchen forced a smile. Just dropping my wife off at work. His calm tone did not conceal a hint of possessiveness. Xiao Wu smiled lightly. I have matters to discuss with Sister Miao, so I'll take my leave. Sister Miao, how intimately he addressed her. Hua Yuchen sneered internally. One person, Zhou Fui, called her sister, and now the Xiao Wu called her Miaoer. How had he never realized Ling Miao had such a good rapport with men before? Hua Yuchen got into his car and drove towards the old house. Not long after Ling Miao entered her office, Xiao Wu came in, handing her some documents. The matters regarding foreign trade have been settled. Ling now accepted the documents. By the way, I ran into young Master Hua downstairs just now. Xiao Wu looked at her. Sister Miao, is he treating you well? To be honest, he wasn't too bad. Although he could be quite disorganized, he had his moments of attentiveness. Ling Miao nodded. So far, so good. Hearing her say that, Xiao Wu smiled genuinely. That's great. As long as Sister Miao was happy, everything was well. Chapter 35 Is President Ling your wife? Before long, Secretary Xiaoya arrived. President Ling, the business minister of the Qin Group, has come. Ling Miao was momentarily taken aback. Which Qin Group? The one from Donggang Wharf. Ling Miao suddenly remembered. Wasn't he that the enterprise belonging to Aya's cousin? She had little to no dealings with them, so why were they seeking her out at such a critical juncture? She had intended to find time to pay them a visit. Where are they? She inquired. Xiaoya replied, downstairs, in the reception room. Ling Miao turned to Xiao Wu and said, I will go down for a bit. With that, she exited her office. I am the reception room. We have a distinguished guest. I beg your pardon for not being able to greet you personally. The business minister of the Qin Group, Lu Jiang, stood up and smiled. You must be President Ling. I have long admired your reputation. Meeting you today truly confirms your stature as a remarkable woman. Ling Miao smiled and waved her hand. You flatter me, please take a seat. After they were seated, Ling Miao poured him a cup of tea. I had originally planned to visit the Qin Group at some point, but I hadn't anticipated this serendipitous meeting. Lu Jiang chuckled. Everyone is well aware of President Ling's capabilities. Your name alone draws admiration. You are too kind. In light of recent events concerning Yan Rui, it is clear to any discerning observer. The Qin Group also holds great respect for your fearless leadership, sustaining Yan Rui's operations. President Ling truly embodies the spirit of a formidable woman. Ling Miao chuckled. Minister Lu, do share the purpose of your visit today. Lu Jiang did not beat around the bush. I am here to offer you timely assistance. The Qin Group admires your decisiveness and sincerely wishes to collaborate with your esteemed company. So they were seeking a partnership. Ling Miao asked, is this regarding the port trade logistics project? Indeed, I presume you are currently facing challenges in this area. The Qin Group simply wishes to seize this opportunity to extend a gesture of goodwill to you. In the future, we can explore beneficial projects together. Ling Miao raised her teacup and smiled, offering a toast. Well said. Lu Jiang produced a contract. Here, President Ling, please have a look. Ling Miao took it and perused its contents. If there are no issues, you may sign. Ling Miao found no objections. She was pleasantly surprised at how smoothly the matter unfolded and signed without hesitation. After finalizing the contract, Lu Jiang extended his hand to a fruitful partnership. Ling Miao reciprocated to a fruitful partnership. Thus, the logistics for the foreign trade port were settled, leaving Ling Miao in high spirits. When Hua Yuqing arrived at noon, Ling Miao was not in her office. He asked Xiaoya, where is Ling Miao? Xiaoya was puzzled as to why the young master Hua was here. Why was he looking for President Ling when they usually exchanged glances filled with hostility? Xiaoya replied, President Ling is still in the conference room. How much longer until it ends? About half an hour. Hua Yuqing decided to sit on the office sofa and wait for her. Seeing this, Xiaoya realized he was likely going to linger here. She asked, what do you need with our President Ling? Hua Yuqing did not even spare her a glance. I'm bringing her lunch. Xiaoya raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You're delivering lunch to our President Ling? Yes. But our President Ling always eats with Vice President Yu. Why are you bringing her lunch? Xiaoya simply could not fathom the young master Hua's intentions. He, who was often engulfed in his own affairs, was actually delivering food to President Ling. Could it be that he had poisoned it, intending to harm her? Hua Yuqing retorted, who are you, and who is that you fellow? It is only natural for me to bring lunch to my wife. What does it have to do with you? Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by the young master Hua's explosive temperament. However, she quickly realized something was amiss. Wife, who is whose wife? Are you saying that our President Ling is your wife? Xiaoya asked tentatively. What else could it be? Hua Yuqing replied bluntly. Lacking any subtlety, he would not care if it were someone else. Xiaoya immediately countered, that's impossible, our President Ling is unmarried. Where would a husband come from? Even if there were one, it should be a man like Vice President Yu, who treated President Ling with kindness. How could it possibly be a scion like Hua Yuqing? It seemed utterly unreasonable for President Ling to fancy such a debauched young man. For once, Hua Yuqing displayed a measure of patience and clarified, currently unmarried, but soon to be married. Do you understand? Xiaoya felt as if she had stumbled upon a significant secret. President Ling was to be wed, and to this very man before her. With a complex expression, Xiaoya exited the office. How could someone as poised and capable as President Ling possibly be attracted to a young master of privilege? It simply did not add up. Upon returning from the conference room, Ling Miao immediately spotted the man in her office. You arrived quite early. How long have you been waiting? Ling Miao set down the documents in her hands, her tone imbued with a hint of delight. Hua Yuqing put down his phone and approached her. Not long. He opened the food container, and the aroma wafted through the air. Knowing he would return home today, his grandfather had specially instructed someone to prepare nourishing soup for him to bring to Ling Miao. Seeing the substantial amount of food, which seemed enough for two, Ling Miao asked, haven't you eaten? No, Hua Yuqing served her a bowl of soup. Ling Miao accepted it and asked, why didn't you eat before coming? What time would that be? Hua Yuqing seated himself beside her. Isn't it because I was worried you would be hungry, so I came over early? Ling Miao sipped the soup, a smile gracing her lips. Xiaoya, who was preparing to leave the office, witnessed this scene. The young master Hua was actually having lunch with President Ling. This President Ling was truly going to marry him. Hua Yuqing urged her, eat more. That's enough, I can manage on my own, Ling Miao replied, feeling a bit taken aback by his sudden attentiveness. This was not like him at all, and it left her pleasantly surprised. Hua Yuqing, hearing her response, allowed her to proceed. Oh, someone from the Qin family came by today. Hua Yuqing was already aware of this and, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked while eating, what was their purpose? Ling Miao's eyes sparkled, they came to offer me assistance. Hua Yuqing smirked, is that so? Ling Miao cradled the soup bowl in her hands, gazing at Hua Yuqing, teasingly saying, I wonder why they suddenly wish to collaborate with me? Given the current situation with Yan Rui, everyone is scrambling to distance themselves. It truly caught me off guard. Hua Yuqing chuckled lightly, perhaps they have heard of your reputation for decisiveness. So they seized this opportunity to extend support, hoping to become allies in the business world. Ling Miao nodded thoughtfully, you seem to have guessed correctly, they did indeed mention that. Hua Yuqing subtly paused his movements. It seemed that Qin Zhou, that rascal, was not entirely devoid of sense. He resumed his usual demeanor, then that is perfect, it alleviates your urgent predicament. Chapter 36 How do you know it's a son? Ling Miao set down her bowl, chuckling as she patted his shoulder. Tonight, I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Order whatever you desire. Hua Yuqing grinned at her, wow, so generous, let's pop open a bottle of Petrus. Ling Miao's hand, which had just grasped her chopsticks, froze momentarily. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Do you think I'm some wealthy heiress? Hua Yuqing couldn't help but laugh, you just said I could order freely and now that it's just one bottle of wine, you're backing out. Who has the extravagance like you to drink 6 fig? I'll finish it, 1 ti? Absolutely not. Ling Miao shot him a glare, with your reckless spending, you might end up losing more than you earn. What, are we not going to live well in the future? By the time the child is born, we won't even know if it's a boy or a girl. If it's a girl, she must be nurtured with care. If it's a boy, you ought to prepare some dowry for your son. Whatever a woman says is right, and whatever logic she presents is valid. This was a lesson learned over 20 years of cohabitation with 3 older sisters and a mother. Hua Yuqing chuckled in agreement, yes, you make a fair point, preparations are indeed necessary. Ling Miao added, there will be many expenses to consider. You were born with a silver spoon, don't work at the company, and have no job. Just how long do you think your savings will last you? Hua Yuqing instinctively replied, who says I don't have a job? Ling Miao regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, what job, how long has it been since you last visited the office? Currently, the 2 unmarried sisters of the Hua family were managing the business. If one of them were to marry, these responsibilities might fall upon him. With his habitual indifference and lack of concern for business matters, she couldn't help but feel anxious about nurturing the next generation to take over the family business. Just the thought of it was distressing. What kind of man had she married? Hua Yuqing despised the deceit and treachery of the business world, he had no desire to entangle himself within it. He was not without work, his earnings from a single deal could sustain him for an entire year, however, he was too lazy to explain this to her. Yes, you are absolutely right, he said while stuffing a shrimp ball into her mouth, just eat your meal. Ling Miao shot him an annoyed look. It seemed she needed to instill some sense of responsibility in this spoiled heir. She didn't expect him to excel, but at least he should act with decorum and uphold the family's reputation, thoroughly correcting his bad habits. That evening, the bottle of Petrus remained unopened, and instead, they indulged in a 5-figure wine. Ling Miao felt a pang of regret seeing her frugal demeanor. Hua Yuqing chuckled at her thriftiness, noting how she was already so concerned about finances before they even began. After returning home, Ling Miao took a shower. When she emerged from the bathroom, Hua Yuqing was again engrossed in his computer, preoccupied with some task. Without even lifting his gaze, he remarked, come over here. I've prepared something for you to eat. Ling Miao, drying her damp hair, walked over to the sofa. What are you up to? She leaned in to sneak a glance at his computer screen. As she drew near, a pleasant fragrance wafted over. Just eat, Hua Yuqing replied, tapping the keyboard, talking to you is pointless. Ling Miao tugged at the corner of her mouth, she wasn't particularly interested. As she munched on her fruit, she suddenly exclaimed, if you keep feeding me like this, I'm going to gain weight. Hua Yuqing turned his head to glance at her, you do realize your current situation, don't you? And yet, you still pursue a perfect figure. Ling Miao responded, I'm still young, of course I must maintain discipline. Hua Yuqing's gaze returned to the computer screen. What you need most now is nutrition. Why overthink it? I don't mind, so why should you? Am I living solely for your approval? Ling Miao retorted, I have my own aspirations, you know. Hua Yuqing paused thoughtfully, recalling the men who had been lingering around her. He needed to assume his role as a responsible husband. I am your man, apart from me, who else do you wish to impress? Ling Miao was momentarily taken aback, speechless as she regarded him. I'm speaking seriously, and you're just twisting my words. Is that really what I mean? Hua Yuqing unabashedly replied, close enough. Ling Miao found herself at a loss for words, finally managing to say, you're being unreasonable. Hua Yuqing reached out to gently touch her abdomen. You are now the mother of my son. Best to refrain from frivolous thoughts. Ling Miao swatted his hand away, what are you touching? I'm just feeling the residence of my son. How do you know it's a son? Ling Miao shot him a disdainful look, aren't you being biased towards boys? Hua Yuqing chuckled, I dreamt about it. That's just a dream, not reality. You'd be surprised, Hua Yuqing set down his computer, engaging with her earnestly. Last night, I truly dreamed about it. It was vivid and clear. I was holding the older one, a boy, while you cradled the younger one, a girl. Thus, I have a premonition that our firstborn will undoubtedly be a boy. Ling Miao doused him with cold water. If dreams were true, I would have struck it rich by now. She had collected so much money in her dreams. At that rate, she could lie down and become wealthy. Moreover, we Haven Tea even had our first child, and you're already fantasizing about the second. How greedy can you be? It's my body. Whether or not to have another child is my decision. Even if you want a second, it depends on my willingness. Hua Yuqing smiled. We have plenty of time ahead, let us not be so absolute. What if the second one really comes along? Will you be able to harden your heart? Could you really give up a soft, cuddly daughter? Ling Miao pushed him away in irritation. Enough already, Hua Yuqing. Stop cursing me. Hua Yuqing embraced her. How can that be a curse? Don T, you wish for both a son and a daughter? Ling Miao shot him a sidelong glance. I never realized you were so fond of children. A man like him, a spoiled heir, like children? Yearning for a large family, she found it hard to picture that scenario. Not at all, Hua Yuqing admitted candidly. I only like my own offspring. In truth, he had always been somewhat averse to children. He had never envisioned having children of his own, nor could he fathom when he, such a person, might have a child or what that child might look like until Ling Miao became pregnant. He found himself in a state of bewilderment. Irresponsibly, he initially didn't want the child, even wishing for her to terminate the pregnancy. However, under the pressure from his grandfather, he had no choice but to face the reality. As time passed and the child grew day by day, he found himself inexplicably attached. He was bound by the blood that connected him to the child within her. He couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary blood ties could be. Not only did he accept the existence of the child, but he also began to look forward to their arrival. In truth, everything was not as dreadful as he had imagined. Chapter 37. Is this considered provocation? Hua Yuqing gently caressed her abdomen and spoke softly. After giving birth, you may pursue whatever you desire. At worst, I shall find you the finest recovery center. You need not worry about the child, nor will any expenses fall upon you. All you need to do is chase after your own aspirations. Is that agreeable? Even if you were to weigh a mere 5 or 6 pounds, it would be entirely your choice. Initially, Ling Miao found his words somewhat reasonable, until the final sentence struck her. Was he cursing her to become nothing more than a box of ashes? She set down the fruit platter and nearly leapt up to strike him. Hua Yuqing, are you out of your mind? She pinned him to the sofa, delivering punches and kicks while hurling insults. You foolish, mouthy idiot. I'll beat you to a pulp. Hua Yuqing, trapped beneath her, laughed uncontrollably, utterly unfazed. With one hand shielding himself from her assault, he used the other to protect her. I warned you not to speak carelessly. I warned you not to curse me. You weigh only 5 or 6 pounds. Hua Yuqing's laughter grew even more unrestrained. I was merely jesting. I was wrong. 3 days without a beating and you think you can run amok. Wrong, truly wrong. Hua Yuqing shielded her and chuckled. Mind your health, don't fall off. Ling Miao, with an air of annoyance, straightened her clothes and dismounted from him. Only then did Hua Yuqing prop himself up, gazing at the irate woman before him. The smile lingering at the corners of his mouth had yet to fade as he teasingly remarked, You shrew, so quick to resort to violence. What woman is as fierce as you? Ling Miao twisted his ear in response. Say that again. Hua Yuqing grimaced in pain, baring his teeth. I won't say it again, let go. Who is the shrew? That would be me, I suppose? Is that satisfactory? And who is fierce? Me, it is I who spoke out of turn. You, with your beauty and grace, are far beyond my reach. May you overlook my transgressions. Be gentle, don't strike my face, alright? Ling Miao finally released her grip. Hua Yuqing rubbed his ear, muttering, What a fierce wife I have married. Ling Miao raised a hand, her brows knitting together. You dare say more. Hua Yuqing instinctively recoiled. No. I wasn't speaking of you, I was merely referring to myself. Ling Miao cast him a sidelong glance before slipping on her shoes and heading towards the room. Hua Yuqing watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured, A tigress. He descended from the sofa and followed her into the room. Ling Miao reclined, watching the film projected on the screen, casting a glance at him. Close the door, there's light. Hua Yuqing shut the door behind him. The dimly lit room was illuminated solely by the glow of the screen and the starry ceiling above, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. This was a sensation Hua Yuqing had never experienced during his solitary days. He lifted the blanket and climbed into bed. Ling Miao placed a hand on the blanket, creating a barrier between them. Hua Yuqing, noticing this, chuckled and removed her hand. What are you doing? We are husband and wife. He pulled her closer, only for Ling Miao to push against his chin. Don't touch me. Just moments ago, he had called her a shrew, yet here he was, seeking affection. Men are truly fickle. Hua Yuqing grasped her wrist and pressed a gentle kiss to her palm. Still upset? You struck me so many times, without any regard. Who knows if I'll wake up covered in bruises tomorrow? Spare me your theatrics, Ling Miao retorted, unimpressed by his antics. I'm well aware of my strength. If she were truly to unleash her full fury upon him, he wouldn't be able to maintain that shameless demeanor. Hua Yuqing chuckled softly. You see right through me, but that bruise you inflicted last time has yet to heal completely. Ling Miao suddenly recalled the incident and sat up. Let me see. Hua Yuchen undid the buttons of his nightshirt, and Ling Miao instinctively averted her gaze. Soon, his pale, toned torso was revealed, perfectly sculpted, neither overly frail nor exaggeratedly muscular. The bruise on his shoulder remained a ghastly sight. As Ling Miao observed it, a wave of guilt surged within her. She rose from the bed. Wait here. Before long, she returned with a bottle of medicinal alcohol. Pouring a small amount into her palm, she applied it to his shoulder, kneeling beside him, wholly focused on her task. Rub it more vigorously. It will dissipate quicker. Ling Miao lifted her gaze to meet his. Does it still hurt? Hua Yuchen's eyes fell upon her face. It stings when touched. Ling Miao admitted, I overreacted that day, not paying attention. I bore no grievance, he replied. What man would dwell on such trivialities when it was his own wife who inflicted it? Hua Yuchen leaned closer to her, smiling. Will you strike me again in the future? Ling Miao responded, why would I hit you if you don't provoke me? I am not insane. Hua Yuchen regarded her unadorned cheeks, a face he once wished to throttle now appeared quite endearing. Her lips, moving as she spoke, were rather enticing. He swallowed hard, and suddenly leaned in, planting a quick kiss before pulling away. How about that? Ling Miao covered her lips in shock, momentarily stunned. Hua Yuchen chuckled, does that count as provocation? Ling Miao blinked, realizing they were now sharing a bed. They had a child together. If she were to maintain an overly formal demeanor, it might hinder the harmony of their relationship. Continuing to massage his shoulder, she muttered, not really. In the next instant, the world spun as Hua Yuchen pinned her beneath him, his gaze dark and intense. He leaned in for another kiss, his voice low and husky. Does this count? Ling Miao dazedly shook her head. Hua Yuchen captured her lips once more, this time not releasing them. The film continued to play on the screen, and Ling Miao, with her eyes open, could see the starry sky above. A thought flashed through her mind. Hua Yuchen was kissing her, her hands rested on his shoulders, the warmth beneath her palm began to rise, the sensation was delicate and pleasurable. Ling Miao couldn't help but think, no wonder he was raised like royalty. His skin was even softer than hers. Hua Yuchen grasped her wrist, pinning it beside her. He gradually withdrew his lips, his gaze smoldering. Kissing should be heartfelt. Don't you know how? She had never kissed anyone before, how was she to know? Hua Yuchen loomed over her, the fierce tigress beneath him, her mind swirling in a haze, her eyes glistened with a misty sheen, appearing almost tearful. For reasons unknown, this sight filled him with delight. He yearned to overpower her, to render her submissive, to see her transformed from a fierce tiger into a docile lamb. The mere thought brought him satisfaction. With that, Hua Yuchen grasped her chin, gently pressing to reveal her pearly teeth. Typically sharp-tongued, she now appeared rather adorable. Open your mouth, relax, don't clench your teeth, allow me to guide you with that. He kissed her again. Whether she had learned or was simply bewildered, he could not tell. Chapter 38. Obtaining the marriage license. Ling Miao gradually felt a shortage of oxygen, struggling to breathe. Hua Yuchen, unaware of her labored breathing, paused momentarily and murmured, breathe through your nose. Ling Miao applied this advice, and indeed, it seemed to work. Soon, she felt a large hand clasping her waist, struggling against his grip on her wrist. She pressed her hand against his shoulder, her breath becoming somewhat erratic. I can't. Hua Yuchen swallowed hard, burying his face in her neck, attempting to calm himself. It had only been 2 nights, how could he have lost his composure so quickly? If this continued, he would surely be worn out. Perhaps he should visit a hospital for advice one day. It was unsustainable to remain in this state. What man could genuinely wait for 10 months? Would he even be able to live? After a while, he slowly lifted his head and, with a lingering desire, pecked at her lips. How long until the next prenatal checkup? What's the matter? Nothing, just thought I would ask the doctor a few common questions. Ling Miao did not dwell on it, replying, we'll go when I have the NT scan. All right. I'll accompany you then. Okay. Hua Yuchen rolled off her and wrapped his arms around her. Ling Miao was not fond of being held, she preferred a more liberated way of sleeping. Thus, she shifted her shoulders, saying, don't hold me. Hua Yuchen tightened his embrace. What's wrong with wanting to hold my wife? Isn't marrying someone meant for cuddling while sleeping? Ling Miao replied, oh, I'm just not used to it. You seem to have gotten accustomed to it last night, Hua Yuchen retorted, disregarding her protests. I'm truly not used to it. Hua Yuchen tightened his grip. If you insist on this, how about you head to the bathroom and take care of a little matter for me? Are you in or out? Ling Miao instinctively stiffened, knowing exactly what he was referring to without needing to think. She remained still, ensnared in his domineering embrace, continuing to watch her movie. Hua Yuchen absent-mindedly stroked her shoulder, unable to act on his desires. He felt an emptiness within, a yearning for a cigarette. He glanced at the woman in his arms, who was carrying their child. After some contemplation, he decided against it. He could only suppress his restlessness, dully watching the mindless drama alongside her. As the hours passed, boredom crept in, and he found himself drifting into slumber. Just as he was on the brink of sleep, her leg draped over his. The positioning was neither too close nor too far, prompting a muffled sound from him. Turning to look at her, he realized that she had unknowingly fallen asleep. Hua Yuchen furrowed his brows, having assumed she was still awake all along, which had kept him watching for so long. Annoyed, he switched off the television, plunging the room into darkness. He laid her down on the bed and joined her in slumber. Surprisingly, the sensation of sleeping next to a woman was rather delightful. But on Friday morning, Hua Yuchen dressed meticulously and settled on the sofa in the living room, glancing at the time. Are you ready yet? Ling Miao, applying lipstick, responded, almost. Half an hour ago, she had said the same thing, and now it was still the same. Hua Yuchen lounged lazily on the sofa, his expression blank as he scrolled through his phone. Let me know when you're done. Women could be quite the handful, it was perplexing how much fuss a single face could require. Ling Miao selected 2 outfits, stepping out to show Hua Yuchen which one looks better. Hua Yuchen lazily glanced over and replied, they both look good. Ling Miao pondered for a moment, given that it was an important day for obtaining their marriage license, wouldn't a white-collared shirt be more appropriate? She picked a more formal outfit, asking, what about this one? Hua Yuchen gave it another cursory look, looks good, looks good. While 1 inch looks good may have been sincere, 2 could easily be a mere fabrication, a half-hearted response. Ling Miao frowned, look at it properly. Hua Yuchen set down his phone, straightening up seriously for a couple of seconds. It looks good, very good, absolutely stunning. Ling Miao let her hands fall, casting him a resentful glance. Hua Yuchen, puzzled, replied, if saying it looks good isn't enough, and saying it looks bad isn't acceptable either, if you wish to torment me, just say so. I only have 1 life. You might as well take it, Ling Miao huffed as she turned and entered the changing room. This wouldn't do, nor would that, women truly were a hassle. Hua Yuchen returned to his phone. Ling Miao emerged from the changing room, declaring, let's go. Thank heavens, it was finally over. Hua Yuchen put away his phone and stood up. Have you brought all the necessary documents? Yes, I have. As they stepped outside, Hua Yuchen instinctively reached for her hand. The moment their hands met, Ling Miao swiftly shook free and hurried into the elevator. Hua Yuchen was momentarily taken aback. Entering the elevator alongside her, observing her expression, he inquired, what's up? What's bothering you now? Ling Miao's demeanor was neutral, revealing no signs of joy or anger, nothing. Hua Yuchen instinctively believed her. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they found a mix of couples there to marry and those there to divorce. The crowd was quite substantial, with even more people at the divorce section. Hua Yuchen attempted to take her hand, but Ling Miao resisted. Nevertheless, he still held onto her hand. What's wrong? Why are you sulking all of a sudden? There are too many people here, be careful. I'll hold your hand, Ling Miao replied, glancing at him. Before long, Hua Yuchen's phone rang. What is it? On the other end was the Hua family, gathered around Hua Yuchen, each of them wearing expressions of delight and curiosity. Hua Yuchen inquired, have you arrived? Hua Yuchen replied, yes, we're here. Is it crowded? Quite a bit. Once you finish getting the license, let us all have a meal together. Understood. Even the elder could not help but smile, thinking to himself that today, this boy finally settled down. Hua Yuchen reminded him, remember to take good care of your wife when you return home. Stop nagging, Hua Yuchen retorted, ending the call. His younger brother, who usually spoke little, flashed an okay gesture. Did they really go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Hua Yuxian, the second sister, asked in astonishment. Hua Yuchen nodded with a smile. Ah, this good lad has finally been tamed. Fanning chuckled, housekeeper, tell the kitchen to prepare more dishes, young madam will be home for lunch. The housekeeper, equally excited, replied, absolutely, absolutely. The entire Hua family busied themselves. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, the couple had their blood drawn for the marriage inspection, and after receiving the report, they proceeded to take their wedding photos. With the issuance of 2 red marriage certificates and the subsequent imprint of the official seal, they officially belonged to each other as a married couple, recognized in the eyes of the law. The staff smiled as they handed over the marriage certificate, offering their well wishes, wishing you both a harmonious union for 100 years. They accepted it, with Ling Miao smilingly replying, thank you. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two sat in the car, gazing at the red certificates in their hands, each word and their jointly captured photograph on the red background. At that moment, it felt surreal. Had they truly just gotten married? They exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere inside the car was thick with silence, an unusual ambience flowing between them. Chapter 39, whose couple kisses in public. Hua Yuchen took the red booklet from her hand and snapped a photo with his phone. Now that they were married, it was only fitting to share this moment on social media. After all, it was a significant milestone in their lives. A photograph of the 2 red booklets overlapping was uploaded, devoid of any text, merely tagged with Ling Miao's name. Ling Miao cast him a glance, inquiring, what are you doing? Hua Yuchen placed the red booklet in the central console, responding, what else? Announcing my marital status. The young scion surprisingly eschewed the notion of a secret marriage, demonstrating a refreshing sincerity. Ling Miao found this unexpected. Noticing her continued gaze, Hua Yuchen asked, why are you staring at me? Sighing, Ling Miao replied, well, Ling Miao, you are now a married woman. Shouldn't you post something too? He had already made their marriage public, and her desire to conceal her married status seemed unfair. Ling Miao forced a smile, feeling quite reluctant to share anything. What was there to celebrate? Ultimately, she opted to repost his announcement, serving as a tacit acknowledgement of their union. Hua Yuchen glanced at her repost, approvingly. Ling Miao set her phone down, and Hua Yuchen wore a mischievous smile. Curiosity piqued, she asked, what are you scheming now? With a grin, he replied, shouldn't we do something to commemorate this occasion? Before she could fully process his words, Hua Yuchen leaned in and planted a quick kiss on her lips. Ling Miao froze, taken aback. Was this his idea of a commemoration? He pulled back slightly, pinching her chin. At least give me some reaction. If someone didn't know better, they might think I married a bandit, given how unwilling you seem. His words were always so nonsensical. Ling Miao glared at him. Come on, kiss me, Hua Yuqing urged. Ling Miao remained still. Hurry up, Grandpa wants us to return home soon. Reluctantly, she leaned in and brushed her lips against his cheek. Hua Yuqing pointed to his mouth, exclaiming, kiss here, who kisses cheeks in public? With a resigned sigh, Ling Miao leaned in again, gently touching his lips with hers. A fleeting contact it only served to aggravate Hua Yuqing's yearning. If she was going to be so passive, he would take matters into his own hands. Leaning closer, he supported himself on either side of her, kissing her briefly before retreating. Whispering, open your mouth, he then kissed her, overwhelming her senses with an intensity that took her breath away. His kiss was as fierce as his demeanor, it enveloped her entirely. Only after indulging himself did he pull away, observing her lips, now flushed from his passionate assault. With a soft chuckle of satisfaction, he pecked her once more before finally stepping back. At the Hua residence, Hua Yuqing took Ling Miao's hand as they made their way into the courtyard. From a distance, he called out, Grandpa, we're back. This was Ling Miao's second visit, and she still felt somewhat out of place. The entire Hua family had gathered, each member standing outside with beaming smiles, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Ling Miao, now less surprised, managed to smile as she greeted Grandpa Hua. Grandpa. Turning to Hua Yuqing's parents, she hesitated but mustered the courage to address them. Dad. Mom. This earnest address filled the couple with joy, prompting them to respond eagerly, yes. Yes. Ling Miao also greeted Hua Yuqing's three sisters. Hua Yuqing glanced at Ling Miao, noticing a newfound gentleness in her demeanor. What had brought about this sudden transformation? Perhaps his influence had finally taken effect. He felt a swell of pride as he affectionately ruffled her hair, thinking to himself how sweet her words were. Hua Yuqing's three sisters immediately enveloped him, pulling him aside and embracing Ling Miao as they entered. Naomio, how are you feeling today? It is so hot outside, you must be tired from walking. Ling Miao smiled, I'm fine, really. Hua Yuqing watched as they overshadowed him, feeling a sense of possessive irritation. She was his wife. Newly married, and yet, these women showed no awareness of his claim. Once inside, before the meal was served, the coffee table was laden with fruits and snacks, as his sisters took turns offering treats. Although Ling Miao had experienced their enthusiasm once before, she still found herself pleasantly overwhelmed. Hua Yuqing could only sit opposite her, watching the frenzy of women surrounding his wife, leaving him with no space to join in. Fanning presented her with a long-preserved gemstone necklace, a rare ice bracelet, a set of luxurious real estate worth 9 figures, and an unlimited black card. Ling Miao felt unworthy of such extravagant gifts and hurriedly protested, No, Mom, these are too precious. Fanning chuckled, you are the only daughter-in-law of the Hua family. Everything I have will one day belong to you. Ling Miao felt conflicted, really, I can't accept all this, please keep it for yourself. Hua Yuqing, showing no restraint, rose to gather the gifts for himself. Why be polite among family? Free gifts should be taken. Didn't you say you wanted to earn more money for the kids? These can serve as dowries for my son in the future, Hua Yuqing remarked. How do you know it will be a son? Intuition, of course. That's not a valid argument. Well, it is. Hua Yuqing then presented her own gift, a car key that she placed in Ling Miao's hand, winking at her with a conspiratorial smile. This is a limited edition model that just launched in Germany, perfect for a woman. It is parked in the garage, you can check it out later. Ling Miao looked at the car key, managing a smile. Thank you, sister. Hua Yuqing leaned in and whispered, did Jing not tell you to call me sister-in-law? Ling Miao stared in surprise, huh? When did she and the elder brother officially start dating? Hua Yuqing glanced over, bemused. What are you whispering about? Hua Yuqing replied with a playful smirk, none of your business. Then, looking at Ling Miao with a mischievous glint, she added, it's a secret. The other two sisters also presented their gifts. The second sister, Hua Yuxian, gifted her a bracelet adorned with pink diamonds, a collectible from an auction. Its soft hue exuded an air of luxury. The eldest sister's gift was straightforward. A luxury gift card, allowing her to purchase whatever her heart desired. Ling Miao felt overwhelmed by the abundance of affection from her sisters. For the first time, she truly experienced the warmth of being cherished like a younger member of the family. It was impossible not to feel touched. Hua Yuqing, ever the opportunist, accepted every gift without hesitation, viewing them as funds for his wife and future children. During lunch, the entire family gathered, chatting and laughing, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere that Ling Miao had rarely encountered. Chapter 40, I do not listen. Hua Yuqing sat beside her, occasionally serving her dishes. The old gentleman was in high spirits today and had generously brought out his treasured wine, indulging in a couple of glasses. His collection comprised exquisite brews infused with rare medicinal herbs. Hua Yuqing had only seen them before, never daring to secretly taste them. The old gentleman cast a glance at him, you rascal, would you care for a drink? Hua Yuqing shook his head, uncertain of the ingredients steeped within. What if it resembled the foolish concoction Qin Zhou had prepared, some bizarre deer blood wine, with his wife at his side each evening? He could only gaze longingly but not partake. Tonight would surely lead to his untimely demise. After lunch, the old gentleman declared, since it is the weekend, why not stay at home for a couple of days? I have already arranged for your wedding residence. Hua Yuqing turned to Ling Miao, shall we return home? Or would you prefer to stay here? He naturally sought her opinion. This foolish girl, with such an obvious inquiry, could she possibly refuse? Oh well, it wouldn't hurt to accompany him at home for a couple of days. Ling Miao smiled lightly, alright then. The wedding residence in the ancestral home was styled in a traditional Chinese manner, starkly contrasting with their current modern abode. It appeared to have been transformed from Hua Yuqing's former room. Display cabinets showcased several of his past photographs alongside his former trophies, as well as an array of medals, titles such as the Geep Decryption Competition, the WCTF, where the Zajingwa team had triumphed, and the XCTF. What is this 97? For K, what does it all mean? Ling Miao does not recognize a single one of these. Furthermore, there is a card sealed behind a glass display, inscribed with a single phrase, the Bohemia blossoms eternally, vibrant and indomitable. The handwriting is delicate and exquisite, perfectly preserved. As Hua Yuchen emerged with his damp hair, he spotted Ling Miao, arms crossed, gazing at his display case. To be honest, when he first laid eyes on those items, he instinctively froze for a couple of seconds, his thoughts drifting back to his youth. He stepped closer and stood beside her, observing the trophies. Ling Miao, caught off guard, jumped slightly. When did you come out? You walked so silently. Hua Yuchen casually remarked, what is there to see? He swiftly shut the curtains. Ling Miao redirected her gaze, curiosity piqued, and inquired, what are all these about? Competitions. Did she not realize they pertained to competitions? If you want to say, then forget it. Ling Miao rolled her eyes internally. She tossed aside the blanket and climbed into bed, reaching for her phone on the nightstand. Hua Yuchen glanced at her. Was she angry? He clarified, these are from competitions I participated in during my university days. Ling Miao focused on her phone, ignoring him. Was she truly upset? Perhaps he should try to appease her. Contemplating this, he proceeded to do just that. He climbed onto the bed and pulled her closer. What are you upset about? They're merely trivial items. Ling Miao turned her back to him, continuing to stare at her phone. Observing this, Hua Yuchen turned her to face him. Really, it's nothing. It was just an internet gaming team we formed back in the day. Ling Miao covered her ears and shut her eyes. Don't tell me, I'm not listening. Hua Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle. Was this the infamous I'm not listening? Back in university, within the club, not listening. Hua Yuchen laughed aloud, attempting to pry her hands away. He continued, a team formed by several members, which later gained some notoriety, leading us to international competitions. Ling Miao shook her head, eyes still closed. I'm not listening. Hey! Ling Miao. Hua Yuchen teased, are you being childish? Those events are long past, there are some competition names I don't even remember. Ling Miao released her grip and turned to look at him. Are you done? Almost. Ling Miao turned her head again, picking up her phone. Hua Yuchen rested his head in his hand, gazing at her profile, but she continued to ignore him. He grasped her chin, turning her to face him, and leaned down to kiss her lips gently. What's the matter now? Why are you sulking? Ling Miao retorted, who says I'm sulking? You're not sulking, then why the theatrics of I am not listening? I'm not listening? He chuckled softly, his voice low and melodious, giving her cheek a gentle squeeze. Ling Miao, how come I never realized you were so petty? Ling Miao did not wish to engage in conversation, turning her head away from him. Hua Yuchen raised an eyebrow. This stubborn woman had quite the temper. He lowered his supporting hand and enveloped her in his embrace. With his left hand, he once again held her chin, turning her to face him. He kissed her again. Why do you have such a fiery temper? It's just that you took too long to respond, and I ended up sulking. Ling Miao, why are you so domineering? He encircled her in his arms, kissing her while soothing her. All right, it's my fault, is that acceptable? Ling Miao furrowed her brow. Who gave you permission to kiss me? Hua Yuchen chuckled, am I breaking the law by kissing my own woman? We are legally married now, having just registered our marriage, and the certificate is still warm. Do you want to take a look? Moreover, Hua Yuchen pecked her lightly. This is an expression of marital affection. If I wish to kiss, I shall kiss. Ling Miao responded, you're just taking advantage of the situation. Hua Yuchen replied, we are in the ancestral home, with grandpa and the others around. We ought to maintain some decorum. We can bicker at home, but if our conversation reaches the ears of the servants, it will inevitably be relayed to grandpa. That would not reflect well, don't you think? This flower peacock spoke as if he were serious. He had a knack for charmingly misleading, making whatever he said sound reasonable, even if it was somewhat twisted. Hua Yuchen leaned down again, kissing her. For some reason, since the first kiss, he found himself unable to stop. Each day he felt an insatiable desire to claim something from her. He pondered that perhaps this was simply a man's nature. Ling Miao frowned, covering his lips with her hand. Hua Yuchen, are you done? Do you not grow tired of this routine every night? Hua Yuchen removed her hand. We are newlyweds. Newlyweds means we should be in the honeymoon phase, do you understand? What happens after I've had my fill of kisses? We have a long life ahead of us. Hua Yuchen's hand caressed her cheek, his thumb gently tracing her lips. Moreover, do you truly think I am devoid of desires? I am, after all, a man. What groom feels as pent up as I do, seeing but not tasting? At the very least, allow me to collect some interest. The warmth of his fingertips was not as soft as a woman's, igniting a peculiar feeling within Ling Miao. You want interest? As if I owe you anything. Hua Yuchen chuckled lightly, rephrasing his request. Then surely you must grant me some benefits that belong to a husband, wouldn't you agree? For reasons unknown, the term husband made Ling Miao feel somewhat bashful, yet it remained an undeniable fact. Chapter 41. This mischievous lad has learned to cherish his wife. Hua Yuchen drew the covers up, his tone low and suggestive. Wife, let me cherish you, would that be alright? The sudden utterance of the word wife rendered Ling Miao utterly speechless. Hua Yuqing swiftly pressed his lips against the astonished woman. Meanwhile, everyone gathered downstairs in the Hua residence, where a servant quietly descended the stairs. With a gleeful gesture, they signaled an okay to the onlookers, their eyes brimming with uncontainable joy, whispering, "The young master and young mistress are getting along splendidly." The Hua family members gasped in astonishment. "Is that so?" The servant nodded. The newlywed couple speaks to each other in such warm tones. Most importantly, the young master is quite gentle with the young mistress. The family was once again taken aback. Really? The servant smiled enigmatically and leaned in closer, covering their mouth as they gossiped. "I happened to catch a glimpse of the young master kissing the young mistress." The crowd gasped in shock. "Is that true? Did you really see it?" "Absolutely. After the young master turned off the lights, nothing was visible, but I certainly did not misinterpret what I saw." The Hua family exchanged delighted glances, marveling at the unexpected development. Who would have thought that this mischievous lad would truly learn to cherish his wife? Oh, how delightful it is. It appears that Ling Miao possesses quite the talent, managing to tame that rascal so swiftly. Indeed, this is a most splendid union. The following day, as the couple descended the stairs, every pair of eyes in the household fixated upon them, each smile sending shivers down their spines. Hua Yuqing frowned. "Is there something wrong with you all? Have you forgotten us after just one night apart? Why are you staring so intently?" Hua Yuqing covered her mouth, chuckling ambiguously, causing Ling Miao's ears to flush crimson. Hua Yuqing looked at her with disdain. "Third sister, why are you laughing so obnoxiously?" Hua Yuqing playfully swatted him. "Who are you calling obnoxious? I'll teach you a lesson, you rascal. Who gave you permission to call me third sister?" Hua Yuqing raised his hand to deflect her harmless blows. "How much older are you than me, really?" Her feeble attempts at martial arts paled in comparison to his wife's prowess, hardly worth mentioning. Ling Miao stifled a laugh. "So what if she's older? Even if they are twins, being born a minute earlier makes her a lifelong elder sister." "Exactly." Hua Yuqing chimed in. "If you keep calling me third sister, I will report you to grandfather." Hua Yuqing casually retorted, third sister, is that satisfactory?" He hardly appeared sincere in his submission. Hua Yuqing remarked, "Only grandfather can truly set you straight." "I am not afraid of grandfather. It is my wife who has spoken, and the law dictates that a man must respect a woman's wishes." Hua Yuqing peeled a grape and offered it to Ling Miao, inquiring, "Is it sweet, my wife?" Ling Miao frowned slightly, pondering how, after just one night, he had so readily adopted the term wife. The members of the Hua family, upon hearing this, brightened with astonishment, exchanging incredulous smiles. "It seems that what was said last night holds truth. This mischievous lad truly knows how to cherish his wife. Ha ha, what joyous news." Ling Miao beckoned him with a finger, and Hua Yuqing leaned in. "What is it?" Ling Miao whispered, "Why have you suddenly changed how you address me?" Hua Yuqing replied matter-of-factly, "Because we are married now." "What else should I call you?" Ling Miao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they had obtained their marriage certificate yesterday. She was, without a doubt, his legitimate wife. His words held merit. "Here, wife, have another bite." Hua Yuqing once again offered the grape to her lips. "I can manage myself," she replied, feeling a bit awkward with the entire family present. She did not possess his audacity. "No worries, just eat." The Hua family members finally felt a sense of relief. This sister-in-law truly possesses capabilities. After spending 2 days in the old residence, they returned to their marital home, and thus began their daily life together. During her time resting at home, Ling Miao generally preferred to prepare breakfast herself. Hua Yuqing leaned against the kitchen doorframe, observing the woman bustling about in her loungewear. This scene had become a daily occurrence for him. Initially, he found it bothersome, but later realized it resembled the essence of a family. With his arms crossed, a smile crept upon his lips. Suddenly, Ling Miao called out, "Take the clothes out of the dryer." "Oh." Hua Yuqing went to the laundry room and retrieved the clothes. Once outside, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. He returned to the kitchen door, asking, "Where should I put them?" Ling Miao glanced at the man standing in the doorway, arms laden with clothes, and retorted, "Put them in my hands." Hua Yuqing hesitated, unsure if that was appropriate. "Aren't you making breakfast? If you know that, why ask?" Hua Yuqing shrank back at her outburst. "Then, you must tell me where to put them." Ling Miao was on the verge of losing her temper. "Hang them in the wardrobe." "Is that wardrobe meant to store your brain?" She was utterly exasperated with him. Hua Yuqing quickly fled the scene, rubbing his ears. What kind of tigress had he married? He carelessly tossed the clothes into the wardrobe, completing the task with minimal effort. With the wardrobe door shut, he considered the job done. Ling Miao felt utterly defeated by his carefree attitude. At this rate, if they were to have children, she might end up having the children take care of him instead of the other way around. After preparing breakfast, Ling Miao called out, "Come eat breakfast. We need to head to the hospital soon." When Hua Yuqing entered the dining room, Ling Miao had already set the table, the aroma of the meal wafting through the air. Hua Yuqing inhaled deeply, acknowledging that she was quite skilled at cooking. During breakfast, he inquired, "How did you learn to cook?" Ling Miao shot him a glance. "Do you think everyone is like you, born with a silver spoon?" Hua Yuqing countered, "Your family isn't lacking either. You mentioned it was the Ling family. When have you ever seen me close with them?" That was true, but she had never had a good relationship with her family, a fact he was well aware of. Ling Miao continued, "What I eat is inconsequential. However, Ling Zhuai and Aman are still growing. If they don't learn to cook, how will they manage?" Hua Yuqing observed her, realizing she was still young yet had to care for 2 younger siblings. He was the youngest in his family, having enjoyed all the comforts without a second thought. But being with Ling Miao and witnessing the reality of her life as the eldest sibling, he found the role of the eldest rather unfair. Despite being siblings, the eldest bore the burden of responsibility. Hua Yuqing inquired, have you ever felt it was unfair? Why entertain such thoughts? Ling Miao replied, I am older than Ling Zhua, he was born without ever experiencing a mother's love, making him the one who deserves pity. As the eldest daughter, I ought to care for him. In this world, he is the only family my mother left for me, someone we can rely on. Thus, I do not feel it is unfair. Chapter 42. Stop pretending, I know you're not asleep. Hua Yuqing felt an indescribable radiance emanating from her. Despite her petite stature, her spine exuded an unwavering strength, providing an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Suddenly, Hua Yuqing realized that she had always carried herself this way over the years. In the past, he merely looked down upon her. What man would be drawn to such a fierce woman? Yet now, this very fierceness had led him to marry her. Indeed, she was fierce, however, her words and actions were always grounded in reason and executed with remarkable organization. In truth, she possessed a distinct character, but if only she could be a tad more gentle, that would be even better. After finishing breakfast, Ling Miao rose to retrieve the prenatal examination materials, reminding him, don't forget to wash the dishes. Oh. When Ling Miao emerged, the bowls had vanished from the dining table, but the chopsticks remained, and the table had not been wiped down. Ling Miao, unable to contain her frustration, closed her eyes and clenched her fists. Hua, you, Shang. Her furious shout sent Hua Yuqing tumbling out of the kitchen. What's the matter? Ling Miao pointed at the table, is this how you wash the dishes? Hua Yuqing replied, am I not washing them? So, you're not wiping the table? Hua Yuqing, confused, said, you didn't mention wiping it. Ling Miao furrowed her brow, say that again. Seeing her expression change, Hua Yuqing quickly responded, I'll do it right now. A thought surged through Hua Yuqing's mind. He needed to hire 2 maids, otherwise, dealing with this formidable woman at home would be exceedingly challenging. During the journey to the hospital that day, Ling Miao felt an unusual sensation in her lower abdomen, as if a heart was beating within her, pulsating incessantly. At just 3 months along, it shouldn't be too soon for fetal movement, right? She placed her hand on her belly, keenly trying to discern what was happening. It felt as though something was indeed stirring. Hua Yuqing glanced at her peculiar actions. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Sigh, Hua Yuqing, feel for yourself. Hua Yuqing extended his hand to her abdomen. Feel what? Ling Miao murmured, I can't shake off the feeling that something is moving, is that so? Hua Yuqing, intrigued by her words, began to focus intently, feeling for a while, I don't feel anything. Nothing. Ling Miao was perplexed. There had to be something moving, perhaps only she could sense it from within. Hua Yuqing took her to the private hospital he co-invested in, where the facilities and services were top-notch. He accompanied her throughout the examination. This visit felt entirely different from the last. Witnessing the little sprout developing into a human form filled him with indescribable excitement. The heartbeat of the little one inside her was strong and vigorous. After a series of tests, Hua Yuqing took her to show the doctor. The doctor accepted the report, glanced over it, and smiled, the baby is very healthy. No issues. Ling Miao politely smiled, thank you. When is the next checkup? Next month. The doctor handed her the report. Ling Miao accepted it, alright, thank you for your help. Once out of the consultation room, Hua Yuqing suddenly recalled something. He said, stay here and wait for me for a minute. Ling Miao, puzzled, asked, what are you going to do? Just a quick inquiry. Wait for me, don't wander off. With that, Hua Yuqing turned back. Upon hearing the commotion, the doctor looked up. Young Master Hua, is there something else you need? Hua Yuqing candidly asked, is it permissible to have intercourse during pregnancy? The doctor, accustomed to such inquiries, replied, at this stage, it's fine, but it shouldn't be too vigorous. Hua Yuqing continued, please tell me everything I should be mindful of in one go. Ling Miao sat on a sofa in the corridor, examining the report while waiting for Hua Yuqing. What was supposed to be a minute stretched into several, only then did she see him emerge. What took you so long? She stood up. Hua Yuqing took her hand again, smiling, I asked a few questions. Ling Miao, confused, replied, but you're not the one pregnant. What could you possibly need to ask? Hua Yuqing chuckled, of course, one must be cautious. Cautious about what? Ling Miao still did not grasp what he meant. Hua Yuqing simply stated, marital relations. Ling Miao instantly froze, what did you just say? Hua Yuqing led her outside, unabashedly declaring, I asked the doctor if we could have intercourse now, and he said yes. And then you asked him a bunch of questions about what to be careful about. Just like that. Ling Miao's face turned crimson. Are you out of your mind, consulting about such matters? Hua Yuqing replied nonchalantly, who else would one ask about such things if not a doctor? He was so brazen. Hua Yuqing smirked, wife, let us give it a try tonight, the doctor said it's fine. Ling Miao pushed him away, you, get away from me. How could he be so shameless? Ling Miao felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Hua Yuqing wrapped his arm around her. We are legally married, why be so shy? Well, you shouldn't be asking others about it, isn't it for the sake of safety? Hua Yuqing leaned down and kissed her gently. Ling Miao wished she could pry open his mind to see what he was always thinking. How could he be so unabashed, such a rogue? That evening, Hua Yuqing took on all the household chores except for cooking. Ling Miao sensed that his excessive attentiveness could not bode well, thus, she forsook her nightly drama binge and buried herself under the covers. When Hua Yuqing finished his shower and emerged with his hair still damp, he spotted the person curled up in the blanket, unwilling to show herself. He chuckled softly, holding a towel. This fierce woman could still shy away during critical moments. He then set down the towel, pulled back the covers, and climbed into bed, teasingly remarking, "Looks like I came back to the room a bit late." "You fell asleep so early." Ling Miao kept her eyes closed, striving to maintain her composure and breathe slowly. Hua Yuqing propped himself above her, enveloping her entirely in his presence. The distinct lashes of her eyes trembled slightly, betraying her pretense of sleep. Hua Yuqing smirked, gradually wrapping his hand around her waist. His palm radiated warmth, causing her heart to flutter. "Wife, stop pretending. I know you're not asleep." Ling Miao remained steadfast with her eyes shut, still feigning slumber. Hua Yuqing's embrace tightened around her. Indeed, she quivered slightly in his arms. "Wife," Hua Yuqing chuckled, "we'll have to face it eventually. Wasting time like this is pointless." He slowly began to unbutton his sleepwear. At that moment, Ling Miao sensed an intensified aura of danger surrounding her. He remained remarkably composed. Hua Yuqing looked at her, amusement dancing in his eyes as he mischievously pulled apart her sleepwear. "Hua Yuqing!" Ling Miao exclaimed, suddenly grasping her clothing. Chapter 43. Not as annoying as expected. Finally dropping the act? Hua Yuqing regarded her with a mischievous smile. "You." Ling Miao's heart raced, and she couldn't even bear to meet his gaze. "I want to sleep, but that's fine, you sleep," he replied nonchalantly. "How can I sleep with you like this?" "Then sleep a little later." "Absolutely not." Ling Miao was not about to trust him. The madness of that night was still vividly etched in her memory. "Rest assured, I won't cause too much trouble," Hua Yuqing murmured. "I promise I will keep my word, alright?" His persistence was overwhelming, and with words reaching this point, Ling Miao felt that any further protest would be in vain. "Hua Yuqing," Ling Miao's voice trembled with fear, laced with a hint of pleading, "I'm scared." Aside from that previous encounter, she had never been with another man. The shadow he cast upon her that day lingered, leaving her with an unsettling dread. Hua Yuqing patiently comforted her. "Don't be afraid, it won't be like that again." He summoned every ounce of gentleness within him. "If you feel uncomfortable at any moment, just let me know," he added softly. Ling Miao furrowed her brow. "Hua Yuqing," in a soothing tone, Hua Yuqing reassured her, "I'm here." The doctor's advice echoed in his mind as he battled against his own nature. Fortunately, his actions spoke louder than words, and compared to that fateful day, Ling Miao felt he was being remarkably lenient. "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Hua Yuqing gently caressed her abdomen. Ling Miao shook her head. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, tenderly guiding her to nestle against him and drift off to sleep. A day spent together, though neither long nor short, had a surprising harmony to them, evoking a sense of tranquil contentment. The marriage he had previously resisted seemed, in hindsight, not so intolerable after all. Upon awakening, Ling Miao found the bed beside her empty, and the occupant had vanished without a trace. The white gauzy curtains danced lightly in the breeze. She propped herself up, swung her legs over the edge of the bed, and made her way outside. As she opened the door, she was taken aback to find a maid diligently mopping the floor. "Madam," the maid greeted her. Ling Miao blinked in confusion. "Who are you?" "I was assigned by the young master to attend to your daily needs," the maid replied. Hua Yuqing had arranged this for her. Ling Miao frowned. "Who else?" "There's another maid responsible for preparing your nutritious meals," the maid informed her. Ling Miao headed to the kitchen and, indeed, found a maid busy making breakfast. Upon seeing the lady of the house, the maid bowed respectfully. "Good morning, madam." Ling Miao was astonished to discover two new faces in her home upon waking. She called out, "Hua Yuqing." "The young master left early this morning," the maid replied. "Where did he go?" The maid shook her head, unsure. They dared not pry into the young master's affairs. Ling Miao returned to her room, picked up her phone from the nightstand, and dialed a number. "What's the matter, dear? Where have you gone? I command you to return within 3 minutes." With that, she abruptly hung up. 5 minutes later, Hua Yuqing appeared at the door, looking flustered. He gazed at Ling Miao. "What happened?" Ling Miao crossed her arms. "What does it mean to bring two people here? Is this what you're upset about? What else could it be?" Hua Yuqing released a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He pulled Ling Miao into the living room and settled onto the sofa. "Isn't it good to have them take care of you?" "I don't like it." Having lived alone for so long, she was unaccustomed to the presence of strangers. She felt her privacy had been utterly compromised. "Why not? Your condition is not ideal. Let them handle the household chores while you rest," he reasoned. Ling Miao countered. "I'm just not used to it." Hua Yuqing dismissed her concerns. "You'll get accustomed." Ling Miao replied candidly, "I cannot get used to it." "Why must you insist on doing everything yourself?" Ling Miao observed him quietly. "So, there is no room for negotiation?" At her words, Hua Yuqing quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Ling Miao sensed that he could never truly appreciate the joys of such an ordinary life. Realizing she could not sway him, she stood and declared, "Then do as you please, keep them if you wish." "Ah, dear," Hua Yuqing caught up with her, "I never said I wouldn't comply." Ling Miao retrieved a set of clothes and responded, "No need. You can keep them around. We have new projects coming up at the company," he said. "It's actually a good idea, considering I won't have time to cook breakfast, lunch, or dinner." Hua Yuqing was taken aback, wondering what had prompted this sudden change of heart. Observing her expression, it didn't seem like she was still upset. Could it be that she truly agreed? Unsure, he asked, really, you're not angry? What reason do I have to be angry? Ling Miao replied, I relish my newfound freedom. Chapter 44. Are you worried that I can't support you? Hua Yuchen chuckled with relief. I told you, it would have been better if you had thought that way earlier. Ling Miao silently scoffed. Get out. Why? Did you not see that I need to change my clothes? Hua Yuchen smirked mischievously. You can just change. Get out. Ling Miao insisted. Oh, she was on the verge of losing her temper, and Hua Yuchen did not wish to provoke her further. It was wise to avoid trouble. Ling Miao watched his retreating figure and muttered irritably, one day, I will make you willingly send them away. After changing her clothes, Ling Miao exited the room. Young madam, breakfast is ready. The dining table was already set with a delightful breakfast. Quite convenient, as she didn't have to lift a finger. These are nutritious breakfasts for pregnant women. See if it suits your taste, if not, I can prepare something different next time. Ling Miao replied, it's quite good. I am not picky, anything is fine, thank you for your efforts. It's no trouble at all, it's my duty. Hua Yuchen sat across from her, watching her accept the meal with such composure. Their interaction seemed to be going well. However, today's breakfast lacked flavor. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was not as delectable as what Ling Miao would prepare. He set down his chopsticks, propping his chin in his hand as he observed her. Ling Miao glanced at him, why aren't you eating? Isn't it good? Hua Yuchen replied, as long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. After breakfast, Ling Miao picked up her bag and announced, I'm Isn't there that vice president you handling the company's affairs? Ling Miao applied lipstick while gazing into the mirror. It's easy for you to say, the recent turmoil in the company has only just begun to stabilize. His tongue was tied by her words. He had truly been foolish to create obstacles for his own wife, making it impossible for her to take a peaceful maternity leave. Yet, upon reflection, he never anticipated that he would end up marrying her. Moreover, I am the highest decision-maker in the company. Maternity leave is not something I can easily take. Hua Yuchen countered, as the president, can't you take a break for yourself? Ling Miao twisted the lipstick tube and shot him a glance. According to your reasoning, once the company is up and running, I should just fish for 2 days and sunbathe for 3, and then how would we earn any money? Hua Yuchen remarked, you could choose not to operate the company right now. What? Are you going to support me? Ling Miao thought relying on him was less dependable than relying on herself. Hua Yuchen teased, are you afraid I can't take care of you? Ling Miao laughed lightly, forget it. You should take care of yourself first. Do you really think so poorly of me? Ling Miao mused, realizing she didn't have much faith in him either. Wife, how about I create a website for you? Ling Miao was taken aback, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Isn't your company expanding its overseas business? A website is crucial for timely updates on your brand and products. No need. There are relevant departments handling that. She surprisingly rejected his offer. If he were to assist others with such matters, he would likely charge a premium for his services. It's different from what you have. Hua Yuchen patiently explained. Ling Miao replied decisively, not necessary, we have operations in place. Hua Yuchen closed his eyes briefly, it's not just about operations. I can position your company at the forefront of the entire region, making it the industry leader. Ling Miao finally regarded him seriously, aren't you uninterested in business? I may not be interested in business, but this is different. At least he wouldn't have to flatter those in the business world or recite those insincere pleasantries, which he found utterly distasteful. Ling Miao queried, what exactly are you proposing? You just need to agree, asking will only confuse you. If it weren't for the fact that she was pregnant and still running to the company, he wouldn't bother exerting himself. Seeing her reluctance to agree, Hua Yuchen continued, right now, you only need to hire me as this free labor, you won't need an entire operations department. You will save on the expenses of a whole department while also securing unprecedented orders. Ling Miao couldn't bring herself to believe his empty promises. She wouldn't gamble the entire foreign trade sector on mere verbal assurances. Let us discuss it later. TSK, why don't you trust me? The car halted at the company entrance, and Ling Miao unbuckled her seatbelt. I won't be home for lunch today. With that, she attempted to exit the car. Hua Yuchen grasped her hand, what's the rush, give me a kiss. Aren't you being a bit clingy? Hurry up. Hua Yuchen insisted. Ling Miao, feeling helpless, leaned in and kissed his cheek. Hua Yuchen seized the back of her neck and pressed his lips firmly against hers. Next time, remember where to kiss. It's not the cheek, it's the lips, understood? Ling Miao shot him an exasperated look and playfully scolded, you're so shameless, just go. She stepped out of the car. Hua Yuchen watched her retreating figure, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Yan Rui. Since he was the cause of the situation, it would be wise to do more for her. After all, it would be concerning to see her running to the company every day while heavily pregnant. He made a phone call, please send me another copy of the information on Yan Rui from last time. He was determined to prepare everything meticulously and present it to her, he wouldn't believe she would remain ungrateful. Once he returned home, Hua Yuchen shut himself in his room, immersing himself in work. By midday, he suddenly remembered that she had mentioned she wouldn't be back for lunch. Hua Yuchen stepped out of his room. Young master, it's time for lunch. Should we send lunch to young madam? Hua Yuchen texted Ling Miao, have you had lunch? I can bring it to you. Moments later, Ling Miao replied, no need, I'm eating. Hua Yuchen furrowed his brow, did you order takeout? No, it was brought by Xiao Wu. Upon seeing that name, he clenched his teeth in frustration, damn it. That you person. The two housemaids were startled, caught off guard by his outburst. What had set off the young master this time? Hua Yuchen paced back and forth, hands on his hips. That you person really is persistent. Doesn't he know Ling Miao is already married? Relying on the fact that Ling Miao is close to him, he dares to act arrogantly in front of me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. I will make him pay. The two housemaids exchanged glances, bewildered. The young master was always inexplicably irritable, and they had no idea who had provoked him this time. Chapter 45 Wife. I am hungry. Today's lunch was once again consumed solely by Hua Yuchen. He was already seething with anger, and the dish was even more unpalatable than what Ling Miao would prepare. His appetite had vanished entirely. He set down his bowl and remarked with irritation, with your culinary skills, I find it impossible to offer any critique. The maid responsible for the daily meals was perplexed. Young master, what is the matter? At least madam occasionally cooks well, but your dishes are consistently dreadful, Hua Yuchen scoffed. How can you claim to excel in both areas? Young master, what do you mean by that? Hua Yuchen succinctly replied, good. Bad, inedible. The maid was momentarily speechless. This was unexpected. During their time at the old residence, the three young ladies had grown up on her cooking, and no one had ever claimed it was inedible. Hua Yuchen rose, retrieved his computer from his room, and grabbed his keys before heading out. Young master, where are you going? He retorted, to drink the northwestern wind. He drove directly to Ling Miao's company. Inside the company, the head of the business department was delivering a prepared tender to General Ling. Upon exiting the office, they encountered young master Hua, momentarily unsure of how to address him. After a brief consideration, they greeted him, young master Hua. Hua Yuchen cast a glance her way, unimpressed. Did she not realize he was the husband of their General Ling? Address me as President Yu. Oh, my apologies, President Yu. Only then did Hua Yuchen stride toward the office. The department head forced a smile. Ling Miao was engrossed in her documents when she heard the commotion at the door and looked up. He had just dropped her off at the company that morning. What brought him back at noon, clutching a computer? What brings you here? Hua Yuchen approached her with a forlorn expression. Wife, Ling Miao paused, perplexed. What is the matter? Hua Yuchen mumbled, I am hungry. Ling Miao struggled to comprehend. If you are hungry, why tell me? I am not at home. Isn't there a maid at home? What, did she not prepare any meals today? Hua Yuchen set down the computer, feeling utterly wronged. Their cooking could be lethal. Ling Miao furrowed her brow. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not transfer those maids from the old residence? Hua Yuchen sat beside her, incessantly repeating, I am hungry. Was he really here at the company just to lament his hunger? Telling me does no good. I do not have any food here either. He leaned against her shoulder, nuzzling her affectionately. Ling Miao felt he resembled a large, needy dog, both clingy and bothersome. Hua Yuchen, you are a man. Cannot you behave differently? Yet he continued to nuzzle her, grumbling, Wife, I am starving. Wife, his short hair tickled her neck, and Ling Miao was exasperated by his antics. Then I can only order you some takeout. Will you eat? Hua Yuchen replied with a soft, yes. Ling Miao picked up her phone, browsing the takeout options. What would you like to eat? Hua Yuchen sniffed at her neck, as if she were the most delectable and fragrant dish. Anything. I am not picky. As Ling Miao searched for food, she remarked, you have the audacity to claim you are not picky. When the maid cooks for you, you say it is inedible, yet you come to the company for me to order you takeout. No one is pickier than you. You are about to become a father. Are you suggesting our son should serve you in the future? Hua Yuchen chuckled, how could that ever happen? Ling Miao playfully slapped him, get up. Your hair is bothering me. Hua Yuchen stubbornly clung to her, refusing to budge. Ling Miao finalized the takeout order and set down her phone. I told you to stop acting like a child and get up. No. He not only clung to her but also wrapped his arms around her waist like a large teddy bear. Hey, Hua Yuchen. Ling Miao swatted his hand, I cannot read the documents like this. Get up. I want tea, hurry up. No. An unexpected voice interrupted, General Ling. Hua Yuchen abruptly opened his eyes, instantly springing up from Ling Miao's side, regaining his composure in a second. It was Secretary Xia who had entered. A faint smile played on her lips, as if she were suppressing amusement. Hua Yuchen adjusted his clothing, feigning nonchalance as he opened his computer. General Ling, here is the budget for the port project from the Qin Corporation. Please review it. Ling Miao accepted the documents. As Xia exited, she burst into laughter. Who would have thought? Young Master Hua is actually a devoted husband. Ling Miao glanced at Hua Yuchen, and the more expressionless he appeared, the more she wished to laugh. Why not continue? Keep acting cute. Hua Yuchen's ears flushed slightly, yet he maintained his stoic demeanor. Who is acting cute? I am a man, how could I possibly act cute? Really? Ling Miao teased with a hint of a smile. Who was it that was hugging and nuzzling just now? No one. No one, you say? Hua Yuchen adamantly denied, no one. So you do know how to feel shy? Ling Miao laughed. Hua Yuchen shot her a glance, unable to contain his laughter any longer. I must say, Ling Miao, enough is enough. One should never strike the face or expose a weakness. I am your husband. What is wrong with a hug? Ling Miao averted her gaze, suppressing her laughter. No problem. Hua Yuchen could not help but smile at Ling Miao. This woman was becoming increasingly delightful in his eyes. When had he begun to feel so attached to her? In no time, the takeout arrived. It was from the Hunan restaurant that Ling Miao occasionally enjoyed, and its flavor was quite satisfactory. Hua Yuchen immediately fed her the first bite. Here, wife. Oh, I have already eaten, you should have it. Hua Yuchen persisted. Come on, just a bite. Reluctantly, Ling Miao obliged and took a bite. Isn't this your favorite? Hua Yuchen inquired. Ling Miao casually hummed in response, having randomly selected the items. Only then did Hua Yuchen enjoy his lunch contentedly. She claimed it was delicious, and indeed, it surpassed the meals prepared by those at home. He suddenly proposed, how about we poach their chef? Ling Miao looked at him incredulously. Are you out of your mind? You want to poach someone as chef just for a meal? Isn't this what you like? Just, if you disagree, that is fine, and now eat a bit more. Ling Miao turned her head away, avoiding his offer. You eat. Eating alone is dull, hurry up. Ling Miao clicked her tongue, finding him unbearable. So he couldn't eat at home and had to come to the office just because she wasn't there. Lacking the joy of being fed after finishing lunch, Hua Yuchen lingered in her office. Chapter 46, We are not engaging in infidelity. You are always here. It creates quite an impact. You should go home, Hua Yuchen remarked dismissively. This is your office. What impact could it possibly have? Ling Miao retorted. Office gossip can be utterly unfathomable, she warned. Those nosy women will surely exaggerate the story. Just leave already. Hua Yuchen remained obstinate. Let them talk. After all, we are legally married. Let them spread whatever they wish. Ideally, the rumors would reach that fellow named you, suggesting he is constantly entangled with Ling Miao, indulging in sweet nothings in the office. Let us see if he would still dare to shamelessly approach another man's wife. Are you going to leave or not? I won't. He firmly decided to stay put. He casually opened his laptop. The air conditioning here is cooler. I'll remain right here. There's also air conditioning at home. I'm not going back. The internet is slow at home, and yours is faster. Have someone upgrade the internet. That would be a waste of money. Yours is perfectly fine. Ling Miao looked at him incredulously. You really care about such trifles? Hua Yuchen unabashedly replied, you were the one who said I should save money for our son's future. I'm merely here to use your internet. Once the child is born, there will be many expenses. It's all about knowing when to save and when to spend. Honey, this is all for the sake of our family, he added, echoing the very words Ling Miao had once shared with him. Now, he twisted them into these absurd justifications to deflect her. Ling Miao found herself utterly exasperated. Alas, Hua Yuchen, you truly have a talent for convoluted reasoning. I never realized how eloquent you could be, Hua Yuchen replied. Wife, you're quite noisy. You disturbing me. Alas, this is my office, she exclaimed, incredulous at his audacity. Hua Yuchen leaned in and kissed her lips. Darling, I have important matters to attend to. I need to earn money for baby formula, so be good. With that, he hugged his laptop and moved to the sofa, placing it on the coffee table. Ling Miao was taken aback by his sudden kiss. Raising a hand to touch her lips, she playfully scolded him, Rogue, you can't even be driven away. She couldn't discern what he was busy with, but his serious demeanor seemed to carry a hint of purpose, no longer resembling a mere hedonistic playboy. That was a relief. Regardless of what he was doing, it was crucial that he maintain some semblance of propriety. The office fell into silence. Ling Miao worked an additional hour and didn't leave until 7 o'clock. Upon returning home, she indulged in a relaxing bath. Come here, wife, Hua Yuchen called from the sofa, his laptop resting in front of him. Ling Miao approached him. What is it? Hua Yuchen pushed the laptop toward her. Take a look. She glanced at the screen, which displayed a website for Yan Rui's brand. Did you create this? Indeed, he confirmed. So, this was what he had been preoccupied with. Ling Miao's expression shifted as she focused on him. Once you formally launch, I'll refine it further. You'll be at the top of the industry. Ling Miao regarded Hua Yuchen with a complex expression. He met her gaze with a proud smile. I told you, hiring me as your free labor saves an entire department's budget. He pulled her into his embrace. What do you think? Your husband isn't as worthless as you imagined, is he? He gestured to his lips as if seeking an award. Come on, give your husband a kiss. Ling Miao pushed his face away. Go away. Come on, dear, he pouted, leaning in closer. Just as Ling Miao was about to lean in for a kiss, the door to the maid's room swung open, causing her to retreat instantly. Hua Yuchen's attempt at a kiss interrupted left him feeling disgruntled. When they lived together, they could kiss as freely as they pleased, even on the sofa. Now, with an outsider present, this woman was too modest to even share a simple kiss. He couldn't help but reflect perhaps their intimate world should not include a third or fourth party. Hua Yuqing tugged at her hand. Wife, Ling Miao refused to even hold his hand. She was always the decisive one in public, such intimate matters should remain behind closed doors, she wasn't accustomed to displaying affection in front of others. Hua Yuqing stood and picked her up, heading toward the bedroom. Ling Miao was caught off guard and hit him in annoyance. Hey, Hua Yuqing. He carried her into the room and kicked the door shut behind them, then, he kissed her fervently. What is there to be shy about? We are not having an affair. Who doesn't know you're my wife? You can't even muster the courage to share a kiss, where has your bravery gone? Ling Miao frowned. Even as a married couple, we ought to be mindful in public. This is our home. But it's not just the two of us. There are others here, which makes it a public space. Hua Yuqing countered, what is the harm in being seen here? Grandfather would prefer us to be affectionate, it would only please him. Ling Miao felt that this man was utterly shameless. Alright, Hua Yuqing said, placing her on the bed. Hey, Hua Yuqing, Ling Miao pressed against his chest. What are you planning to do? Well, Ling Miao was puzzled. What? What are you talking about? Hua Yuqing chuckled lightly. You really are a fool, you don't get it? What do you mean? Ling Miao was utterly confused. It's nothing, Hua Yuqing kissed her, murmuring, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just cooperate. Summer vacation seemed to fly by in an instant. Ling Zhao's trip abroad was approaching. As a member of the Ling family, Ling Shangsong asked Ling Miao to bring Ling Zhao back for a family dinner. Although Ling Miao was reluctant to return to that household, their father remained their father. After finishing her work, she planned to visit the Ling family 2 days before Ling Zhao's departure. On Saturday, Hua Yuqing was mysteriously absent, not returning by noon. Ling Miao called him. Hua Yuqing was enjoying drinks and conversation with old friends he hadn't seen in ages. Upon noticing the incoming call from his wife, he stood up and chuckled. Excuse me, I need to take this. My wife is checking in. His friends were astonished. Hua Yu is married? Who knew? Who was the lucky one? It's Sin Lu. Probably not, Sin Lu hasn't returned from abroad. Hua Yuqing stepped outside the private room to answer the call. What's up? Ling Miao inquired. Are you coming home tonight? Hua Yuqing teased her with a light laugh. What's the matter? Can T bear to be apart after just one day? I'm not, who would miss you? Ling Miao replied, a smile tugging at her lips. Hua Yuqing chuckled, I have a few senior brothers from abroad who have returned. They've settled abroad and haven't been back for years. It's a rare reunion, so I might be home late tonight. As a married man, Hua Yuqing was clear about the need to keep his wife informed. Chapter 47, Are you and you still getting along well? Ling Miao pondered for a moment. Alright then, just don't drink too much, I can't take care of you. As you wish, my dear wife. He often made nonsensical remarks that would elicit laughter from Ling Miao. Alright, enough of that, I won't chat with you anymore. Ling Miao ended the call, and Hua Yuqing sent her a kiss emoji. After glancing at it for a few seconds, Ling Miao replied with a few words, go be annoying elsewhere. Having received a playful rebuke, he felt much better. Hua Yuqing chuckled, tucked away his phone, and entered the private room. As soon as he stepped in, the group erupted in cheers. You've really gotten married? Yes. Hua Yuqing sat down, smiling, the baby is almost due. Wow, your speed is impressive. Hua Yuqing took a sip of his drink but remained silent with a smile. Who is your wife? It's surprising that you would be the first to marry after all these years. Hua Yuqing naturally spoke Ling Miao's name. Ling Miao? Yes, Jiang Chao recognized the name. He and Ling Miao were from the same department, though he was 2 years her senior. Hadn't you always favored the Sin family? But you aren't, Hua Yuqing interrupted before he could finish. Let's not dwell on the past. My wife is pregnant, and I don't want to upset her with such matters. Alright, when the baby arrives, you better prepare a big red envelope for us. Hua Yuqing laughed and clinked glasses with them. I'll remember that, no backtracking allowed. By the way, it seems we haven't had the chance to drink your wedding wine yet. When do you plan to hold the wedding? Hua Yuqing replied, that will have to wait for now. My wife's health doesn't permit it, we'll prepare after the baby is born, no rush. Well then, the brothers are eagerly awaiting your wedding banquet. Rest assured, Hua Yuqing chuckled, just prepare your share of the money. Oh, right. Hua Yuqing recalled something Ling Miao had mentioned a few days ago. He turned to Jiang Chao and inquired, you are most familiar with Norway, how's the qualification for a mentor at the Oslo Academy? The best in all of Norway, I will be transferring to Oslo soon. Jiang Chao asked in confusion, why the sudden interest in this? Hua Yuqing explained, my brother-in-law is heading over in a few days. Your brother-in-law is studying abroad in Norway? Indeed. Looks like he is also a mathematical genius, on par with you, the math whiz. Hua Yuqing chuckled lightly, no need for flattery. My brother-in-law is indeed quite capable, just like his sister. They are both very ambitious. Jiang Chao patted his shoulder, grinning with a hint of mischief, you're just trying to show off your wife, aren't you? Must you flaunt your affection in front of us singles? Hua Yuqing felt he hadn't overly praised Ling Miao. She was simply extraordinary. One could only appreciate her charm after getting to know her. The longer they were together, the more enchanting she became. At the Ling residence, upon entering with Ling Zhuo, Ling Miao noticed Ling Qing glancing behind her. Oh, our new son-in-law hasn't returned? Ling Miao didn't spare her a glance. Once inside, she called out, Dad. Ling Xiangsong nodded with a smile. Joyer is here, let me take a look. Ling Zhuo walked over, Dad. Ling Xiangsong affectionately ruffled his hair. Good boy, you've grown taller. Su Wenqiu cast a dismissive glance, smirking coldly. Dad. Ling Hao returned from outside, drenched in sweat and clutching a basketball. Ling Xiangsong frowned and scolded. Go wash up before coming down. Didn't you see your sister has returned? Su Wenqiu could no longer hold her tongue, displeased, both are flesh and blood. He also respectfully calls you Dad. Why are you so cold towards him? Do you have a problem with me? Ling Hao, unconcerned, casually greeted Ling Miao, Sister Miao. Ling Miao smiled, long time no see, you've grown quite a bit. Ling Hao playfully nudged Ling Zhuo as they headed upstairs together. I thought you had become so successful that you forgot about home. Among boys, there was no need for such trivial calculations. Ling Zhuo treated him like a true brother. Teasingly, he said, just came back to check if you're still in good health. Hey, you little rascal, you're asking for it. The two brothers laughed and chatted as they ascended the stairs. Su Wenqiu shot an exasperated glance at her own troublesome child. Her husband favored that little brat so much yet looked down on her son, and here he was, acting chummy with him, driving her mad. Ling Xiangsong asked, did you not come along today? Ling Miao replied, he had matters to attend to. Ling Qing sat beside her mother, looking at Ling Miao with a knowing smile. On the first day of marriage, your husband doesn't accompany you back to your parents' house. Sister, you too, didn't have a fight, did you? Su Wenqiu remarked, they say the young masters of wealthy families are unpredictable. Miao Miao, you should soften your temperament a bit. Ling Miao coldly narrowed her eyes at them. Ling Xiangsong, being her father, couldn't help but feel concerned upon hearing their words. Miao Miao, you and you still get along well, right? Ling Miao smiled lightly, our relationship is just fine, Dad, don't worry. Is that so? Ling Qing laughed, even during a newlywed visit, you're here alone. Why come back to your family only to arrive alone? She tilted her chin slightly, regardless of how hasty the marriage was, you are still carrying his child. Ling Miao felt a surge of anger. Ling Chang, are you not doing well? Is that why you speak so harshly? You can't stand to see me happy, can you? Su Wenqiu attempted to mediate, your sister is just concerned about you, look at what you're saying. We're sisters, yet you resort to barbs. Ling Miao retorted coldly, if you say it's our sisterly matter, then why bring it up? Ling Chang leaned against Ling Xiangsong, feigning innocence. Dad. Ling Xiangsong replied, your sister rarely comes back. Let us keep the peace. Ling Qing sulked, crossing her arms, Dad, you're biased. I can see what's going on, Su Wenqiu said, you have an issue with me. It's just that we three women are under your nose daily, and it bothers you. The distant scent is sweet, while the close one is foul. Ling Xiangsong instantly became displeased, what nonsense are you talking about in front of the children? Have I said anything wrong? When did you ever look at Howard properly? All you do is criticize him for being idle and unproductive. Ling Miao closed her eyes, unable to endure such an environment. Why was her family so starkly different from Hua Yuqing's harmonious household? Each time she returned to the Hua family, everyone wore smiles, welcoming her warmly, yet here, everyone had ulterior motives. Speaking in veiled terms, she genuinely wished to leave at that moment. Chapter 48. Why didn't you tell me you were going home? During dinner, Ling Zhuo and Ling Hao sat together, chatting and laughing amiably. Joyer, Ling Xiangsong inquired, how are the arrangements for the school abroad progressing? Ling Zhuo replied, I have successfully completed both the written examination and the interview for the new school. Moreover, I secured the runner-up position in the recent international competition, which has exempted me from tuition and miscellaneous fees. This way, Sister won't have to toil so hard, and during my free time, I can also take on temporary work. I've looked into it. The subsidies over there are quite generous, so I won't have to worry about pocket money. Her speech was measured and orderly. Ling Xiangsong nodded with satisfaction, good child. Ling Miao chuckled, it's nothing, Sister is not struggling. Your only task now is to study. Leave the financial matters to me. Being in a foreign land, you must pay attention to your safety. Su Wenqiu gritted her teeth, that little rascal. It's just studying abroad, yet you flaunt it so. Ling Miao's phone chimed, and she took it out to check. Where have you been? Why haven't you returned home so late? Ling Miao typed a few words, I'm home. Hua Yuqing paused at those 3 words, did you return to the old residence? The Ling family. Hua Yuqing frowned slightly, puzzled as to why she suddenly returned to the Ling family, and hurried out again. Why didn't you tell me you were going home? Weren't you at a gathering? Only then did Hua Yuqing realize. It turned out that the call she made to him was likely to see if he had time to accompany her home, yet, that woman was so stubborn. As soon as he mentioned he was busy, she wouldn't press him at all. She didn't even hint at it, fearing to impose on him. Had she uttered a single word, he would have undoubtedly abandoned his long unseen friends to return home with her. After being married for so long, she never considered going back. Why did she suddenly decide to do so at this juncture? It truly caught him off guard for a new son-in-law to not accompany the family on their first visit home. What a situation it would be. Ling Miao set her phone down and, noticing he had not replied, chose not to say anything further. Ling Xiangsong turned to Ling Hao, exasperated. Look at your brother, and then look at yourself. If you had half of your brother's dedication, I would be satisfied. Su Wenqiu scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, I failed to bear a good son. Ling Xiangsong chastised, every time I educate Hauer, you always respond this way. A doting mother often spoils her child. Hauer has gone astray under your influence. Oh? Su Wenqiu set down her chopsticks. What do you mean? I've corrupted him. Not everyone is cut out for academics. Even if you pressed him, he wouldn't be suited for it. Ling Miao calmly continued eating, uninterested in their quarrel. Ling Xiangsong stated, whether it is right or wrong, you know it in your heart. Why verbalize it? Isn't this simply indulging him, allowing him to fall into ruin? You've already given up on him, yet you expect him to still put in effort? Ling Hao rubbed his ears and remarked to Ling Zhua, this is the usual family dynamic. Just ignore it. Ling Zhua tugged at the corner of her mouth. It's nothing. Su Wenqiu, frustrated, remarked, I truly do not understand the value of all that education. The more one reads, the more pedantic they become. When returning home, they can't even address others properly. Ling Miao immediately turned to her. What do you mean? The first thing Ling Zhua said upon entering was to address my father. Su Wenqiu glared at her fiercely. Elders are speaking. It's none of your concern. Ling Miao slammed her chopsticks down. Elders, what do you consider yourself? What, do you mean to imply Ling Zhua did not call you mother? Su Wenqiu retorted, he may not have been born from my womb, but I raised him myself. Though he did not emerge from my body, the bond of nurturing exceeds that of birth. Do not delude yourself into thinking you deserve such praise. Ling Miao frowned. At least Ling Hao calls you mother. I do not wish to say anything too harsh in front of the younger generation. Who are you speaking to? Su Wenqiu asserted her elder status. I have also borne children for the Ling family. How dare you defy me like this? She turned to Ling Xiangsong and scolded, why don't you say something, have you become mute? Ling Xiangsong rubbed his temples, let us all speak less. Ling Miao, with her fiery temperament, pointed at Su Wenqiu. You're indirectly criticizing my brother. What's wrong with him being clever? Is it a problem that my brother is ambitious? Are you envious to the point of being sick? You can't stand to see a member of the Ling family capable of shouldering responsibilities in the future. Do you wish for the entire Ling family to be left without heirs, relying solely on my father to work until he is old and dies? Su Wenqiu was rendered speechless by her retorts. Ling Xiangsong, who regarded the family's future with utmost importance, suddenly gained clarity from Ling Miao's words. Enough. He slammed the table. No matter how reserved a man may be, his wrath holds undeniable authority. It's not easy for the family to gather for a meal. Must it turn into this? Does it inconvenience you that Miao Miao and Zhua have returned? Must you always be so acerbic? Can't you refrain from speaking so harshly? Can't a meal be enjoyed without your bitterness? Su Wenqiu was taken aback that he would dare speak to her this way. Ling Xiangsong, understand this. I am your legitimate wife. Ling Miao smirked, as long as my mother is alive, you won't have your turn. This matter was a thorn in Su Wenqiu's heart. With her eyes glistening with rage, she said, then you should let her live. I'll gladly step aside for her. Ling Miao instantly grabbed a teacup and hurled it. Don't you dare flaunt your longevity, you can live as long as a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Su Wenqiu was infuriated, her finger trembling as she pointed at her. Ling Xiangsong, this is your wonderful daughter. This is your wonderful daughter. Ling Qing also stood up, furious. Ling Miao, how dare you speak to my mother like that? Ling Miao turned to Ling Qing, mercilessly tearing off the veil, don't bark at me. You're nothing but an illegitimate child born from an affair. What right do you have to confront me? I haven't taken issue with you, so behave yourself and stop trying to seek attention. Should you annoy me, I'll throw all of you out. Ling Xiangsong, feeling humiliated, erupted with anger. Miao Miao. How can you speak like this? Ling Miao stood her ground against everyone, unafraid, I'm merely speaking the truth. Your disregard for her does not negate the reality of the situation. Ling Zhuo rose and approached Ling Miao. Sister, your health is paramount. Ling Miao reassured, I'm fine. You've done this, yet fear the words of others? I have no obligation to shield your shame. Miao Miao. Ling Xiangsong reprimanded sharply, is it your place to comment on matters of elders? Do you not recognize the hierarchy of age and respect? Chapter 49. When the wife returns to her parental home, naturally one must accompany her. Ling Miao showed no sign of backing down. Those who do not respect their elders are unworthy of respect. My calling you dad is solely due to Ling Zhua. You, Ling Xiangsong gritted his teeth in anger. Do you think that now you have established your own household, I will not dare to discipline you? He abruptly pulled out a chair from the dining table and approached her. Ling Zhua quickly shielded Ling Miao with his body. Dad, my sister is unwell, let us discuss this calmly. Oh, it seems I have arrived at just the right moment. A teasing voice echoed from the doorway. The occupants of the room turned to see none other than the frivolous young master of the Hua family. Wife, why didn't you inform me when you returned home? Hua Yuchen strolled in, completely unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Ling Miao stared in astonishment at the man beside her. Weren't you supposed to attend a gathering? Why did you come back suddenly? Hua Yuchen helped her to sit down with a smile. When my wife returns to her parental home, it is only fitting that I accompany her. Coincidentally, I haven't visited my father-in-law in quite some time, so I brought along a fine bottle of wine to share a few drinks with him. He set down the bottle and turned to Ling Xiangsong, feigning surprise. Oh dear, why is Dad standing? There is no need for such formality. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Ling Xiangsong forced a smile. Please, sit down. Su Wenxiu shot a disapproving glance at Ling Xiangsong, unable to swallow her resentment. Dad, today is my son-in-law's fault for arriving so late. He ruffled Ling Miao's hair. This silly wife of mine still hasn't adjusted to married life. She returns home as if nothing has changed, coming and going at her whim. Had I not come home to find no one here, I would have truly committed a breach of etiquette today. His gaze towards Ling Miao was filled with warmth, his eyes devoted as if she were the only one in existence. Miao Miao, did you not inform Ayu of your return today? Ling Xiangsong inquired. Ling Miao replied, no. How absurd, since you are married to Ayu, as a couple, you should communicate and discuss matters together. How can you speak and act so thoughtlessly? Hua Yuchen chuckled, do not blame Miao Miao. I was delayed by some matters today. However, my Miao Miao is so understanding and does not sweat the small stuff. Having married such a wonderful wife, I am delighted beyond measure. Ling Miao found herself laughing unexpectedly, taken aback by his absurd logic. When did he become such a skilled actor? Hua Yuchen exchanged a knowing smile with her and remarked, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Observing this, Ling Xiangsong noted how the frivolous young master seemed to share a strong bond with Miao Miao. Caring for his wife and being family-oriented, this hardly resembled a typical playboy. Su Wenxiu also scrutinized this young master Hua, finding him far different from her expectations. Ling Qing began to feel puzzled as well. The situation was not supposed to unfold this way. It was expected that Hua Yuchen would be entrenched in the social scene, neglecting home life, leading to mutual disdain between the couple, culminating in Ling Miao's explosive temper and their eventual separation and messy divorce. How could things take this turn? It was simply not meant to be. Hua Yuchen opened the wine and stood to pour a glass for Ling Xiangsong. Here you go, Dad. This is a fine wine I acquired at an auction, of collectible quality. I hope you enjoy it. Ling Xiangsong smiled, that is very thoughtful of you. Next time you come, there is no need to bring such fine wine. I am already quite content if you both come home often for dinner. Ah, look at what Dad says. The fine wine I keep is all for you. If you enjoy it, I will have someone deliver more to you. It's just wine, nothing rare. If you like it, my supply is ample. They say a son-in-law is akin to a son. Hua Yuchen's repeated references to son delighted Ling Xiangsong. Ling Xiangsong laughed heartily and waved his hand. Ayu, you are thoughtful, your timing is perfect, let us eat together. Hua Yuchen wasted no time, quickly serving food for his wife. Wife, come, eat more. Let us aim for a healthy baby boy. Young Master Hua seems to prefer sons, Ling Qing joked, but what if it's not a son? In affluent families, the birth of a son is highly anticipated, and she had heard much about it. Only the birth of a son ensures the stability of the daughter-in-law's position. It doesn't matter if it's not a son. Hua Yuchen didn't even glance her way, entirely focused on serving his wife. If my wife has a healthy baby girl, I would be just as pleased. Ling Miao looked at him, both amused and exasperated. This Hua Yuchen was indeed shameless. Dad, let me toast you. Hua Yuchen raised his glass in salute. Ling Xiangsong cheerfully lifted his own glass. We are all family here, no need for excessive formality. Hua Yuchen drank heartily. In the future, I will bring Miao Miao back to dine with you whenever I can. Good, good, Ling Xiangsong said with a sip of wine. So, Dad, how does this wine taste? Ling Xiangsong praised, indeed, it is wonderful, rich and aromatic, with a smooth texture. Hua Yuchen replied, I'll have someone send over more bottles tomorrow. No need to trouble yourself. What trouble? It's merely a small matter. Ling Miao's hand brushed against Hua Yuchen's beneath the table. Assuming she had something to say, he leaned closer. What is it, wife? Ling Miao, worried he might drink too much after just returning from the table, whispered, are you alright? Weren't you supposed to have a gathering this afternoon? Hua Yuchen clasped her hand and placed it on his lap, reassuringly saying, a little wine is nothing for me, I'm fine, no need to worry. Ling Miao observed his profile, noting his clear demeanor, which put her at ease. By the way, Zhuozhua, have you booked your flight? Hua Yuchen inquired. Ling Zhuo responded, the school has arranged it, I don't need to book it myself. Oh, such good treatment. Hua Yuchen pulled out a card and handed it to him. Here, this is a card from my brother-in-law in Norway, no limit on spending. Feel free to use it, the password is your sister's birthday. Ling Miao was taken aback, she had merely mentioned it casually before. When had he prepared this? Ling Zhuo quickly replied, no need, brother-in-law. I won't need much money this time since my tuition is fully covered. I have some savings, and during my free time there, I can also do some odd jobs. It will be sufficient. Oh my. Hua Yuchen exclaimed, my little brother-in-law is quite impressive. He looked at Ling Xiangsong, disbelief written all over his face. Dad, has Zhuozhuo always had such excellent grades? Speaking of this son, Ling Xiangsong felt a swell of pride. Indeed, Zhuo has always been a worry-free child. Su Wenxiu, who had just been agitated over this matter, felt another stab to her heart, feeling frustrated with her own child. Hua Yuchen patted Ling Zhuo's shoulder in admiration. Well done, young man, you must accept this as a reward from your brother-in-law. When you return after your studies, I will prepare a villa for you, so you can use it to marry a wife. Chapter 50. Sister Miao's husband is quite wonderful. Ling Zhuo did not dare to refuse, especially since his brother-in-law was so enthusiastic. He could only look to his sister for help. Ling Miao smiled, just accept it. Focus on your studies for now, there's no need for you to earn money at this stage. Exactly, Hua Yuchen echoed. After all, my pocket money comes from your sister, it's all her money. By the way, when we go back later, your brother-in-law has arranged for you to have a computer. The specifications are top-notch, featuring a high-end 4090 graphics card. Before Ling Zhuo could respond, Ling Hao exclaimed in surprise, 4090? Is that the flagship model from the Wolf Tang POF series? Hua Yuchen nodded. Ah, Ling Cheng. Ling Hao jumped up and rushed to Ling Qing, shaking her vigorously. When are you going to find me a brother-in-law like that? Ling Qing replied irritably, are you out of your mind, Ling Hao? I want a brother-in-law like that too. I want one. With an unlimited card and a top-tier computer setup, not to mention a luxurious graphics card, and he was a newlywed brother-in-law of less than 3 months, how could Ling Zhuo be so fortunate, with such a wonderful sister and an equally splendid brother-in-law? Hua Yuchen chuckled softly, it's just a computer. If you really want one, I can have someone bring it to you in a few days. Ling Hao looked at him, disbelief etched on his face as he asked, really, brother-in-law? Ling Qing immediately became disgruntled. Here was his biological sister, and he was calling Ling Miao as husband brother-in-law. Hua Yuchen replied, well, you are also Miao Miao's brother, it wouldn't be fair otherwise. Ling Hao promptly rushed to his side, excitedly embracing him. Brother-in-law is the best. You are my true brother-in-law. Ling Xiangsong reprimanded, Ling Hao, let go. Such disrespect towards your brother-in-law is unacceptable. Ling Hao had always been one to ignore such admonitions. He snuggled closer to Ling Miao, mumbling, Sister Miao, you are my true sister. Ling Hao, your real sister is right here. Ling Qing said, displeased. Ling Miao laughed as she ruffled Ling Hao's hair, alright, sit down and eat properly. Hua Yuchen remarked, sister-in-law, that's not quite right. We are all children of the same father, why should there be distinctions? Is it that my wife and Ling Zhuo are not also dear to Hao Hao? Dad, what do you think? Hua Yuchen tossed the question to Ling Xiangsong with a smile. Ling Qing immediately gnashed her teeth in frustration, yet dared not explode. Ling Qing. Ling Xiangsong frowned and scolded, what nonsense is this about family ties? If I hear you utter such words again, I shall cut your allowance for half a year. Ling Qing was infuriated, feeling anger but unable to voice it. Ling Miao thought that although Hua Yuchen's behavior was somewhat unconventional, he was remarkably clear-minded. During tonight's dinner, Hua Yuchen navigated the social dynamics with finesse, leaving no room for ambiguity. Ling Qing and her mother were seething with frustration. Ling Zhuo and Ling Miao, at least, were the biological children of Ling Xiangsong, striving for success. To owe him as a father, they brought only benefits, thus naturally pleasing him. As Hua Yuchen departed with Ling Miao and Ling Zhuo, Ling Xiangsong escorted them to the door. This was a treatment Ling Miao had never experienced before. Ling Hao stood beside his father, smiling and waving to them. Brother-in-law, sister, come over to our house often. Hua Yuchen replied with a smile, of course, we will. Dad, you all can go inside now, there's no need to see us off. Be careful on the road. Yes, rest assured. I will take good care of Miao Miao. After Hua Yuchen and the others left, Ling Xiangsong returned inside, with Ling Hao trailing behind. I think Sister Miao's husband is quite wonderful, Dad. What do you think? He is nothing like what others say. Ling Xiangsong glanced at him, is it my teaching that has led you to speak ill of your brother-in-law? No. I didn't mean that. I genuinely think he is a good person. Su Wenqiu, seated on the sofa in the living room, heard his words and retorted sarcastically, yes, he's just splendid, isn't he? She pointed at Ling Hao, exasperated, even you, a good-for-nothing, have been sold out. Ling Xiangsong glared at her, irritated, what are you saying? The kids are rarely home, can you not say such things? Su Wenqiu jumped to her feet. That little wretch your wife bore pointed at my nose, and you didn't see it? Ling Xiangsong scolded, would she speak if you didn't provoke her? I see you are just protecting her. Ling Hao, sensing the tension, chose to escape the scene and headed upstairs. Su Wenqiu called after him, hey, you little traitor, come back here. Who are you calling your true sister and brother-in-law? You little brat, do you not know whose womb you came from? Ling Hao ignored her, remaining silent. Ling Xiangsong scolded sternly, you are simply incorrigible, so the discord among the children is your instigation? I instigate? Su Wenqiu challenged. You clearly favor those two over Ling Qing and Ling Hao, don't you? Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Ling Cheng and Ling Hao are your biological children too, Ling Xiangsong, must you be so biased? How am I biased? Miao Miao and Zhuo Zhuo have lived outside for years while Ling Cheng and Ling Hao have been raised by us. What more do you want? Do you want me to drive them out of the Ling family and sever all ties with them before you are satisfied? This was the first time Ling Xiangsong confronted these family conflicts and spoke such heartfelt words. For years, he felt guilty towards Miao Miao and the others, yet those two had always been worry-free. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk, the more obedient one often comes back to repay kindness, asking for little and making no fuss. Ling Cheng and Ling Hao enjoyed the paternal and maternal love they deserved. Being the youngest in the family, the old adage states that the emperor favors the eldest son, while common folk dote on the youngest. Ling Hao was undoubtedly spoiled to an extreme. Ling Xiangsong felt guilty, and Su Wenqiu's words only intensified that feeling. Any man with a sense of responsibility would explode. Su Wenqiu's chest heaved violently, unable to utter a word. On one hand, Ling Xiangsong's words were too raw for her to counter. On the other, a man's anger, once ignited, was fearsome, and she dared not provoke him further. Ling Xiangsong left with a final remark, utterly unreasonable. Su Wenqiu stood rooted in place, fists clenched, seething with rage. Upon returning to the dazzling bay, Hua Yuchen noticed Ling Zhuo seemed uneasy. From now on, consider this place your home. Ling Zhuo smiled. It's all right, brother-in-law. Hua Yuchen opened the guest room door. I've already had everything prepared for you. If you're tired, take a bath and rest early. Yes, I understand. Hua Yuchen entered the room. Wife, I'll run the water for you. You can have a nice soak. Ling Miao removed her earrings and watch, making her way to the bathroom. Leaning against the door, she watched as he poured soothing essential oil into her bubble bath. Hua Yuchen, what made you think of visiting the Ling family today? Hua Yuchen replied, since you returned, I naturally had to go. Otherwise, it would be quite unseemly. Chapter 51 My dear wife, may I request a kiss? He set down the bottle of essential oil and approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Otherwise, others might think we are a newlywed couple at odds. Ling Miao tilted her head slightly, gazing at the man before her. I must say, Hua Yuchen, you have truly surprised me today. Hua Yuchen smiled and asked, in what way? With your sharp tongue and flattery, you resemble a sycophant. It would be a loss for you not to venture into the business world. Hua Yuchen chuckled softly. Why does that sound like anything but a compliment? Well, it's certainly not a flattering remark, but it is meant as praise. Praise? Hua Yuchen tightened his embrace. I didn't quite catch that. Ling Miao laughed. To put it differently, it means you are adept at navigating social situations, covering all bases. That sounds a bit more agreeable. Hua Yuchen chuckled, then. I would like to take a moment to indulge myself. Dear wife, may I request a kiss? Ling Miao looked at the man, realizing that marrying him was not as dreadful as she had imagined. At least sometimes, it felt quite nice. She stood on her tiptoes, only to find she couldn't reach him. Hua Yuchen lowered his head willingly, and she finally pressed her lips against his. This time, it was not a peck on the cheek, but rather a kiss on the lips. Just as she was about to pull away, Hua Yuchen held the back of her head, deepening the kiss. The scent of alcohol clung to him, making her feel slightly tipsy. As he attempted to undress her, Ling Miao grasped his hand. Hua Yuchen murmured, I'll wash you. You don't have the convenience to do it yourself. I am quite capable. Then I shall wash your hair if that's all right. This reasoning. Ling Miao found herself somewhat amenable to it. However, before she could respond, her clothes were already stripped away. Hua Yuchen lifted her effortlessly, his eyes darkening with desire. He swallowed hard, gently lowering her into the water. He then sat beside the bathtub, his movements clumsy yet tender as he began to wash her hair. Ling Miao thought of Ling Zhao and looked at the man above her, earnestly tending to her hair. Hua Yuchen, yes? Why are you so good to Ling Zhao? Hua Yuchen replied with a smile, you are my wife, and he is my brother-in-law. We are all family, it is only right. Yet for Ling Miao, taking care of Ling Zhao was solely her responsibility. Hua Yuchen had no obligation nor duty to treat him kindly. Honestly, I never expected you to regard him as a close brother. I understand those who are close are truly close, even a slight distance changes everything. Therefore, your attitude towards Ling Zhao. I have always believed that as long as he is doing well, that is sufficient. Yet I did not expect you to treat him like your own brother, Hua Yuchen said. Do you know why? Why? Hua Yuchen, with his hands covered in suds, playfully dabbed some on her nose and smiled, because I have sisters. My sisters have always treated me well, and my brothers-in-law are equally kind. So I desire for you to have the same feelings towards Ling Zhao. Now that I am married to you, I have also become a brother-in-law. To marry someone is to embrace all that they are, including their family and relatives. Thus, I believe this is the most fundamental aspect. Ling Miao felt a rush of warmth in her eyes, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness. She never imagined Hua Yuchen could be such a person. He always managed to present her with unexpected perspectives. She gazed at the man above her and softly called out, Hua Yuchen. Her voice carried a touch of vulnerability and playfulness, causing Hua Yuchen to momentarily pause. Was this truly the voice of his wife, so delicate, yet he found it endearing? What is it, my dear? Ling Miao lifted her hand to caress the back of his hand. Hua Yuchen chuckled, my hands are covered in bubbles. Do you wish to play with them? Oh, this man, serious for a moment and then back to his playful self. However, Ling Miao had grown accustomed to it. She followed the line of his arm upward. The tingling sensation in her arm darkened Hua Yuchen's gaze. Wife, please do not tempt me, I have little self-control. Ling Miao wrapped her arms around his neck, exerting a gentle pressure. Before she could make a move, he instinctively lowered his head, his large hands cradled her face, brushing against her nose, the bubbles transferred to her cheeks as he whispered, "My dear," they were so close, feeling each other's warmth, breathing in sync. In that moment, the tranquil atmosphere enveloped them, beautiful and intimate, reminiscent of ordinary couples in love. Ling Miao tilted her head slightly, pecking his lips. "Thank you, Daiyu," Hua Yuchen smiled, "we are husband and wife. There is no need for thanks, your matters are my matters. I prefer it when you call me wife rather than my name." He pressed his lips against hers, murmuring, "Could you call me husband?" Ling Miao gently caressed his cheek, her heart stirred for the first time for this man before her. He truly could be considered a good man, he fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband. This was something she had never dreamed of, not even before she decided to marry him, and prior to their wedding certificate, she had never imagined Hua Yuchen would be such a man. His original family was wonderful, thus he too was wonderful. Ling Miao thought. Hua Yuchen kissed her slowly, savoring each moment. This kiss was intoxicating, the scent of the bath lingered in the air. The ambience felt like a delicate mist of affection surrounding them, making it hard to resist surrendering to the moment. As Hua Yuchen continued to kiss her, he suddenly paused, his heavy breaths brushing against her face. If this continued, there would be no escaping the bathroom. Hua Yuchen gritted his teeth, closing his eyes to restrain himself, only to be interrupted by Ling Miao's mischievous laughter. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dark with desire. "Ling Miao, once you have our child, do not think I will let you off easily." Ling Miao couldn't help but chuckle, "But I haven't given birth yet." Hua Yuchen, still unsatisfied, pressed his lips against hers once more. "I owe you from a past life." After washing her hair and drying it, her black tresses cascaded down, softening her features and giving her an air of innocent beauty. He pondered, with their good looks, which parent the child would resemble more. Perhaps it would take after Ling Miao, as the baby was growing within her. Surely, it would be a remarkably attractive little one. On the morning of Ling Zhao's departure, Ling Miao did not go to work. Instead, she prepared a meal for him, knowing that it would be difficult to return after he left. Hua Yuchen could see that this woman was downcast from the start of the day. Her eyes were often slightly red during the meal. She had little appetite, occasionally stealing glances at Ling Zhao. After they finished eating, Hua Yuchen drove them to the airport. There, the school counselor awaited Ling Zhao. As soon as Ling Zhao joined them, their flight was nearly ready for takeoff. Ling Miao's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at her brother, who had been her companion for so many years. The feelings of reluctance and sorrow intensified with each passing moment. Chapter 52. The eagle-like woman shed tears. It was not until the announcement echoed through the airport that Ling Zhuo was to board his flight that Ling Miao tightly embraced him, her emotions, long restrained, finally breaking free. Her voice quivered with tears. "Zhuozhua, remember to video call your sister once you reach school." Ling Zhuo gently caressed his sister's back, his heart heavy. "I will take good care of yourself. Life abroad is not like in Jingcheng, but if anything happens, I can't rush to you immediately. I understand. If you encounter any difficulties, avoid conflicts with your classmates. Your safety is paramount. Alright, don't worry." Ling Miao released him, her gaze lingering on his face, her eyes reddening. She had cared for this boy for so many years, and now she was personally sending him off to soar in his own realm. It was time to let go, yet the worry rooted deeply within her heart, intertwining with her very being. It was a bond she could never sever. Hua Yuchen wrapped his arms around Ling Miao and said to Ling Zhuo, "Go on, they are waiting for you." Ling Zhuo replied, "Brother-in-law, please take good care of my sister. Rest assured, I will look after her well." Hua Yuchen smiled. By the time you return, you'll be able to meet your chubby nephew. At that point, you'll be a proud uncle, a high-achieving one at that, which will surely be a source of pride. Ling Zhuo smiled, turning to Ling Miao, "Sister, I'm off." Go on. Ling Zhuo pushed his suitcase towards the group of teachers and students. Ling Miao watched his departing figure until he reached the boarding gate, disappearing into the crowd. Bursting into tears, she buried herself in Hua Yuchen's embrace. He held her close, soothing her as he stroked her back. "Enough now, don't cry." There's a mentor at Zhuozhua's school who was a dear senior of mine. I will ask him to take extra care of him. It will be alright. Ling Miao sobbed. He has been by my side all these years, never venturing so far from home. My heart is filled with worry and sorrow. With his departure, a part of my heart feels hollow. Hua Yuchen, why do I feel like crying so much? Woo. Ling Miao no longer cared about appearances, she simply wanted to cry. Hua Yuchen was at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated that this eagle-like woman would have moments of vulnerability. It's alright, you still have your husband. In a few months, our child will also be born, then we will be a family of 3, and we will always be by your side. Ling Miao rubbed her tears on his chest but still could not cease her sobbing. Hua Yuchen chuckled, "Wife, there are so many people watching us, should we head back?" Ling Miao sniffled, "Back, but I can't control my emotions right now, woo." With no other choice, Hua Yuchen picked her up in his arms. "Very well, keep crying, I'll carry you back." He was concerned that others might misinterpret their display of emotion as domestic violence. By the time they returned to the car, although Ling Miao had stopped crying, her eyes remained a vivid red. Hua Yuchen pulled out a tissue and gently wiped her tears. Ling Miao stared blankly ahead, silent, her nose still reddened from weeping. She resembled someone who had been thoroughly battered. Ling Zhuo has grown up now. It's time for him to achieve his own ambitions. You were merely his sister, yet you have done exceedingly well. Do you not also wish for Ling Zhuo to thrive? He has this opportunity now. You ought to feel happy. Ling Miao remained silent. Indeed, she was happy. How could she not be? But the sadness lingered. Hua Yuchen pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. "Stop crying. Our son is still in your womb." Ling Miao nestled into his neck, seeking brief solace. The warmth of her cheeks, still flushed from crying, was palpable to him. Hua Yuchen sighed softly, gently caressing her shoulder. The car fell into a tranquil silence. As Ling Miao endeavored to compose herself, Hua Yuchen quietly held her, offering his presence as she regained her emotional equilibrium. Upon returning home from the airport, night gradually descended. Ling Miao's vacant gaze showed no sign of movement. Once home, she collapsed helplessly onto the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling. With Ling Zhuo's departure, the drive she had nurtured for so many years seemed to vanish in an instant. Hua Yuchen set down his belongings. Wife, are you hungry? Ling Miao shook her head, seeing her listless demeanor. Hua Yuchen smiled gently and sat beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. You know, you overthink things, and not a single thought is dedicated to yourself. You constantly fret over so many people and matters. Now that Ling Zhuo has grown, you can finally relinquish some responsibilities. Yet you remain anxious, your thoughts perpetually tethered to him. Why do you burden yourself so unnecessarily sometimes? You should try to live for yourself. Ling Miao wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling against his chest, murmuring, I had no choice. Since I left the Ling family and took on these responsibilities, they have become my mission. Over time, I have grown accustomed to it, numb to it. It has become an integral part of my life. For years, my days have been filled to the brim with family and work. Now that he has left, I realize that the goals I have pursued all along have vanished. I feel a sudden lightness, yet it feels too light without the drive to strive. I am at a loss. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as she struggled to contain her emotions. Hua Yuchen, you are right, I do overthink. I cannot even enjoy the blessings I have. She lifted her gaze from his embrace, looking into his eyes. Do you think I'm being foolish? Hua Yuchen pinched her cheek gently. How could that be? My wife is not foolish at all. On the contrary, she is a remarkably intelligent and responsible woman, someone incomparable to many men. Ling Miao smiled softly. You make me sound so admirable. Hua Yuchen insisted. Who says you are not? You can grace the grand hall and master the kitchen. This is you. Fool, stop overthinking. Hua Yuchen tightened his embrace. From now on, I will be by your side. You need not carry such burdens alone. With your husband here, you can simply be a carefree little girl. A little girl. Ling Miao felt a great distance from that term. She chuckled softly. Those words might have resonated a few years ago. Now, I am no longer a little girl. I am a married woman, soon to be a mother. Hua Yuchen reassured her. Even with a child, you can still be yourself. The child is not your entire life. I will not allow my wife to become a soulless servant. You will still be able to pursue your desires. He bent down to kiss the crown of her head, smiling. At worst, you will handle the outside affairs while I manage the home. After all, my teeth aren't great. The doctor recommends I eat soft food. Moreover, my wife is so capable. I shall be your devoted helper. How does that sound? Chapter 53. My dear wife. I seek comfort. Ling Miao couldn't help but chuckle. Looking up from his embrace with her eyes glistening red, she playfully reprimanded him. Hua Yuchen. Hua Yuchen, in a teasing manner, replied, Your humble servant is here, my empress. This provoked Ling Miao to playfully hit him, laughing as she scolded, Are you out of your mind? Hua Yuchen, grinning, leaned closer, observing her intently. Oh, you're smiling? No more tears? Ling Miao pinched his ear, warning, If you continue this way, I shall smite you. Hua Yuchen winced in pain, pleading, Dear wife, please show mercy. I was wrong. Ling Miao released her grip, her expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement as she gazed at him. Hua Yuchen rubbed his ear, and upon seeing the smile on her face, his spirits lifted considerably. Gradually lowering his hands, he crawled beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face in her embrace. What are you doing? Ling Miao asked, eyeing this clingy being. Hua Yuchen replied, I seek comfort, my ear hurts. Ling Miao glanced at his ear, noting it was merely slightly reddened. She hardly exerted any force, he was merely pretending. Hua Yuchen nuzzled against her, sniffing her scent like a dog cherishing its most beloved bone. The sensation of holding her soft, fragrant form was utterly irresistible. How had he not noticed this before? Wife, Hua Yuchen breathed in her scent. What is it? Wife, what do you want? Hua Yuchen himself was unsure of his intentions. He simply yearned to call her wife. This time, he not only called her name but also pressed a kiss to her lips. Ling Miao cupped his face with both hands, forbidding any further antics. What are you really after? Are you craving milk again? A glint of mischief flashed in Hua Yuchen's eyes as he rose from her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Ling Miao, taken by surprise, clung to his neck, exclaiming, Hua Yuchen. The man laughed, planting a quick peck on her lips. I shall carry you back to our chamber. What do you intend to do? Naturally, to deepen our marital bond. Hey, Hua Yuchen, this is not how it works. With a swift motion, he kicked the door shut, sealing them off from the outside world. After Ling Zhuo's departure, the weekend came to an end. As Ling Miao arrived at the company entrance early in the morning, Zhou Fai approached her briskly. Seeing someone she hadn't encountered in a long while, Ling Miao exclaimed, I? What brings you here? Zhou Fai's gaze remained fixated on her. My brother mentioned that you married Hua Yuchen, is that true? Ling Miao fell silent for a moment before softly affirming, yes. Her voice was faint, yet it struck Zhou Fai's heart like a sharp blade. He grasped her shoulders tightly, his fingers turning pale from the pressure, his eyes filled with reluctant disbelief. You truly married him? Ling Miao averted her gaze, not meeting his eyes. Yes, she had no desire to conceal the truth. Zhou Fai felt his blood run cold, his heart dripping with anguish. How could you marry him? Do you not know what kind of person Hua Yuchen is? Are you unaware of who occupies his heart? Why would you push yourself into the fire? Ling Miao responded, the matter is already settled. I have no other choice, and now that I am married, there is no turning back. Zhou Fai scrutinized her complex expression. Do not tell me you have feelings for him. Ling Miao remained silent. He is unworthy of your affection. He cannot bring you happiness. Have you forgotten who resides in his heart? Hua Yuchen has loved that woman for so many years, the entire capital knows it, how can you not? I know, Ling Miao replied, unfazed, but what of it? Everyone has a past. I cannot prevent it. However, since I have embarked on this path and married him, the one surnamed Tsin shall no longer be of consequence. Zhou Fei frowned, finding this version of her unrecognizable. How little time had passed, yet she had begun to side with Hua Yuchen. Sister, are you speaking in defense of Hua Yuchen now? His tone was laced with subtle mockery and evident discontent. How long have they been acquainted, and how long have you known him? Where does your confidence stem from, believing that a man whose heart and mind are consumed by another could suddenly favor you? Do you truly believe that if that woman returns one day, Hua Yuchen would remain indifferent? As another man, Zhou Fei believed that Hua Yuchen's heart still lingered with another woman. It was impossible for such feelings to change so swiftly. Do you believe in the notion that a leopard cannot change its spots, or do you have faith in a reformed rogue? Which possibility is more plausible, do you not see? His words were steeped in reality, each one piercing her heart. Ling Miao could not deny that she too was uncertain of what the future held. She understood Hua Yuchen's feelings for that woman, yet she believed he would sever ties with the past for the sake of their family. Ling Miao declared, at least until she returns and until Hua Yuchen commits no indiscretions, I shall place my trust in him, as this is the most fundamental trust between husband and wife. She chose to grant Hua Yuchen the opportunity to change. However, she knew that I was simply concerned for her well-being. Ling Miao smiled gently, I understand your intentions. But I have said before, I have always regarded you as a younger brother. Her voice was calm, neither warm nor cold, yet melodious. Now that I have chosen to marry Hua Yuchen, I naturally wish for a harmonious family. I will strive for this ideal. Thus, her smile radiated like the warm sun of spring. It pierced Zhou Fei's heart with an unbearable ache. He gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing his inner torment. I hope you find your own beloved soon. Let us remain as we were. Zhou Fei felt as though his heart were slowly descending into an icy abyss, the chill piercing to the bone. He gazed at her silently, a eye in her eyes, sparkling with laughter. He could only see her hopes for the future, a future with Hua Yuchen, with no connection to him whatsoever. Ling Miao stated, this matter is already settled, and I am currently enjoying a harmonious relationship with Hua Yuchen. Everything is progressing positively, a happy little home, someone to rely on. These are things I have longed for my entire life. Zhou Fei managed a bittersweet smile, but I could offer you all of that too. My heart and mind are filled with thoughts of you. I have followed you for so many years, a sister, why can you not see me? His feelings, both overt and covert, accumulated over the years, ultimately became unattainable. Ling Miao laughed, you are Aman's little uncle, and I am Aman's little aunt. What sort of relationship is this? She had never contemplated such a ludicrous notion, especially since he was younger than her. It all felt so profoundly wrong. Chapter 54 The Delayed Wedding Ring. Apologies. My dear wife, Ling Miao harbors an inexplicable aversion towards relationships with younger partners. Perhaps it is rooted in her subconscious desire for a companion who is slightly older than herself. Someone who can share the burdens of life with her, offer rational analyses, and provide sound advice. She longs for an individual who can grant her a sense of security and stability. The weight of shouldering everything alone is simply exhausting. Zhou Fei lowered his gaze. In the end, you still believe I am too young, and that I cannot provide you with a sense of security, am I right? A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his lips, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet he chose to respect her feelings. Sister, if, as you say, Hua Yuchen is indeed a man worthy of your trust, then I sincerely hope you will lead the life you desire, a harmonious family nurturing children. I wish for him to be the one who understands you, cherishes you, values you, and loves you. When we meet again, may your face always be adorned with smiles, radiating the confidence you possess today. Ling Miao responded with a smile. All right. Zhou Fei's eyes glistened with emotion as he cast one last glance at her before turning to leave. Ling Miao watched his departing figure. Such a spirited young man, he should possess his own vibrant pride. He should not dim his own brilliance for her sake. There will be many young ladies who will admire him, and he will eventually find his ideal partner. Ling Miao sighed quietly, hoping he could find clarity. That evening, Hua Yuchen, as per usual, arrived at the base of her office building. He did not exit the car but instead reached for a package resting on the passenger seat. It was sent from abroad. He unwrapped the package to reveal two burgundy velvet boxes. These contained the wedding rings he had ordered some time ago, along with a diamond necklace. He slowly opened the velvet box, revealing two dazzling wedding bands nestled within. One was designed for women, the other for men. The lady's ring was exquisitely crafted, featuring a large central diamond surrounded by a halo of shimmering smaller diamonds, resembling the brightest star in the night sky. The men's ring bore a similar design, yet was more understated, lacking excessive embellishments, exuding an air of elegance and gravitas. In another velvet box lay a necklace adorned with a teardrop diamond pendant, featuring two droplets of differing sizes, forming an asymmetrical design. A smile graced Hua Yuchen's lips, his eyes softening with warmth. The passenger seat had been meticulously arranged, surrounded by flowers that created a small circle of floral splendor. Twinkling ambient lights were nestled within. Would she like it? Surely she would. What would her reaction be upon seeing the rings? Would she be surprised? He carefully placed the items back, hanging the necklace on the passenger's vanity mirror, and then patiently awaited Ling Miao's emergence. Before long, a familiar silhouette appeared at the entrance. Ling Miao approached the car, recognizing their vehicle as usual. A smile danced on Hua Yuchen's lips. As Ling Miao opened the passenger door, she was taken aback by the sight of flowers adorning the seat. Even the doorframe was decorated with blooms. The dimly lit interior remained unlit, illuminated only by the twinkling ambient lights, creating a breathtaking atmosphere. She gazed at Hua Yuchen in disbelief, feeling a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. What is all this? Did you do this? She had never experienced such a delightful surprise before. Hua Yuchen chuckled softly, get in. Only then did Ling Miao take her seat, her eyes wide with disbelief, caught between astonishment and joy at the sight of the flowers. Hua Yuchen turned to observe her face, illuminated by the gentle glow of the ambient lights. She appeared utterly captivated, her arched brows and rosy lips forming a radiant smile that was simply enchanting. Hua Yuchen, what are you planning? Ling Miao asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hua Yuchen retrieved a velvet box and opened it. As Ling Miao beheld the ring in his hands, it shone brilliantly in the warm ambience. She nearly forgot to breathe, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in astonishment. Her gaze, initially fixed on the ring, gradually rose to meet his cheek. A long overdue wedding ring. Hua Yuchen looked at her, a hint of apology in his smile. I'm sorry, my wife, Ling Miao murmured. A ring, a wedding ring? Hua Yuchen nodded. Yes. Ling Miao asked, did you buy this? He nodded once more. Yes. When had he prepared the wedding ring without her knowing? When did you order it? Hua Yuchen replied, 2 months ago. Ling Miao stared at the man before her in disbelief. Hua Yuchen took the lady's ring, gently taking her hand to slide it onto her ring finger. The coolness of the ring felt heavy, somewhat unfamiliar, yet, the brilliance of the ring on her finger imparted a dreamlike quality, making her feel as though she were in a surreal state. Hua Yuchen observed the ring on her hand, his thumb brushing over it softly, his eyes filled with a tender smile. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. Looking up at her, he asked, my wife, does it look good? Ling Miao, momentarily speechless, nodded, yes, her voice barely above a whisper, as if still in a daze. Hua Yuchen then handed her the men's ring. Put this on me. Ling Miao accepted the ring, her gaze tracing the fair, long fingers of the man, each knuckle distinct and appealing. She carefully slid the ring onto his finger. Once terrified of being tied down, yearning for freedom, he had always kept his distance from the concept of marriage. Yet now, as he watched the ring adorn his finger, it served as a constant reminder of his marital status, and surprisingly, it was not as difficult to accept as he once thought. In fact, he found himself relishing this feeling. Once the rings were in place, they both lifted their gazes to one another. At that moment, their eyes met, a silent exchange brimming with unspoken emotion swirling around them. Hua Yuchen leaned in slowly, cradling her face in his hands as their lips met in a gentle kiss. The softness of her lips left him entranced. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had previously held no feelings for Ling Miao. He had married her reluctantly under his grandfather's pressure. However, after living together for a while, he found that he and this woman seemed quite compatible. He could distinctly feel his desires for Ling Miao awakening. He began to relish kissing her, embracing her, and being close to her. Such is the nature of men. Once desire stirs within, their intentions become less pure. And she was his wife, rightfully so. The surprise of the evening revitalized Ling Miao's parched heart, allowing her to experience an unprecedented sense of happiness. She gently closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of the moment, responding to him with a touch of emotion. Undeniably, a woman's subtle reactions can serve as a catalyst for a man's desires. With the wedding ring adorning his hand, he cradled the back of her head, deepening their kiss. Their bodies entwined, they inhaled each other's breath, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Within the confines of the small car, only the sound of their passionate kisses and the exchange of breaths remained, painting a scene of intimacy and bliss. Chapter 55. Can you call me husband? Just for a moment, employees leaving the office caught sight of this scene from a distance. A few curious onlookers even discreetly took photographs. Ling Miao, still composed, was aware that this was the entrance of the company and refrained from overstepping boundaries. Thus, she gently pushed away from Hua Yuchen's shoulder, creating some distance. Hua Yuchen's dark eyes fixated on the woman. Her crimson lips were already smeared, bearing the marks of an unrestrained encounter that evoked a sense of violation. A sudden heat washed over him, and he swallowed hard. Ling Miao retrieved a tissue and dabbed at his mouth, wiping away the remnants of lipstick. Next time, don't kiss so forcefully. Lipstick is, after all, a chemical product. Too much is not good for you. Hua Yuchen observed her every move, the intensity in his gaze showing no signs of abating. I would gladly endure poison just to kiss you. Ling Miao frowned at him. What are you saying? She then took another tissue to wipe her own mouth. You didn't clean it properly, Hua Yuchen remarked. Oh, really? Ling Miao opened the vanity mirror in the passenger seat. Suddenly, a sparkling item fell, swaying gracefully in midair. A smile curled at the corners of Hua Yuchen's lips. Ling Miao removed the delicate diamond necklace and turned to him. Is this another surprise for tonight? Hua Yuchen nodded with a grin. Ling Miao's eyes sparkled with unmasked delight as she gazed at the necklace in her hands. No woman could resist a gift. She suddenly hugged Hua Yuchen tightly, torn between tears and laughter. Ah! Hua Yuchen, are you trying to kill me, being so unexpectedly wonderful? What should I do? I feel like crying. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Hua Yuchen embraced her back, unable to suppress a chuckle. Silly wife, it's just a gift. Whatever you want in the future, husband will buy it for you. You can have anything you desire. If the card maxes out, I'll earn more for you. Ling Miao released him, pouting as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Why are you so good to me? Hua Yuchen ruffled her hair. Because you are my wife, the mother of my child. If I don't treat you well, who else could I? Wife, he pressed further, can you just call me husband, please? After being married for so long, you've never called me that. He had a knack for pushing boundaries, climbing the ladder of affection. Ling Miao looked at him, the word husband lingering at the tip of her tongue, but feeling somewhat shy to utter it. Wife, Hua Yuchen shook her hand, adopting a tone of playful coaxing. Just say it once for me, as husband and wife. It felt entirely different from her usual way of calling out Hua Yuchen. Hua Yuchen smiled. I didn't catch that, say it again. This time, her voice was a bit louder. Husband, Hua Yuchen's smile grew brighter. Once more, please. The woman was exasperated, sensing his mischief. She turned her head away, ignoring him. Hua Yuchen grasped her chin, turning her face towards him and kissing her forcefully. That made my blood boil. Oh, Hua Yuchen. Ling Niao laughed in frustration. Can you be serious for once? Which man is serious with his wife? When I see my wife, my mind is never in a clean state. Hua Yuchen grinned mischievously. Can you guess what I'm thinking right now? Ling Niao pushed his face away. Enough, are we ever going home? Looks like my wife is even more impatient than I am. Hey! Ling Niao was utterly exasperated with this man whose mind was perpetually in the gutter. Our child is still in my belly. Can you please calm down? Mentioning this made Hua Yuchen wilted slightly. These days are truly hard to endure. He couldn't be too reckless, nor could he indulge too frequently. Each time was merely a taste, and he was on the verge of losing control. Ling Niao chuckled at his plight. Hua Yuchen pinched her cheek. Heartless one, laughing while your man is on the verge of a breakdown. Help me out tonight. Ling Niao's ears flushed red, eager to divert the conversation. I'm hungry, I didn't eat dinner. Hua Yuchen glanced at her belly. Alright, let us find a restaurant to satisfy you both. Suddenly, Ling Niao remembered something. By the way, where's the housekeeper? She hasn't come in days. Hua Yuchen started the car. I had them transferred back to the old house. You sent them back? Yes, why? Hua Yuchen tightened his grip on the steering wheel, because they were a nuisance. Ling Niao was puzzled. A nuisance to what? Didn't you say you wanted to enjoy life more? Why send them away? Hua Yuchen replied without flinching. They were interfering with our married life. What enjoyment could we have? Ling Niao smirked. He was always so blunt, saying whatever crossed his mind. Even kissing in the living room felt like a public display. It's indeed quite stifling. The food they made was also unappetizing, nowhere near as good as yours. Ling Niao chuckled lightly. So now that you've sent them away, are you going to do the housework yourself? This second-generation heir, would he really? Hua Yuchen shrugged. What else can I do? I'll have to do it myself. If worst comes to worst, I'll hire a temporary worker. I can't let you, with your big belly, still be burdened with those chores. Ling Niao gazed at his profile. This second-generation heir was becoming increasingly pleasing to the eye. His values seemed to be aligning more and more. Well, he had always been quite upright. What shall we eat? Anything, perhaps Cantonese cuisine. With autumn approaching, the weather had turned dry, and she felt a yearning for soup. At the restaurant, Hua Yuchen leisurely sipped tea, observing the woman whose appetite appeared to be quite robust. He remembered the early days of her pregnancy when she had suffered greatly, plagued by nausea and vomiting. Now, looking at her, she displayed no discomfort and enjoyed her food. Reflecting on it, the suffering he endured was worth it, as she was not tormented, and their child in her womb was well fed. Ling Niao glanced up at him. Aren't you eating? You go ahead. He preferred watching her eat. Her small mouth, though not large, seemed to relish her food. Ling Niao bit into a dish she couldn't identify, her brow furrowing. What is this? Hua Yuchen glanced over. Pineapple sweet and sour pork. Ling Niao's expression turned inscrutable as she chewed. Isn't pineapple a fruit? How can it be in a dish? She had always detested pineapple. It left her mouth in pain every time she ate it. Using pineapple in cooking, especially after being accustomed to the flavors of Hunan cuisine, felt like culinary blasphemy. Cantonese cuisine, quite normal. Although Ling Niao wasn't particularly picky, dishes with a sweet flavor felt like a death sentence to her. She could tolerate light flavors but could not accept sweetness in her savory dishes. What's wrong, don't you like it? Ling Niao honestly shook her head. Not at all. If you don't like it, don't eat it. I'd rather not see you throw up. Ling Niao pushed the plate of pineapple dish towards him. You eat it, no wasting allowed. But you ordered this. Hua Yuchen laughed. Doesn't matter, it's your responsibility now. What an unreasonable woman, passing off the unappetizing food onto him. Chapter 56. Spending freely, indulging lavishly, yet not enough. Hua Yuchen picked up his chopsticks, gazing at Ling Niao, a smile playing on his lips that conveyed both exasperation and helplessness. Having nearly finished her meal, Ling Niao set down her chopsticks. Not eating anymore? Hua Yuchen teased. Well, it seems we won't need to keep a dog at home anymore. Because what remained was his portion. Currently, it belonged to Ling Niao, and in the future, it would be for her and their children. Ling Niao was well aware of his implication and chuckled. Who told you to eat last? Whatever my wife says is right. Hua Yuchen leisurely consumed the dish she had found unpalatable, his large hand adorned with a gleaming wedding ring. Ling Niao propped her chin on her hand, her eyes twinkling with laughter. His hands were quite handsome, fair and slender, with distinct knuckles. No wonder he was a young master raised in luxury. Those hands seemed like carefully crafted works of art, especially with the ring. They exuded a unique charm. This man appeared to exude an increasingly strong aura of a devoted husband. The once arrogant and spoiled young master had now matured into someone more grounded and composed. Ah, Hua Yuchen, call me husband. You mentioned a dog. What kind do you wish to have? Hua Yuchen raised his gaze to meet hers. Call me husband. All right, husband, what kind of puppy do you want? That was more like it, Hua Yuchen replied. Second sister's silver fox just had puppies. If you want one, I'll visit her tomorrow and bring one back for you. Ling Miao's eyes brightened. How old are they? Almost 2 months, they should be weaned soon. It should be fine to raise one by yourself. Great, great. Ling Miao smiled. Will second sister be willing to part with one? No worries, Hua Yuchen said, there are several in the litter. She's been fretting over not having the time to care for them and has already given away 2. I think she gifted one to a Yao a few days ago. Zhou Jinyao? Then it must be for a man. Hua Yuchen stood up, saying, let's go home. He naturally took her hand. Ling Miao glanced down. His hand was warm, enveloping hers perfectly. The 2 wedding rings nestled closely together, symbolizing an unbreakable bond for this lifetime. The once cold, hard minerals were, at that moment, imbued with warmth. They firmly welded this twist of fate in their marriage together. The following morning, after dropping Ling Miao off at her company, Hua Yuchen headed towards Hua Yuxian's place. He had promised to fetch a puppy for Ling Miao today. In the car, Hua Yuchen made a phone call. Hey, are you home? Hua Yuxian had worked overtime the day before and had likely just woken up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she replied, why are you up so early, interrupting my dreams? What do you want? You're still not awake? Hua Yuchen remarked with feigned disdain. My wife doesn't sleep this much. Hua Yuxian got out of bed. How can you say that? The company's database had some issues yesterday. The entire department pulled an all-nighter to sort it out. She drew back the curtains, squinting against the bright sunlight. Hua Yuchen paused for a moment. You should have told me, just give me a call, and I could have accessed it remotely. Who says I didn't call you? Check your call log. I almost wore out my phone trying to reach you. Really, let me see. Hua Yuchen glanced at the records. Indeed, there were calls from 7 p.m. and after 8 p.m. What was he doing then? He must have been picking up Ling Miao from work. They had been so engrossed in each other in the car that it was likely at that moment when second sister had tried to reach him. Hua Yuchen smiled sheepishly. Sorry, second sister, I was a bit preoccupied last night and didn't check my phone. Hua Yuxian retorted. So you didn't check at that time? Did you not look at all the whole night? If only you had glanced at it before sleeping, we wouldn't have been up until midnight. Hua Yuchen awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, I truly had no time. After returning home, while Ling Miao was still soaking in the bath, he entered the bathroom, entreating her to help him extinguish the flames of passion. After all, the fire had already been ignited during their car ride, and there was no way to restrain themselves any longer. As for when they emerged, he had completely lost track of time. With Ling Miao in his arms, he was content to fall into slumber without a care. Hua Yuchen remarked, brother, I'm newly married, please show some understanding. Hearing this, it seemed the young couple was indeed enjoying their life together, providing Hua Yuxian with a psychological comfort that made her less inclined to argue. What brings you to disturb me today? You don't usually come by without reason. Hua Yuchen replied, Isn't it true that you're spending freely just at puppies? Ling Miao is eager for one. I hope you haven't given them all away? Upon hearing that her sister-in-law was interested, Hua Yuxian quickly said, not at all. How could we have given them all away? Even if we had, I would still need to ask Miao for one. Alright then, I'm on my way to your place now, hurry up and get ready. After washing up, Hua Yuxian descended the stairs just as Hua Yuchen arrived at the ground floor. Oh, it's rare to see our fourth young master here. Hua Yuxian, clad in a white nightgown, stood at the door. How have things been with Miao? Pretty well, Hua Yuchen replied succinctly, entering the house without a hint of formality. Hua Yuxian followed him inside. Hey, at least show some courtesy, this is a single woman's abode, and you just waltz in without a thought. Oh, come on. Hua Yuchen, familiar with the layout, made his way toward the puppy house. In my eyes, you hardly fit the description of a woman. You cheeky rascal. Hua Yuxian crossed her arms, leaning against the doorway. Choose one. Pick whichever you fancy. The puppy recognized Hua Yuchen, wagging its tail excitedly as he approached. Its fur was as white as snow, resembling a fox. It looked to be well cared for. Hua Yuchen gently petted its fur and lifted a sleepy puppy. The little creature instantly awoke, whimpering adorably. Observing its appearance, Hua Yuchen asked, Is this one taken? Has it been named? Hua Yuxian casually replied, Spending freely. Upon hearing this name, Hua Yuchen frowned, casting a speechless glance at her. Second sister, what kind of ridiculous names are you giving? Spending freely. Then what about this one? Hua Yuchen pointed to another puppy. Hua Yuxian replied, Not enough. Hua Yuchen wrinkled his nose in disdain. Are you that short on money? How much do you need? I'll give it to you. Hua Yuxian shrugged. Who would ever complain about having too much money? It's my dog, I can name it whatever I please. And stop calling me second sister, call me elder sister. Since he could remember, aside from his slightly older elder sister, he hardly ever referred to second sister or third sister as such. Hua Yuchen cradled the dog and stepped out of the puppy house. Alright then, go back to your beauty sleep. I'm leaving. Chapter 57 A gift for my wife. Hua Yuxian muttered, what a heartless person. Oh, by the way, if the company needs my assistance in the future and I'm unreachable, please call my wife. Ling Miao's phone is on standby 24 hours a day, as she cannot afford to miss any calls from the company. Hua Yuchen got into the car. Hey, are you leaving? Hua Yuxian inquired. What else should I do? Aren't you staying for lunch? No, I need to take the dog for vaccinations and paperwork first, and then I have to pick up Ling Miao for lunch. So busy. Hua Yuxian chuckled softly. It seems her family's fourth son is enjoying his newlywed life quite well. That's good. Drive safely. Got it. After another visit to the pet hospital, Hua Yuchen had the vaccinations and paperwork done for the little dog. When he arrived at Yanrui Group at noon, he carried lunch for Ling Miao in one hand and cradled the puppy in the other. This time, the company staff recognized him. The newlywed husband of general manager Ling No one dared to question his relationship with Ling Miao any longer. Hua Yuchen smoothly made his way to the president's office. Just then, he encountered Vice President Yu exiting the office. Hua Yuchen felt a bit less than pleased upon seeing him. Yu Xuan. Xiao Wu greeted him warmly. As the husband of Sister Miao, he ought to show respect. Hua Yuchen replied coolly, Vice President Yu. The puppy in his arms let out a soft whimper. Xiao Wu's attention was drawn to it. What is this? Hua Yuchen stated plainly, a gift for my wife. His tone unmistakably conveyed hostility towards him and possessiveness over Ling Miao. Xiao Wu was not offended. He smiled. Sister Miao will surely appreciate it. You've gone to great lengths, Yu Xuan. Alright, Yu Xuan, you may head in now, I have business to attend to. Take care. Xiao Wu stepped away. Hua Yuchen watched him walk away with a scoff. Through the door, Ling Miao heard the puppy's whimpering. The next moment, the office door swung open. She looked up to find Hua Yuchen holding a snow-white puppy. Ling Miao immediately stood up and walked toward him. Wow, you're so quick. Hua Yuchen set down the tote bag and handed her the puppy. Take a look, see if you like it. Ling Miao cradled it in her arms and laughed. If I didn't like it, would I send it back? The puppy was still quite small, entirely snow-white, round and chubby. It melted her heart. Hua Yuchen remarked, I'll have someone bring over some supplies for the puppy shortly. Supplies? Ling Miao asked, puzzled. The silly second brother named it. Its mother is called Yukianwa. What, such an amusing name. Yukianwa, Ling Miao chuckled as she stroked the puppy's fur. Oh my, this name is simply adorable. Wife, aren't you going to change its name? Hua Yuchen inquired. Change what? Isn't this name just fine? Ling Miao replied with a smile. What do you think, Yukianwa? Hua Yuchen still felt it wasn't quite right. How about we change it after all, my dear? Ling Miao said, this name is auspicious. Since when did you start believing in such things? Business people believe in it. Ling Miao asserted. She glanced at him. You don't like it, then it's no problem to change it. How about calling it Hua Kongke? Hua Yuchen merely curled his lips. It might not be better to change it at all. Let us just stick with Yukianwa. It's quite nice, just as you said, it's auspicious. Ling Miao chuckled softly. Hua Yuchen took Yukianwa into his arms. You should go have lunch now. He carried Yukianwa to the tea table and placed it gently on top. He then softened some dog food with milk foam. The moment Yukianwa caught the scent, it dove headfirst into its little bowl, devouring it eagerly. Its adorable antics made Hua Yuchen laugh aloud. Wife, look. Ling Miao turned to see and couldn't help but smile. In no time, the puppy finished its meal. Hua Yuchen grabbed a tissue and wiped the milk from its mouth. He then set it down on the floor. Alright, you've eaten enough. Play for a bit, and later I'll take you home. With that, he approached Ling Miao. Wife, in a few days, aren't you due for a checkup? Yes, Ling Miao replied. As my pregnancy progresses, I'll need to go in about half a month. Then you should probably start your maternity leave soon. The baby was growing quickly, and her belly had already begun to protrude. Hua Yuchen was concerned about her coming to the office daily while pregnant, yet, he couldn't match her determination. Well, let us see, the due date is around the Lantern Festival, Ling Miao calculated, so I'll start my maternity leave a month or two before the new year. Hua Yuchen felt that was too short. This woman, why work so hard? He could easily support her. How about starting your leave from National Day? Hua Yuchen suggested. No way, Ling Miao rejected without a moment's hesitation. After giving birth, I'll need a couple of months to recuperate, so it'll end up being half a year. If she relaxed like this, she had no idea what would become of the company. Hua Yuchen replied, if you're really worried, I can handle the company matters for you. You? Ling Miao looked at him incredulously, with a hint of disdain evident in her expression. Letting him manage the company was less effective than her working from home. What? Underestimating me? Hua Yuchen said. Ling Miao responded, let us skip that, you hardly ever go to your own company, so I don't think that's a good idea. Hua Yuchen laughed. Do you know why Citibank has remained unscathed for so many years without being invaded? Ling Miao guessed, because the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology has big shots? Because I am here. A whole big shot from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology cannot compete with your husband. Ling Miao smiled skeptically. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Hua Yuchen remembered the purpose of his visit today and had one more matter to discuss. By the way, I need to stop by your sales department shortly. Ling Miao was taken aback. What for? For a trial run. A trial run for what? Hua Yuchen explained. Didn't I promise you that I would help you all become the leading force in foreign trade? Now everything is ready. We can enter the trial phase. In less than half a month, we should be able to see the profit situation. Ling Miao looked at him with suspicion. He didn't seem like someone who would manage a company well. Yet, his words exuded an undeniable confidence. Ling Miao propped her chin on her hand, pondering, didn't you graduate from the same university as me? Indeed, Hua Yuchen replied nonchalantly, but I went abroad for further studies for a few years. Zhuozhua's current mentor is my former senior. Ling Miao suddenly became serious, is that true? Who told you to be so busy crying last time that you didn't tea here? Chapter 58. What do you intend to teach me tonight? Ling Miao finally scrutinized him formally. I must say, Hua Yucheng, you are quite adept at concealing yourself. Hua Yucheng chuckled softly, that was merely due to your previous ignorance of my true self. By your reasoning, it seems no one in the entire capital truly understands you. His usual impression was that of a frivolous person, devoid of seriousness. Who would have anticipated that he was, in fact, a hidden intellectual powerhouse? Not a problem, Hua Yucheng remarked, playfully pinching her cheek, his tone laced with affection. As long as my wife understands me, the opinions of others are inconsequential. It appeared he was an individual unencumbered by trivialities, living life with a carefree spirit. He seemed indifferent to others' perceptions of him, otherwise, how could he remain unfazed by his notorious reputation? Ling Miao found herself admiring his nonchalance to some extent. I'll inform the sales department shortly. You can head over directly. All right. After finishing lunch, once the staff had returned from their break, Hua Yucheng visited the sales department. After inputting the new products, he proceeded to the operations department. He immersed himself in meetings for an entire afternoon, and by the time Ling Miao finished work, he had yet to return. Thus, she settled onto the sofa with a casual flower, awaiting his arrival. As dusk enveloped the sky, a gentle evening breeze began to blow, leaves from the roadside trees cascaded down, resembling a delicate shower of foliage. A vehicle sped by, stirring the leaves from the ground and sending them swirling to either side, creating twin trails of verdant debris. Darling, let's go, a familiar voice called out. Ling Miao turned to see his figure finally materialize, rising to her feet. You've been busy until this late hour. Yes, I wanted to complete the handover in one go, hence my delay. Hua Yucheng wrapped his arm around her, taking the casual flower from her embrace as they walked outside. Upon exiting the elevator, they fortuitously encountered the team that had just finished their handover with Hua Yucheng, who were also descending from the upper floors. The group greeted them with smiles. General Manager Yu, General Manager Ling, see you tomorrow. Ling Miao waved back with a smile, see you tomorrow. Once the others departed, Ling Miao turned to the man beside her, teasingly commenting, well, look at you, Hua Yucheng, winning hearts on your very first day. Hua Yucheng proudly declared, what can I say? Your husband possesses exceptional knowledge, wherever I go, I'm surrounded by admirers. Ling Miao chuckled at his boastfulness, how shameless. Upon exiting the company, the weather had turned gloomy, hinting at a persistent drizzle. The autumn wind carried a chill. Hua Yucheng tightened his hold on her. The seasons are shifting, be mindful of the temperature changes, catching a cold would be troublesome. Understood. What would you like to eat tonight? Hua Yucheng inquired. The sky had turned dark, and it was the peak hour for evening traffic, with the roads ablaze with red taillights. At this hour, finding a restaurant would take longer than simply returning home to whip up something casual. Let us head home, Ling Miao suggested. Not dining out? Hua Yucheng glanced at her. I'll cook when we get back. Upon hearing this, Hua Yucheng replied, forget it, I'll handle it. Her condition was becoming more cumbersome by the day. He ought to start learning to contribute in some capacity. After all, once the child was born, it would be impractical to rely on the old residents for meals daily. Do you even know how? He entered the kitchen, likely only capable of boiling water. Hua Yucheng remarked, just stand beside me and guide me. Nobody is born knowing how to cook, with practice, one naturally learns, she retorted, her reasoning slightly flawed. Fine, let us proceed. Ling Miao laughed, gently caressing her belly. Darling, did you hear? Your father is about to test our culinary skills today. Hua Yucheng couldn't help but chuckle, it's not that exaggerated. Ling Miao suddenly gasped, feeling discomfort. What's wrong? Hua Yucheng turned to her. The little one seems to be protesting, kicking quite vigorously. Hua Yucheng placed his hand on her belly. Easy there, little one. You in your mother's womb, be gentle. Don't hurt her. The next moment, the little one kicked again. Ling Miao furrowed her brow. This peculiar sensation was indeed unpleasant. Hua Yucheng felt the movement as well. Little rascal, you've got quite the strength. It seems we're in for a mischievous one. A smile of surprise crept onto his lips, delighted that this time the fetal movement was the most pronounced and vigorous yet. The little one's presence was becoming increasingly palpable. Hua Yucheng maintained one hand on the steering wheel while the other rested on her belly, savoring the little one's existence. At this moment, it seemed the baby had just awakened, stretching within. The belly felt taut, forming a pronounced bump. Hua Yucheng could distinctly feel the little one's movements. He gently squeezed, unsure if it was a foot he was feeling, yet Ling Miao was overwhelmed with discomfort, an indescribable tension gripping her. It was so tight that she could even perceive the pulse of her heartbeat within. The sensation persisted for quite some time before it eventually subsided, along with the strange discomfort. Upon returning home, Hua Yucheng washed his hands and prepared a plate of fruit for her. Here, have a little something to tide you over. Wife, what dish do you plan to teach me to make tonight? Cooking? It was likely to end up as a culinary disaster. It would be better to start with boiling noodles, at least that wouldn't burn and would be somewhat edible. Let us boil water and cook noodles, she suggested. Not preparing a meal? Ling Miao, wishing to bolster his confidence, replied, I'm in the mood for noodles. So, he merely desired noodles. Hua Yuqing smiled, alright then, my husband will cook for the first time today, I'll do my utmost to make it well. What is the first step? Boil water. Ling Miao settled beside him, munching on fruit while directing the proceedings. After placing the water, Hua Yuqing struggled multiple times to ignite the flame. Wife, did we forget to pay the gas bill? Ling Miao raised an eyebrow, pointing, do you see that? You haven't even opened the valve. How can there be a flame? Oh, right. Ling Miao inwardly sighed, shaking her head. Once the flame was lit, he asked, what is next? The fridge has some alkaline noodles, go fetch them. Hua Yuqing opened the fridge, searching for the noodles she mentioned. Wife, is this them? Ling Miao glanced over, yes. And then? Wait for the water to boil, then grab a bowl, smash some garlic, chop some scallions, and dissolve the sesame paste in sesame oil. What garlic and scallions? What does dissolve mean? Hua Yuqing was uncertain which step to take first. Wife, could you please speak a bit slower? Ling Miao took a deep breath, gazing at him with a bemused expression. She then stood up, thrusting a grape from her fork into his mouth. Let me handle this. But we agreed I would learn, he protested. Ling Miao gathered all the ingredients. I'll do it. You just stand by and observe. Thinking to teach him with a touch of praise, she added, you're an academic prodigy, you should be able to grasp it at a glance, right? With that, she forced a smile. Hua Yuqing found her reasoning quite sound and readily agreed, all right. Chapter 59. Do you still disdain me? Thus, he stood aside, observing her actions. Ling Miao's movements were precise and efficient. In less than a few minutes, she had completed her task and thrust the bowl into his hands. All right. You will mix it for yourself later, won't you? Hua Yuqing was at a loss, unsure of where he had faltered. This, is it done already? He nodded, somewhat bewildered. Yes. Ling Miao retrieved a jar of sesame paste from the refrigerator and added some sesame oil to dissolve it. The noodles can be taken out now. Rinse them with cold water until they are completely cooled, then boil some water again. She then inquired, do you know how to do that? Hua Yuqing nodded, I do. Be careful not to burn yourself. 10 minutes later, 2 bowls of mixed noodles were ready, a joint creation of the two. Although it was Ling Miao who had prepared the noodles while he mixed them, for some inexplicable reason, tonight's dish seemed particularly delectable, surpassing any delicacies he had ever tasted. Hua Yuqing tidied up the kitchen and then offered her some nuts, peeling them for her. Online sources suggested that pregnant women should consume more nuts. Darling, I want to have this again tomorrow night. You really like this? What kind of noodles are these? Ling Miao replied, they're not very authentic hot dry noodles, but if you like them, next time I'll take you to try the more authentic version. Hua Yuqing fed her a pine nut. How did you learn to make this? It looks rather complicated. Ling Miao's thoughts drifted momentarily. Before Ling Zhuo was born, I lived at my grandmother's house for quite some time. The breakfast shop downstairs at my grandmother's was famous for this dish. Every morning, it was filled with patrons, and the aroma wafted far and wide. The egg wine there was also delightful. My grandmother could make it too. After watching her numerous times, I naturally learned. Ling Miao added a side note, these pine nuts are quite delicious. Since she enjoyed them, he decided to peel all the pine nuts for her. Ling Miao continued, but that was many years ago, I only remember that breakfast was exceptionally good. Ever since leaving that city, I have not encountered such delicious breakfasts again. Is that so? Hua Yuqing remarked, then I shall take you out tomorrow to see if we can find something similar. To be honest, these little things were rather challenging to peel, as the shells were not sufficiently cracked open. He resorted to cracking the shell with his teeth, akin to how one would with sunflower seeds. Ling Miao responded, you might not quite understand when I say this. Breakfast there was imbued with sentiment, much like how you relish sipping long-standing tea at a Cantonese restaurant. It seemed she was somewhat nostalgic for her old home. Hua Yuqing popped a pine nut into her mouth and gently ruffled her hair. If you wish to go back, once you have given birth, we could visit that place for a while. Ling Miao lifted her gaze to him, contemplating a return. She occasionally reminisced about the days gone by but had never considered that one day she would actually go back. Moreover, she had been away for over a decade. People often say that when a mother passes, the uncle becomes a stranger. Her encounters with her uncle had become exceedingly rare after her grandmother's death. It felt even more like scattered sand, as her uncle's family had long since immigrated and now, that place had transformed beyond recognition. What purpose would there be in returning, without even a place to stay? Suddenly, Ling Miao heard the sound of a nut being cracked and turned her head to look. Goodness, he was using his mouth to open the nuts for her. She couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Hua Yuqing. Hua Yuqing stifled a laugh and replied, what is it? Can't you use your hands? How disgusting. Hua Yuqing shoved a pine nut into her mouth, chuckling, I merely cracked the shell, it was too tough to peel. Not acceptable. Hua Yuqing, unabashed, cracked another nut right in front of her. He audaciously laughed, having kissed you, I cannot be poisoned. Ling Miao gazed at this mischievous man, I find you utterly incorrigible. Hua Yucheng fed her another nut. Ling Miao playfully swatted at him. Hey, Hua Yucheng. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Hua Yucheng was unable to contain his mirth. You've eaten so many already, just turn a blind eye and pretend you didn't see anything. Absolutely not. Hua Yucheng decisively pressed his lips against hers. Still disdain me? Ling Miao reprimanded playfully, you lecher. Hua Yucheng gently pushed her onto the sofa and kissed her again, being careful to support himself so as not to put pressure on her belly. Do you still disdain me? Hua Yucheng silenced her with a kiss, determined to convey the essence of mutual support in their relationship. He released her only when her lips were flushed, wiping her mouth with his large hand. Still disdain me? Ling Miao glared at him, her ears reddening, rendered speechless. Hua Yucheng chuckled softly, lingering for yet another kiss. He then lifted her from the sofa. Ling Miao wrapped her arms around him, smiling. I gained a bit of weight during the last checkup, can you still carry me? Underestimating your husband? Hua Yucheng asserted, even if you are close to giving birth, I must still be able to carry you. A man who cannot even carry his own wife is hardly a man at all. Seeing him carry her towards the bathroom, Ling Miao quickly asked, what are you doing? Giving you a bath. Upon hearing the word bath, Ling Miao immediately recalled that lecher barging into the bathroom, asking her to help him. The memory still made her feel embarrassed. I can wash myself, I don't need your help. With your belly so large now, if you slip and fall, it would be disastrous. I'll be careful. I can wash myself. Hua Yucheng looked at her with mischief, laughing, darling, what are you thinking? Faced with his unabashed gaze, Ling Miao covered her ears. Don't say that. Hua Yucheng set her down. When I say I'm giving you a bath, I mean just that. I won't do anything else, so rest assured. He turned on the water, watching as she kept her ears covered and her eyes shut. He gently removed her hands and smiled. Rest assured, it really is just a bath. Really? Really? Hua Yucheng helped her sit down, his gaze falling upon her rounded belly. His large hand slowly rested on her abdomen, the cradle of his child. He knelt on one knee and pressed a kiss to her belly. He then looked up at her. Darling, prenatal education suggests that babies can recognize their parents' voices. Do you think such a little creature can truly remember? Ling Miao mused, uncertain, though many claimed the significance of prenatal education, so perhaps it might be true. It's possible they might remember. Hua Yucheng spoke softly. Baby, I am your father. Ling Miao remarked, he has stopped moving. He should be asleep now. He likely couldn't hear, and Hua Yucheng relinquished the idea of engaging in parental interaction. He proceeded to bathe his wife earnestly, though it was hardly a serious affair. Chapter 60. What occupies your thoughts all day? Upon returning to their residence, Ling Miao, as per usual, immersed herself in the 2 consecutive episodes of her favorite television drama. It had become a nightly ritual for her to indulge in these episodes before finally succumbing to slumber. Hua Yucheng, on the other hand, had never held much interest in such romantic dramas. However, over time, he found himself accompanying her for a while, occasionally engaging in discussions about the plot. His large hand absent-mindedly caressed her shoulder, but suddenly, a thought struck him, and his movements froze. Wife, what is it? Next Friday marks Grandpa's 80th birthday. Father has arranged a banquet at the hotel. Ling Miao acknowledged with a simple, let us return to the old house on Thursday night, so you won't have trouble sleeping in the morning. By staying at the old house for a night, you can catch up on some rest. Alright. As they concluded this discussion, the final episode ended. Hua Yucheng's eyes brightened. Wife, can we sleep now? Ling Miao shot him an exasperated glance. Was he merely waiting for this moment? Hua Yucheng turned off the television and pulled her into his embrace, cheerfully exclaiming, sleep, sleep. In the darkness, Ling Miao's voice emerged. Hua Yucheng, keep your hands to yourself. The man cooed reassuringly. I won't do anything else, don't worry. Moments later, Ling Miao retorted, don't take advantage of the situation. Hua Yucheng was tempted, yet he found it hard to resist the stirring desire that arose whenever she lay beside him. Not doing anything felt hollow and unsatisfying. He longed to cherish her, even if he could not indulge fully. Ling Miao, unable to endure his yearning, exclaimed, Hey, Hua Yucheng. In the next instant, her lips were silenced, her words effectively stifled. The man kissed her deeply and fervently, as if wishing to consume her entirely. Ling Miao pressed against his shoulder as he guided her hands to encircle his neck. She realized that once he began to kiss her, his assertiveness grew remarkably intense. He did not appear this way during their everyday interactions. Ultimately, Hua Yucheng had to halt, resting his forehead against hers, breathing heavily. Ling Miao's thoughts became foggy, yet she could easily discern his current struggle. I must say, you know full well that the one who suffers in the end is yourself, yet you persist in this reckless pursuit. Hua Yucheng smirked. Whether I kiss or refrain, discomfort is inevitable. Regardless of the circumstance, he would be left feeling unsatisfied, so he might as well reap some rewards. He pecked her lips lightly. After the baby is born, I intend to reclaim all that I am owed, with interest. With that, he placed his hand on her abdomen. Little one, grow swiftly. When the time comes, your mother won't have to endure torment, nor will your father. Ling Miao chuckled while scolding him. What on earth do you think about all day? Hua Yucheng embraced her, letting out a soft sigh. Which man during their honeymoon period is like me, where his wife becomes an object of longing? He wasn't a monk. He had normal physiological needs when he lived alone. The absence of a woman dulled his impulses, yet now, sharing a bed with her, he found himself perpetually hungry. The unfulfilled desire left him in a state of longing. Ling Miao had previously imagined marrying a wealthy husband who would seldom return home. Little did she know how drastically reality would differ from her expectations. This was not a man who stayed away. He seemed to cling to her incessantly. How could a man's transformation occur so swiftly? Hua Yucheng kissed the crown of her head. Sleep now. On Thursday, Ling Miao arrived at the office early, intending to finish her work so she could return to the old house with Hua Yuqing after hours. Upon her arrival, Xiaoya hurried towards her. General Manager Ling, several partners want to terminate contracts this morning. Ling Miao paused. Terminate? Did they provide a reason? Xiaoya shook her head. The recent turmoil within the company had begun to stabilize. Why would partners seek to withdraw now? As she walked toward the elevator, she inquired. Where are they? Have they come to the company? They were just here briefly and have left again. Ling Miao pondered the reasons but could not deduce any once they exited the elevator. Xiaoya asked, General Manager Ling, should I send someone to follow up? Ling Miao retrieved her phone, replying, there is no rush. Upon entering her office, she set down her bag and made a phone call. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling street below, her clothing could no longer conceal her burgeoning belly. Once the call connected, Ling Miao greeted cheerfully, Good morning, President Yuan. I just heard from my secretary that you visited the headquarters today. It's been a while since we last met. Why don't we sit down for a chat over some morning tea? A male voice responded. Actually, our company is undergoing a transformation and I wanted to inform you, General Manager Ling. Transformation? What an intriguing reason. Thanks to your support, we will conclude our collaboration here. I hope for more prosperous projects in the future. Ling Miao frowned slightly. As the saying goes, business may not succeed, yet civility remains. She maintained her smile. Let us arrange a tea meeting soon to discuss further. Absolutely, absolutely. The call ended. Ling Miao dialed the next number. Still wearing a smile, President Chen, it's been a while. How have you been? It's you, General Manager Ling. It's been too long. Ling Miao got straight to the point. Is your company undergoing a transformation? No transformation here. No transformation. Was this yet another excuse? Ling Miao remarked, I just heard from my secretary that your company is seeking new opportunities. Oh no, that is not it. Our company is expanding into overseas markets, and we're transitioning to a joint venture. Ah, a change in nature to a joint venture. Another fresh excuse that neither offends nor causes trouble in contract termination. Ling Miao raised an eyebrow. Very well, I wish your company continued success. The subsequent calls followed a similar pattern, each providing various excuses, either a change in shareholding, a company's impending bankruptcy, or even a mother-in-law giving birth, a father-in-law remarrying, or an ex-wife expecting a second child. Chapter 61, Take good care of your wife. Ling Miao pinched her brow and tossed her phone aside. She found herself perplexed, unable to discern the source of such an unusual predicament. It wasn't until later that Xiaoya sent her a message. Ling Miao opened it to discover a piece of gossip. It was a scandalous report concerning President Yan Rui. At that moment, Ling Miao couldn't help but chuckle. She had always maintained a low profile in the business world, never expecting to find herself in the headlines, especially not for a scandal. It was utterly amusing. Ling Miao scanned the article with intrigue. The notoriously flamboyant President Ling is rumored to have been caught in a passionate embrace with an admirer during a nocturnal rendezvous. Insiders claim that this is a strategic move to salvage the company, using herself as bait to attract a wealthy suitor from within the industry. Ling Miao raised an eyebrow. Did Hua Yuqing qualify as a wealthy suitor? Perhaps he did. Thus, this report could hardly be deemed slanderous. The article continued. Once a figure of unwavering integrity, she has now become the plaything of the powerful. What on earth? Ling Miao was both infuriated and amused. Who concocted such drivel? Truly a remarkable talent. If only she could unearth their identity, she would twist their head clean off. Ling Miao cast her phone aside and fell into contemplation. It seemed that those who had recently withdrawn from collaborations had also laid eyes on this article, fearing that Yan Rui might once again find herself embroiled in a crisis. They had hastily terminated their contracts to avoid any offense. Ah, how painstakingly clever of them. However, this time, Yan Rui would solidify her position and would not be rocked by any further storms. She rose and walked outside. Notify the PR department, we need an emergency meeting. Understood, Xiaoya acknowledged before heading off to relay the message. Fortunately, the public discourse had been swiftly quelled, preventing it from trending. Moreover, Ling Miao had seldom appeared in public, rendering her notoriety rather low. Hua Yuqing arrived promptly to pick her up from work. After she settled into the car, he fastened her seatbelt. Dinner is ready at my parents' place, just waiting for us to return. He added with a peck on her cheek. As he started the engine, he remarked, there should be quite a few guests at the banquet tomorrow, including Ling Jing and the others. Hua Yuqing glanced at her. It seemed that her relationship with Ling Lan wasn't particularly harmonious. If Ling Lan were to attend, would it upset her? Yet, observing her demeanor, she appeared unfazed, so it likely wasn't an issue. Wife, Hua Yuqing called softly. Ling Miao was preoccupied with her thoughts and paid little heed to his words. Wife? He repeated, noticing her odd behavior. Wife? Only then did Ling Miao snap back to reality. What is it? Hua Yuqing scrutinized her expression. What's troubling you? You seem burdened. Are you unhappy? Ling Miao chuckled lightly. No, everything is perfectly fine. Really? He queried, doubtful. Ling Miao assured him, I truly have no concerns. Sensing her return to normalcy, Hua Yuqing remained somewhat skeptical. If anything is amiss, you must tell me at once. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, dusk had already fallen. As she returned, Ling Miao felt a newfound sense of ease. At the entrance stood her parents and sisters, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Before she even exited the vehicle, she spotted them and smiled. Hey, Hua Yuqing, did your parents used to welcome you home like this? How could that be? Hua Yuqing unbuckled his seatbelt. If I received such treatment, I would be laughing in my sleep. Is that so? Ling Miao had assumed the atmosphere in the Hua household had always been like this. What else would you think? By the way, wife, remember to call me husband while we stay at the old residence, after all, we are newlyweds. Once they stepped out of the car, Hua Yuqing took her hand and led her inside. Dad, Mom, sisters, Ling Miao greeted them with a smile as they reached the threshold. Welcome home, they all chimed in unison, their faces beaming with joy. Upon noticing Ling Miao's blossoming belly, their smiles widened even further as Fan Yin approached and gently supported Ling Miao. You've worked hard during this time. Ling Miao smiled back, it's been manageable. Hua Yuqing eagerly asked, Miao Miao, do you have pictures of the baby? Let us see. Yes, I have the 4D scan from last time. Ling Miao turned to Hua Yuqing, husband, can you show it to the sisters, it's in my bag. The term husband rolled off her tongue effortlessly, and Hua Yuqing savored it. Sure thing. He retrieved the 4D scan from her bag, showcasing the small nose and eyes, which were quite clear. Hua Yuqing held the photo while Hua Yuxian leaned in to catch a glimpse. Wow, this is my little nephew. Both women were utterly charmed by the scan. Oh my, it's absolutely adorable. Have you returned? The grandfather inquired warmly. Ling Miao called out, Grandpa. Ah, come, sit down, he urged, gazing fondly at the newlywed couple. Ling girl, how have you been feeling lately? Ling Miao replied, I'm fine, really well. That's good to hear. The grandfather then turned to Hua Yuqing, you must take good care of your wife. Ling girl is precious now. If you continue to act like before, leaving her to do everything while you lounge around, I will have to punish you severely. Who would dare? Hua Yuqing replied with a hint of exasperation, rest assured, Grandpa. Ling Miao laughed, Grandpa, he's doing quite well now, taking on many household responsibilities himself. Oh, is that so? Hua Yuxian interjected, you're still managing today? Hua Yuqing retorted playfully, why don't you check your own photos? Fan Yin looked at her son with genuine pride. My boy knows how to care for his wife now. That's wonderful. Hua Yuxian chimed in, Mom, Yu is getting along splendidly with Miao Miao. This young man has finally met his match, Ling Miao thought, a subtle warmth creeping into her ears as she glanced at Hua Yuqing. He casually remarked, a man must submit to his wife, no one else's words hold any weight. See, Mom, I told you, Hua Yuxian chuckled as Fan Yin shook her head in disbelief, unable to fathom the change in her son. He had truly transformed since starting a family. Hua Yuxiu approached with a bowl of bird's nest soup. Here, Miao Miao, I brought some blood bird's nest from Indonesia for you to try. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, sister, Ling Miao responded, accustomed to their generous offerings. Hua Yuxiu continued, I used to eat this often when I was pregnant with Yu, it's quite hassle-free. It's a bit hot, Yu, could you blow on it? Hua Yuqing took it, blowing gently while asking, is there more? Do you want some? Bring some home for my wife to stew. Hua Yuxian scrutinized him from head to toe. You, who have never stepped foot in the kitchen, will you manage? Who says I haven't tea? I've been in the kitchen, Hua Yuqing insisted, as he brought the spoonful of soup to Ling Miao's lips. I've been learning to cook these past few days, you know. Everyone gasped in astonishment. You? Hua Yuqing replied nonchalantly, what else would I do? All eyes turned to Ling Miao. Is he telling the truth? Chapter 62. It's still my wife. Ling Miao chuckled and nodded. Oh my, look at you, you can actually cook? Who are you underestimating? Hua Yuqian was preoccupied with cooling the bird's nest for his wife, not even sparing them a glance. Hua Yuqing handed a photo of the baby to her mother and teased, can the food you make be eaten? Hua Yuqian retorted, why wouldn't it be edible, you make it sound as if I poisoned it. Hua Yuqing laughed, I'm not afraid of you poisoning it. I'm worried your cooking might be toxic. It's fine if you suffer from food poisoning, just make sure Miao Miao and the child don't catch it. Look at what you're saying. My wife teaches me personally, and it's far superior to the dark cuisine you prepare. With that, he shot her a disdainful glance. Hua Yuxian chuckled, oh my, Mom, look, he is showing off his affection again. Their little life is quite flavorful. Fan Yin felt a sense of comfort within, her son and daughter-in-law's relationship surpassed their expectations. Hua Yuqian, when did I ever prepare dark cuisine for you? She had the audacity to bring that up. Hua Yuqian turned to Fan Yin, Mom, do you recall why I was hospitalized for food poisoning that year? Ling Miao could hardly contain her laughter at Hua Yuqian's revelation. Was this a story she had yet to hear? Fan Yin smiled, why? That year, you planted a plethora of grapes in the backyard. Third brother somehow stumbled upon a tutorial and decided to brew wine. The first cup he made, he insisted I taste it for poison. Before he finished, Hua Yuqing burst into laughter. She told me it was grape wine, but no matter how I tried, it tasted nothing like that. Oh, I remember now, Hua Yuxian laughed, that wine was buried in the yard for 3 days. She urged me to drink it, but I refused. I never expected her to deceive you as well. No wonder. Hua Yuqian finally understood the situation. I wondered where that earthy taste came from. Hua Yuqing laughed uncontrollably, I just thought they buried the daughter's red wine underground. Hua Yuqian was at a loss for words, sister, they bury it underground using white wine, you know. After drinking it, I felt dizzy, and coincidentally that day, Mom and Dad went out to a banquet. I said I felt dizzy and wanted to vomit, but third brother insisted I was drunk. I stubbornly held on until nightfall, when third brother insisted on cooking dinner for us. Who would have known she undercooked the green beans, and after eating, I felt even dizzier. I barely got up from the dining table before I lost consciousness. The recounting of this embarrassing incident made Hua Yucheng laugh until she nearly fell over. Hua Yucheng fed the cooled bird's nest to Ling Miao. Thank goodness for your husband's resilience. With third brother's treacherous dark cuisine, anyone with a weaker constitution would have been poisoned. Ling Miao truly did not expect Hua Yucheng had such a near-fatal experience. Fortunately, second brother didn't eat her dark cuisine. Otherwise, he would have ended up in the hospital too. Fanian interjected, why didn't he? You weren't in there long before your second and third sisters both ended up hospitalized. Hua Yucheng was taken aback. They got poisoned too? Hua Yucheng bit her lip to suppress her laughter. It was too embarrassing to admit they had it worse than him. Hua Yucheng sighed, thank goodness you got dizzy early, you didn't drink the later pot of mushroom soup. Ah Chang and I each had a bowl, thinking it was fine. Until later, I saw the family dog wearing an apron, coming out of the kitchen, claiming the dumplings were ready. I was utterly horrified. Ah Ching even complained that the furniture was making too much noise and got furious, telling them to be quiet. Fanian remarked, if your father and I hadn't returned, we wouldn't have known how chaotic the house had become. Hua Yucheng set down the stew pot, third brother, you should refrain from cooking in the future. Eating your food is a matter of life and death. He casually wrapped his arm around Ling Miao, his eyes sparkling with affection, it's still my wife who is the best. Hua Yucheng laughed, good lad, you've had enough of this. Ling Miao felt slightly uncomfortable being so intimate in front of everyone, sitting up straight. Hua Yucheng wouldn't allow her to distance herself, boldly embracing her, his hand, adorned with a wedding ring, held hers on his lap. It was almost nauseatingly sweet. The family chatted and laughed. After dinner, they returned to the wedding room on the second floor. After a quick bath, Ling Miao emerged from the bathroom in her robe. She then picked up her phone and sent a message to Xiaoya. How's the public opinion? Xiaoya quickly replied, for now, everything is fine. Ling Miao finally set her phone down. Hua Yucheng emerged, towel-drying his wet hair. Wife, where is the pregnancy oil that elder sister just gave you? On the table. Hua Yucheng retrieved it. Come here, wife, let me apply it for you. Ling Miao slipped off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Elder sister had just mentioned that this could prevent stretch marks, and she had nearly forgotten about it. Indeed, having someone experienced by her side was essential. Hua Yucheng sat cross-legged beside her, examining the product. Do we apply it directly like this? Ling Miao replied, I'm not sure. I've never applied it before. Hua Yucheng pulled out the instruction manual from the box, reading it line by line. Ling Miao glanced at it. The entire page was in English. Are you finding it difficult to read? Hua Yucheng shook his head, not really. Ling Miao raised her eyebrows, a hint of admiration in her expression. You're impressive, Hua Yucheng, quite the hidden talent. What's your IELTS score? Hua Yucheng flipped a page and chuckled, average, just 9. Ling Miao exclaimed, just 9, that's not exactly just, considering the total is only 9. You're quite the clever one. You've uncovered all my secrets, Hua Yucheng laughed. He set the instruction manual aside, unscrewed the lid, and lifted her top to expose her belly. Ling Miao curiously asked, hey, how did you achieve such a high IELTS score? Hua Yucheng poured some oil into his hand. In the past, when my parents opened a branch overseas, we would go there every winter and summer vacation. His large hand gently rubbed her belly. The more you listen, the faster you improve. Plus, later on, I spent a few years abroad. My proficiency is nearly native. Ling Miao gazed at him, finding that the more she got to know him, the more his qualities shone through. The way he earnestly applied the pregnancy oil was rather endearing. His damp hair fell casually around his face, his features exquisite, and his skin remarkably fair. If he weren't a wealthy heir, there was another title that suited him quite well. Pretty boy after all, he did possess that potential. He was fair and youthful, exuding a vibe that could easily capture the hearts of all ages in the entertainment industry. However, he hailed from a distinguished family, and the aura of wealth and privilege he carried surpassed that of mere idols. Hua Yucheng sensed her gaze lingering on him. With a slight smirk, he said, I say, wife, your gaze is so intense, I might not be able to handle it. Focus on applying it properly. Stop daydreaming. Alright, since my wife has spoken, I shall obey. Ling Miao playfully scolded, you're such a goof. Chapter 63 of The Fierce Mother Tiger becomes petulant. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, do I have stretch marks on my belly? She could only see the upper part of her abdomen and not the lower. Hua Yucheng shook his head, not yet, it's still smooth. Really? Indeed. Ling Miao recalled how some women had their bellies adorned with white marks after giving birth. She was reluctant to become one of them. Hua Yucheng, what if they start to appear in a few months? Hua Yucheng replied, that wouldn't matter. Apart from me, no one else can see them, and your husband wouldn't mind. No. Ling Miao pouted, I can see them myself. Hua Yucheng glanced at her. Oh, how his fierce mother tiger had become quite delicate. It must be said, she looked soft and endearing, almost fitting the role of his innate protective instinct surged forth. He leaned in and gave her a comforting kiss. From now on, I'll take care of you every night, alright? She murmured, but what if they still appear? Then I'll buy you the best, most expensive products. Even if I have to apply gold, I'll ensure you're well cared for. How does that sound? Ling Miao felt a tightness in her chest, a discomfort she could not quite explain. The mere thought of never returning to her former self and the various after-effects post-birth made her feel as if she had lost her youth. Hua Yuchen, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. What's wrong, my dear? Why did she seem so aggrieved? Ling Miao didn't want to be overly sentimental, she was not typically this way, yet, the hormones of pregnancy sometimes led her to inexplicable bouts of melancholy. She did not wish to be a puppet governed by her emotions. Thus, she stifled the surging feelings within her. It's nothing, Hua Yuchen pondered for a moment. How about I get you a beauty salon card tomorrow, would that be alright? Ling Miao shook her head. I don't want to go, why not? It's too much trouble and no worries, I'll take you and keep you company. Ling Miao continued to shake her head. Forget it. I'd rather have your free services. Alright then. Hua Yuchen chuckled. Now serving you as the 18th ranked gold medal technician. Ling Miao couldn't help but laugh. Hua Yuchen, are you being cheeky? Hua Yuchen lowered his voice. I'm new here. My technique might not be very proficient. Ling Miao played along, trying to suppress her laughter, then let us switch. He blinked innocently. I'm sorry, all the technicians are currently occupied, I'm the only one left. Ling Miao laughed. Your establishment surely can't have just you. You at the front desk, on duty, and the owner too. You guessed correctly. Hua Yuchen laughed as he continued his ministrations. Why not get a card, come by often when you have the time. With his playful demeanor, Ling Miao's gloomy mood was instantly lifted. Let us see your performance. Absolutely, I promise to satisfy you. Suddenly, Hua Yuchen leaned in closer, whispering mischievously, our establishment offers takeout. Ling Miao chuckled, no thanks. Someone at home is monitoring. It's fine, we can be discreet. That's not acceptable either. Hua Yuchen nuzzled against her, come on no. Ling Miao felt tears welling up, time us up, I'm not doing this anymore. Alright, this concludes our service. We look forward to your next visit. He then placed the bottle of pregnancy oil on the table and snuggled under the covers, pulling her close. Wifey, I'm back from work, let me give you a kiss. Ling Miao covered his lips, no. Hua Yuchen removed her hand, but I want a kiss, I don't want to. Wifey, he nuzzled her nose. No, Hua Yuchen captured her lips, pulling the blanket over their heads, enveloping her entirely. From beneath the covers, his voice resonated, let me cherish you, I'm longing for you. Hua Yuchen, you long for me every day. Be good, give me a kiss. Hua Yuchen. Call me husband, Hua, he kissed her thoroughly once more, unable to restrain himself this time. In the end, though they merely indulged partially, an indescribable sense of satisfaction lingered within. The following morning, Hua Yuchen was dressed and ready, while the woman on the bed had yet to awaken. He exited the room and descended the stairs. The chill in the air was palpable, a stark contrast to the warmth he felt upstairs. That he resolved to ensure Ling Miao dressed warmly. Catching a chill would be troublesome. Downstairs, Hua Yuchen had just risen. Hua Yuchen inquired, where are mom and dad? Hua Yuchen replied, they left early, heading to the hotel. So early, when did you leave? Hua Yuchen glanced at the time, about now. Has Miao Miao woken up? Not yet. After a night filled with laughter and some late-night antics, she had gone to bed rather late. Grandpa said he would wait until you wake up to leave. There is no rush, let her sleep a little longer. Uncle, Aunt. A cheerful child's voice rang from the doorway. They turned to see a little girl in a princess dress running towards them. Slow down. Chizhe carried her school bag in one hand and her plush toy in the other. Brother-in-law. The little girl dashed straight to Hua Yuchen, uncle. Hua Yuchen bent down to lift her up, smiling, finally, a day off. Chiyu exclaimed, today, Dad gave me a day off, and I can have 2 more days off tomorrow and the day after. Hua Yuchen pinched her little cheek, do you miss your aunt? Chiyu nodded, I do. Hua Yuchen extended her arms, come here, let your aunt hold you. Let us see if you've gained weight. Where is your sister? Chizhe inquired. Hua Yuchen cradled Chiyu and said, she should still be sleeping. Chizhe, familiar with the household, headed towards their room. Hua Yuchen suggested, shall we go find your great-grandfather, how does that sound? Okay. She turned to Hua Yuchen, by the way, tell the eldest sister that I'm taking Yu over first. Say goodbye to your uncle. Chi waved, goodbye, uncle. Her smile revealed a gap-toothed grin. After they left, Hua Yuchen ascended the stairs. Upon returning to the room, the woman on the bed was still asleep. Hua Yuchen tidied up the tissues on the floor and selected a beautiful red maternity gown for her. Ling Miao did not stir until the alarm clock rang, finally waking up slowly. Did you sleep well? Came the man's voice. Chapter 64. Her husband is me. Ling Miao rubbed her eyes and sat up, her hair a disheveled mess. She appeared dazed and bewildered, a stark contrast to her usual self. Strangely endearing, Hua Yuchen retrieved her clothes and perched on the edge of the bed. It's a bit chilly today, wear this. Ling Miao glanced at the vibrant red garment, resembling a formal maternity dress. Hua Yuchen enveloped her in his embrace, allowing her to lean against him. He then unfastened her nightgown, saying, I'll help you change. Ling Miao cast her gaze down at his fair, large hands as they unbuttoned her attire, feeling a hint of discomfort. Yet, the striking wedding ring on his ring finger dispelled her unease. After all, he was her husband, there was no reason for embarrassment. Come, extend your hand. By the time her internal struggle concluded, her nightgown had already been replaced. Ling Miao complied, revealing her fair skin adorned with scattered kiss marks. Hua Yuchen gazed at her, his throat involuntarily bobbing. After changing her clothes, he delicately tucked her long hair behind her ear and tied the sash at her waist into a knot. Is it too tight? Would you like me to loosen it? It's not tight. Hua Yuchen assisted her to her feet. Your brother-in-law and Yu have already arrived. You probably haven't met them yet. The eldest sister's husband and daughter? Ling Miao shook her head. I haven't met them, they've gone to the hotel. I will introduce you shortly. Ling Miao was puzzled. So, it's just us at home now? Yes. Oh dear, why didn't you wake me? Ling Miao furrowed her brow. Hua Yuchen chuckled softly. It's no trouble, your health is delicate, and they wouldn't want to tire you. Still, it wouldn't hurt to maintain decorum. Hua Yuchen replied, we are all family. It's nothing, and besides, it's still early. Ling Miao hurriedly tidied herself, and 10 minutes later, the two set out for the hotel. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Hua Yuchen helped her to a seat. Wife, rest here for a moment. A childhood friend will be arriving, and I'll greet them at the entrance. Go ahead. Hua Yuchen walked towards the exit, glancing back at her. Ling Miao smiled, you can go without worry. His actions made her feel almost fragile and incapable of self-care. Hua Yuchen returned a smile and blew her a kiss. The affection made her skin crawl. Not long after he left, Ling Miao's phone rang. She retrieved it and glanced at the screen. What is it? Xiaoya replied, President Ling, public opinion has flared up again. Ling Miao frowned. What happened? It seems some competitors have banded together to buy trending topics, intent on sabotaging the company. The company's stock has already plummeted by 15. When will you return to the office, President Ling? Ling Miao replied leisurely, no rush, I'm unavailable today, have the PR team handle it for now. She and Hua Yuchen had yet to hold their wedding. Aside from family and close acquaintances, very few knew of their marriage, thus, this scandalous news held little threat. Well, if at ISNT President Ling? A woman in a chic Chanel dress with a bun approached her. Ling Miao looked up to see Sun Ruo, who crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. Is it that your quest for a golden husband has failed, and you've come here to try your luck again? Ling Miao frowned. What business is it of yours? Spare me your need for attention, I have no time for you. Sun Ruo laughed lightly. Of course, you have no time for me, you're busy fishing for a wealthy suitor. Ling Miao closed her eyes, suppressing the urge to retaliate. Today was her grandfather's birthday banquet, she must remain polite. Taking a deep breath, she said, since you're here, why not take a seat instead of bothering me? Sin miss, we are not of the same ilk, so spare me your chatter. Sun Ruo smiled condescendingly, ISNT it said that you are proud and capable? Yet, it seems you still depend on men. Ling Miao gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't confront her here. She fixed her cold gaze upon Sun Ruo and smiled. What I do and whom I rely on has nothing to do with you. Mind your own affairs, your family isn't exactly shining either. Her words were clear enough, hinting at Sun Ruo's family's downfall after her parents' demise, leaving her alone and destitute. Sun Ruo's expression soured. Ling Miao, what are you implying? Ling Miao coldly retorted, apologies, but I said nothing. Sun Ruo scrutinized her, sensing she appeared slightly plumper, but never considering the possibility of pregnancy. With her arrogant demeanor, who would dare marry her? What are you doing here, sitting in the VIP area, is this where you belong? Ling Miao replied nonchalantly, whether I belong here is none of your concern. Humph, Sun Ruo rolled her eyes. How shameless. This place is open to anyone. If you can come, so can I. Sun Ruo glanced at her freshly manicured nails and replied, I'm here to wish Grandpa Hua a happy birthday, after all, our families are well acquainted. She then shot Ling Miao a derisive look. If you're here to find a wealthy husband, you've come to the wrong place. The aristocratic youths here won't look your way, best give up. Ling Miao countered, my husband is right here, why would I need to fish for anyone else? Your husband? Sun Ruo raised an eyebrow. Who is he? Who would dare marry you? Just then, a male voice interjected, her husband is me. Both women turned to see Hua Yuchen, accompanied by several childhood friends. Sun Ruo was taken aback. Hua Yuchen, he claimed to be Ling Miao's husband? Hua Yuchen approached Ling Miao, ignoring Sun Ruo entirely. He helped her to her feet, saying, wife, sorry to keep you waiting. Ling Miao rested her arm on his, replying, it's no trouble. Wife. Sun Ruo felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Wasn't Hua Yuchen interested in Sun Lu? When had he married Ling Miao, there had been no mention of a wedding in the Hua family. This was unfathomable. Hua Yuchen gently caressed her belly. You didn't have breakfast this morning, the baby must be hungry, let me take you to get something to eat. Baby, Sun Ruo's gaze stiffened as it fell upon Ling Miao's abdomen. Ling Miao was pregnant, the child was, Hua Yuchen what was happening? Ling Miao addressed Sun Ruo, do you see now, my husband is him, does that qualify him as the golden husband you spoke of? Calm and commanding, she showed no regard for Sun Ruo. Sun Ruo opened her mouth but could not utter a word. Hua Yuchen cast an irritated glance at Sun Ruo, realizing that trouble had found his wife so soon after he had left, and it was happening on his own turf. Chapter 65. A pain, my wife, let go. What is it, my dear? Ling Miao raised her chin. She said that if I want to catch a wealthy husband, I shouldn't come here. Lutsen Ruo hesitated. Hua Yuqing shielded Ling Miao. My wife is in her own home, how does that concern you? Lutsen Ruo found herself at a loss for words. How could she have guessed that Hua Yuqing was married, and his wife was Ling Miao? Wasn't he fond of Tsin Lu? How could he have married so suddenly? There had been no news of a wedding in the Hua family, and now there was a child. When had they even started dating? She had heard nothing about it. She also mentioned that no scion of a prominent family would ever look my way. With her arms crossed, and her pregnant belly protruding, she questioned him. Hua Yuqing, what do you think? The stance was unyielding. Hua Yuqing hurriedly replied, no way, my wife is a paragon of beauty, a treasure of nature, I am the one who is fortunate. That was more like it. Hua Yuqing turned to Tsin Ruo, his gaze chilling. It seems that your father and mother have not taught you well for quite some time. Tsin Ruo quickly shook her head. I didn't know she was your wife. When did you get married? How was I unaware? What of it? Hua Yuqing retorted, do I need your permission to marry? Listen closely, Ling Miao is now my wife. Don't presume upon the Tsin family's influence, thinking I wouldn't dare to handle you. Today is my grandfather's birthday banquet. I do not wish to disturb his good spirits. If I hear you insult my wife again, even if we are family friends, do not blame me for being unmerciful. No. It's not you aren't tea with Lu. At that, Hua Yuqing's expression hardened. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Miao shot her a fierce glare. Tsin Ruo was suddenly too frightened to speak. Ling Miao coldly articulated each word, think carefully before you speak. The oppressive atmosphere left Hua Yuqing momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Ling Miao's fierce demeanor. He had just been contemplating how to tend to her feelings, and now, she was handling it herself, and rather well. Hua Yuqing found himself wanting to laugh. His wife was no pushover. Ling Miao grasped Hua Yuqing's hand and cast one last cold glance at Tsin Ruo. If I hear you speak thoughtlessly again, you had better watch yourself. With that, she dragged Hua Yuqing away from the suffocating environment. Hua Yuqing's childhood friends were left dumbfounded, witnessing the scene unfold before their eyes. As they passed by, Ling Miao offered a knowing smile. Enjoy your meal and drink well, Hua Yuqing has something to attend to. He'll join you later for a few drinks. No problem, no problem. The friends vigorously shook their heads, eager to appease her. Sister-in-law, please take your time. Hua Yuqing was nearly in stitches. Was this the absolute authority of a mother tiger? Ling Miao led Hua Yuqing to a less crowded area. She then crossed her arms and fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent, simply staring. Hua Yuqing felt a sense of foreboding wash over him, his palms growing clammy with sweat. He couldn't comprehend it. This woman before him, appearing so small that he had to look down at her, nonetheless left him feeling intimidated in her silence. Wife, what do you wish to say? Ling Miao suddenly twisted his ear, causing Hua Yuqing to wince in pain. She stated bluntly, Hua Yuqing, listen well, if you dare to be fickle, I will break your arm. Pain, my dear, let go. You had better remember that you are a married man, with a wife and child. I remember, I will absolutely remember. I do not care if you had other women before. You are my first man. From this moment on, if you dare to stray, disgust me, I will deal with you first, then with her. I wouldn't dare, I absolutely wouldn't dare. Hua Yuqing raised his hand in a vow, I swear I will never stray. I will only love and cherish my wife. Ling Miao silently regarded him for 2 seconds before releasing her grip. Ouch, Hua Yuqing grimaced, rubbing his ear. What a misfortune, even lying down, he was caught in the crossfire. Woe is me. Ling Miao shot him an exasperated glance. This man, with his troublesome romantic entanglements, was truly infuriating. Just looking at his face was enough to set her off. Hua Yuqing sighed internally, yet he didn't forget to gently coax her. I truly did not know she would come today. Do not be angry, my dear. Ling Miao shifted her shoulders in annoyance, not wanting his embrace. Hua Yuqing once again pulled her close. Do not be upset, our child is still in your belly. You only care about the child. Hua Yuqing quickly countered, of course not, my wife matters too. With that, he leaned down and kissed her, but Ling Miao turned her head away. Hua Yuqing chuckled lightly, do not be like that. Ling Miao ignored him. Suddenly, Hua Yuqing recalled Tsin Ruo's words. Sigh, my dear, what did Tsin Ruo mean by catching a wealthy husband? Her comment was so out of the blue, is something amiss? Ling Miao replied, you can see for yourself on your phone. Hua Yuqing was taken aback, what do you mean? Ling Miao poked him, I am trending. Hua Yuqing raised an eyebrow, surprised, is that true? He pulled out his phone from his pocket and unlocked it. Ling Miao said irritably, you seem rather pleased, do you think it's something good? Hua Yuqing indeed spotted the day's headline, featuring a striking photo of them kissing. At first glance, it was evident it was taken the day they were at Yan Rui's parking lot. Hua Yuqing smirked, not bad, who took this, the angle is rather stimulating. Ling Miao regarded this second-generation heir with incredulity. Even at such a critical juncture, he still found time to indulge in fantasy. Upon finishing the article, Hua Yuqing finally understood why Tsin Ruo had made such comments. Ling Miao explained, several of our partners have been clamoring to withdraw due to this. Hua Yuqing tucked away his phone, no wonder you looked so troubled. Why didn't you tell me? She replied, it had been suppressed until today when several rival companies pooled their resources and pushed it into the trending spotlight. Hua Yuqing reassured her, do not overthink it. With me around, the company will be fine. I am not overly worried, I simply recognized many people's true colors through this incident. That is indeed beneficial, at least now we know who the fair weather friends are. Hua Yuqing wrapped his arm around Ling Miao. Alright, let us not dwell on it for now. We'll talk more when we get home, shall we? First, let us grab something to eat, we should fill our stomachs before the banquet begins. The two then made their way to the banquet venue. As the celebration commenced, many guests had arrived to pay their respects. Ling Jing and her brother, along with Ling Hao and their parents, were also present. However, Ling Qing was conspicuously absent. Upon seeing Hua Yuqing, Ling Lan immediately smiled and called out, "Brother Yu." Hearing her call him brother Yu sent chills down Hua Yuqing's spine. He had just managed to placate his wife. If she were to get angry again, he would have no place to sleep tonight. Thus, before Ling Miao could react, he hurriedly explained, my dear, I am not close with her. I just happen to know a Jing better, which is why we've met a few times. Chapter 66. What, are you reluctant to part with me? Ling Miao observed his eager attempts to distance himself and had no intention of expressing her displeasure. Did I say anything? She inquired. Hua Yuchen forced a smile, knowing she hadn't spoken, yet he could sense her unease. Gid you? Ling Lan approached them, her eyes sparkling. Upon seeing Ling Miao, her smile faded. Ling Jing joined them, greeting, "Ayu, Miao Miao." Eldest brother, Ling Miao acknowledged. Hua Yuchen, with a teasing smirk, remarked, "San is with my grandfather." Ling Jing replied, "I'll go find her later. We should have a couple of drinks together today." "Sure, but only 2 drinks, my wife needs care and can't indulge too much." Ling Lan glanced at Ling Miao's noticeably rounded belly, quickly averting her gaze. She never anticipated that Giju would be blind enough to marry Ling Miao. Was she less attractive than Ling Miao? Ling Jing felt that Ayu had changed considerably since getting married, displaying a newfound sense of responsibility that seemed almost foreign to him. He felt somewhat relieved, as this would at least make things easier for Miao Miao. "Ah, you. Auntie." The Zhou brothers arrived, accompanied by Luo Xiaoman. Hua Yuchen nodded and smiled at Ayao, but his expression cooled upon seeing Zhou Fuyi. Luo Xiaoman rushed to Ling Miao, her face beaming with joy. Given that her aunt's belly was already prominent, she hesitated to embrace her as she used to and instead gently wrapped her arms around her waist. "Auntie, I've been so busy with school lately. I haven't seen you in ages, I miss you." Ling Miao ruffled her hair affectionately. "How have you been at Uncle Zhou's?" "Pretty well. Are you hungry? If so, we can go to the snack area over there." "I'm fine. Uncle Zhou made me breakfast this morning." Sisters Zhou Fuyi called softly. Neither of them mentioned the previous incident, both tacitly agreeing to let it be. Zhou Fuyi showed no signs of distancing himself from Ling Miao despite that day's conversation. He remained as he always was. Hua Yuchen silently wrapped his arm around Ling Miao, a hint of possessiveness glimmering in his gaze. Zhou Fuyi, noticing his hand, swiftly averted his eyes, preferring not to witness the scene. The group made their way to old Master Hua's side. The elderly gentleman, dressed in a vibrant red embroidered tang suit, radiated energy as he sat at the head of the table. Around him were his sons and daughters-in-law, 3 granddaughters, and 1 grandson-in-law, cradling a heavy great-granddaughter. Ling Miao and her husband were also present, engaging in cheerful conversation with Fan Yin. "Grandfather. The Ling girl has arrived. Come, sit, don't tire yourself." Upon seeing her father, she called out again, "Dad." Ling Xiangsong smiled warmly at Hua Yuqing, catching sight of Ling Jing, felt a slight flush creep up her ears. She quickly averted her gaze after meeting his eyes. Ling Jing regarded her with a teasing smile, his gaze lingering on her. Hua Yuchen introduced them. "Dear wife, this is my brother-in-law, and this is Yu. Ling Miao courteously greeted, "Brother-in-law." Shi Zhe nodded slightly. Ling Miao smiled at the little girl. "Yu, it's a pleasure to meet you." Chi Yu's voice rang clear and sweet, "Auntie." "Ah." Hua Yuchen lifted Chi Yu into his arms while helping his wife to a nearby seat. Chi Yu settled on her uncle's lap, gazing at her striking aunt with a mix of shyness and curiosity. Hua Yuchen playfully asked, "Do you think your aunt is beautiful?" Chi Yu nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed. She thought her aunt was the prettiest woman she had ever seen, even more so than her own aunt. Ling Miao gently patted her cheek. "Oh, what a sweet little mouth you have." Chi Yu found her aunt's hands fragrant, feeling even more bashful. Hua Yuqing quietly slipped away from the crowd, pulling Ling Jing aside for a moment in a secluded area. "Have you been busy these past few days? I haven't seen you at all." "When will you be back?" Ling Jing chuckled. "What, are you reluctant to part with me?" He pulled Hua Yuqing closer, leaning against the wall, enveloping her in his presence. "Has that young lad from your family's supplier been pursuing you?" Hua Yuqing was taken aback. "How do you know?" "Ah, you threatened me last time, saying he would set you two up." Ling Jing lowered his head, huskily calling, "Qing, I've missed you so much these past few days." He drew closer, and Hua Yuqing felt her heart race. Ling Jing swallowed hard, his gaze both restrained and intense. "Do you miss me, Hua Yuqing gently pushed him away. "You need to let go, there are still guests outside, and I need to go out soon." "But I miss you so much," Ling Jing murmured. "Qing, I want to kiss you." Hua Yuqing's face flushed, and his warm lips met hers. She frowned and struggled slightly. "No, I have to wish grandfather a happy birthday later." The man's large hand caressed her cheek as he whispered, "It's alright, it isn't time yet, no one will notice you're gone." With that, he leaned in to kiss her again. The petite woman was ensconced in his embrace, unable to resist his advances. Only when she felt herself growing weak did he reluctantly pull away, his dark gaze fixed on her, his lips curling into a charming smile. The air around them was thick with intimacy. Ching Cheng, when do you plan to make this public? I can't wait, Hua Yuqing replied. Let us wait until Iu's child is born. We need to finish their wedding first before considering my situation. Ling Jing wrapped her in his arms, sighing softly. Must we wait so long? Oh, I've already agreed to you, so don't be so anxious. I'm not young anymore. You already has a child, and I still haven't married my wife. Hua Yuqing laughed. You think it's too slow? If so, go find someone your age. It's not slow, not at all. I was joking. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Hua Yuxian approached Hua Yuchen and his group. Popping a piece of fruit into her mouth, she casually asked, Where did Qing go? I haven't seen her. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuchen looked around. He wasn't searching for the third sibling but for Jing, and sure enough, he was also missing. Well, just a moment ago, he was pretending to be serious, and now he has vanished. Since marrying Ling Miao, he has become quite bold, relying on his status as the eldest brother-in-law. He insists everyone call him Brother Jing, as if he were the protagonist of a Jin Yong novel, wanting the third to address him as such. Now, look at this, the third sibling has indeed been whisked away, becoming his brother-in-law while still wanting to act as the eldest brother-in-law. He has monopolized everything, and who knows how proud he'll be from now on. He got married and suddenly dwarfed him. It's hard to tell if it's a loss or a gain. After some calculations, he married one sister but ended up with another. He is now both an uncle and a brother-in-law. Damn it, he is really at a disadvantage here. Chapter 67. Listening to you. I'll come back early. You're sleeping with Auntie tonight. Chi Yu shook her head. Hua Yuxian chuckled. Oh, weren't you the one who loved sleeping with Auntie the most? Chi Yu glanced at Ling Miao and shyly smiled. In a small, soft voice, she said, I want to sleep with my little aunt. Before Ling Miao could respond, Hua Yuchen interjected, No. Auntie has a baby in her belly. You might kick her while sleeping. Chi Yu's little face fell. Okay then, her voice sounded pitiful. Ling Miao quickly reassured her. It's fine, sweetheart, you can sleep with your aunt. Really? Chi Yu's eyes lit up. Wife, Hua Yuchen said awkwardly, a little child might not sleep well and could kick you. Ling Miao whispered in his ear, then we can wait until she falls asleep and then take her out. This poor child, is she about to cry just because she hasn't seen you? He couldn't bear to refuse her request, so he accepted the arrangement. During the birthday celebration, it appeared that the two who had vanished returned at some point. Hua Yuxian nudged Hua Yuqing and whispered, Where did you go? Hua Yuqing smiled slightly, I didn't go anywhere. Hua Yuxian noticed her cheeks were a bit flushed. Are you sick? You look like you have a fever. She reached out to touch her cheek, confirming her suspicions. Hua Yuqing brushed her hand away. Oh, I'm fine. Really? Hua Yuxian was puzzled. Old Master Hua, with his esteemed reputation and high standing, welcomed many young heirs from prominent families to celebrate his birthday. The occasion was grand. Seeing the younger generation brought joy to the old man's heart. He waved his hand, and each younger family member received a red envelope. After everyone had paid their respects, Old Master Hua had an announcement to make. It concerned his grandson and the marriage of the Ling girl. The wedding had yet to take place, and many were unaware of Yu and Miao Miao's relationship. He saw this as a perfect opportunity to let everyone know and share in the joy. Old Master Hua smiled kindly. It's rare for everyone to gather together today. Seeing you young folks brings me great joy. Today, I have a piece of good news to share about our Hua family. It is the marriage between our Yu and the Ling family's Miao girl. In the audience, Zhou Fuyi lowered his gaze, downing a glass of wine. Zhou Jinya glanced at him, fully aware of his younger brother's temperament. However, there was nothing to be done. Ling Miao had no interest in him. Not if that weren't the case, Hua Yuchen would have had no chance. Uncle, what is wrong with you? Luo Xiaoman asked. Zhou Fuyi remained silent. Zhou Jinya replied, he is fine. The other guests murmured among themselves, surprised that the young Master Hua was getting married to the Ling girl. When did this happen? Why hadn't they heard about it? Old Master Hua chuckled. As for the wedding, we will naturally invite everyone when the time comes. From now on, the Ling girl will be the young mistress of our Hua family. Once the new year passes, our Hua family will have double happiness. Zhou Fuyi lifted his gaze, locking onto the figure in a red dress, protected in Hua Yuchen's embrace. A shadow darkened his eyes. Luo Xiaoman smiled genuinely. That is wonderful. What is so wonderful? Zhou Fuyi retorted coldly. Luo Xiaoman dreamily rested her chin on her hand, gazing at her aunt. Because Auntie finally has someone to protect her and a baby of her own. Her words struck deep, piercing Zhou Fuyi's heart. Auntie will surely live a very happy life. Zhou Fuyi smiled bitterly, taking another gulp of his drink. Double happiness? Was this a sign of good things to come? Oh dear, this young Master Hua, who had been so quiet, is now astonishing everyone by getting married and becoming a soon-to-be father. However, Ling Miao is a strong-willed woman, and it's no wonder she can keep the young master in line. Old Master Hua concluded, everyone, enjoy your meal and drink well, let us all share in this joy. Hua Yuchen assisted Ling Miao to her seat. You didn't have breakfast this morning. Eat a bit more. Auntie. Chi Yu came over with her bowl. Oh. Ling Miao responded with a smile. Hua Yuchen lifted Chi Yu, placing her next to Ling Miao, forming a barrier between them. Hua Yuqing teased, Yu, now that you have a little aunt, is your old aunt no longer appealing? Chi Yu giggled, I still like my aunt. As the banquet drew to a close, guests began to disperse. When Zhou Jinyao and his party were leaving, they bid farewell to Hua Yuchen. "Ah, we're taking our leave. A man has a class to catch up on tonight." Luo Xiaoman waved goodbye to Ling Miao. "Auntie, I'll come see you again during my break." Ling Miao smiled. "Yes, study hard." Zhou Fuyi waited outside for them. He wanted to say goodbye to Ling Miao but couldn't bear to witness their affectionate exchanges. It wasn't that he didn't want to see Ling Miao happy, it was just that the one bringing her happiness wasn't him. Feeling an ache in his heart, Zhou Fuyi followed Luo Xiaoman and Zhou Jinyao outside, her small frame barely reaching his shoulders. Before leaving, Ling Jing discreetly pulled Hua Yuqing away from the gathering. Once outside the hotel, they settled into the car. The quiet atmosphere quickly turned intimate. Ling Jing embraced her, settling her on his lap. "I need to head back to the company." "Xing Cheng." Hua Yuqing smiled. "Then go ahead, why did you bring me out?" Ling Jing replied, "I wanted to take you with me." Hua Yuqing shook her head. "That won't do. Grandfather won't allow me to stay out without being married." Ling Jing grasped her hand. "In a few days, I'll have to go on a business trip." Hua Yuqing inquired, "Where to?" "Singapore, for site selection of the branch office. I'll need to stay for a while." Hua Yuqing felt a sudden pang of sadness. "So, when will you be back?" Ling Jing said, "At the earliest, 2 to 3 months, at the latest, half a year." "What? That long?" "Yes." Ling Jing caressed her cheek, reluctant to look away. "So I can't bear to leave you." "Then, will you not return for the new year? By then, Miao Miao will have given birth, and you'll be an uncle. This will be your first little nephew." Ling Jing asked, "Will you miss me? If you do, I'll come back sooner." Hua Yuqing met his gaze and nodded. "I will miss you." Ling Jing murmured, "I'll listen to you then. I'll come back early." His lips brushed hers, teasing the kiss. "Qing Sheng, when the time comes, I don't want to wait any longer. You know what I want to do?" Hua Yuqing's heart fluttered as she slowly replied, "I know." "When the time comes, will you be willing to belong to me?" His voice was deep and melodious, laced with temptation. Hua Yuqing willingly succumbed. "All right." Ling Jing chuckled softly, gently laying her back in her seat. Hua Yuqing's heart raced. "What are you doing?" "Shoo. Don't be afraid." Ling Jing propped himself beside her, removing his glasses. "I just want to kiss you, where no one can see." After all the guests had left the hotel, the Hua family also departed. As they returned home, Hua Yuxian was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly exclaimed. Everyone jumped in surprise. Ling Miao was startled, and Hua Yuchen frowned. "Why are you making such a fuss?" Chapter 68. "Who dares to slander our young lady of the Hua family?" Hua Yuxian gazed at her phone in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that a you and Miao Miao?" Where?" Hua Yuqing leaned in closer. It was a photograph of a passionate kiss inside a car, with a you facing away from the camera, rendering her face unseen. However, the silhouette of her younger brother was unmistakable. "Oh my, you've outdone yourself. To think you've made the trending news in such a manner." This newlywed couple, even their intimate moments in the car were captured by prying eyes. Ling Miao, feeling utterly embarrassed, had let her guard down just this once, and now it was all laid bare. When Hua Yuzhu saw the photo, she couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, upon reading the report, her expression darkened immediately. "Which media outlet is this? How dare they fabricate stories about our Hua family?" Fan Yin inquired, "What is going on?" Hua Yuzhu, fuming, showed her mother the phone. "I have no idea which media is slandering Miao Miao. Clearly, it's a display of marital affection, yet they dare to label it as a clandestine meeting." Old Master Hua was instantly enraged. "When did this happen? Quickly, send someone to investigate who dares to tarnish the reputation of our young lady." "Zhe," Hua Yuzhu instructed, "tell the company staff to find out the truth right now. Once identified, we'll confront them directly regarding the acquisition contract tomorrow." Zhe pulled out his phone. "I'll issue the orders immediately." Old Master Hua turned to Hua Yuqing. "What's the matter with you? They've already targeted your wife, Haven T, you noticed?" Hua Yuqing felt helpless. He had planned to resolve this matter upon returning. Little did he know his younger brother, the gossip enthusiast, would bring this to the family's attention. It was bad enough that they were all aware, now they had all taken matters into their own hands, leaving him out of the equation. He glanced at his wife, shrugging. Old Master Hua declared, "Tomorrow we shall hold a press conference to publicly announce your marriage to Miao Miao. Let us prevent those ignorant people from bothering Miao Miao any further. Our Hua family's daughter-in-law is not someone to be trifled with." Hua Yuqing replied, "Understood, Grandpa." Old Master Hua reassured, "Miao Miao, fear not. Such incidents will not occur again. It's my fault, I had intended to wait until after you've given birth and are in good health to hold a grand wedding. Who would have thought those clueless individuals would target you?" Ling Miao shook her head with a smile. "It's all right, Grandpa. What others say is beyond our control." Fan Yin remarked, "We should start planning the wedding. Fourth son, do you have any ideas on when you wish to hold the ceremony?" Hua Yuqing had not contemplated this matter at all. He looked at Ling Miao. "Let us discuss it further." Old Master Hua suggested, "I think we should plan for the wedding once Miao Miao has completed her confinement and find an auspicious date." Ling Miao did not place much significance on the wedding. After all, they had already registered their marriage, and the ceremony was merely a formality. She smiled, "Then I shall leave the arrangements to Grandpa." Old Master Hua expressed his satisfaction. Very well, now that Miao Miao has agreed. Ayin, you should start preparing as well. Fanning had been eagerly awaiting this day, quickly responding, of course, absolutely. We must ensure invitations and the entire process are meticulously arranged. Our Hua family cannot afford to be negligent in marrying off our son. And as for the banquet, the standards, beverages, and delicacies must be the finest. Let us prepare ample wedding candies and wine. When the time comes, the hotel staff, the wedding procession, company employees, and household servants must all receive their share. Fanning cheerfully affirmed, Father, rest assured, with only one daughter-in-law, we shall spare no effort in making it the best and most grand occasion. Hua Yucheng listened to his family deliberating on how to prepare for his and Ling Miao's wedding. He smiled at Ling Miao, tightening his embrace around her hand. A peculiar warmth enveloped his heart. He had never envisioned his wedding, once believing it to be a distant affair, yet as the day approached, everything seemed to unfold naturally, causing his heart to flutter with anticipation. That evening, Hua Yucheng, with soap bubbles on his hands, washed Ling Miao's hair. Wife, do you have any thoughts on the wedding? What kind of ceremony do you envision? Ling Miao shook her head, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Hua Yucheng asked, then should we go for a traditional or a Western style? Ling Miao shook her head again, I don't know. She had no interest in such matters. Previously focused on her career, she hadn't even considered her personal affairs, let alone a wedding. If it weren't for the child she was carrying, perhaps she and Hua Yucheng would still be bitter rivals, quarreling at every turn. Hua Yucheng rinsed off the soap. How about we browse the internet later for some inspiration? Sure, that works. After drying her hair, Ling Miao donned a bathrobe and exited the bathroom. Shortly after, Hua Yucheng returned with a notebook. He climbed into bed, handing her the computer. Wife, take a look at this traditional style, it's quite nice. Ling Miao glanced at it. It seems so complicated. Complexity is what makes it formal. We can hire a reliable wedding planner to handle the details. The video displayed a couple performing traditional rites in a beautifully adorned hall. The groom donned a dragon and phoenix robe, while the bride wore a phoenix crown and ceremonial gown, showcasing the aesthetic heritage of their ancestors. Wife, how about we opt for a traditional wedding? Such a wedding seemed to hold the allure of a delightful bridal chamber. He found himself rather looking forward to it. He turned his head to gaze at the woman engrossed in the video, imagining her dressed in bridal attire, marrying him. He envisioned their vibrant red wedding chamber, the bashful bride, the exquisite red wedding bedspread, and their precious wedding night, filled with priceless moments. Just the thought ignited a warmth within him. As Ling Miao finished the video, she unexpectedly met his gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? Hua Yucheng couldn't resist leaning in to plant a kiss, chuckling, do you know what I'm thinking? What are you thinking? Hua Yucheng set the computer aside, enveloping her in his arms, showering her with gentle kisses. I'm thinking about our wedding night and the bridal chamber. Ling Miao laughed. Is it true that men think about such things every day? Hua Yucheng laid her back on the bed. Which man doesn't dream of being a groom? Ling Miao, slightly wary, replied, after last night, let us not make it a daily occurrence. Rest assured. I am well aware, just a kiss, nothing more. Just as Hua Yucheng was about to lean in for another kiss, a knock at the door startled them both. Ling Miao quickly reacted, pushing him away. Get up, someone is at the door. Hua Yucheng grumbled as he got up. Who is disturbing our peace at this hour? He opened the door to find two figures standing outside. Hua Yuxian and Qiyu, the latter clutching her plush toy. Uncle, Hua Yucheng was momentarily taken aback. Hua Yuxian explained. Yu insisted that her little aunt promised to sleep with her tonight, so she had to come over. Children have an astonishing memory. Things adults forget are often etched in their minds. Is that little Yu? Ling Miao's voice called from within the room. Qiyu's eyes lit up. Little aunt. Hua Yucheng sighed inwardly. Honey, please bring her over. Well, the little one had spoken, even calling him husband. No matter how reluctant he felt, he had to comply. Chapter 69. Why so formal? Hua Yucheng embraced Qiyu, closing the door behind them. Ling Miao shifted to make room, patting the bed. Come here, little Yu. Qiyu smiled as she crawled over. Aunt, you are so wonderful. Her small arms and legs wrapped around her. Aunt smelled so good. Ling Miao affectionately ruffled her little head. Hua Yucheng watched the little one with a hint of disdain, reluctantly sitting cross-legged on the bed, observing his wife being monopolized. Yu, Hua Yucheng inquired, why aren't you sleeping with your parents? Qiyu replied, Daddy said he missed Mommy and told me to find Aunt tonight. But I don't want to sleep with Aunt, I want to find you, Aunt. Hua Yucheng tugged at the corner of his mouth. He missed his wife too. Ling Miao interjected, it's late, are you going to sleep? Qiyu nodded. Ling Miao gently stroked her back, then sleep, Aunt will scratch your back. Okay. Qiyu adored this. She closed her eyes, nestled in Ling Miao's embrace. Ling Miao gazed at the little girl, suddenly thinking how nice it would be to have a daughter of her own. Hua Yucheng lay on the other side, casting sidelong glances at his wife, who was a few feet away. He propped his head, facing her directly, occasionally blowing her a kiss from afar. Ling Miao frowned, shooting him a disapproving look. Teaching the child bad habits, Hua Yucheng, unperturbed, sent her another air kiss. Ling Miao chose to ignore him. He rose to turn off the light and then made his way to Ling Miao in the darkness. Ling Miao felt the bed dip behind her, followed by a warm embrace enveloping her. Her pupils widened in shock. She nudged him with her elbow, warning him to behave. Hua Yucheng whispered in her ear, just a hug, no mischief. Don't worry. Soon, her ear was enveloped by his warm mouth, which gently licked her. Ling Miao instantly felt a shiver run down her spine. Hua Yuqing chuckled softly. She was so sensitive. Ling Miao freed a hand and playfully swatted him from behind. Hua Yuqing, undeterred, murmured in her ear, "Wife, why are you trembling? Just a touch makes me shiver. A kiss makes me quiver." Ling Miao longed to give this rogue a few good whacks. With a child nearby, his behavior was so inappropriate, she couldn't express her frustrations too bluntly, knowing the child was listening. Instead, she said, "My waist hurts, give it a rub." Upon hearing this, Hua Yuqing ceased his antics, his large hand finding its way to her waist, gently kneading her. "Is the pressure all right?" Hua Yuqing continued to massage her, providing a surprisingly pleasant sensation as Ling Miao gradually closed her eyes. The little one in her arms breathed rhythmically, quiet and still, likely asleep. Ling Miao felt drowsy herself, drifting off without realizing it until Hua Yuqing called out softly, "Wife." Ling Miao did not respond. He called again, "Yu." Still no answer. Hua Yuqing released her, gently rising to his feet. He moved to the other side of the bed, observing the still forms of both his wife and the child. He then bent down to pick up the little one, remembering to take her plush toy with him. Exiting the room, he knocked on Hua Yuqian's door. She had only just fallen asleep when the knocking startled her awake. Rising to open the door, she found Hua Yuqing standing there with Yu in his arms. "She fell asleep," Hua Yuqing said, handing Yu over to her. He then returned to his own room, finally able to enjoy his wife's company alone. After planting a kiss on her, he felt content as they settled down to sleep together. The following morning, when Ling Miao awoke, the bed beside her was empty, though it still retained a lingering warmth, indicating someone had just risen. Struggling to prop herself up, she found her belly increasingly cumbersome, making even standing up a challenge. Hua Yuqing emerged from the changing room, fastening the buttons on his cuffs. Upon seeing him, Ling Miao's eyes widened in surprise. He adjusted his collar, noticing her astonishment. "What's the matter?" Before her stood a man transformed from his usual carefree demeanor into someone impeccably formal, clad in a white shirt and black suit that appeared tailored to perfection. He looked strikingly expensive. The finer the suit, the more justified its cost. The fit was impeccable. His hair was meticulously styled with gel, and his pristine, refined features exuded an air of aloofness and nobility. He had suddenly morphed into an unattainable scion of a prestigious family. Ling Miao frowned slightly. Why the sudden formality? One might think he was off to an arranged marriage. "I'm heading to the company soon for a press conference," Hua Yuqing replied, adjusting his attire and fastening a diamond cufflink while also putting on his wedding ring. With that, he radiated an aura of marital pride. Ling Miao suddenly recalled she too ought to get up. Extending her hand toward him, Hua Yuqing assisted her to her feet, but as she took a few steps, her calf seized up painfully. She gasped, nearly collapsing to the floor. Hua Yuqing reacted swiftly, catching her. "What happened?" Ling Miao grimaced. "My leg, it cramped." He swiftly scooped her up, placing her back on the bed. Kneeling before her, he grasped her foot, gently massaging it. The piercing pain persisted for a while before gradually subsiding. Ling Miao finally felt a sense of relief. "Are you feeling better?" Hua Yuqing looked up at her. Ling Miao nodded, though her expression still bore traces of discomfort, her eyelashes slightly damp. Seeing her like this worried Hua Yuqing, and he embraced her, furrowing his brow as he soothingly patted her back. He wished he could take on her pain, just as he had done during her early pregnancy sickness. Once they were ready, they descended for breakfast before heading to the company. Hua Qi Group. Hua Yuqing held Ling Miao's hand, taking small steps to accommodate her. "Young master, young madam." Employees greeted them as they passed. Hua Yuqing typically remained aloof, choosing not to engage, while Ling Miao smiled and acknowledged them. In a corporation, management must learn to navigate both upward and downward dynamics. Upward management involves dealing with superiors and clients, while downward management pertains to the employees of various departments. Each level requires a different approach. Authority must be unquestionable in dealings with subordinates, while personal interactions should foster camaraderie. A balance of discipline and approachability ensures smooth operations and fosters loyalty among staff. Hua Yuqing guided Ling Miao to the press conference venue. The journalists were already in position, eager to cover the significant news regarding the young master of the Hua family. Upon entering, the sound of clicking cameras and flashing lights erupted. Under the guidance of the planning and marketing team, Hua Yuqing shielded Ling Miao as they made their way to the podium, facing a sea of media representatives broadcasting live. At that moment, every member of the Hua family was tuned into this broadcast. For Ling Miao, this was her first grand public appearance, and while she felt a bit uneasy, she quickly adjusted, embodying the poised and decisive CEO she was known to be. Chapter 70. His wife exudes regal grace. The host's opening remarks resonated through the venue. Good morning to all friends from the press and media. Welcome to the Citigroup press conference. The purpose of this gathering is to firmly support the Yanruwei Group against the recent malicious rumors. We hope everyone will report the facts accurately and rigorously. Thank you. Hua Yuqing surveyed the assembled media, raising his hand to adjust the microphone, the wedding ring on his ring finger capturing everyone's attention. In a cool, clear voice, he stated, "I extend a warm welcome to all media representatives present. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the vice chairman of Citigroup, currently married. My new wife, standing beside me, is Miss Ling, the president of Yanruwei Group." His gaze shifted to the woman beside him, a softness naturally gracing his eyes. "Regarding the recent rumors surrounding Yanruwei Group, as the party involved, I wish to clarify. The photographs are genuine, and the female protagonist is indeed my wife. However, it was not the clandestine meeting as reported. The truth is, I presented my new bride with a wedding ring, and at that time, we were already married. What was intended to be a private romantic moment between us has been distorted by several opportunistic companies and media outlets. This has significantly impacted my wife. Concerning this matter, Citigroup will thoroughly investigate the involved enterprises and media, holding them legally accountable. Through today's press conference, I wish to assert the fact of my marriage to the public. In the future, I hope such incidents will not occur merely for the sake of sensationalism. Now, I invite your questions. A media representative raised their hand, and Hua Yuchen gestured for them to proceed. The journalist stood and asked, "Mr. Yu, why has the public not received a wedding announcement regarding your marriage?" Hua Yuchen replied, "Due to my wife's health reasons, the ceremony has been postponed." "May I inquire whether your marriage to Miss Ling is a family arrangement or a love match?" Hua Yuchen glanced at the woman beside him. Ling Miao candidly responded, "I decline to comment on that." Hua Yuchen smirked slightly. His fierce wife was refreshingly straightforward. Another media representative posed a question, "Mr. Yu, there are rumors circulating in the industry about you and the eldest daughter of the Tsin family being a golden couple. With this sudden marriage, does it signify that good fortune is near?" Ling Miao's eyes instantly turned cold. Hua Yuchen's displeasure was evident as he raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Which media are you from? Are you unaware of proper decorum? Mr.Yu, this matter is widely known, could you not provide an answer?" As Hua Yuchen prepared to summon security, Ling Miao interjected, to the media representative. "Since you are so intrigued by others' gossip, I would like to pose a question to you. How many romantic relationships have you had?" Each word was delivered with poise, directly addressing the issue, her sharpness evident. The journalist replied, 3. "In that case, while embarking on a new relationship, do you not also rekindle old flames? Is it not somewhat unethical to tread two paths at once?" Ling Miao smiled brightly. The woman who had posed the question flushed a mix of red and pale. Hua Yuchen observed the woman who had come to his defense, her demeanor calm and confident, as though unaffected by the unfolding events. Ling Miao continued, "Everyone has a past, and time moves forward. As the involved parties have chosen to look ahead, why do you persist in dwelling on the past? Since you are so fond of it, why not have your current partner marry you and become sisters?" The room fell into a profound silence. Ling Miao's gaze grew even colder as she emphatically questioned, "Upon donning this uniform and entering this venue, did you genuinely intend to work earnestly, or merely to satiate your curiosity? Which media outlet are you from that so neglectfully disregards your responsibilities? Does your leadership know of your disregard?" Her commanding presence was striking and assertive. As a decision-maker who has navigated the business world for years, she embodied an unparalleled confidence that few could rival. Even Hua Yuchen was taken aback. His fierce wife truly exuded a regal aura. "Go, find out which media this reporter belongs to," Ling Miao ordered. "Do not cut this segment, note her name and company, and send a report to her office." The woman in the audience immediately broke into a cold sweat. She had strayed from the path, seeking notoriety, only to find that Ling Miao was a formidable force. Having gained nothing, she now risked her job. Ling Miao surveyed the room, her icy gaze sweeping over each media representative. The atmosphere was thick with tension, rendering it nearly unbearable to breathe. Hua Yuchen stifled a laugh, initially intending to support her, but he was astonished by her prowess. She commanded the room without needing his assistance. His wife was a figure to be reckoned with. Ling Miao did not allow for further inquiries, asserting, "Since there are no more questions, this press conference is hereby concluded." With a firm tone, she added, "Thank you all." With that, the broadcast cut off, marking the end of the livestream. Laughter erupted among the Hua family. "Wow, Miao Miao is so formidable. I never imagined my daughter-in-law could be so impressive. This is truly satisfying. My Miao Miao is simply radiant. Grandfather, you has indeed married an exceptional wife. With Miao Miao's temperament, there will be no issues in trusting the—" He believed that no other young woman in the capital could match his granddaughter-in-law's decisiveness. If it weren't for the advantages bestowed by her marriage to his grandson, he would have had no involvement. His foolish grandson, blessed with fortune, had truly wed a remarkable woman. After the press conference concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Hua Yuchen assisted Ling Miao, guiding her through a less crowded exit. Along the way, Ling Miao remained silent, and Hua Yuchen stole glances at her expression. Her demeanor was neither surprised nor pleased, leaving him uncertain if she was upset. However, he dared not break the silence. Upon reaching the car, Hua Yuchen drove them back to the ancestral home. Ling Miao leaned her head against the window to rest. As her belly grew, she often found it difficult to sleep at night. The weight of her pregnancy made it challenging to find a comfortable position, and after waking early that morning, she now felt drowsy. Upon arriving at the old residence, the family awaited them at the door. Hua Yuchen turned to the person beside him. "Wife." Ling Miao instantly opened her eyes, realizing they had arrived home. She unfastened her seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Hua Yuchen approached her, intending to take her hand, but Ling Miao subtly evaded his grasp. She smiled gently at the family. "Why is everyone waiting at the door?" A sudden emptiness washed over Hua Yuchen as he observed her cheerful demeanor, stirring feelings of unease within him. Chapter 71. A wife. Come back early, I miss you. Hua Yuchen, entwined with Ling Miao, could hardly conceal her joy. "Miao Miao, you were simply magnificent. We all watched your livestream." Hua Yuchen praised her without reservation. "Tsk, that aura, you and your second sister are in a league of your own." Truly, she was a female CEO who had made a name for herself amidst a sea of men. Her poise was leagues ahead of that Tsin family girl. Ling Miao chuckled. It was merely a few words during an interview. Hua Yuchen observed their animated exchange with a downcast gaze. He tugged at the tie around his neck. "Auntie, you're finally back," Chi Yu approached her, brimming with delight. Ling Miao ruffled her hair. "What's the matter, missing your aunt?" Chi Yu nodded eagerly. Hua Yuzhu added, "She has been inquiring about where you went since morning. She fretted all morning about why you hadn't returned home." Ling Miao smiled gently. "Auntie just had a few matters to attend to." Chi Yu clung to her side, and Hua Yuzhu couldn't help but commend. "Miao Miao, well done." Ling Miao replied, "It was just a small affair, nothing significant." She held no interest in engaging in petty rivalries, finding it meaningless to squander time on trivial matters. A few words sufficed. After this press conference, she believed the rumors surrounding Yan Rui would dissipate without further ado. The stock market would gradually recover as well, yet, the Hua family chose to remain taciturn regarding the matter, not out of denial nor indifference. To speak plainly would be detrimental to the couple's relationship. However, it did not imply they would turn a blind eye out if one day that woman were to return. Would Ayu truly forsake such a wonderful wife for an unclear past? They were not naive. That Vixen should stay far away. Should Ayu become bewitched, he would have to go as well. The daughter-in-law of the Hua family was resolute and would not be trampled upon by others. During lunch, the three sisters chatted and laughed with Ling Miao, while Chi Yu nestled closely beside her. Hua Yuchen found it impossible to interject a word with so many distractions illuminating the air. He sensed that Ling Miao was likely upset. Although she wore a smile, her eyes had not graced him since her return. He felt a growing unease, unsure of how to address it. With these people surrounding her, he had no opportunity to speak with her at all. This situation was becoming exceedingly vexing. Once lunch concluded, he tugged at Ling Miao's sleeve. Wife, he intended to draw her to their room for a private conversation. Ling Miao, however, ignored him entirely. Even withdrawing her sleeve from his grasp, Hua Yuchen was left with an empty hand, gazing at her retreating figure with a complex expression. He stepped forward, wanting to embrace her to soothe her. Yet, Hua Yuchen's intrusive voice suddenly interjected. "How about a visit to the beauty salon for some treatments? Autumn brings such dryness to the skin." Hua Yuchen chimed in. "That sounds great, Miao Miao. I still have some funds left on my card." He had previously intended to arrange a beauty salon card for Ling Miao, only for her to flatly refuse without a second thought. Presumably, she had no desire to go, but to his astonishment, the next moment she enthusiastically replied, "Sure." Hua Yuchen felt his gaze stiffen. "Mom, you should join us too, eldest sister. Don't forget to bring Yu along." The two sisters urged their sister-in-law, and soon all the women in the household departed together. Hua Yuchen stood at the doorway, watching their retreating figures, calling out weakly, "Wife." He felt like a lonely dog left at home, yet none acknowledged him. He felt as though he were but air. No, air was far more significant than he. Without it, one would perish, whereas his absence merely brought peace. Now it seemed his wife had been whisked away, leaving him with no chance to voice a single word. Frustrated, he returned to the room, leaned back on the sofa, rubbed his face, and took a deep breath. Staring vacantly at the ceiling, his mind echoed with a solitary thought. His wife was angry, and quite intensely so, in a state of prickly agitation. He retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet and ascended the stairs, drinking alone in solitude. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his phone and opened Ling Miao's social media feed. It was pristine, devoid of any posts save for the one where she shared their marriage certificate. That was the sole update she had made. Numerous likes and comments flooded in, wishing her a happy marriage, a lifetime of harmony and happiness. Yet, she had responded to none. Perhaps, at that time, she did not feel particularly joyful or content. This thought only served to deepen Hua Yuchen's vexation. He typed a few words in the messaging box, hesitated, and then deleted them. He typed again, staring at the screen for a long while, feeling that nothing seemed quite right. He was uncertain whether to apologize. To do so would imply a sense of guilt, yet not addressing it left the undeniable reality that she was indeed upset. After much deliberation, he tossed his phone onto the table in frustration. Chizé emerged from his room, observing the forlorn figure of a man drinking alone in the hall. "Ah, you." Hua Yuchen glanced back to see Chizé, impeccably dressed in a suit. "Brother-in-law. Are you heading to the office?" Chizé approached. "Why are you all alone, drinking away? Did you two have a disagreement?" Hua Yuchen looked down and forced a smile, shaking his head. They had not even exchanged words. He lacked the audacity to argue with her. With the raucous women in the house, they would likely tear him apart. Chizé, aware of their outing to the office, presumed they had encountered some old issues. After all, he had been married to Hua Yuzhu for several years, and he vividly remembered the numerous times their grandfather had threatened to sever ties with him. It was only after he married Ling Miao that things had gradually settled. Chizé advised, "For married individuals, the foremost priority is your wife's feelings. Communicate openly about any issues. Once the anger subsides, it will all be resolved. While women can be challenging to appease, one must never neglect to do so. It is all about the attitude. When they return later, have a proper conversation. Ensure you provide reassurances and be honest. If you offer sufficient security, everything will be fine." He patted Hua Yuchen on the shoulder. Once communication is established, barriers will diminish. Newlyweds should engage in more understanding and compromise, smoothing out any rough edges, leading to a harmonious relationship. "Drink less, I need to head to the office for a bit," Chizé said. Hua Yuchen nodded. "Be careful on the road." Chizé took his car keys and descended the stairs. Hua Yuchen stared at the wine in his glass, contemplated briefly, then picked up his phone from the table. Unlocking it, he swiftly typed a few words and decisively sent them. "Wife, come back early, I miss you." After sending the message, he waited, but she did not respond. It was the first time his wife had ignored him, and he felt an unprecedented heaviness in his heart. He waited from afternoon until evening, glancing out the window multiple times to see if their car had returned. He wondered what project could have kept her away for an entire afternoon. Finally, as night fell, the headlights of a car illuminated the surroundings. Hua Yuchen sprang to his feet, hastening downstairs to the entrance. Hua Yuchen opened the door and stepped out, carrying large shopping bags. "Mom, let us try that again next time." Hua Yuchen exited from the other side of the car. Hua Yuchen did not see Ling Miao among them, his brow furrowing in concern. "Where is Ling Miao?" Chapter 72. Let him coax. Fan Yin remarked, "On my way back just now, that young man from the Zhou family called. The little girl from the Luo family has fallen ill and has been admitted to the hospital. Miao Miao has gone to the hospital and did not return with us." He had been waiting at home all afternoon, eagerly anticipating her return. Now it seemed that everything was forsaken, and would he soon be cast aside as well. Hua Yuchen could no longer contain his impatience and snatched the car keys from Hua Yuchen's hand. That little girl, Luo Xiaoman, was not even related to her by blood. Did she not realize that she was carrying a child within? It was utterly exasperating. Hua Yuchen observed the hasty departure of Hua Yuchen and said with irritation, "You're going to drive yourself mad. You invited those troublesome blossoms into your life, and now Miao Miao has to intervene on your behalf. Serves you right." Hua Yuchen entered the house carrying her belongings. Let him go and coax her. He must be brought back. Today, anyone with discerning eyes could see that Miao Miao was unwilling to engage with him. She had refrained from expressing her displeasure only because of their presence. How could the daughter-in-law of the Hua family suffer such indignities? Let him fret. He had certainly caused enough distress to others in the past. This was just poetic justice. Hua Yuchen sped towards the hospital, his heart racing as he finally spotted the woman in the corridor of the emergency room. He hurried to her side. "Why did you come here without telling me? Don't you realize how dangerous it is to be alone?" Ling Miao lifted her gaze to meet his, and he could detect a hint of breathlessness in his tone. She replied calmly, "Xiaoman has a high fever, and Zhou Jinniao is on a business trip. I had to come." Her voice was steady, remarkably composed. Even if you had to come, a simple phone call would suffice." "Do you not understand how worried I was?" Ling Miao replied indifferently, "I'll return later. What is there to worry about? I am not so frail that I cannot take care of myself." Hua Yuchen, hands on his hips, felt exasperated. His unease throughout the day stemmed from her, yet she seemed utterly unfazed. "Sister." Hearing her call him sister almost gave Hua Yuchen a heart attack. He felt as if the world was crumbling around him. It was a pity not to exploit such an opportunity. Zhou Fai, having completed the payment, approached and saw Hua Yuchen standing there unexpectedly. His expression turned cold. "Young Master Hua, what brings you here?" Hua Yuchen shot him a glance. "My wife is here, and my niece is here. Why shouldn't I come?" Zhou Fai sneered, "I've never seen someone so shamelessly cling to relatives." With a playful tone, Hua Yuchen wrapped an arm around Ling Miao. "My wife's niece is my niece as well. Do you have a problem with that? Regardless, we each have our own matters to tend to." Zhou Fai initially intended to mock him, given the live stream that everyone had witnessed, but he reconsidered. Such provocation would only distress his sister. If he were to clash with Hua Yuchen, she would undoubtedly find herself caught in the middle. After a moment's thought, he decided to let it go, sparing his sister from further complications. Hua Yuchen sat beside Ling Miao, waiting for Luo Xiaoman. Zhou Fai watched from a distance as Hua Yuchen so brazenly remained at her side. His heart felt heavy with resentment, and he reluctantly shifted his gaze elsewhere. "Wife, are you hungry? Have you eaten dinner?" Ling Miao replied, "I had dinner with my sister and the others." "That's good." Before long, the door to the emergency room swung open. "Family of Luo Xiaoman." Ling Miao responded, "I am. How is my niece?" "The fever has subsided. There is no significant concern, however. With the changing seasons and temperature fluctuations, please take precautions." Upon hearing that everything was fine, Ling Miao finally felt a sense of relief. Soon after, Luo Xiaoman was wheeled into a regular ward. Noticing her pale lips, Ling Miao's heart ached, and she reached out to touch her forehead. Hua Yuchen reassured her, "It's all right, my wife. I will arrange for 2 experienced nurses to come. It's late now, and you must be tired. Let the nurses take care of her. It's better than you standing here with your pregnancy. Not only am I exhausting myself, but I cannot offer any assistance either." Ling Miao simply wanted to see her, to ensure her awakening. After all, she had lived with her for so long, having accompanied her for several years. She was deeply concerned. Seeing her refusal to leave, Hua Yuchen felt powerless and could only continue to accompany her. Before long, a voice came from the doorway, "Xiaoman." They turned to see Zhou Jinniao, still in his suit, having rushed to the hospital without even changing his clothes. He hurried to the bedside, looking at the still unconscious Luo Xiaoman, his brow slightly furrowed as he turned to Zhou Fai. "How did she suddenly develop such a high fever and convulsions? How did you care for her at home?" Zhou Fai replied, "How was I to know? She seemed to lose her spirit shortly after you left. She walked to school by herself and didn't want me to escort her." Zhou Jinniao, irritated, said, "It's a half-hour walk. How could you let her go alone?" Zhou Fai sighed, "I had no choice." Zhou Jinniao, displeased, redirected his gaze to the girl on the bed. He reached out to check her cheek's temperature. Hua Yuchen interjected, "Yao is back. You should feel reassured now. Why don't you head home?" Seeing Ling Miao's condition, Zhou Jinmiao said, "You and I should return not I'll stay here. I will inform you as soon as Xiaoman wakes." Hua Yuchen wrapped his arm around Ling Miao. "Let us go, my dear. You need to take care of yourself as well." Ling Miao finally followed him out. On the way home, Hua Yuchen glanced at the woman beside him. She was resting with her eyes closed. After holding in his thoughts all day, he found himself at a loss for words at this moment. Noticing her apparent reluctance to discuss the matter, he hesitated. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt. "We've arrived home, my wife." Ling Miao slowly opened her eyes, realizing they were not at the ancestral home but in their marital abode. "Why did you drive back here?" Hua Yuchen unfastened his seatbelt. "There were too many people over there, making quite a ruckus. You wouldn't have been able to rest well." In truth, he found them all rather bothersome, especially the little imp who clung to Ling Miao. Daytime was one thing, but nighttime was excessive. He himself had not had enough of her company. Ling Miao exited the vehicle and walked toward the elevator. Hua Yuchen approached and took her hand. Ling Miao paused briefly but ultimately chose not to pull away. Hua Yuchen observed her expression and, noting her relative calmness, felt a bit more at ease. Inside their room, Hua Yuchen dried his damp hair while watching the woman reclining on the bed. He felt inexplicably guilty, like a child who had done something wrong and was uncertain of how to proceed. He was apprehensive, bracing himself for the impending storm of her wrath. Ling Miao cast him a glance, seeing him hesitating at the edge of the bed, too timid to climb in. It was utterly hopeless. She shot him an exasperated look. Seeing her finally show some emotion, Hua Yuchen felt a flicker of hope. The tension in his heart eased significantly, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. Holding on to the mindset that he was bound to meet his fate, he finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief as the moment of reckoning arrived. He set down the towel, lifted the blanket, and climbed into bed, grinning broadly as he scooted closer. "Wife," Ling Miao watched him begin to nuzzle against her, closing her eyes in exasperation. "Hua Yuchen, can you not be so indiscriminate?" I want it. Hua Yuchen, having carried the weight of worry all day, felt utterly relieved upon finally embracing her. Ling Miao was at a loss for words. Hua Yuchen burrowed under the covers, lifting her nightgown slightly, and kissed her belly. "Mua, my dear little one, have you missed your daddy?" Ling Miao was at a loss for words, pondering what kind of creature she had married. Chapter 73, You Don't Speak to Me. I feel troubled. Hua Yuchen emerged from beneath the covers, aligning himself face to face with Ling Miao. With a playful peck on her lips, he remarked, "Wife, I can sense your displeasure today. You refuse to talk to me or even glance my way. I've been utterly distracted all day, feeling quite miserable. Go on, feel for yourself." He took her hand and pressed it against his chest. The warmth of his skin lingered, yet Ling Miao remained rigid, unwilling to touch him. Hua Yuchen firmly held her wrist against himself, and as she gazed into his eyes, she found them remarkably clear, revealing every thought within without a hint of concealment. In that moment, she felt a pang of guilt, realizing that perhaps she ought not to be so harsh. Indeed, after leaving the venue today, she had resorted to silent treatment. Although Hua Yuchen had not acted inappropriately since their marriage, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to family, who among us is without a past, his character, capable of transformation, of cherishing and respecting his wife, and extending that affection to her family, perhaps made him more responsible than many men. Contemplating this, Ling Miao found her anger dissipating, her resistance softening little by little. Noticing the shift, Hua Yuchen took the opportunity to embrace her, his large hand gently caressing her rounded belly. "Wife, if you have anything to express or inquire about, do so freely." "I will share everything with you," Ling Miao retorted. "I have no interest in your trivial matters. But let me clarify, I possess a strong sense of moral integrity. If you were to act disloyally in our marriage, I stand by my words. As long as I am here, she shall never see the light of day. If you truly wish to rekindle past flames, abandoning wife and child for her, then I assure you, I am not indispensable. When that time comes, you may leave with nothing, and I hope you never cross my path again." Hua Yuchen tightened his embrace. "What are you saying? Our child resides within you, where could I possibly go? Stop dwelling on such matters, our child is soon to arrive. I am about to become a father, how could I entertain the idea of pursuing a romance?" Ah, how surprising it is that he still thinks this way. Hua Yuchen tilted his head, resting against the crown of her hair. "Rest assured, my dear wife, that I comprehend the responsibilities of a husband. Now that they are married, it is imperative to focus on their union." After all these years, her thoughts had seldom lingered on him, a fact he was well aware of. A relationship comprised solely of unreciprocated devotion may indeed be ill-suited. Now, as he is married and their child approaches birth, his and Ling Miao's marriage has taken an unexpected turn. Thus, the past must be laid to rest. They have become mere passers-by in each other's lives. Whomever she chooses to be with in the future will bear little significance to him. He sincerely hopes she finds a good man and marries. The following morning, during breakfast, Zhou Jinmiao's call came. "A man has awakened." Upon hearing those words, Ling Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her. After breakfast, Hua Yuchen accompanied Ling Miao to the hospital. In the ward, Luo Xiaoman was receiving in 4, while Zhou Jinmiao was feeding her. "Ah man, how is your health? Are you still feeling unwell?" Ling Miao inquired as she entered. Luo Xiaoman looked up, her eyes brightening. "Auntie." However, upon seeing Hua Yuchen, her expression fell, and the reluctant words "uncle" slipped from her lips. Hua Yuchen set down the fruit basket, smiling graciously. "Dear niece, are you feeling better today?" Zhou Jinmiao responded, "After the fever subsided last night, she hasn't had a recurrence." To be honest, he still felt a lingering unease. After the old Master Hua's birthday banquet, he had taken a trip to Ningxing. Just after landing, he received a call from Ai, informing him that a man had fallen into a high fever and was unconscious. Alarmed, he had rushed back without even meeting his business partner. Why didn't you allow your uncle to take you to school? Luo Xiaoman sulked. I didn't want him to take me. Zhou Jinyao felt exasperated, unable to find a solution to her stubbornness. Hua Yuchen suggested, aren't you supposed to meet with a business partner in Ningxing soon? Since that's the case, I will bring A Man to stay with us for a few days. After all, I need to drop my wife off at her company in the morning, and I can conveniently take her to school. After all, it was merely a matter of escorting a little girl to school. As his wife's niece, it was his duty to care for her. Naturally, the very next moment, Luo Xiaoman protested, no. Hua Yuchen questioned, why not, don't you like your aunt? Of course, she liked her, but she didn't like him. Luo Xiaoman looked weakly at Zhou Jinyao. Uncle Zhou, how long will you be in Ningxing for this business trip? Zhou Jinyao replied honestly, about a week. A week, that's quite a long time. Luo Xiaoman felt a twinge of disappointment. Noticing her silence, Zhou Jinyao added, I will return as soon as possible. If you have classes in the mornings, don't force yourself to go if you're unwell. Upon hearing his promise to return quickly, Luo Xiaoman's mood lifted, and she readily said, then I want my uncle to take me. Finally, she relented, and Zhou Jinyao breathed a sigh of relief. I have a small request, is that alright? As long as she obeyed, he would grant her 100 requests. Go ahead. This Saturday and Sunday, there is a comic exhibition in Ningxing that I have longed to attend. She gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Perfect timing since there is no school on the weekend, Uncle Zhou. I want to go. He had anticipated a request as grand as reaching for the stars, yet it was merely for a comic exhibition. Without a second thought, he agreed, alright. Luo Xiaoman's heart soared with joy. Really? Yes, Zhou Jinyao stated, I will have someone pick you up from the airport. Just don't wander off after you land. Uncle Zhou. Luo Xiaoman suddenly leaped into his arms. You are the best. Her voice could not conceal her happiness as Zhou Jinyao chuckled. Alright, sit still. Such audacity from this little girl, carelessly embracing others. Ling Miao inquired, Ah man, will you return to Nanchang for the winter break this year? Remembering this, Luo Xiaoman felt a knot in her heart and nodded. Her gaze lingered on Zhou Jinyao for a moment. Chapter 74. Has the tigress finally spoken reason? Ling Miao remarked, I'll have Uncle Xiajie pick you up when we return. The mere mention of Uncle Xiajie sent Hua Yuchen's heart soaring with joy. Is this what it feels like to be acknowledged? Her family is his family, her niece is also his niece, although they are married. Hearing her acknowledge it so explicitly feels altogether different. Ah have you come down with a fever too? Zhou Jinyao suddenly inquired. Hua Yuchen, taken aback, replied, no, not at all. Then why on earth was he blushing inexplicably? On the way home, Ling Miao suggested, the refrigerator is empty, let us make a trip to the mall. Hua Yuchen casually remarked, why not just send someone to do the shopping and have it delivered? Why must we go ourselves? Ling Miao regarded him in silence. He quickly changed his tune. Alright, let us go, right now. If you don't want to go, there is no need to force yourself. We can head home. Who said I don't want to go? I want to go, I very much want to go, it's not a burden at all. Hua Yuchen smiled awkwardly. Wife, you actually look quite lovely when you smile, stop being so sullen all the time. I'm a bit scared. Ling Miao furrowed her brows. What did you just say? Hua Yuchen immediately fell silent. Ling Miao shot him an exasperated look. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, he pressed his lips together and focused on driving, striving to minimize his presence. In his mind, he chanted, you don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me. After a few seconds of scrutiny, Ling Miao finally shifted her gaze away. Hua Yuchen let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat less tense. Suddenly, Ling Miao's voice pierced the air again. Turn right, why aren't you changing lanes? His heart leaped into his throat. Oh. Goodness, the tigress is going to give him a heart attack. Grandpa, he truly feels like crying without tears. Just a petite woman, yet she instills such trepidation. They say what is feared at home, and how wives manage their husbands sob. He genuinely fears her. When this tigress erupts, he dares not voice his grievances. How do those big men manage their wives? He wishes he could seek some advice. This life is becoming unbearable. Upon arriving at the mall, Ling Miao strode inside while Hua Yuchen followed her timidly. He contemplated reaching for her hand but feared being brushed aside and receiving a disdainful glare. Just as he hesitated, Ling Miao halted and turned to him. Haven't you eaten? You're walking so slowly. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was out shopping with my son. Hua Yuchen, stop embarrassing me. If you're not willing, we can head back right now. Wife, Hua Yuchen mumbled, I want to hold your hand. He cast her a pitiful look, looking as forlorn as a little wife. Ling Miao, utterly disdainful, extended her hand with irritation. What is the difference between leading him and leading his son? One calls her mom, and the other wife. Hua Yuchen gazed at his wife's fair, soft hand, and his heart leaped with joy as he grasped it tightly. Though his wife might be fierce, she acknowledged him and was willing to hold his hand. Life, in that moment, felt bearable, quite beautiful. In fact, as they walked, Ling Miao remarked, Hua Yuchen, can you not be so immature? You're about to become a father, yet you still act like a big boy. Are you suggesting I'll be like a brother to my son? Hua Yuchen mused that such a father-son relationship could be quite delightful and not inappropriate at all. However, he dared not retort against the tigress. He had to tread carefully. He playfully agreed, how could it be the same? I only act submissively in front of my wife. Ling Miao shot him a glance. He knew how to flatter, after all. When my wife is in good spirits, life becomes much easier. Suddenly, Ling Miao's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Hadn't he just been agreeable? What had he said to provoke the tigress's ire? I mean no harm, I simply believe that a happy wife is vital for a harmonious family. Ling Miao closed her eyes. Did that imply she was fierce? Hua Yuchen realized he might have misspoken yet again. He hurriedly corrected himself. No, I meant when my wife is happy, she'll be healthy, and when she is healthy, she'll live a long life. Ling Miao lifted her gaze to him. You think I'm fierce, don't you? Not fierce at all. Hua Yuchen fervently shook his head, nearly dislocating it. But the next moment, Ling Miao raised her hand, causing Hua Yuchen to instinctively flinch and shut his eyes. The anticipated pain never came. He cautiously opened one eye to find Ling Miao had done nothing and had lowered her hand. It dawned on him that she was merely teasing him, testing his reaction. Hua Yuchen opened both eyes, looking at Ling Miao. Wife, that's not what I meant. Ling Miao remained silent. It was evident from Hua Yuchen's reaction that he was indeed somewhat afraid of her. How peculiar. She hadn't even hit him. She simply wasn't engaging with him. Why did he view her as if she were a terrifying beast? Seeing her silence, Hua Yuchen tentatively called out, Wife? Ling Miao retorted, Am I really that terrifying? I don't eat people. Do you want me to be honest? Hua Yuchen gazed at her weakly. What was this? Was a rift beginning to form between them? Speak, Ling Miao replied, surprisingly unperturbed. She was curious to hear what he had to say. Hua Yuchen confessed, When you ignore me, I feel insecure, and it scares me. I'm afraid you'll get angry. If she were to lose her temper, he would surely suffer. This tigress was anything but gentle. When enraged, she could be quite violent, and it hurt terribly. He wouldn't dare provoke her, let alone retaliate. Even during their silent disagreements, a single cutting glance from her sent shivers down his spine. Of course, he could never voice these thoughts. His wife was carrying his child. He mustn't provoke her wrath. He felt as if he were experiencing what it meant to hold the emperor hostage, to command the emperor's father. Ling Miao scrutinized him for a couple of seconds. Her silence stemmed partly from anger and a desire not to engage him, and partly from a fear of losing control and arguing, which could sour their relationship. Regardless, this bond they shared so far was satisfactory, and she cherished it. She didn't want to turn their marriage into a battlefield. If that were to happen, not only would she be left feeling despondent, but the Ling family would likely revel in their misfortune. With her proud disposition, she could never accept such a situation. Yet, little did she know that in Hua Yuchen's eyes, she had become the fearsome tigress. Ultimately, this was not an ideal state of affairs. She didn't wish to live as a violent, resentful woman. A day or two might be bearable, but over the long term, who could endure such a life? Ling Miao found herself reflecting upon her actions. In the realm of marriage, was there truly more to learn? She regarded Hua Yuchen thoughtfully. That evening, he had vowed to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband and father. If that were the case, they would have to make do. Continuing down this path was not conducive to harmony. Seeing Ling Miao remain silent, Hua Yuchen assumed she misunderstood and thought he was discontented with her temperament. Just as he prepared to speak, Ling Miao suddenly said, That won't happen anymore. Hua Yuchen was utterly bewildered. Huh? What won't happen? Ling Miao replied calmly, From now on, if anything arises, we'll discuss it openly right then and there. Harboring resentment is detrimental to our relationship. Hua Yuchen's eyes lit up. Wait, the tigress is suddenly speaking reason? Surely he hadn't misheard. Chapter 75 It's not illegal to kiss your own wife. Hua Yuchen, I shall gradually amend my temperament. If you have anything to say, or if you think I am in the wrong, feel free to speak your mind. I am not as unreasonable as you might imagine. Wife, are you offering me a way out? Ling Miao was momentarily taken aback. It was she who was reflecting on herself, yet he interpreted it as him being given an opportunity. This Hua Chengcheng, seemingly frivolous, unexpectedly possessed emotional intelligence and intellect of equal measure. He was considerate of both her dignity and feelings. Ling Miao suddenly smiled. Hua Yuchen embraced her tightly, showering her with kisses. Wife, you are truly wonderful. The fierce tigress had softened, transforming into a reasoning lamb. Enough with the kissing. Aren't you being a bit childish? I want to. Hua Yuchen whined. Wife, do you know, when you're silent, it frightens me to death. It scares me so much that I don't even dare to go to bed at night. Ling Miao couldn't help but chuckle. Do keep playing the pitiful card. Truly. Hua Yuchen replied, I wish to converse with you, yet I fear you might find me bothersome. I hesitate to provoke you. And what about now? Ling Miao inquired. Hua Yuchen shook his head. Now I am no longer afraid. My wife has offered me a way out, so let us turn the page on this. If I don't comply, I'll be sleeping on the sofa. Ling Miao laughed. You are quite self-aware. Hua Yuchen nestled against her as they walked towards the mall, his eyes sparkling with affection, never straying from her face. His wife was beautiful in every aspect. Don't stare at me, watch the road. Hua Yuchen chuckled, but I want to look. She squirmed a bit. Don't hold me like that, it makes walking difficult. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuchen tightened his embrace and kissed her once more. Ling Miao covered her mouth. I told you to stop kissing, there are people around. Kissing my own wife is not illegal. Even if it isn't illegal, it's still inappropriate. Let us save the kisses for when we're home and the door is closed. I certainly don't wish to be photographed here. Hua Yuchen responded, if someone captures a photo, so be it. Who doesn't know we're married now? Even if they do capture it, no one would dare spin tails. Rest assured. Though he said that, Ling Miao ultimately found it hard to be so direct. Just holding hands will suffice, this embrace is uncomfortable. After saying this, she, fearing he might refuse, reached for his hand first. The tigress was quite proactive today. Hua Yuchen gazed at the hand entwined with his. The diamond ring on her ring finger sparkled brilliantly, resembling a personal seal stamped upon his heart. He opened his fingers, intertwining them with hers, his long, fair hand crossing over her delicate, tender fingers, their wedding bands pressed closely together, binding their hearts firmly. Hua Yuchen grabbed a shopping cart, pushing it with one hand while holding hers with the other. The atmosphere was lively, filled with couples and families, a delightful scene indeed. However, in his world, shopping didn't require personal involvement. It was merely a matter of a butler handling a shopping list. Wife, you may not believe it, but this is my first time in such a place. Ling Miao chuckled softly, I believe you. How could I not? His visits to car shows and bars were likely innumerable, he hardly had leisure for such outings. Suddenly, Hua Yuchen recalled that he hadn't brought much cash today. He released Ling Miao's hand to rummage through his wallet. What are you doing? Ling Miao asked. As he opened his wallet, a bright red identification photo stood out prominently. It was their wedding photo. I suspect I don't have enough cash. Irritated, Ling Miao snatched the wallet from his hand. Do you think this is a luxury store? The expenses aren't as high as you think. Even if I wanted to spend all the money in your wallet, it depends on whether you have the strength to carry it out the door. Hua Yuchen paused, suddenly enlightened. Oh, right. Ling Miao truly believed her husband was quite naive when it came to everyday common sense. Hua Yuchen looked at the woman beside him, smiling as he held her hand. My wife is truly astute. Ling Miao rolled her eyes internally. With you like this, you wouldn't be able to marry anyone in the village. Hua Yuchen chuckled, raising their clasped hands for her to see. But I have married, haven't I? Ling Miao retorted playfully, so it's my fault for being blind? Hua Yuchen kissed the back of her hand. No worries. Your husband doesn't mind. Ling Miao paused for a second, then grasped his meaning. She quickly twisted his ear. Hua Yuchen, are you trying to provoke me? Hua Yuchen laughed heartily. I was wrong, dear wife. With that mouth of yours, if I had my old temper, I would have slapped you. Hua Yuchen grinned. I was wrong. Please let go, dear wife. Ling Miao reluctantly released her grip. At that moment, a man brushed past them, sharing a knowing smile. The sound of laughter reached Hua Yuchen's ears, prompting him to turn and say, What are you laughing at? I am enjoying myself. Shut up. Ling Miao pulled him along, quickening her pace. Hua Yuchen remarked, I'm not ashamed of being afraid of my wife. Be quiet. Ling Miao selected some essential household items and picked up some vegetables. Wife, why don't you buy some snacks? Don't all girls love these? In the refrigerators of the second and third children, it was filled with snacks. Ling Miao glanced at him. I'm not a child anymore. She had long outgrown the age of craving for snacks. After a trip to the supermarket, the shopping cart was filled with household items. Occasionally, she might buy a few snacks, but they failed to pique her interest, often left to expire without a second thought. Hua Yuchen murmured, realizing his wife was quite different from the average young woman. At the checkout, Hua Yuchen noticed that their purchases had cost him 300 yuan bills, with a change of 90 cents. When Ling Miao handed him the 9 1-cent coins, he was momentarily stunned. Let us go, what are you staring at? Oh, right. Hua Yuchen grabbed the shopping bags with one hand and held hers with the other as they walked towards the elevator. Once inside, a few more people entered. Hua Yuchen positioned Ling Miao between himself and the corner, his tall figure enveloping her in a small, safe space. His large hand rested beside her, surrounding her with his presence. For some reason, a sense of security enveloped her. Chapter 76. He did not marry a tigress. That with a soft chime, the elevator door slid open. Once everyone had exited, Hua Yuchen gently took her hand and led her outside. Upon returning home, Ling Miao remarked, Please put the items we bought today in the refrigerator. Of course, Hua Yuchen replied, assisting her to a seat. You must be quite fatigued from all the walking today. A bit of exercise is beneficial. The doctor advised that it would aid in a smoother delivery. Hua Yuchen countered, Still, I believe a surgical procedure is preferable. Just look at those women in labor, they endure unimaginable pain. Let us avoid that suffering and opt for the surgery instead. He poured a glass of water and handed it to Ling Miao. Ling Miao accepted it, saying, It will depend on the situation. Ultimately, it is not entirely within our control. True enough, Hua Yuchen acknowledged as he made his way to the kitchen to store the groceries. He washed some fruit, sliced it, and brought it over. Here you go, my dear wife, have a bite. He sat beside her and offered her a piece of fruit. What would you like for dinner tonight? Please share your menu, and let your husband give it a try. Ling Miao chewed thoughtfully, glancing at him. You will be the one cooking? Indeed. Ling Miao couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. Hua Yuchen asserted, If I never learn, I will never improve. Once the baby arrives, and if you're not home, I can't possibly resort to takeout every day, Ling Miao contemplated, realizing the truth in her words. Very well then, let us take a moment to rest. With her belly growing, even a short walk left her exhausted. By the way, Ling Miao inquired, when did the doctor say the next prenatal checkup would be? Next week, he replied. Then we shall go to the hospital next Friday. During dinner preparation, Ling Miao directed the proceedings while Hua Yuchen diligently followed her instructions. After a considerable effort, Ling Miao observed the dishes he had prepared and fell silent for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. Then, she smiled reassuringly. Not bad, at least they are cooked. Really? Hua Yuqing exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Ling Miao nodded. Take your time, no one becomes proficient overnight. Her words rang true, filling Hua Yuqing with renewed confidence. Ling Miao had a particular fondness for sweet and sour shredded potatoes. However, upon inspecting his rendition, she inwardly sighed. The potato shreds were thick enough to serve as load-bearing walls. Not wishing to dampen his spirits, she forced a smile and bravely took a bite. Suddenly, her pupils widened, and her hand froze mid-air with the chopsticks. Goodness, the salt had not dissolved. That she was caught in a dilemma, unable to swallow or spit it out. Hua Yuqing watched her expectantly. How is it, my dear wife? Ling Miao swallowed with great difficulty, recalling the rule she had established: only eat, no critiques. If it was good, eat more, if not, eat less. With a pained smile, she managed. Quite good. What a way to shoot oneself in the foot. That she had worried he wouldn't be able to manage the more challenging dishes. Today, she had intentionally taught him the simplest of home-cooked Hunan dishes. Who would have guessed he could make such a culinary disaster? Ling Miao sighed inwardly, recognizing the effort it took for a young master to step into the kitchen. Hua Yuqing propped his chin on his hand, boasting, Wife, I must have a natural talent for cooking. Ling Miao raised an eyebrow, suppressing a laugh. Talent, you say? She decided to encourage him, albeit with some dishonesty. Yes, you are certainly more skilled than Sanjia. At least, it wasn't toxic. Hua Yuqing beamed with pride. Really? Indeed, she affirmed. His confidence soared, and he had yet to taste his own creation, so he picked up the chopsticks, eagerly taking a bite. He was stunned for 2 seconds before his face contorted in disgust, and he quickly spat it out. Yuck, yuck, yuck. He snatched the chopsticks from Ling Miao's hands. Do not eat that. It could be lethal. Ling Miao laughed heartily at his reaction. Hua Yuqing poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to her and keeping one for himself. He placed his hands on his hips, exclaiming, How could you possibly eat that? It's horrendous. Ling Miao could hardly contain her laughter as she sipped her water. Hua Yuqing sighed. I think I'll just order takeout. His wife was pregnant, he couldn't let her go hungry. Ling Miao replied, No need, just wait 3 minutes. She headed to the kitchen. Hua Yuqing watched her retreating figure and glanced at the dismal array of dishes before him, promptly discarding them all. Their round little silver fox, casually named Random Flower, ambled over, sniffed the air, and promptly gagged. Hua Yuqing stood frozen in place. Is this the infamous food even dogs won't eat? He scooped up Random Flower and carried it to its little dog bed. Spoiled little creature, you should be grateful my wife ate what you disdain. Off you go to play. Then, he returned to the kitchen. There, he witnessed Ling Miao reigniting the stove, and within 2 minutes, 2 fragrant bowls of fried rice emerged. Ling Miao washed her hands and declared, Alright, this will do for tonight. Let us make do with it. Hua Yuqing watched her silently, a wave of guilt washing over him, leaving him distracted throughout the evening. Should he consider taking a cooking class? When Ling Miao emerged from her shower, Hua Yuqing was still in the living room. She approached him, playfully nudging him. What are you doing? Aren't you going to wash up? He slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers, an expression of dismay in his eyes. His arms encircled her waist, resting against her rounded belly. Wife. I am sorry. Ling Miao paused, puzzled. What's wrong? Hua Yuqing mumbled, I just feel like a failure. I can't even take care of my own wife properly. Ling Miao chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. I'm not upset with you. Why are you overthinking? He lamented, I never realized how inept I was until now. Since marrying you, I've come to understand that as a man, being as I am, is truly disappointing. Ling Miao disagreed. She believed he was doing quite well and was very responsible. She comforted him, saying, It's just a matter of lacking some life skills. It's nothing to fret over. No one is born knowing these things. They learn gradually. It's never too late for you to start now. Besides, the fact that you can manage this much already is commendable. It was certainly much better than she had anticipated. Hua Yuqing met her gaze. Really? Yes, Ling Miao smiled. Whether you excel or not is of little importance. The mere fact that you care already shows significant progress. Hua Yuqing released her, pulling her onto his lap and gently caressing her belly. Last time you mentioned that with my disposition, our child might end up taking care of their father. Now I realize you were entirely correct. Ling Miao wrapped her arms around his neck. That's all right. She smiled tenderly. As our child grows day by day, you too will learn to be a father. Isn't that wonderful? In truth, he possessed a strong sense of responsibility. Ling Miao had never doubted his love for their child, a love unmatched by any other man. Hua Yuqing felt a warmth swell within him as he gazed into her gentle smile and sparkling eyes. It filled his heart with comfort. He embraced her tightly, burying his face in her neck. Wife, thank you. He had not married a tigress, but rather the most rational and gentle woman in the world. No other woman could possess the intellect and grace of his wife. Should anyone dare to label her a tigress again, he would be the first to defend her fiercely. Of course, his earlier foolishness was another matter entirely. Chapter 77 Has our family struck it rich? Ling Miao looked at the remorseful young man with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, as he pitifully burrowed into her embrace, seeking solace. Alright, go take a shower and then come back to massage my legs. They seem a bit swollen. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuqing immediately lifted his head. Is that so? He grasped her foot, observing the slight swelling around her ankle, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. When did this start? Ling Miao replied, just in the past couple of days. But it's nothing serious, it's not painful or itchy, just looks a bit unusual. Hua Yuchen kissed her softly. You've worked hard. Ling Miao rose from his side. Hurry up. Don T, keep me waiting. She certainly did not wish to see him sitting alone in the living room, looking despondent. It felt unsettling to see someone who usually exuded such playful energy suddenly enveloped in solitude. At your command, my lady, Hua Yuchen offered, guiding her towards the room. You rest for a bit. I'll be done shortly. He entered the bathroom and quickly took a shower, emerging wrapped in a towel. Ever since their marriage, he had rarely donned sleepwear, feeling that it created an unnecessary barrier between them when they shared a bed. Had she not been so resistant, he would have surely removed her garment as well. Ling Miao reclined, propped up by a pillow. Hua Yuchen climbed onto the bed, placing her legs across his lap and kneading them from top to bottom. Is the pressure too much? Ling Miao shook her head, just right. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the glow of the screen. In that moment, a warm, familial intimacy enveloped them, reminiscent of the simple joy shared by ordinary couples. Even the sound from the television became a delightful accompaniment to this serene atmosphere. Ling Miao relished Hua Yuchen's massage, gradually succumbing to drowsiness as she watched the show. Noticing her eyelids fluttering, Hua Yuchen gently removed the pillow from her waist and laid her down carefully. What's the matter? She mumbled, half asleep. Get some rest. Otherwise, you might wake up with a stiff neck tomorrow, he replied, switching off the television and plunging the room into darkness. He then lifted her legs, placing them back on himself, continuing to massage her until they unknowingly drifted into slumber. At the company, Ling Miao had just exited the conference room when Xiaoya approached her, holding the recent sales report from the Foreign Trade Department. President Ling, here is the latest update on our exports. Please take a look. Ling Miao accepted the report, which was the segment Hua Yuchen had assisted her with last time. As she walked towards her office, glancing at the cover of the report, a smile crept onto her lips. Once inside, she opened it to review the contents. Xiaoya beamed with barely concealed excitement. I can't believe President Hua was telling the truth. All our export orders to Europe have nearly been dominated by Yen Rui. This is just the beginning of our trial operations, and the company's orders have surged to nearly a third of the total for the entire quarter. Furthermore, the port project with the Qin family is progressing smoothly, significantly reducing logistics costs. The Risk Control Department has estimated that, excluding all costs, the net profit constitutes at least 30 of the company's earnings. Ling Miao flipped through the report, a sense of unexpected delight blossoming on her face. It wasn't merely about how much money Hua Yuchen had helped her earn or how many goods had been shipped. Rather, it was the realization that he was not as frivolous as he often appeared. His intellect shone through, revealing him to be a promising entrepreneur. Why had he always given the impression of being aimless all these years? Even her grandfather had failed to see through him. Setting the report down, she lightly tapped her fingers, the joy in her demeanor unmistakable. Subsequently, she picked up her phone from the desk and opened the chat with Hua Yuchen. Typing a few words, she sent, Didn't you want to drink Petrus last time? I'll treat you tonight. Moments later, Hua Yuchen replied, Has our family struck it rich? Ling Miao chuckled softly, responding, Whether we drink or not is just a matter of your choice. Of course, if my wife is treating, how could I possibly refuse? Alright, I won't drive tonight. There's a Western restaurant across from my company, let us have dinner and stroll back home along the seaside promenade. Sounds good. Ling Miao set her phone down, but it chimed again shortly after. Wife, give me a kiss, quickly. Ling Miao playfully grumbled but still sent a kiss emoji in response. He replied almost instantly, Moo, I love you, wife. That evening, Hua Yuchen arrived to pick Ling Miao up as usual. Everyone at the company was now aware of his identity as President Ling's husband, ensuring a smooth passage as he received occasional greetings, being addressed as President Hua. He graciously responded, Hello, thank you for your hard work. Most importantly, he declared, I'm here to pick up my wife from work. Upon exiting the elevator, he called out before even entering her office, Wife, I'm here. Ling Miao recognized the familiar, chatty voice and promptly gathered her belongings to stand. Hua Yuchen approached, leaning over the desk to plant a bold kiss on her lips. Ling Miao laughed and scolded, What are you doing? This is the office. Hua Yuchen naturally took the items from her hands and linked his fingers with hers, unabashedly proclaiming, I'm kissing my own wife, not someone else. Let them envy us. Ling Miao replied, It's not a good influence. It's after work now, we're not on the clock. Who doesn't have personal time? He was undeniably right. Stepping into the elevator, Hua Yuchen remarked, What made you so generous to treat me to drinks today? His wife, who was typically frugal, was acting out of character. Ling Miao glanced at him with a teasing smile, It's a reward for you. Hua Yuchen's eyes lit up, Why the sudden kindness? I'm a bit taken aback. Ling Miao chuckled without replying. He leaned in with mischief dancing in his eyes, Wife, how about an additional reward? What do you say? Ling Miao retorted, Don't push your luck. Just a tiny request. Go on, she said, not one to shy away. Hua Yuchen leaned closer, Give your husband a kiss. Ugh, Hua Yuchen, must you be so clingy? Hurry, the elevator is about to open. Ling Miao glanced at the floor indicator, then, on tiptoe, quickly pressed her lips against his. Hua Yuchen, feeling greedy, pulled her in for a deeper kiss, releasing her only a moment before the doors slid open. Ling Miao's cheeks flushed, but fortunately, most employees had already left for the day. Hua Yuchen held her hand, his spirits high as they exited the company. Outside, the sky had darkened, yet the lights of the seaside square illuminated the surroundings, vibrant and beautiful. Along the promenade, a string of twinkling lights created a radiant path in the night. The season was just right, not as sweltering as summer, yet not as frigid as winter. The square bustled with couples, while children chased after glowing bunnies, their laughter ringing through the air. Chapter 78. Marrying you was not at all dismal. Hua Yuqing, concerned that those mischievous little ones might bump into Ling Miao, gently wrapped his arm around her. The evening sea breeze was rather strong, lifting Ling Miao's hair slightly. Are you cold, my dear wife? Ling Miao shook her head. Upon entering the restaurant, she made her way to the same seat as before, although it was peak dining time, bustling with patrons. Fortunately, that spot was still unoccupied, offering a splendid view of the entire beach. Settling down, Ling Miao inquired, what would you like to eat? Order whatever you wish, tonight, I shall treat you. Hua Yucheng placed his belongings down and sat across from her. It seems my wife has hit the jackpot. No need for flattery, Ling Miao chuckled, consider this a reward for finally doing something worthwhile. This overseas order has been quite promising. I never imagined you would actually pull it off. Oh, so that's what this is about. Hua Yuqing smiled, then how much has my wife earned? Can I expect a little extra pocket money this month? Ling Miao replied, earnings are a different matter altogether. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed at him. I had always thought you were merely a wayward young man with no serious pursuits. Before she could finish her thought, Hua Yuqing feigned sorrow. Wife, you own me. Ling Miao looked at him in silence. Hua Yuqing regained his composure. Please, continue, my dear. Ling Miao stated, I was planning to establish some rules for you, encouraging a more structured approach to your work. Once your sisters are married off, you ought to be able to uphold the Hua family name. At that moment, a waiter approached with their meal, saying, enjoy your meal. Ling Miao poured a glass of wine for him, but I've changed my mind about that now. What prompted this change of heart? Ling Miao explained, because you possess your own strengths, albeit not in the realm of business. Therefore, you need not conform to others. Focus on being your true self and pursue what you desire. As for company affairs, I shall manage those. My goal is to leverage your talents for the benefit of the company. As you mentioned, employing you as free labor saves me the cost of an entire department. She clinked her orange juice against his glass, smiling gently. In truth, you are quite intelligent. Your high IQ is a rare asset for the company. I shall consider myself fortunate to have recruited a returnee, responsible for monetizing your intellect. What do you think? Her heartfelt, somewhat complimentary words left Hua Yuqing immensely pleased. Is this what it means to be a couple? He tends to the domestic sphere, while she oversees the external, together crafting their little home. Hua Yuqing mischievously leaned closer. It seems you've succumbed to your husband's charm, Ling Miao did not hold back her praise. There is indeed a hint of latent allure. Hua Yuqing, still unsatisfied, pressed, does my husband lack external charm? Oh, Hua Yuqing, that's rather shameless, Ling Miao laughed. Why do you insist on fishing for compliments about your looks? Hua Yuqing shot her a flirtatious glance. Who was it that said we should find our son a father with good genes? I remember quite well. Ling Miao laughed, are you asking for a beating? Hua Yuqing teased, I am not entirely free, I must collect a bit of interest. Oh, so there are conditions. Do tell. Hua Yuqing pointed to his lips, I only accept bribes of beauty from my wife. Ling Miao laughed in exasperation, realizing his mind was filled with frivolous thoughts. Just drink your wine. Hua Yuqing swirled the liquid in his glass. If only you could join me for a drink. It's rather dull to drink alone. Ling Miao replied, I'll accompany you with orange juice, will that suffice? The significance of that was drastically different, Hua Yuqing mused, recalling the first time she got drunk, he felt a surge of warmth. In that state, she was uninhibited, embracing pleasure without restraint and now, thinking back, he found himself yearning for that experience once more. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Hua Yuqing felt a flush creeping over him. He removed his jacket and set it aside. Ling Miao watched him curiously, what are you doing, have you started feeling tipsy before finishing your drink? Hua Yuqing gazed at her with darkened eyes. He wanted to say that it wasn't the wine that intoxicated him, it was her. After dinner, the temperature outside dipped even lower than during the day. Hua Yuqing took her hand and frowned slightly. Why are your hands so cold before winter even arrives? Ling Miao grinned, whenever the weather turns chilly, my hands follow suit, quite punctual indeed. Hua Yuqing muttered, what a peculiar issue. He draped his jacket over her shoulders. The black windbreaker suited her demeanor perfectly, both cool and elegant. Ling Miao turned to him, aren't you cold? Hua Yuqing replied unexpectedly, I'm warm. The warmth of his palm was indeed comforting, akin to a hot cup of coffee in winter. The sea breeze whistled, carrying the scent of grass from the coconut grove, a taste of freedom. Ling Miao sighed, it's been a long time since I felt this at ease. Previously, life revolved around work, a monotonous routine. My schedule was so packed that I never had the chance to appreciate the scenery along the way. Today, taking a leisurely stroll, escaping from such a fast-paced life, is truly delightful. Hua Yuqing suggested, how about I walk over to pick you up after work from now on? We can take this little path home, what do you think? Ling Miao responded, let us wait until I'm on maternity leave to walk more. Right now, I'm busy at the office during the day and lack the energy in the evenings. Upon arriving at the park, they noticed many people night fishing. The illuminated floats on the sea swayed with the waves. Ling Miao felt a bit fatigued, let us sit for a moment, I'm finding each day more exhausting than the last. Hua Yuqing helped her onto a stone bench in the park, gently stroking her belly. After the new year, things will lighten up. This little one is growing quickly, and I appreciate your efforts. Ling Miao leaned against his shoulder, the scent of the sea breeze mingled with his unique cool fragrance, accompanied by a faint hint of tobacco, far more pleasant than the stale smell of ashtrays that many men exude, bringing her comfort. Hua Yuqing, Hua Yuqing tenderly caressed her hair. Ling Miao relished the freedom of the sea breeze. In truth, life with you as my husband is not at all bad. He kissed the top of her head. I feel the same. Ling Miao gazed at the undulating waves in the distance. I envy you quite a bit. You have such a wonderful family, such great parents, and 3 wonderful sisters. These are things I could only dream of. Sometimes I ponder why my family is as it is. If I had a family like yours, these past years wouldn't have been so burdensome. She let out a self-deprecating smile, which left Hua Yuqing feeling somewhat unsettled. Hua Yuqing had never considered this aspect before. He merely thought she was too ambitious. Now, reflecting on it, if life were smooth sailing, who would willingly choose to struggle? She had no other options. Hua Yuqing comforted her. It's all right, this is your family now as well. Grandfather, your parents, and your sisters are all your family. In the future, we will also have our children. Let us endure the hardships of the first half of our lives, and from now on, every day together will be sweet. Chapter 79. In his embrace lies his entire world. Ling Miao suddenly chuckled and looked up at him. Hua Yuchen, have you always been so adept at charming women? Who says so? Hua Yuchen lifted her chin and pressed a kiss upon her lips. You are my wife, a little coaxing is beneficial for familial harmony. He tilted his head against the crown of her hair, observing the fishermen casting their lines in the sea. Wife, do you enjoy eating fish? I have some free time tomorrow. I could come over and catch a couple for you to make some soup, Ling Miao replied. Forget it, with your culinary skills, I dare not command. Hua Yuchen laughed unexpectedly. Of course, I would have someone else prepare it. With my cooking skills, I wouldn't dare let you eat it. It seemed that his previous attempt at cooking for himself had left him with a lingering shadow. Ling Miao chuckled, then do as you wish. Hua Yuchen held her fair hand, playing with her delicate fingertips. Their wedding rings had always adorned her fingers. Winter is approaching, my dear, what gift do you wish for your birthday? Ling Miao was taken aback. How did you know my birthday? Fool, Hua Yuchen smiled. It was clearly stated on the documents at our wedding, December 10th. Don't tell me you've forgotten mine, Ling Miao said, pulling at the corner of her mouth, for she indeed hadn't checked. Seeing this, Hua Yuchen pinched her cheek lightly. Oh, you little ungrateful one. Remember, July 7th. Ling Miao's eyes brightened with disbelief. Is that Qixi festival? Indeed, Hua Yuchen replied with a grin. See, easy to remember, right? Regardless, when Valentine's Day comes, you will be the one celebrating it with me, so we can celebrate both the holiday and my birthday together. Ling Miao suddenly recalled something amusing. Last time, one of our married colleagues in the business department said that Valentine's Day is meant to be spent with a lover. After so many years of marriage, they said they are husband and wife by day, roommates by night, so why celebrate? As a man, Hua Yuchen could somewhat understand, but only to a limited extent. That depends on the person. Finding a man still requires discernment. When passion fades in marriage, encountering someone who stirs your heart can indeed provoke feelings. Yet some men adhere to their principles, while others falter against temptation. Thus, for middle-aged couples, it all relies on conscience. Having witnessed his parents' affection for many years, he had learned quite a bit. Ling Miao did not expect him to be so insightful. Do you understand? She queried. Hua Yuchen chuckled softly. Of course not. He lowered his gaze to meet hers. Who would dare, marrying a tigress like you? How bold of you, Ling Miao twisted his ear playfully. Hua Yuchen, do you wish for death? Wrong, he quickly pleaded. He had long since grown accustomed to her temperament and was always prepared for her playful pinches, though it hurt. He felt as though he would be restless if he didn't receive a couple of playful hits from her each day. He also sensed that sometimes, he might enjoy it a little too much. Ling Miao released him, casting him a disapproving glance, yet to Hua Yuchen's eyes, she appeared utterly adorable that he turned her face and pressed a fervent kiss upon her. With such a fiery temper, only I can endure you. If I were to be unfaithful, not only would you be angry, but my grandfather would also have a word with me. Everyone in our family is inclined towards you now. I am the one lacking a sense of security. Ling Miao nudged him. So you are reluctantly accepting this? Is it true that if an opportunity arises, you would turn the world upside down? That would not happen. Hua Yuchen leaned down, brushing his lips against hers, whispering, my wife is too wonderful. How could I bear to let go? Ling Miao's lips curled into a smile. Hua Yuchen kissed her once more. I cherish you too much to lose you. Ling Miao placed a hand over his lips. All right, there are people around. Hua Yuchen removed her hand. Those young couples are far more audacious in their displays of affection than I. After all, we are legally married. What harm is there in a kiss? He leaned in again, but Ling Miao stepped back. No. Hua Yuchen pulled her closer. It's fine. He unabashedly captured her lips. The place was quite romantic. Not to do something would feel like a waste. Ling Miao thought him exceedingly bold, kissing her without a hint of restraint. His heated breath, laced with the scent of alcohol, exuded a dangerously masculine allure. Ling Miao pressed against his shoulder, furrowing her brow, and forcefully pushed him away. Let's save the kisses for home. This was her final concession. Hua Yuchen chuckled softly, pecking her once more, then rose and swept her into his arms. Ling Miao quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. What are you doing? Hua Yuchen smiled, of course, I'm carrying my wife home. Oh dear, I can walk myself, people are watching. Hua Yuchen adjusted his grip, holding her even tighter. You tire after just a few steps, and we still have a few minutes to go. I wouldn't want to wear out my wife and child. When did he become such a steadfast man, capable of providing for her and their child? Ling Miao gazed at him with a smile. Hua Yuchen, sensing her gaze, continued, are you worried that I can't carry you? Just a bit, after all, it's the weight of 2 people now. Hua Yuchen halted, then give me a kiss to fuel up. Ling Miao obliged, is that enough? One more. Ling Miao kissed him again. Hua Yuchen, in high spirits, spun around with her in his arms, laughing heartily, now I'm fully charged. Hua Yuchen, don't be so reckless, it frightens me. Rest assured, I won't let you fall. In his embrace lay his entire world. He would never let go, nor could he bear to. Upon returning home, Hua Yuchen helped her out of her coat. Take a shower, later, I'll give your legs a massage, he said, ruffling her hair. Ling Miao removed her accessories and headed towards the bathroom. Hua Yuchen unfastened her buttons, and Ling Miao was now able to face it with composure. As her round belly was revealed, he bent down and kissed it. Baby, are you there? The baby internally mused. I'm not here, where could I be? Outer space. Ling Miao gently stroked her belly, it seems like the baby is asleep. Wife, Hua Yuchen raised his gaze to her, can I wake him up? He was quite eager to play with the child in her womb. No, Ling Miao firmly rejected without a moment's thought. If you wake him now, he will get used to sleeping during the day and being active at night. When he is born, will you take care of him when he is upside down with his sleep schedule? Hua Yuchen pondered and agreed. It was best not to disrupt the baby's routine. Then let him continue sleeping. Chapter 80, Are you tired of this? After taking a bath, Hua Yuchen approached with a bottle of pregnancy oil, his bare arms exposed. He then lifted her nightgown. Ling Miao, feeling uneasy, inquired once more, has there been any stretch marks? Hua Yuchen unscrewed the cap, not yet. Ling Miao sighed in relief, affectionately stroking his head, it's all thanks to you. Hua Yuchen pouted, I only accept this reward. Ling Miao, being generous, leaned in for a kiss, keep up the good work. Rest assured, my dear, your belly will be more important than my face from now on. He began to act playfully again. His large hand gently caressed her abdomen. Whether he had awakened the child within her or merely roused from his slumber, he felt a little movement beneath his palm. His eyes lit up with surprise. Darling, did he just move? Ling Miao replied with a soft Hua Yuchen leaned closer, whispering, baby, it's daddy. Can you hear me? The child inside responded energetically, as if acknowledging him. Darling, he moved again. Ling Miao watched him interact joyfully with the baby, a smile curving her lips. Hua Yuchen tapped her belly lightly. Moments later, the same spot stirred again. In a playful mood, he shifted his hand and tapped once more. Soon after, there was another delayed response. Hey, this little rascal is quite clever, Hua Yuchen exclaimed gleefully. Uncertain of what was causing the movements from within, Ling Miao furrowed her brow, exclaiming, it's so uncomfortable. Hua Yuchen, too, could feel her belly hardening. Is he stretching again? The discomfort lingered. Perhaps. Hua Yuchen gently stroked her belly, chuckling, little lazy cat. As the pressure finally subsided, Ling Miao felt somewhat relieved. Hua Yuchen tapped her belly again. Ling Miao cautioned, don't play with him too much, it could lead to the cord wrapping around his neck. Was that really a possibility? Hua Yuchen paused, recognizing that his wife was undoubtedly correct. It was best to let the baby remain calm inside. Before long, the little one began to make rhythmic movements. Hua Yuchen was puzzled. Darling, what is he doing? Ling Miao, her gaze on the television, casually remarked, he probably drank too much amniotic fluid. He is hiccuping. Hua Yuchen, as if discovering a new world, asked, how do you know that? Ling Miao explained, at first, I didn't know either, but later I noticed and looked it up online. They said it's hiccups. A smile crept onto Hua Yuchen's lips, that is truly fascinating, it's just like a human. He is human, Ling Miao replied. Suddenly, Hua Yuchen felt that the phrasing was off. It should be, who would have thought that even while still in the womb, the baby would already exhibit these habits. When shall we prepare the baby supplies? Ling Miao suggested. In a little while, as your belly grows larger, I won't be able to walk much, Hua Yuchen responded. Mom and sister will take care of it. We don't need to worry. Ling Miao retorted, after all, we are his parents, how can we let grandma and aunt prepare everything? Hua Yuchen found her reasoning sound. Then when will you stop going to the company so we can choose together? That morning, Hua Yuchen followed his usual routine of driving her to work. As Ling Miao was getting out of the car, Hua Yuchen called out to her, darling, wait a moment. Ling Miao turned to look at him, what is the matter? Hua Yuchen replied, I need to go to the company today for a bit. I might not be able to come over for lunch, but I'll pick you up early after work. All right. As long as he was handling matters seriously, she would unconditionally agree. Hua Yuchen leaned in, pointing to his lips, give me a kiss. Ling Miao leaned over and planted a kiss on his lips. Hua Yuchen cradled her face, rubbing his nose against hers, I'll miss you. Ling Miao laughed, aren't you being a bit overly sentimental? We'll see each other tonight. Hua Yuchen caressed her belly. Little rascal, be good and wait for daddy to come home. Alright, I'm off now. Ling Miao opened the car door. At the company. Ling Miao was reviewing reports when Xiaoya entered. President Ling, President Yuan has arrived. Ling Miao lifted her gaze, a hint of disdain curling her lips. What does he want? He says he is here to invite you for tea. Ling Miao raised an eyebrow. Han Ti he previously gone to great lengths to avoid her. Now, he was seeking her out. Clearly, he had recognized her as the recently elevated lady of the Hua family. She was curious to hear what he had to say this time. Ling Miao set down the report. Where is he? Let us meet. In the reception room. She stood up and walked towards the reception area. Upon entering, Ling Miao smiled. What a rare guest, President Yuan. Yuan Li looked up at the sound, quickly rising to approach her. Ah, President Ling, you truly are a person of great importance. He flattered with a smile. Last time I visited, I left empty-handed, not even having the honor of meeting you. Yuan Li extended his hand to shake hers, but Ling Miao merely glanced at it, completely ignoring the gesture. The man withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat humiliated. Ling Miao took a seat in the office chair, silently observing him. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, yet they bore an icy sharpness that seemed to pierce through to his very soul, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Yuan Li felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. What brings you here today, President Yuan? Upon her finally speaking, Yuan Li exhaled in relief. He smiled. Our companies have been collaborating for quite some time. Last time, we were unable to renew the contract due to unforeseen circumstances, so I came today to discuss the renewal. Oh, renewal. Ling Miao nodded in realization. Yes, indeed. Ling Miao leaned back in her chair, exuding an air of relaxed indifference. But I recall, your company was undergoing a transformation? What's the deal? Has it reverted back to its original line of business? Yuan Li rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. When it comes to business, no one can rival President Ling's capabilities. I heard from the Foreign Trade Department that President Ling is quite skilled. In just a month or two since launching, you've dominated the sales chart in the entire region. I came here to seek guidance from President Ling. Ling Miao chuckled softly, leisurely pouring herself a cup of tea. She replied, is that so? Yuan Li studied her, her nonchalant demeanor left him feeling uncertain. President Ling. You know our companies have been collaborating for quite a while. Familiarity breeds trust, whether it's in business or among people. Our two companies understand each other well. Collaborating is undoubtedly the most suitable course of action. Wouldn't you agree? If necessary, I can lower the price of our raw materials for you. Our company can afford to take a hit, just consider it a token of appreciation for President Ling. Ling Miao took a sip of her tea, responding languidly, as for raw materials, we are already in contact with other suppliers. The projected amount for this contract is approximately 9 figures for the first batch. Yuan Li felt a tightening in his chest. Should sales increase, it will lead to a long-term partnership. If President Yuan's company wishes to transform, feel free to do so. Yan Rui will not stand in the way of your company's success. Ah, no, please don't, President Ling. Yuan Li said, how about we discuss the prices of the raw materials further? Whatever price other companies offer, I will match it here. If President Ling's side has significant sales, I will offer an additional discount. How does that sound? Chapter 81, Bow your head when you see me again. Ling Miao abruptly set down her teacup, a spark of intrigue lighting her gaze as she regarded him. Yuan Li assumed she was moved by his words and stepped forward, eagerly pouring her another cup of tea. He stoked the fire, saying, Ling, wouldn't it be splendid if we could make money together as we did in the past? This time, you'll reap the lion's share, while I take the smaller portion, she replied. As long as I can associate with you, I, of the Yuan family, would brave any peril, be it climbing mountains or traversing seas. Ling Miao chuckled lightly. Yuan, spare me the flattery, your words today serve no purpose. She handed him a contract. Take a look. Yuan Li's heart sank as he hastily perused the document. Ling Miao continued, you're not particularly interested in the profits of our modest company, are you? I must seek assistance from other firms. After all, with so many orders, we cannot meet our demands without a substantial company backing us. Yuan Li's expression darkened little by little. Ling Miao sighed, it's not that I don't wish to collaborate with you, Yuan, but the contract has already been signed, and you were a step too late. It is unfortunate that you came all this way today. I truly apologize. Yuan Li slammed the contract down with a loud thud, his chest heaving with agitation. 300 million in investment, 300 million. Just like that, it had been signed. This was originally a venture for the Yuan family, now snatched away by another. Indeed, aligning with the Hua family made all the difference. He clenched his teeth, staring at Ling Miao. Ling Miao smiled. Yuan, do not let your anger consume you. It is not worth jeopardizing your health. Yan Rui, we conduct our business with integrity. Those who stand by me in times of crisis shall not be forsaken. However, those who waver like a reed in the wind, no matter how much blood Yan Rui invests in them, will never thrive. Thus, we cannot take such risks, nor will we dig our own graves. Yuan, let us part ways here regarding our collaboration. Once again, I say, where business fails, let goodwill remain. That we can share tea another time. Xiaoya, please show our guest out. Ling Miao rose to leave. Yuan Li, stung by the failure of the collaboration and the humiliation he faced, erupted in rage. Ling Miao, what are you so proud of now? Seeing this, Xiaoya hurried to Ling Miao's side. Yuan, let us discuss this calmly. Our president is pregnant and cannot endure such shocks. Ling Miao smiled in irritation. Yuan, you were the one who initiated the termination of the contract. You declared our collaboration over as well. Yan Rui cannot stall because of you. If you refuse to supply us, many other companies are eager to step in and now you wish to backtrack, thinking everyone will remain stationary. Yuan Li pointed accusingly at her, his voice harsh. Is it just because you've latched onto a wealthy benefactor that you feel so superior? The commotion drew the attention of those outside. Xiaoya stepped protectively in front of Ling Miao. If you continue this nonsense, we will call security. Ling Miao showed no fear and remained unperturbed by his words. Yuan, one should leave a thread of kindness for future encounters. You, a grown man, have no need to make things so awkward with a woman who loses face here is evident, and I trust you do not wish to be left in an embarrassing position, do you? Yuan Li declared. You think you're something special just because you're riding on the coattails of a wealthy patron? Without the Hua family, what do you think Yan Rui amounts to? Ling Miao remained composed, resting her chin on her hand. Xiaoya called out, get security. Yuan Li angrily shoved Xiaoya aside. She stumbled and fell hard to the ground. Ling Miao's pupils dilated in alarm. Xiaoya, are you alright? Xiaoya curled up on the floor, wincing in pain. Ling Miao glared fiercely at Yuan Li and delivered a swift kick, her strength formidable. Yuan Li staggered back, clutching his chest in agony. Did you dare to lay a hand on me? How dare you? He exclaimed in disbelief. Ling Miao replied coldly, I aim to strike you, and addressing you as Yuan is a courtesy. You enter my domain and lay your hands on my people, who gave you the audacity. Do you not know that I, Ling Miao, am not to be trifled with? Should I grant you a taste of your own medicine, you would realize I am no easy prey. Yuan Li, now disregarding her gender, retorted, I'll take you on. He lunged at her, but Ling Miao sidestepped him effortlessly, causing him to miss. She seized his right hand, applying pressure until two of his fingers cracked painfully. Ah! Yuan Li screamed in agony, his left hand swung wildly, but Ling Miao, with a steely resolve, executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground with a heavy thud. Ling Miao pinned his hand behind his back, her knee pressing against his neck. Yuan Li's face flushed crimson, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. He struggled desperately, but Ling Miao maintained her grip. At that moment, security burst in, exclaiming, President Ling, are you alright? I'm fine, she replied, her gaze fixed on Yuan Li, whose complexion had turned a shade of deep purple. Yuan, listen closely, she warned. My reputation for being fierce is not unfounded. I have thrived in a realm dominated by men and have no fear. You are the first to provoke me into action. Remember today's events clearly. In the future, if you see me, Ling Miao, bow your head and behave yourself. Should there be a next time, it will not end so lightly. With that, she released him. Xiaoya struggled to her feet. Ling Miao approached her. Are you alright? Where does it hurt? I can have someone take you to the hospital. Xiaoya rubbed her arm, grimacing in pain, tears welling in her eyes. I am fine, President Ling. You're carrying a baby. You mustn't get too agitated. Ling Miao reassured her. Do not worry about me. Your health comes first. Just then, Xiao Wu arrived at the company, noticing a crowd gathered in the reception area. Sensing trouble, he rushed toward them, pushing through the throng to find Ling Miao supporting Xiaoya, while the president of the Yuan group lay on the floor. His heart raced furiously. Ling Miao turned at the sound of his voice. Xiao Wu. He hurried to her side, inspecting her for injuries. Are you hurt anywhere? His voice trembled slightly, betraying his anxiety. Ling Miao shook her head. I am unscathed, Xiao Wu sighed in relief, patting her back. Thank goodness. He turned to the man on the ground, moaning in pain and clutching his shoulder. What happened here? Ling Miao replied, he came to cause trouble, but it has been resolved. Xiao Wu approached Yuan Li and yanked him up forcefully, delivering a punch that left everyone gasping in shock. Xiao Wu glared at him. Yuan Li, I've warned you before to cease your unwelcome visits to Yan Rui. If you had truly harmed Ling Miao today, I would not let you off lightly. I will remember today's events, and in the future, the Yuan family should not expect to establish themselves in the capital. Chapter 82. You and the child are my life security. Throw him out. He stood up. Assess today's losses for the company, and send the medical bills to Yuan's, ask them to reimburse. Understood. Yuan Li was carried away, half paralyzed. Xiaoya was also sent to the hospital. Xiao Wu assisted Ling Miao out of the reception room. The crowd outside began to disperse. Xiao Wu whispered, why did you take matters into your own hands today? What if you hurt the baby in your womb? Ling Miao replied, it's fine, I know my limits and didn't exert too much force. Xiao Wu still felt a sense of dread upon recalling the past. Years ago, when Sister Miao first entered the industry, she often dealt with men. Many, seeing her as a mere girl, would take liberties and make lewd remarks. To protect herself, she learned self-defense, returning home daily with bruises, just to avoid being bullied. Despite her fierce reputation over the years, the opponent was a large man, and she was pregnant. How could he not worry? I arrived late, he said, filled with self-reproach. Why are you blaming yourself when everything was perfectly fine? Ling Miao stated, really, I'm fine. Xiao Wu insisted, in the future, if someone tries to provoke you, remember to call security. You're not as strong as you used to be, and you have a baby on the way. Why are you being so reckless? Ling Miao smiled, I couldn't just stand by and watch Xiaoya being bullied. How could I watch my own people being mistreated by outsiders? You are too protective, Xiao Wu remarked helplessly. You are a woman yourself and pregnant, yet you dare to stand up like that. I really have no way to deal with you. Back in the office, Ling Miao said, I cannot tolerate seeing those around me being bullied. She also started as a lowly employee. When she was suffering, all she received were cold jibes. Thus, upon witnessing Xiaoya being mistreated, she could not remain a mere bystander. Xiao Wu helped her sit down. Regardless, you must first consider your own health. Fortunately, nothing serious happened this time. What if it had? I know, Ling Miao laughed, you were so nagging. Hua Yuqing had been busy at the bank all day. He left an hour early in the evening to pick up Ling Miao from work. Upon arriving downstairs, he pulled out his phone and sent her a message. "Wife, are you off work? I'm downstairs." Ling Miao did not reply. He leaned back in his chair, scrolling through his phone. When he reached the social media feed, he noticed a subordinate from Yan Rui's sales department had posted a short video. It appeared to depict a scene at the company's back entrance, crowded with people. He clicked to view it. The video was shot through a glass door, filled with noise and chaos. Inside was a scene of an argument. Suddenly, he spotted Ling Miao's figure, and his expression changed drastically as he sat up straight. In the video, a young secretary was shielding Ling Miao. A man, with his back turned, could be heard shouting something. Before long, the secretary was thrown to the ground. Hua Yuqing's heart raced as he rushed to open the car door, dashing towards the company. The video continued to play, revealing that the pregnant woman was now in a confrontation with a large man. Hua Yuqing was frantic, anxiously pressing the elevator button. How could she act so recklessly again, just like when she had pushed him? Did she not realize she was carrying a child? Hua Yuqing had never felt such torment as he did at that moment. The elevator doors opened, and he sprinted towards the office, ignoring the greetings from those around him. Upon entering, he saw the small woman packing her things, seemingly preparing to leave for the day. Ling Miao looked up. Hua Yuqing hurried over, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The sudden embrace left Ling Miao stunned. "Ling Miao, are you trying to scare me to death?" His voice trembled with fear. It was rare for him to call her by her full name, causing Ling Miao to pause momentarily. "What's wrong?" He released her, scanning her up and down, gripping her arm to inspect her closely, his expression tense. "Are you hurt?" "Ha?" After a moment of concern, he added, "Let us go to the hospital." He didn't even let her walk, lifting her into his arms and hurrying outside, terrified that something might happen to her. Ling Miao was puzzled by his behavior. "I'm fine. Did someone say something to you?" Hua Yuqing looked at her in exasperation. "Ling Miao, don't you realize you're pregnant? When you encounter trouble, can't you think of yourself first before deciding to intervene? You charge in recklessly. At least the other party is a man. How can you be so fearless? What if something happened to you or the baby? What would I do?" Ling Miao suddenly smiled, suspecting he had learned of something. Seeing her smile only fueled his anger further. "You're still so nonchalant. Do you have any idea how terrified I was for you?" Ling Miao replied, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. I am perfectly fine." Once they exited the elevator, Hua Yuqing held her close as they walked towards the car. What if something had happened? Ling Miao reassured him, "I won't let anything happen to myself or the baby. I am aware of my condition. The incident occurred at noon. If there was a problem, I would have gone to the hospital in the morning. There is no need to worry. I'm truly fine." Hua Yuqing opened the car door and helped her into the seat. Then he gently touched her belly. "Is there anywhere that hurts?" Ling Miao shook her head, "No." Only then did Hua Yuqing feel a sense of relief. He held Ling Miao tightly, calming his frayed nerves. "Wife, promise me, the next time something like this happens, don't act impulsively. Before doing anything, think about your health. I didn't mean to scold you. I just fear that I won't be able to protect you both." Ling Miao understood his concern and chose not to argue, accepting his words. "All right, I promise you." Finally, Hua Yuqing relaxed his grip and tenderly kissed her lips. Ling Miao placed her hand over his mouth. "Okay, let us go home." "Whom?" In the car, Hua Yuqing asked, "Who was that man?" Ling Miao replied, "The president of Yuan's group." Yuan's. Hua Yuqing's eyes turned icy. Anyone who dared to threaten his wife and child would find no refuge in the capital. Chapter 83. Will you accompany me tomorrow, my dear wife? Upon returning home, Hua Yuqing meticulously examined her from head to toe. Only when he noticed that there were no bruises on her body did he feel a sense of relief. Ling Miao, observing his concern, chuckled, "I told you I wasn't hurt. Why are you so worried? Who else could possess such a carefree heart as yours?" Hua Yuqing gently cradled her face and pecked her lips. "I am deeply concerned for my wife. I cannot bear to lift a finger against her. How could I allow some wild man to bully you? Rest assured, I will handle matters with the Yuan family. My wife shall not be subjected to any form of mistreatment." Ling Miao inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Hua Yuqing remained silent. "Hua Yuqing, do not act foolishly. You are about to become a father. Do not make me and the child worry. Our child must not face any political scrutiny in the future. Once he enters the hospital, he will have much to endure. It will serve as a lesson. We neither fear trouble nor seek it. We shall act with restraint." Hua Yuqing smiled, "Do not worry, when it comes to dealing with others, I am no match for my wife's prowess." He intended to give the Yuan family some trouble, to make their company flounder, leaving them with nothing to spare. His marital status had already been made public. Who did not know that Ling Miao was his wife? It was outrageous that anyone dared to provoke him. Did they think him a soft target? After taking a shower, Ling Miao lay on the bed watching television. Hua Yuqing entered the bathroom to remove his wedding ring in preparation for a wash when his phone chimed. An unfamiliar international number had sent a message. Our team has a break before the new year. I can return then." Hua Yuqing stared at the message, his mind momentarily blank as he pondered for 2 seconds. Who was this? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt a cold sweat prickling his skin. Without a second thought, he instinctively deleted the message. What he once yearned for had now become a forbidden taboo. Upon seeing this message, he felt no joy, only fear of being misunderstood since publicly announcing his marital status, he had erased all forms of contact with her. Could it be she hadn't seen it? In those fleeting seconds, his palms grew clammy. He glanced back, reassured by the sounds of the television still playing outside. Only then did he exhale with relief. If that fierce woman were to find out, she would surely flay him alive. She was pregnant, nearing the time for delivery. If anything were to go awry due to this trivial matter, it would be unforgivable, not just in the eyes of his family, but to himself as well. Damn, what a perilous situation. He pondered and contemplated, and no matter the angle, it felt unsafe. He decided to take decisive action, adding that number to his blacklist. They were already married, all past entanglements were inconsequential. At present, Ling Miao and their child were the ones he wished to spend his life with. Just as he began to relax, a sudden voice called out, Hua Yucheng. Startled, he nearly dropped his phone, which clattered to the floor. Ah, what is it? Hua Yucheng quickly picked up his phone and responded, What's wrong, my wife? He double-checked to ensure the number was indeed blocked. Bring me a glass of water. Understood. Hua Yucheng placed his phone down and exited the bathroom to fetch her water. As he returned to the room, Ling Miao eyed him suspiciously. What were you doing? You were in the bathroom for so long without even removing your clothes. Well, you called for me, and I had to put them back on, he replied. Ling Miao scoffed, You usually don't wear pajamas, why are you being so particular today? Ultimately, Hua Yucheng felt a twinge of guilt. He ruffled her hair. Just wait, darling, it will be ready soon. Hua Yucheng returned to the bathroom, now focused, and completed his task in a matter of minutes. He emerged with his hair damp. Wife, how about you skip work tomorrow and accompany me to Citibank? Ling Miao regarded him, What do you intend to do? Hua Yucheng was still shaken by the events of the day and wished to keep her close. There are matters at the company tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Ling Miao, at a loss for words, replied, You can go by yourself. Please accompany me, Hua Yucheng insisted, nuzzling against her. Ling Miao, exasperated by his clinginess, said, Hua Yucheng, can you lie still? No, if you don't agree, I'll continue to nuzzle. I didn't see you all day yesterday, and I feel drained. I just want you by my side at all times, it gives me peace of mind. Ling Miao laughed, Can you not be so needy? What kind of man clings to his wife like a child to its mother? Hua Yucheng whined, I don't care about others, I am who I am, please come with me. You won't have to do anything. Just tell me what you want to eat or drink, and I will arrange everything perfectly. You only need to sit there obediently. Ling Miao gazed at the bothersome man before her, smiling without a word. Hua Yucheng seized the moment to plant a kiss on her lips, grinning playfully. Will you accompany me tomorrow, my dear wife? Ling Miao, slightly exasperated, pushed his cheek away, Go away. You're blocking my view of the television. Hua Yucheng kissed her again, If you don't refuse, I'll take it as your agreement. Fine, you've convinced me. Hua Yucheng, feeling triumphant, embraced her and impulsively showered her with kisses. Ah, Hua Yucheng, that is enough. Hua Yucheng tightened his embrace, How could I not kiss my wife? Ling Miao rolled her eyes, half amused and half annoyed. She had married a clingy man. It seemed that the aloof demeanor he once displayed was merely a facade. Beneath it all, he was like a koala seeking affection. Wife, yes. What shall we name our child when he is born? Ling Miao replied, It's still early for that. The baby needs to be registered. We can't just pick a name at the last minute. Ling Miao casually suggested, Let us call him Hua Duo. Hua Duo, what if it's a boy? Hua Jin. Hua Yucheng inquired, Which Jean? Jean from Flourishing Flowers. Jean? Hua Yucheng asked, Is naming that simple? Indeed. Is it really that casual? Ling Miao shot him a glance, Does it seem too casual? What name do you want to give? For a girl, we'll call her Waxianzi, and for a boy, Washengmi? Hua Yucheng chuckled, I must say, my dear wife, you're even better at naming than our second child. The second child named his dog Yukianua, Subianua, and Bogua. You, on the other hand, want to name our son Washengmi. Imagine our little Washengmi becoming famous in kindergarten. Ling Miao replied, You can think of a name yourself. In truth, he had considered various names but felt none were suitable. Naming was indeed a daunting task since his wife had already spoken, it was best to heed her choice, Hua Duo. Hua Jin, quite pleasant, simple yet warm. Washengmi, perhaps not such a bad idea, rather down to earth, heh. Chapter 84 Is this what they call adorably explosive? Having finished the drama, Ling Miao removed the pillow from her lower back and said, Alright, turn off the lights. Hua Yucheng's eyes sparkled as he reached out to extinguish the light, and then he pulled her into his embrace, seeking a goodnight kiss. In the darkness, Ling Miao's voice emerged, Hua Yucheng, what are you up to now? A goodnight kiss, my dear wife. I want to sleep. Hua Yucheng pressed against her and kissed her, daring to touch her just enough to ignite the flames of passion. He actually reminisced about their first encounter, when she had been the most proactive back then. He thought she was mad, insatiable in her desires, and now, it seemed a luxury to wish for her to take the initiative. He had become the one yearning each day out. He longed for her to be like that time, when he would have gladly given his life for her. When this person turned domineering, she truly became formidable, her hands never idle. Ling Miao decided to cease her struggles, knowing that he would be the one suffering later, and indeed, it was not long before Hua Yucheng pressed his forehead against hers, his voice low and husky. Wife, Ling Miao chuckled, still want a kiss? His breath was scorching, and she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Hua Yucheng held her tightly, forcing himself to endure, staring into the pitch-black night as he sought to calm his racing heart. After a considerable time of restless tossing and turning, the fiery desire surged within him, and the woman beside him remained silent. He ultimately rose and headed to the bathroom for a cold shower. The sensation of having a woman sleeping beside him was worlds apart from sleeping alone. Ling Miao, however, had not truly fallen asleep.